The unexpected awakening of the signing-in system has led Zhou Hao to stealthily cultivate within the realm of swallowing the starry sky, where he diligently signs in at pivotal locations such as the shell of the golden horned beast and the spaceship of the fallen ink star, thereby acquiring multiple innate talents of the fundamental laws of time and space, alongside unlocking immortal secret arts and unique avatars. He witnesses the growth of Luo Feng and generously seizes the magnificent opportunity to seize the golden horned beast's body, solely for the sake of safeguarding the tranquility of Earth. With the augmentation of the system and meticulous planning, Zhou Hao's human avatar primarily focuses on the laws of time, while his Ice Mountain Beast avatar delves into the laws of space and water. Progressing steadily on the path of cosmic cultivation, he relentlessly strides towards the goal of invincibility at his tier and the aspiration to ascend as the master of the universe. Chapter 139, a stirring event. He has lingered in the initial universe for nearly a month. Zhou Hao seizes every moment to sign in at the Chaos Steel. The Giant Axe Chaos Steel, Ancestral Chaos Steel, Dragon's Path Chaos Steel, and 9 Universe Chaos Steel, along with the Cosmic Chaos Steel and Ice Peak Chaos Steel, have granted him a total of 6 Chaos Steel. On the 29th occasion, he once again stands before the three-eyed Elder Kandri. This time, he opts for the Wind Shadow Chaos Steel. Kandri barely glances at Zhou Hao, stating, "There's no one inside, go ahead." Zhou Hao hastily enters, and upon signing in, acquires the Wind Shadow Chaos Steel. By combining the Chaos Steel with the Beast God statue, alongside the profound maxims of the Tao and the visualizations of the Beast God's battles, he feels confident that he can grasp the direction of the fusion of time and space, even in the absence of specific signing-in tasks. However, just as he prepares to sign in for the last 2 Chaos Steel concerning light and time, and thunder and time, he receives notice from the Chaos Lord that he may depart from the initial universe. Reluctantly, Zhou Hao tidies up, casts a final glance at the initial universe, and silently resolves to return another time. Boom! Entering the fish-shaped spaceship, the tail swiftly slices through the chaotic currents, propelling him rapidly away from the initial universe. Amidst a tumult of time and space distortion, Zhou Hao finds himself once more in the reception hall of the Virtual Universe Company's headquarters. After waiting for approximately half an hour, a sword-shaped spaceship descends onto the lawn outside the elliptical hall. To Zhou Hao's astonishment, it is the esteemed 9-Sword Master who has come to escort him to the Qianwu Universe Kingdom. "Zhou Hao, your current status is quite significant, as I am your direct master. The company's upper echelons specifically inquired if I would be willing to take you to the Qianwu Universe Kingdom and allow you to stay in your hometown for a century to ensure your safety. Conveniently, I have business in the Qianwu Universe Kingdom, so I seized this opportunity," the 9-Sword Master stated with a smile, clad in a blue battle robe. When Zhou Hao invited his group of prodigies to leave the initial universe, he also extended an invitation to the three-eyed Elder Kandri to accompany him to a newly discovered cosmic secret realm. However, due to the limited number of participants and certain internal intelligence flow, he planned to invite the ruler of Qianwu to join them as well. The reason for this invitation was twofold. Firstly, the Qianwu Kingdom had suffered multiple calamities and owed significant contributions to its clans, thus urgently requiring treasures and being more amenable to the invitation. Secondly, he held great expectations for Zhou Hao, and the ruler of Qianwu, being the sovereign of Zhou Hao's hometown, might provide assistance in the future. "Thank you, Master." Zhou Hao was acutely aware that the 9-Sword Master was investing in him ahead of time. The 9-Sword Master chuckled heartily, waving his hand. "No need for formality. I am merely passing through. Come, board the ship with your immortal guardian team." Whoosh! Zhou Hao, alongside Hui'er and a group of immortal realm master guardians, promptly entered the 9-Sword Master's vessel. With a cosmic sovereign to ensure their safety, the journey to the Qianwu Universe Kingdom would be relatively secure. Even if the alien races were aware of Zhou Hao's route, they would find it challenging to strike. However, the insectoid race had dispatched some undercover immortals to lie in wait within Zhou Hao's home galaxy for an opportune moment. Meanwhile, the demon race was also exceedingly active, as Zhou Hao posed a considerable threat. This time, they were prepared to sacrifice their kings to eliminate him preemptively. During the second year of the journey to the Qianwu Universe Kingdom's Xiongyu Star, in the virtual universe, at the 3-story standalone mansion in the primitive zone, Zhou Hao gradually rose, stretched lazily, and approached the window of his study. Gazing at the expansive array of structures within the estate, he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. With the combination of the 9-Universe Chaos Steel, the Golden and Void Beast God statues, and the visualizations of the Beast God's battles, along with the terrifying amplification provided by the maxims of the Tao, he had finally comprehended the preliminary fusion of the Golden and Void Beast God statues over the course of a year. Overall, The first step in the fusion of the golden and void laws involves the essence combination of 9 types of gold source laws and 18 types of spatial source laws. The levels of combinations involved are exceedingly intricate. Were it not for the presence of the beast god statues and the visualizations of their battles, which accurately simulate the beast god's mindset, he would not have grasped it so swiftly. In contrast to the original plot, where Luo Feng took 800 years to comprehend the first chapter of the 7 transformations of the divine god, the scaled armor chapter, even with his golden horned beast form already at the world master level and the aid of the beast god statue for reference, Zhou Hao achieved this in a mere 18 years. The rapidity of his progress can be primarily attributed to the experience provided by the beast god battle visualizations and the maxims of the Tao. The immersive experience allowed Zhou Hao to more swiftly understand and delve into the essence of the beast god's mindset, as if he had truly become a beast god himself. Additionally, the amplifying effects of the maxims of the Tao enabled him to perceive the intricate combinations inherent in the fusion laws with greater clarity. Nevertheless, despite the brevity of time expended, Zhou Hao did not feel overly elated. The deeper he delved into the fusion laws, the more he sensed the inherent difficulties. The first step in the fusion, even with so many enhancements, proved to be such a challenge that the subsequent fusions would likely be far more arduous, demanding even more time. I must expedite the completion of the signing in tasks, he murmured to himself, observing the immortal realm guardians within the estate. The first of the special signing in tasks merely required him to await the arrival of the qualification battle. However, there were still over 50 years until that event. If he were to complete the task at that time and receive rewards related to the golden, void, and the fusion laws he intended to explore next, it would render his current efforts a mere waste of time. Resolute in his decision, he directly ascended to the highest palace atop Thunder Island. In the hall of the Chaos Lord's palace, the chaotic currents slowly parted to reveal a figure. "Disciple, what is the matter?" A gentle voice resonated. The ability to arrange a cosmic sovereign to escort Zhou Hao to the outer universe was partly due to Zhou Hao's agreement to allow other domain masters to attend. Zhou Hao respectfully replied, "Master, I plan to share my insights on the laws in the public area of Rain Phase Mountain 3 days hence, focusing this time on the fundamental essence of the spatial source laws." To complete the first signing in task ahead of schedule, he estimated that he would need to guide Qian Shui, Mo, and Long Yun through the 7th layer of the Celestial Bridge. Once they successfully traversed the 7th layer, all 8 members from the primordial zone would have done so, virtually guaranteeing their retention within that realm. The Chaos Lord's eyes brightened. "Very well. I will arrange for some domain masters to attend." Zhou Hao nodded and quickly departed. News of his planned sharing of insights spread with astonishing speed throughout the upper echelons of the human race. Whether among the masters of the universe, cosmic sovereigns, or the immortal kings, there was a heightened interest in this matter. Though they unanimously believed that Zhou Hao's shared insights would have limited impact on domain master-level members, there was a subtle sense of anticipation within them. Simultaneously, numerous domain masters from the Primitive Zone, Primordial Zone, Heavenly Region, and Apocalypse Zone applied to attend. Their mentors were also ardently supportive. After all, should the insights prove effective, those domain masters in attendance would stand to gain significantly. Thus, despite their skepticism about the potential benefits, many remained highly enthusiastic. It is worth noting that the astonishing progress of figures such as Luo Feng, Rongjun, and Baran in the Primordial Zone has sparked envy among many prodigies. In the public class of the Primordial District, a select group of prodigies, while awaiting the arrival of the esteemed Master Feng Wang, Immortal, gathered eagerly around Luo Feng and Wuka. "Luo Feng, tomorrow Zhou Hao will commence sharing his insights. It is rumored that you and Zhou Hao hail from the same planet and share a close camaraderie. Could you possibly convey our desire to attend as auditors? Wuka, our acquaintance has reached a level of mutual recognition. Might you take me along tomorrow?" Luo Feng and Wuka exchanged silent glances, their minds filled with astonishment. The past 3 days had seen a tumultuous undercurrent at Yuxiang Mountain. Numerous talented individuals approached them, forging connections with a singular purpose: to gain access as auditors. After all, the Virtual Universe Company had allocated a limited number of slots, permitting only 500 domain lord members to attend. Many gifted individuals longed for the opportunity, yet found themselves without a chance. However, driven by even the faintest hope for improvement, they were unwilling to relinquish their aspirations. Upon the conclusion of the public class, Wuka remained in a state of shock. Good heavens, the commotion caused by Zhou Hao is truly monumental. These individuals are exploring every avenue. Luo Feng, on the other hand, regained his composure. "Wuka, this is entirely normal. Consider this. Had we not been privy to the exchange of insights between my elder brother and Seilai, we would likely struggle to ascend beyond the 7th level of the Bridge of Ascension, if we could even reach the 6th. Indeed, you are correct. Without Zhou Hao, Seilai, and you Luo Feng, it is conceivable that Rong Jun and I might breach the 6th level. However, for those like Ai Chun, Qian Shui, Zhang Emo, and Long Yun, we may scarcely qualify for the qualification battle. When that battle begins, we stand a considerable chance of being eliminated to the Heavenly District. I have inquired, and many past prodigies have faced similar fates. Wooken nodded in agreement. Were I in your position, I would seize any opportunity, no matter how slight. At this juncture, he lowered his voice. Luo Feng. If, and I stress if, Zhou Hao's sharing of insights proves as impactful as our attendance, the entire virtual universe company will be utterly shaken. Luo Feng inhaled sharply. If that were the case, it would extend beyond the confines of the virtual universe company. However, such a scenario seems improbable. While I hold great confidence in my elder brother, it is noteworthy that domain lord level members have generally surpassed the 8th level of the Bridge of Ascension. Berlan, after breaching the 8th level, attended as an auditor twice and has yet to conquer the 9th. There will undoubtedly be some effect, albeit not as profound as we might envision. Wuka chuckled softly. Tomorrow will reveal all. I hope Qian Shui, Zhang Mo, and Long Yun can muster their efforts to ensure we can successfully navigate the 7th level, thereby allowing all 6 of us from the primordial district to remain here. Oh please, my elder brother is the true prodigy. In comparison, I pale in distinction, Luo Feng retorted with an eye roll. The following day, in the manor of the primal zone, Zhou Hao concluded 3 days of rigorous training. He stepped out of his 3-story solitary dwelling and made his way to the public area of Yuxiang Mountain. As he departed the manor, he noted the admiring gazes of several domain lord guards. The head of the guards, Hua Yi, stood at the entrance, smiling as he encouraged, "Your Highness, do your best." Zhou Hao shook his head. Such encouragement is unnecessary. He soared through the air, swiftly leaving the primal zone and soon arriving at the public area of Yuxiang Mountain. The familiar pavilion awaited him. Early arrivals Luo Feng, Wuka, Qian Shui, and the other 8 members of the primordial district sat together, surrounded by an additional 500 domain lord level members. Zhou Hao, now also at the domain lord level and possessing profound insights into the laws, found each of them eager to pay their respects. After all, sharing insights into the laws constitutes a form of instruction. In a strict sense, Zhou Hao was akin to a teacher in this moment. Despite being merely a domain lord, they were obliged to observe the customary courtesies, which represented the minimum respect afforded to a teacher. Zhou Hao, elder brother, Zhou Hao. Upon entering the pavilion, Luo Feng, Wuka, and the others rose to greet him. Zhou Hao greeted each one in turn, smiling as he inquired, "Are you all prepared?" In fact, he had informed Qian Shui, Zhang Mo, and the others about the potential for this moment when the Lord of Chaos proposed the idea. Consequently, over the past year, they had forewent numerous activities in favor of intensive study, striving to comprehend a vast array of laws and secrets in preparation for this very instant. Luo Feng, Wuka, and the others laughed, responding in unison, "We are fully prepared and await your lead." In that case, let us commence. Chapter 140, Ignition. As the voice resounded, the pavilion fell into an immediate stillness. Luo Feng, Wuka, Rongjun, and the other prodigies from the primordial zone, along with 500 domain master-level geniuses, all held their breath. The surrounding energy isolated everything. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon Zhou Hao. His expression was tranquil. Having shared insights into the laws numerous times, he was accustomed to such scrutiny. With the invocation of the Great Path's aphorism, a wave of intangible, profound laws began to emanate from him, revealing the fundamental essence of space. As Zhou Hao spoke, he naturally entered the state of the Great Path's aphorism. However, this time, as he commenced his discourse, he distinctly perceived the essence of the earth and the fusion of spatial laws he was striving to comprehend, unfolding before his mind's eye like scenes projected by a lantern. Previously, he had experienced such moments many times, each time he utilized the Great Path's aphorism. His consciousness would transcend into a realm of intricate understanding. Yet, this profound insight was typically incremental, unlike the immediate culmination he experienced now. Clearly, the efficacy of the Great Path's aphorism in comprehending the laws had surged tenfold. Such a circumstance rendered Zhou Hao momentarily bewildered. He intuitively sensed that this remarkable change was likely tied to the unprecedented increase in the number of listeners. In other words, the Great Path's aphorism was inherently a talent secret technique meant for discourse. The greater the audience, the more pronounced the effects. At this juncture, He could only suppress his inner confusion and devote himself to deciphering the essence of Earth and spatial fusion laws. After all, the duration of the Great Path's aphorism was relatively brief, and he needed to seize every moment to gain insights into as many essence combinations as possible, thereby reducing the time required for his understanding. Zhou Hao's transformation remained unknown to Luo Feng and Ka. Yet, even if someone were to inform them at that moment, they would not have heard it, for as soon as Zhou Hao began his lecture, they were swept into a state of profound realization. Indeed, this was enlightenment, as if the culmination of hundreds or even thousands of years of arduous cultivation had finally blossomed. Under normal circumstances, such enlightenment would be unattainable, for each moment of epiphany necessitates countless accumulations before inspiration strikes at the opportune moment. However, among the domain masters present, many carried the weight of thousands or even tens of thousands of years of accumulated insights. They were like droplets of water poised to fall, merely awaiting that final drop. Without external stimulation, relying solely on their innate talents, they might require millennia to achieve such breakthroughs. Yet, under the enhanced effects of the Great Path's aphorism, that droplet fell prematurely. In nearly the same instant, close to 100 domain masters experienced immediate enlightenment, their newly acquired understanding of the laws enveloping all the listening geniuses at an astonishing pace. Thus, a cataclysmic chain reaction ensued, akin to the collapse of mountains and the domino effect, with everyone, including those who were not expected to attain enlightenment, Luo Feng, Ka, and Berlan, falling into a state of realization. The pavilion, now enveloped in profound silence, echoed solely with Zhou Hao's voice. His words acted as a catalyst, igniting the law comprehension of all the geniuses present. At the highest point of Thunder Island, within the palace, the Lord of Chaos gazed as if piercing through layers of space, his attention fixed on the pavilion in the rain aspect mountain public area. Although he observed Luo Feng, Ka, and the others with their eyes tightly shut, he himself remained uncertain whether this shared understanding of the laws would yield tangible results. Simultaneously, the true Yin King, Rainbow Sword King, and numerous other immortal kings were closely monitoring the rain aspect mountain public area, their emotions far more complex than those of the Cosmic Sovereign or even the Cosmic Lord. For they held the greatest hope that Zhou Hao's shared teachings would bear fruit. Should Zhou Hao ascend to the status of an immortal king or cosmic sovereign, they too might be influenced, thereby breaking through the threshold that had stymied countless immortal kings. Not only the Cosmic Lord, Cosmic Sovereigns, and immortal kings, but a multitude of domain masters were also awaiting the outcomes of the 2 hours of sharing. In the past, these powerful beings would feel time fleeting even during thousands of years of seclusion. Yet at this moment, the brief span of 2 hours felt interminable in their eyes. The leaders of the 4 major powers, the Cosmic Star River Bank, the universe's first bank, and the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, were also keenly observing the situation. The implications were monumental, potentially affecting the future of their races. Even the seemingly dismissive Lord of the Illusions could not help but harbor expectations regarding Zhou Hao's insights into the laws. The news of Zhou Hao's sharing did not escape the notice of the insect race, the demon race, or the mechanical race. These alien factions were aware that at this moment, this prodigious talent from the human race was instructing the domain master-level members of the Virtual Universe Company in his unique manner. 2 hours swiftly elapsed. As the effects of the Great Path's aphorism faded, the sounds in the pavilion abruptly ceased. Zhou Hao gradually opened his eyes, and upon witnessing all the geniuses in a state of meditation, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Prior to beginning, he had not anticipated that he could have such a significant impact on domain master-level geniuses. His sole intention for commencing the lecture was to expedite the progress of Qian Shui, Jiang Mo, Long Yun, and the others through the 7th layer of the Celestial Bridge, allowing him to fulfill a special sign-in task ahead of schedule. However, the current situation seemed to exceed his expectations. Yet, Zhou Hao quickly regained his composure. After all, even he had perceived a dramatic increase in the efficacy of the Great Path's aphorism, suggesting that the experiences of the listeners, Luo Feng, Ka, and others, had also been elevated. Resolving to suppress his internal queries, he disengaged from the Virtual Universe link. Within the hall of the 9-Sword Sovereign spaceship, he opened his eyes, furrowing his brow as he murmured to himself, "It seems that the Great Path's aphorism is not immutable. Could it truly be that the more participants there are, the better the effect? Perhaps I should observe further." Time progressed gradually. The listeners, Luo Feng and Ka, remained in the pavilion, and after a full fortnight, one by one, the geniuses emerged from their state of enlightenment. Each of their faces bore unmistakable joy. 3,000 years. I have been stuck at the 8th layer of the celestial bridge for 3,000 years. I never expected that listening to Zhou Hao's sharing of the laws would resonate so deeply with me. I believe I can finally traverse the 10th layer of the celestial bridge. This is the effect of Zhou Hao's teachings. Remarkable. A single session of listening has propelled my progress beyond what I have achieved through thousands of years of arduous cultivation. No wonder the cosmic level Luo Feng, Uka, and Berlin have made such astonishing advancements. Being able to attend such a lecture is worth any price. As each genius brimmed with excitement, they turned in unison towards the pavilion. Yet, Zhou Hao was nowhere to be seen. Nevertheless, these domain master-level geniuses collectively bowed in reverence. They honored him as a teacher. For the opportunity to attend such a transformative session warranted the title. With a flurry, all the geniuses quickly vanished. At that very moment, on the celestial bridge's planar square, Barfin observed the emergence of domain master-level geniuses, his body trembling violently. He understood precisely what was occurring. It's happening. It's all happening. He hurriedly sent emails to the immortal kings and cosmic sovereigns who were monitoring the situation. In truth, it was unnecessary for him to send emails. The cosmic sovereigns, including great beings like the Lord of Chaos and the Lord of Ice Peaks, had already dispatched their forces to the celestial bridge's planar island. The immortal kings directly arrived at the island. With a series of flashes, powerful immortal kings materialized. The True Yin King, Rainbow Sword King, Su Jing King, Black Mist King, and others remained silent, yet their eyes sparkled with anticipation, some even exhibiting slightly accelerated breaths. Meanwhile, Barfin began to swiftly organize the domain masters for their attempts at the celestial bridge. 500 individuals lined up in formation. The first batch of domain master level members who entered the celestial bridge either breached the 8th layer, the 9th layer, or even surpassed the 10th layer. Despite having anticipated this outcome and mentally prepared for it, the eternal beings, including the True Yin King, were still collectively shaken. Moreover, many of these domain masters have been stuck at the 8th and 9th layers for thousands of years, lacking merely an opportunity to break through. This achievement could only indicate that Zhou Hao's teachings had indeed borne some fruit, the True Yin King remarked solemnly. Thus, they continued to wait. Among the 500 domain master-level prodigies, some were in close proximity to the next layer of the celestial bridge, while others were far removed. Not all had successfully traversed the bridge. Approximately 70% had managed to pass through the next layer, while the remaining 30%, despite not having succeeded, exhibited remarkable progress through their battles with the Guardians. It was only after the last domain master-level member departed from the celestial bridge that the eternal beings, including the True Yin King and the Rainbow Sword King, could no longer conceal their exhilaration. The acceleration of progress through cosmic-level observations was evident. If domain master-level observations could expedite growth, then surely the same held true for realm masters and eternal beings. And what about the eternal kings, who had been stalled at their final steps? This inquiry had lingered in the minds of all eternal kings for some time, and now they finally had their answer. In the virtual cosmos on Thunder Island, at the pinnacle of a modest palace, the Great Axe Council convened once more after a year and 2 months. One by one, the cosmic sovereigns, exuding an aura of formidable power, appeared in the grand hall, each lost in contemplation. Prior to Zhou Hao imparting his insights on the laws, none had taken the matter too seriously, but the situation had since transformed entirely. Zhou Hao's innate talent and understanding were already extraordinary. And now, with his astonishing teaching ability revealed, it transcended mere potential. Zhou Hao's influence could now resonate at the level of their entire race. At this moment, within the hearts of each cosmic sovereign, Zhou Hao's latent value to humanity could be likened to that of an unparalleled treasure. He could now impact cosmic level and domain master level beings. Could he not eventually influence the eternal, the kings, or even the cosmic sovereigns? With a flourish, the disheveled great axe took his place at the forefront of the round table and casually settled into his seat, casting his gaze across the assembly of cosmic sovereigns. "Let us speak," he beckoned. The Lord of the Wild Glance spoke first. "I must concede to chaos. Zhou Hao's situation is indeed not a trivial matter, warranting the convening of the highest council." The Lord of Chaos shook his head, deeming such grand gestures unnecessary, emphasizing that Zhou Hao was merely at the domain master level. An excessive attention might not serve him well. I concur with what Chaos has articulated. While discussions are warranted, it is best not to overtly display our concern. Zhou Hao's development is now intrinsically linked to the future of our human race, and we must act with caution. The Lord of Qing Dong nodded in agreement. The other cosmic sovereigns chimed in, largely supporting the Lord of Chaos, advocating for a measured approach toward Zhou Hao, adhering to standard cultivation protocols. The Great Axe raised a hand, asserting that the primary concern was not how the race should treat Zhou Hao or cultivate him, but rather the external threats posed by other races, which constituted the greatest issue. We can discern Zhou Hao's worth. Surely the other races can too, he continued. The insectoid race will undoubtedly take action. Their methods are well known to us. Thus, the Qianwu Universe Kingdom cannot rely solely on a few cosmic sovereigns. Given that there are no pressing matters in the cosmic sea, let us summon darkness back to the original universe to oversee the Qianwu Universe Kingdom. Upon hearing the Great Axe's recommendation, all cosmic sovereigns were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such weighty concern from him. The Lord of Darkness was an exceedingly low-profile cosmic sovereign within the Virtual Universe Company, with no records available for review, rendering him virtually unknown throughout the cosmic factions. Moreover, in terms of power, the Lord of Darkness was formidable, having gained significant renown in the cosmic sea, with disciples who ascended to cosmic sovereignty. To assign such a distinguished entity back to the original universe to oversee the Qianwu Universe Kingdom seemed excessive, and even the Lord of Darkness himself appeared somewhat astonished. The Great Axe, while it is feasible for the Lord of the Shadow to oversee the Qianwu Universe Kingdom, if my junior brother, the Lord of Darkness, returns, it may lead to exposure, rendering the effort counterproductive, the Lord of Chaos interjected. The other cosmic sovereigns nodded in agreement. Indeed, having the Lord of the Shadow stationed at the Qianwu Universe Kingdom would suffice to protect Zhou Hao. After all, even if the insectoid or demon races were to act recklessly, they would not dispatch a cosmic sovereign to infiltrate the human race and eliminate Zhou Hao, for the cost would be far too great. The Great Axe surveyed the assembly, grinning. I merely propose a suggestion. Zhou Hao's value is immense. He currently influences cosmic and domain master levels, and in the future, he may well influence cosmic dignitaries and sovereigns. Should he reach the level of a cosmic sovereign, he could potentially affect each one of us present. We can perceive this, and so can the insectoid and demon races. If the insectoid race were to deploy a cosmic sovereign, the Lord of the Shadow would be unable to adequately shield Zhou Hao. My thought is, if we were to assign a cosmic sovereign for protection, we might as well select one of exceptional strength to ensure absolute security. As he spoke, his tone grew somber. A talent like Zhou Hao appearing among our human race is a stroke of fortune. We cannot afford to lose him. Upon this pronouncement, the Lord of Chaos and the other cosmic sovereigns fell into contemplative silence. They acknowledged the Great Axe's reasoning, understanding that it was better to err on the side of caution. The insectoid race's thought processes could not be assessed by conventional logic. Who could say they would not suddenly send an eternal insect queen accompanied by a cosmic sovereign to infiltrate the Qianwu Universe Kingdom, swiftly enslaving Zhou Hao's soul and escaping through divine realms? Though such a scenario seemed improbable, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. The Lord of the Shadow, being somewhat less formidable, might not react swiftly enough to counter a cosmic sovereign-level insectoid enslavement. The Lord of Darkness, however, was different. His formidable reputation in the cosmic sea stemmed from his unique secret techniques capable of withstanding and mitigating soul attacks. Stationing him at the Qianwu Universe Kingdom would be an unequivocally prudent choice. The Lord of Darkness spoke gravely. Great Axe, I shall go, but I will require several years to return from the cosmic sea. During this time, Zhou Hao's safety must be ensured. The Great Axe turned to the Lord of Chaos, who understood the implication. I will notify the Nine-Sword Sovereign to delay their arrival slightly. Their ship's route is highly confidential, and the insectoid and demon races are currently unaware of it. The Great Axe then scanned the other cosmic sovereigns. Is there anything else anyone wishes to add? Great Axe. Chaos, since it has now been established that Zhou Hao can similarly expedite the comprehension of the laws for domain master-level prodigies. Should we not consider arrangements for the Realm Master and Eternal levels? The Lord of the Wild Glance suggested. While I appreciate your input, I believe we should exercise caution and not rush into things, the Lord of Chaos replied. Zhou Hao's ability to influence comprehension of the laws is likely due to a rare auditory talent secret technique, which typically requires a significant amount of time to manifest. Based on Zhou Hao's previous interactions in Chaos City and the virtual universe, he will need at least 2 years. The Lord of Qingdong chuckled. 2 years is not an extensive period, but we should prioritize Zhou Hao's personal wishes and not impose too much pressure. Indeed, we must not be overly demanding. If we rush this process, we may inadvertently undermine it, others concurred. Yes, it is essential to grant Zhou Hao adequate time. Ah Huang, seemingly unconcerned, turned his gaze towards the Lord of Chaos and continued, Chaos. I must mention that Zhou Hao, is your personal disciple. The specific arrangements are, of course, your responsibility. However, should he wish to share his insights next time, kindly inform us in advance. Your virtual universe has struck a fortunate vein this time. It would be unfair for you to reap all the benefits alone. We deserve a portion of the spoils, even if it requires some sacrifice on our part. As Ah Huang spoke, other influential representatives, such as the Lord of Qingdong and the Lord of Pengong, chimed in. Indeed, chaos. It cannot always be your virtual universe's geniuses who audit these sessions. The cosmic level members participating in this genius competition have made remarkable progress. They need time to consolidate their gains. Furthermore, why not expand the quota? 500 participants is one thing, but 1,000 would be equally feasible. Instantly, the roundtable conference erupted into a cacophony of voices, with each cosmic lord passionately debating the expansion and distribution of quotas. None were willing to concede an inch. After all, attending even once could potentially lead to a profound epiphany, allowing them to traverse the bridge to heaven, significantly enhancing their understanding of the laws and compressing millennia of arduous cultivation into mere moments. If they could attend more frequently, their prodigies might achieve immortality within mere tens of thousands of years, an outcome more extravagant than any legacy within the universe. Moreover, establishing a quota now would set a precedent for future opportunities, such as attending royal or cosmic level sessions. Consequently, they argued fervently for their positions. The Lord of Chaos resigned, anticipated this outcome. Nonetheless, he felt a flicker of pride at the significant influence his disciple wielded. After a moment, the giant axe raised a hand, silencing the uproar. Enough of this squabbling. Chaos. The auditing process is of immense benefit to the entire human race. Your virtual universe must yield some opportunities. Fairness is paramount. I trust you to manage this appropriately. Additionally, regarding the quotas, please consult Zhou Hao. However, the contributions of Zhou Hao should not be overlooked. Ensure that he is adequately compensated and consider his personal feelings. With that, the meeting concluded and everyone began to disperse. However, the other cosmic lords remained, eager to finalize the quota arrangements with the Lord of Chaos. The virtual Golden Lord of the Giant Axe Duel Arena and others were keen to secure additional spots. At that moment, a cosmic lord suddenly interjected, Chaos. Ice Peak, I recall you mentioned that Zhou Hao and Sayer's discussions in the Lord of Chaos could influence their contemporaries. Does this imply that Sayer possesses similar talents? Silence fell over the palace. All cosmic lords turned their attention to the Lord of Ice Peak. He replied coldly, no. The insights exchanged between Zhou Hao and Sayer stem primarily from Zhou Hao's capabilities. Upon hearing this, the other cosmic lords expressed their disappointment with a shake of their heads. The Lord of Chaos remained speechless. Having even one such talent among the human race was remarkable enough. There was no need for excessive expectations. Inside the ship of the Nine-Sword Sovereign, Zhou Hao remained blissfully unaware that the human race had convened a great axe conference specifically concerning him, fretting over his safety while also contending for auditing spots. However, he sensed that his recent use of the great Tao-S aphorism had likely caused a tremendous stir. After all, Luo Feng had informed him that among the 500 domain Lord-level participants, over 70% had successfully crossed the bridge to heaven. Zimotan Yosli, Qiansui, Jiang Montak, and Long Yun were preparing to challenge the 7th layer of the bridge to heaven after half a month of consolidating their insights. The magnitude of such results astonished Zhou Hao. It was noteworthy that many domain Lord-level members had struggled at the 10th layer of the bridge to heaven, where the difficulty in progressing from the 10th to the 11th layer was monumental. Ordinarily, even those from the primitive secret realms would require thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years to succeed. Even with insights gained, substantial accumulation was necessary. Yet, the great Tao-S aphorism seemingly expedited this accumulation. My heavens, this is merely 500 participants. What astonishing results might be achieved with 5,000 or even 50,000? Zhou Hao marveled inwardly, feeling an impulse to experiment. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself. After all, the use of the great Tao-S aphorism had a time limit. He had just employed it and needed to wait at least 6 months before trying again. Moreover, given the attention he had garnered, it would be wise to maintain a low profile for the time being. Most importantly, he needed to focus on understanding and accumulating more insights to maximize the efficacy of the great Tao-S aphorism. At that moment, the figure of the Nine-Sword Sovereign appeared. The aura emanating from a cosmic sovereign in reality was fearsome, typically overwhelming for even domain Lord-level beings. However, at this moment, the Nine-Sword Sovereign had completely reigned in his aura, wearing a warm smile. Zhou Hao, I hope I'm not interrupting you. He casually took a seat on the nearby sofa, producing a bottle of wine, pouring a glass for both himself and Zhou Hao. The glass floated gracefully toward Zhou Hao, leaving him momentarily stunned. A cosmic sovereign pouring wine for him? Zhou Hao, there's no need for formality. You are the personal disciple of the Lord of Chaos, and your status is naturally distinct from that of other domain Lord members from the primitive secret realms. Moreover, the impact you've created this time is truly significant. The Nine-Sword Sovereign took a sip and continued. To be honest, even I found my composure shaken upon witnessing so many domain lords pass the bridge to heaven. The stronger one becomes, the more arduous the path to breakthrough. It is not merely a matter of investing countless years, but also entailing the perilous risks of entering cosmic secret realms or engaging in life and death endeavors. Though the strong are forged through bloodshed, Hu Wu-Ti desires smoother journey. Zhou Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, the strong must endure trials of life and death, progressively surpassing their limits. Yet, such trials do not guarantee breakthroughs, and a stroke of bad luck could lead to fatal consequences. The Nine-Sword Sovereign regarded Zhou Hao thus. The commotion you've stirred is monumental. When those domain lords succeeded in crossing the bridge to heaven, I was inundated with emails from nearly 80% of the cosmic sovereigns of our race. His tone grew grave. As your direct sovereign, they cannot reach out to you without passing through me. And this is merely our human race. Those alien factions with whom we maintain amicable relations are even more fervent. Zhou Hao remained silent, taken aback by the magnitude of the stir he had inadvertently caused. Yet, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. Cosmic sovereigns possessed extensive lifespans and could afford to wait, hence their eagerness to cultivate relationships with him now. Once he matured, their chances of auditing would significantly increase. The Nine-Sword Sovereign did not linger for long. Before departing, he informed Zhou Hao that his upcoming journey to the Qianwu Cosmic Nation would take a bit longer than usual. While he did not elaborate on the reasons for the extended duration, Zhou Hao surmised it might be related to the alien factions. In the ensuing days, Zhou Hao refrained from entering the virtual universe, instead remaining in the ship's hull, occasionally practicing while awaiting updates on Qianshui, Jiang Mo, and Long Yun's attempts at the bridge to heaven. Half a month later, the trio did not disappoint him, successfully traversing the 7th layer of the bridge to heaven. The cosmic-level elders of the Taichu district within the virtual universe were in despair. This new generation from the Taichu district was extraordinarily formidable. With prodigies like Luo Feng and Berlan leading the charge, even those with the slowest progress among them had crossed the 7th layer. This realization left them utterly despondent. The 5 elders who had passed the 7th layer found themselves at a loss. They had hoped to compete in the qualification battles for a chance to enter the primitive secret realm, but now that hope was dashed. It was best to remain in the Taichu district, especially since both Luo Feng and Berlan had reached the 9th layer and were certain to advance into the primitive secret realm. These elders lamented their fate, but Zhou Hao's face bore a smile. Indeed, their achievements were remarkable. As he had surmised, after Qianshui and Long Yun, Mo successfully completed the first task of the special sign-in upon crossing the 7th layer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first task. The random reward includes preliminary insights into the fusion laws of water, void, thunder, time, wood, and the 3 aspects of void, along with the essence of the time source's 18 profound mysteries. Boom! As the voice resonated in his mind, Zhou Hao immediately felt an overwhelming surge of comprehension information flooding his consciousness, as if these insights had long resided within his mind. It took him nearly a month to thoroughly assimilate this information and transform it into his own understanding. The preliminary fusion insights of the 3 laws would save him centuries of contemplation and research, particularly the 18 profound mysteries related to the essence of time, which, once comprehended, revealed the deepest secrets of the fundamental laws of time and space before him. The 6th image of the cosmic chaos steel was merely a matter of time. The 7th image posed a slightly greater challenge, as it involved the entirety of space, making the transition rather difficult. However, Zhou Hao's primary focus now lay in studying the fusion laws, consequently slowing down his progress in comprehending the cosmic chaos steel and the study of true understanding of time and space. There was no alternative. His energy was ultimately finite. The avatar of the Qianyuan ancestor tree was dedicated to the study of the foundational laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and so forth, while the soul fragment delved into various cosmic chaos steel insights. And the human soul fragment experienced the visions of beast gods in combat and utilized the edicts of the great Tao. His schedule was tightly packed, and even with the slightest time squeeze, he could only afford 2 or 3 hours occasionally to cultivate true understanding of time and space and the cosmic chaos steel. Fortunately, Zhou Hao murmured with relief that he had not overly delved into the fusion laws of water and void. Otherwise, time would have been wasted. He was relatively swift in water, void, and fire aspects, as he had achieved the deepest understanding of the foundational laws of water and fire. In particular, he had long received the acknowledgement of the source law for water, while fire was merely a hair's breadth away from such recognition. When a special sign-in task was activated, he had halted his contemplation of the water and void beast god statue to focus solely on the cosmic steel. Now, having completed the preliminary fusion laws of water, void, thunder, time, wood, and void, only the fusion laws of fire, void, wind, time, light, time, and earth remained. The comprehended fusion laws were temporarily set aside, and he directed his remaining energy towards the remaining 4 fusion laws. Of course, the term comprehension primarily referred to observing and imitating the beast god statues and experiencing the visions of their battles. These 2 activities were of utmost importance, consuming nearly 80% of Zhou Hao's energy, while the application of the Great Tao's edicts was merely an embellishment after accumulation. Thus, time passed silently. 2 years later, the Nine-Sword Sovereign reappeared in the hall, smiling as he said, "Zhou Hao, Qiong Yuxing has arrived." It has arrived? Zhou Hao's expression brightened with joy. It had finally come. Qiong Yuxing was a pale blue planet, with scenery akin to that of Earth. It was one of the 9 first-level administrative planets of the Qianwu Cosmic Nation, specifically designated to govern the cosmic realm. Qiong Yuxing was an artificially created planet within the divine realm, with a diameter of 980,000 kilometers, larger than some stars. Creak. The spaceship's hatch opened. The Nine-Sword Sovereign remarked, "Zhou Hao, I will escort you here. I must meet with the Qianwu Sovereign, so I cannot accompany you further." Zhou Hao hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Sovereign, for your escort." The hatch closed, and soon they vanished into the cosmos. Zhou Hao, along with the leader of the Immortal Guards and a group of Realm Lord Guards, transformed into streaks of light as they flew towards the resplendent and luminous planet. Due to the top-secret nature of Zhou Hao's mission, the entire Qianwu Cosmic Nation was aware that he was being dispatched, but the exact timing remained unknown to them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Breaking through the atmosphere, they directly descended upon one of the 100 ancient cities, Zhou Hao City. Many residents with diverse appearances looked up in astonishment at the dark throng of people flying overhead. Naturally, Zhou Hao and his companions paid no heed to these residents. After casually purchasing a mansion within the city, they settled in. The architectural style of the mansions in this ancient city exuded a profound sense of age, with no trace of technological advancement visible from the outside. However, upon entering the spacious hall and guest rooms, one would discover numerous high-tech amenities. Zhou Hao selected a room at random and instructed the intelligent life form to transform it into a dwelling reminiscent of his earthly habits, then sat before the desk. The leader of the Immortal Guards, Huir, resided adjacent to Zhou Hao, ready to protect him at the first sign of disturbance. Just as Zhou Hao and his entourage entered Qiong Yuxing, the Qianwu Cosmic Nation welcomed a cosmic sovereign. The Qianwu Sovereign and the Nine-Sword Sovereign were completely unaware that the Lord of Darkness had already descended. They only knew that the Virtual Universe Company had dispatched a superpower to oversee the Qianwu Cosmic Nation and safeguard Zhou Hao, with the strength of the Lord of Darkness. He soon appeared silently on Qiong Yuxing, observing the mansion chosen by Zhou Hao with a hint of sentimentality. After countless years traversing the cosmic seas, he now found himself tasked with protecting this domain Lord-level genius. Yet, considering the latter's capabilities, he felt a sense of relief, hoping that Zhou Hao would grow swiftly. For the Lord of Darkness, even if millennia or tens of thousands of years passed, it was merely a fleeting moment. In the cosmic sea, sometimes mere travel could consume a significant amount of time, and each cosmic sovereign possessed remarkable patience. On the Qianwu continent, Zijing Island. This island, like Hailing Mountain Island, was situated at the periphery of the Qianwu continent, with Zijing Island being entirely composed of purple crystals, adorned with palatial structures made of the same material. The tallest palace reached thousands of kilometers, standing as the most resplendent edifice and also serving as the office of the Qianwu branch of the Virtual Universe Company. Within the office, the 3 titans of the Qianwu branch, Duke Zidian, Duke Jinyu, and Duke Haiyan, were gathered around a massive circular table engaged in discussion. Among them, Duke Haiyan, a barefoot girl draped in black gauze, spoke softly. This Zhou Hao dispatched by the Virtual Universe Company is a direct disciple of the Great Being, the Lord of Chaos. More importantly, I've heard from a friend stationed at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company that Zhou Hao's current status within the company is comparable to that of a cosmic sovereign, perhaps even surpassing it. Duke Jinyu exclaimed in surprise. Duke Haiyan, are you certain that your friend is not jesting? Yes. I acknowledge the esteemed status of the Lord of Chaos's disciple, but he is merely a domain lord. At most, he would receive slightly better treatment from cosmic sovereigns. Indeed, Duke Haiyan, isn't this somewhat overestimating Zhou Hao? Duke Zidian scoffed, smiling as he added, rest assured, even if you do not speak, we would not dare to offend this genius lightly. After all, he is the disciple of the Lord of Chaos. The only troublesome aspect is that if he is determined to investigate, we would have no choice but to comply. The girl in black gauze shook her head. Duke Zidian. Duke Jinyu, I am not exaggerating. My friend explicitly told me to extend a warm welcome, and he also mentioned that if I could cultivate a good relationship with Zhou Hao, many noble immortals would seek my assistance. From the tone of my friend, it seems he is quite envious of my opportunity to welcome Zhou Hao. Duke Zidian and Duke Jinyu widened their eyes, disbelief etched on their faces. Although Duke Haiyan was also a noble immortal, her background and potential far surpassed theirs, as the latter were in charge of the military and wielded significant influence. Thus, with Duke Haiyan stating such, they naturally understood that she was not joking. Suddenly, a shrill alarm pierced the air. Duke Haiyan, Duke Zidian, and Duke Jinyu's expressions changed dramatically. The moment has arrived. Let us step forth to greet our esteemed guest. Remember, it is imperative not only to exhibit boundless enthusiasm, but also to convey profound reverence. The fact that my dear friend has taken the time to remind us underscores the extraordinary significance of Zhou Hao's status this week, one that is likely beyond our comprehension. Black Mist Duke advised. The Thunderbolt Duke and Golden Feather Duke nodded in agreement. In no time, the group communicated with all personnel within the administrative building. Gathering collectively at the Central Plaza, over 300 immortal deities and a staggering multitude of more than 80 billion office staff congregated densely. Stretching as far as the eye could see, the icy voice of the veiled maiden resonated, announcing the imminent arrival of Zhou Hao, the cherished disciple of the illustrious Chaos City Lord and a member of the primordial domain Lord class. You are to show utmost respect and kneel. Yes, the immortal deities and the office staff echoed fervently. Among them, an immortal deity named Luo felt a tremor in her heart. Could this Zhou Hao be the one from the slaughter arena of yore? Has he truly ascended to the domain Lord class? Moreover, has he become the favored disciple of the Chaos City Lord? My heavens, if it is indeed him, this is nothing short of remarkable. As Luo grappled with her astonishment, a figure descended upon the Amethyst Plaza. Welcome, Inspector Zhou Hao. Black Mist Duke greeted with a warm smile, dressed solely in a black veil and barefoot upon the ground. Her words and gestures carried a hint of allure. Instantly, the 80 billion staff knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "We bow before your highness, Zhou Hao." The 300 immortal deities also hastily bowed. "We pay our respects, your highness Zhou Hao." Luo's heart raced in disbelief. It truly was Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao naturally spotted Luo and, after exchanging pleasantries with Black Mist Duke, Thunderbolt Duke, and Golden Feather Duke, turned to her with a smile. "Lady Luo, it is a pleasure to see you again." Luo quickly replied, "Your highness Zhou Hao, you flatter me. I cannot bear the title of lady. You may simply call me Luo." Black Mist Duke's eyes sparkled. "Zhou Hao, do you know this Lady Luo?" "To answer your question, my lord, I was once in charge of the slaughter arena at the Black Dragon Mountain branch and had the fortune to witness his highness Zhou Hao's trials there." Luo responded eagerly. "I see. Lady Luo, you are quite fortunate to have made the acquaintance of Zhou Hao. I shall arrange for you to be transferred to my military division." Black Mist Duke said with a smile. Luo's heart leapt with joy. The military division was a prestigious place, rich in resources and connections, and she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." The other immortal deities cast envious glances at Luo. Zhou Hao had not anticipated that Black Mist Duke would promote Luo in his presence, clearly using this gesture to curry favor. Following this, Black Mist Duke, Thunderbolt Duke, and Golden Feather Duke guided Zhou Hao on a tour of the various operations within the virtual Cosmos Qianwu division. They remained apprehensive, concerned that Zhou Hao would insist on scrutinizing more intricate details. However, Zhou Hao did not raise such concerns, much to their relief. Upon learning of Zhou Hao's arrival at the Qianwu Star, the three titans were initially taken aback, then promptly expressed their desire to host a welcoming banquet for him. Zhou Hao did not decline, but repeatedly emphasized the necessity of keeping it a small affair, while also insisting on a stringent vetting of the invited immortal dukes. Simultaneously, the three titans received an email from the headquarters of the Virtual Cosmos Company. Chapter 143. Am I truly so extraordinary? Qianwu Division. The primordial domain Lord class member. Zhou Hao has arrived at Qianwu Star. He is a dazzling prodigy who has navigated the cosmic-level Tongtian Mountain with ease before his breakthrough and is also a disciple of the illustrious Chaos City Lord. You must act with utmost caution to ensure his safety while appropriately arranging the welcoming banquet. Remember to meticulously vet the invited dukes. Any mishap will lead to severe repercussions from the Virtual Cosmos Company. Within the Amethyst Palace, around the colossal round table, the three leaders, Thunderbolt Duke, Black Mist Duke, and Golden Feather Duke, bore grave expressions as they perused the email. However, before they could speak, an email arrived from the ruler of the Qinwu universe. The three were jolted, hastily opening the message. The content read, "Attention Qinwu Division. The Virtual Cosmos Company has dispatched domain Lord Member Zhou Hao to Qinwu Star. You are to ensure comprehensive hospitality. Any needs will be fully supported by the Qinwu universe." Upon reading, the palace fell into silence. After a long pause, the three titans of the Qinwu division could not help but display their astonishment. They had already held Zhou Hao in high regard even before his arrival at the Virtual Cosmos Amethyst Isle. Having learned from Black Mist Duke contacts at the headquarters that Zhou Hao's status was akin to that of a cosmic sovereign. Yet, it now appeared they had significantly underestimated the nobility of Zhou Hao's position. As the overseers of the commerce, military, and martial departments, they were well aware of the implications of dispatching prodigies and had experienced it several times. However, they had never encountered a situation quite like this. Not only had the Virtual Cosmos Company sent an email, but even the ruler of the Qinwu universe had personally reached out. That was indeed a figure of immense power. A cosmic sovereign who presides over an entire universe. Now, he personally sends an email to ensure Zhou Hao is well treated. Even if Zhou Hao is the favored disciple of the Chaos City Lord, such attention seems excessive. They had never witnessed the ruler of the Qinwu universe extend such concern to other disciples of the Chaos City Lord. Without a doubt, this conveyed information of an extraordinary nature. Black Mist Duke took a deep breath, deducing from these two emails that his friend's revelations about Zhou Hao's status were not mere exaggerations. She may not even fully grasp the extent of Zhou Hao's esteemed position. Thunderbolt Duke and Golden Feather Duke nodded in agreement, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. This was the Virtual Cosmos, and while they were immortal dukes, they felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. They discerned the underlying message of the two emails. Should they make even the slightest error while hosting Zhou Hao, the consequences would be far graver than uncovering the Qinwu division's clandestine affairs. What then is Zhou Hao's true identity? Being the favored disciple of the Chaos City Lord is undeniably prestigious, yet it seems almost unfathomable. Golden Feather Duke felt stifled, unable to contain himself. Thunderbolt Duke glanced over. Regardless of Zhou Hao's background, our primary concern now is the welcoming banquet. How do we proceed? This is no longer just a matter concerning our futures. Black Mist Duke concurred. Thunderbolt is right. The key lies in the welcoming banquet. Everything else is secondary. We must merely cooperate with Zhou Hao. The email from the Virtual Cosmos Company instructed us to meticulously vet the invited dukes, which indicates there may be foreign infiltrators intending to assassinate Zhou Hao. But we are merely dukes. If foreign factions truly intend to strike, we cannot thwart them. Golden Feather Duke lamented. Why did Zhou Hao have to break through so quickly? Now, if he encounters an assassination attempt, he may perish, and we shall be implicated. Black Mist Duke replied coldly. Golden Feather, we have worked together for many years. Let me remind you, the simultaneous emails from the Virtual Cosmos Company and the ruler of the Qinwu universe indicate the gravity of Zhou Hao's status. When the time comes for an assassination attempt, we must stand in front of him, risking our lives to provide him an opportunity to escape. If we fail to do so, we may find our fates even more dreadful than death. Golden Feather Duke and Thunderbolt Duke exchanged glances, their eyes widening in realization. They comprehended Black Mist Duke's intent. The welcoming banquet must proceed as Zhou Hao desires, on a small scale. But all 300 dukes of the Qinwu universe must be present. Additionally, since Zhou Hao hails from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, they should also extend an invitation to the Black Dragon. As for the vetting process, each duke must attend personally, without bringing any immortals, only allowing domain lords and those below. Black Mist Duke's gaze turned icy. With the combined strength of the three of us, we will easily detect any anomalies among the domain lords. As for the 300 dukes of the Qinwu universe, even if they carry foreign entities, any attempt to act will necessitate the foreign factions breaching the world ring. Indeed, it is impossible to carry the immortal should the immortal choose to self-destruct. We will be powerless to intervene. No matter how swift our reactions, safeguarding Zhou Hao entirely would be a formidable challenge. The Marquis of Purple Lightning and the Marquis of Golden Feather nodded in agreement. After reaching a consensus, the three formidable leaders promptly dispatched emails to the 300 lords of the Qianwu Universe Nation, explicitly outlining their requests. Furthermore, upon learning that Zhou Hao resided in Zhou City, they immediately issued an order for all residents, including the immortal, to vacate Zhou City within half a day. The Qianwu branch pledged to compensate all losses at double the rate. What could have transpired that compelled the Qianwu branch to demand our swift departure from Zhou City? Who knows? They did not disclose the specifics. However, this command originates from the three titans of the Qianwu branch. It is said that some lords expressed their dissatisfaction to the sovereign of Qianwu regarding this matter, only to be reprimanded by him. Can you believe it? Who knows the truth? Regardless, we should hasten our departure. After all, receiving double compensation is quite advantageous. In a swift exodus, a multitude of residents vacated Zhou City, including some reclusive immortals and certain lords from the local branch. The Lord of Darkness, residing not far from Zhou Hao, shook his head but chose to remain silent. In his view, the three titans of the Qianwu branch had made no error should an alien race infiltrate Zhou City with the intent to assassinate Zhou Hao. The consequences would be dire. Naturally, with his presence serving as protection, even if a cosmic sovereign or a cosmic overlord were to arrive, Zhou Hao would remain unscathed. Half a day later, all residents had relocated to other cities. Simultaneously, Zhou City was transformed by the Qianwu branch into a vast estate, becoming Zhou Hao's private manor. It was not until the following evening that Zhou Hao was informed by his guard, the immortal leader Huir, of this development, leaving him somewhat speechless. He had intended to maintain a low profile while residing in Zhou City, yet the Qianwu branch had turned the entire city into his domain. Your Highness, the three titans of Qianwu are attempting to curry favor, Huir remarked with a smile. Curry favor or not, they fear my scrutiny. However, I have little interest in delving into their myriad of dubious dealings, Zhou Hao replied casually. He lacked the time and energy to investigate the tangled affairs of the three titans of the Qianwu branch. Such endeavors seemed futile. Even if he were to topple the three titans, the new appointees from the Virtual Universe Company would eventually mirror their predecessors after a period of time. This is human nature, an unavoidable reality. After all, those dispatched to serve as lords in the cosmic nation wield considerable power and, exempt from the rigors of the outer battlefield, inevitably become somewhat tainted over time. Huir nodded vigorously. Your Highness is absolutely correct. There is no need to target these lords. Your potential is extraordinary, and your energies ought to be channeled into other pursuits. He lowered his voice at present. Rumors abound that your insights into the principles of sharing surpass even the effects of the Chaos Monument's comprehension chamber. It is even said that as long as one can experience your insights multiple times, breaking through to the immortal level for a realm lord or ascending to the level of a king lord would be a trivial matter. Zhou Hao widened his eyes in disbelief. Is it truly that exaggerated? I was unaware of my own prowess. Huir laughed heartily. There are even more astonishing claims. Zhou Hao found himself utterly speechless. He understood now that the rampant gossip had little to do with actual strength or locality. Inuk, huya. Let such words drift by like the wind. Additionally, please remind the other guards to refrain from frivolous discussions. Huir promptly assured, rest assured, Your Highness. I shall keep them in check. Indeed, remind me when the Windward Feast commences. Of course, in the span of 3 days. All 300 lords of the Qianwu Universe Nation received invitations from the Qianwu branch. Upon learning that the illustrious Zhou Hao was a direct disciple of the Great Being, the Lord of Chaos, they were all overwhelmed with excitement and pride at the prospect of attending such an extraordinary gathering of genius. However, the stipulations outlined in the invitation left them somewhat perplexed. They could only bring realm lords and those beneath that rank, with a maximum of 4 attendees. It was imperative that they treat the inspecting official with utmost respect, with no room for disrespect. A strict distance must be maintained from the inspector, and any unauthorized approach will be deemed a provocation against the Virtual Universe Company. The final clause caused the brows of the 300 lords to twitch in agitation. Yet, some lords understood the reason behind the sudden changes in Zhou City. It was due to the arrival of the inspecting official from the Virtual Universe Company. How sycophantic of the 3 titans of the Qianwu branch. The external envoy merely resides at the Dominion level in Xiongyu Star and must frequently undertake assignments. Yet they have transformed the entire Zhou City into the estate of the inspecting official, surpassing the grandeur of our 300 lordly abodes. How can they not flatter? Over the years, these 3 titans have hoarded resources. They fear exposure by the inspecting official. Alas, we require the resources of the Qianwu branch. Thus we must bow our heads and endure. One had originally contemplated forging a connection with the inspecting official, yet with the three titans preventing any approach. How could such a relationship ever be established? Moreover, since it was a windward feast, surely there would be opportunities for conversation. The invitation did not expressly prohibit the approach of realm lords and dominion members. After receiving the invitations, the 300 lords gathered in clusters, eagerly discussing the matter while promptly preparing to select the young talents of their clans to travel to Qianyu Star. Among them was the Marquis of Silver Snow, Ji Tianzong, who, in light of the stipulation that no immortal deities could accompany them, selected 3 realm lords and 1 cosmic level member, a most distinguished individual among the Ji family's cosmic level members, Ji Qing. Ji Tianzong's intention was to establish a connection between Ji Qing and the inspecting official, for this official was a direct disciple of the great being, the Lord of Chaos. Should a relationship flourish, the Ji family would undoubtedly thrive. Chapter 144, The Assassination Plot by Alien Races. The Windward Feast was to be held in Zhou Hao City, which had now been transformed into Zhou Hao's estate, even renamed the Zhou Manor of the inspecting official. The invitations were dispatched a month in advance. The 300 lords of the Qianwu nation, alongside certain powerful immortals, and even the Dark Dragon immortal from Zhou Hao's hometown, rushed to Qianyu Star aboard their cosmic vessels. The invitations sent by the 3 titans of Qianwu were compelling enough that, aside from those adventuring in perilous endeavors, every recipient made haste to attend. After all, the 3 titans controlled nearly half of the resources of the Qianwu universe nation, and each lord sought an audience with the titans to vie for resources. On that day, Qianyu Star was graced by a procession of extraordinarily expensive cosmic vessels, all heading towards Zhou Manor, docking at the designated landing area prepared by the staff of the virtual universe. The air filled with the presence of formidable lords and immortals as they emerged from their ships. The banquet hall was located in the eastern section of Zhou Manor, adorned with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. The scenery was exquisite, with every bonsai, rock, and waterfall meticulously sourced by the 3 titans of Qianwu at great expense. It could be said that the decoration of this banquet hall alone amounted to nearly half the fortune of an immortal deity, an extravagant display indeed. To ensure Zhou Hao felt at ease, the 3 titans of Qianwu spared no effort. The marquises of Purple Lightning, Black Abyss, and Golden Feather stood on either side of the main hall, their faces adorned with rare, warm smiles. Hua Ear accompanied Zhou Hao as they approached. The Marquis of Black Abyss stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Inspecting official, your esteemed presence graces us, despite it being your banquet. You may rest comfortably inside while we 3 welcome our guests." The Marquis of Purple Lightning quickly added, "Indeed, these lords are not worthy of your personal reception." "Quite right. Our 3-person welcome is already generous." The Marquis of Golden Feather chimed in eagerly. Zhou Hao could distinctly sense a notable elevation in the demeanor of the 3 individuals towards him. Their smiles were imbued not only with warmth, but also with a hint of obsequiousness. This was rather disconcerting, he mused. The inspection envoy reassured him, stating, "We 3 shall adhere to the proper etiquette. Should you personally extend a welcome, these lords would find it overwhelming." Indeed, the 300 lords of the Qianwu kingdom possessed strength that generally paled in comparison to the lords of our 5 major powers. They could barely fulfill the role of your immortal guardians. How could we expect you to entertain them personally? They would harbor no grievances. Simply being invited to the banquet would be a considerable honor for them. The trio continued in succession. Faced with this, Zhou Hao found it prudent to take a seat inside. Hua Ear communicated telepathically, "Your Highness. It appears the 3 heads of the Qianwu have perhaps become aware of certain information regarding you, hence their sudden shift in attitude." Zhou Hao nodded. During his previous encounter at the virtual Cosmos Amethyst Isle, although the 3 heads had also displayed enthusiasm, it had been overtly contrived, discernible through various subtleties. However, just moments ago, their fervor seemed genuine. Unbeknownst to him, the current heads of the Qianwu were, in fact, fearful for Zhou Hao's safety. They were willing to set aside their pride to ensure his protection. Soon, 300 lords and several immortal beings entered through the grand doors of the banquet hall, each radiating different auras, some exuding warmth, others coldness, and some crackling with electricity. Each was enveloped in a swirling array of laws, causing the very fabric of space to subtly distort. These immortals donned robes or sanguinary battle armors, displaying a variety of heights and appearances, yet all bore smiles, their auras consciously subdued. After all, they were not accompanied by peak immortal beings or realm masters, but rather by several realm lords, domain masters, and even those of cosmic caliber. Typically, for such a gathering, only those realm masters recognized by the laws would be permitted entry. However, in a bid to simplify matters, the three heads of Qianwu had directly permitted their less formidable kin to accompany them. They harbored no concerns regarding any attempts of assassination from those below the realm master level under their watchful gaze. The first to arrive at the banquet's main hall was the Dragon Wing King. Noticing only the presence of the three heads, Zidian Ho, Jinyu Ho, and Haiyan Ho, he felt no outward change, though internally he was somewhat perplexed. It was unusual for the host to be absent at such an event. Haiyan Ho remarked coolly, "Dragon Wing King, the inspection envoy holds a position of great esteem. Remember the protocols stated in the invitation. If you wish to greet the envoy, simply send a domain master from your entourage. Moreover, ensure they understand the necessity of showing utmost respect upon encountering the envoy." With a glance at the Dragon Wing King, she added, "Let it be known that if your representative displeases the inspection envoy, you may find it exceedingly difficult to seek our assistance for your realm's affairs in the future." The Dragon Wing King's expression shifted, shock rippling through him. He had not anticipated such weight placed on Zhou Hao by Haiyan Ho. Although Zhou Hao was a direct disciple of the Chaos City Lord, he remained merely a domain master, his potential to ascend to immortality still uncertain. Given that Haiyan Ho managed the resources of the three major factions, such concern seemed unwarranted. Suppressing his doubts, the Dragon Wing King replied, "I understand." With a flick of his hand, he summoned a domain master member, whose face gleamed with excitement, to hastily present himself before the main hall. After exchanging a few words, this domain master eagerly stepped into the hall. "Inspection envoy, you are the pride of our Qianwu Universe nation. I witnessed your battles during the Genius Wars. It was truly exhilarating. Our clan leader, the Dragon Wing King, often speaks of the talents like you that emerge from the Qianwu Kingdom." The domain master lavished praise upon Zhou Hao, uttering an array of flattering words. However, Zhou Hao discerned that despite the flattery, genuine excitement radiated from the individual. After all, in terms of status, he surpassed many immortal beings. Regarding power, his comprehension of the laws had already reached the 15th level, comparable to some immortal beings of noble rank. Thus, despite both being domain masters, the disparity was immense. Subsequently, numerous lords dispatched their accompanying domain masters and realm masters to extend greetings, most of them engaging in flattery with nary a hint of breathlessness. Before long, Inshue Ho Ji Tiansong appeared at the entrance of the main hall. After exchanging a few words with Haiyan Ho, he sent forth a short-haired woman to approach Zhou Hao. This woman was Ji Qing, a fiercely ambitious individual. In the original narrative, she developed feelings for Hong, but ultimately relinquished them due to some promises made by her mentor, the illusory Spirit King. However, since her elder brother Hong had yet to accompany the Time Realm Master Luo to Cheonyu Star, no romantic entanglement would ensue between her and Ji Qing. As Zhou Hao appraised Ji Qing, she too scrutinized him, being a 9th-tier, cosmic-level individual and a core member of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. She was an exceptional disciple under the illusory Spirit King, whose strength was on par with the true Evolution King, renowned for his mastery of illusions. Yet, the illusory Spirit King remained merely a sealed immortal. Upon reaching Zhou Hao, Ji Qing recalled her family head Yin Shueho's instructions. Establishing a connection with the inspection envoy would enable her to command the entire Ji clan in the future. "Inspection envoy, I am Ji Qing, a member of the Yin Shueho clan. I hold you in great admiration, and my clan's ancestor, Yin Shueho, often speaks of your exploits." Zhou Hao smiled in response. "I too hold great admiration for the deeds of Yin Shueho." His words were, of course, mere pleasantries, akin to his previous responses to the domain masters and realm masters. However, Ji Qing's eyes lit up. "Inspection envoy, I did not expect you to admire my ancestor. My ancestor, Yin Shueho, once accompanied the Qianwu Kingdom's ruler." Zhou Hao feigned interest while inwardly rolling his eyes. He had no real admiration for her ancestor. Had it not been for his elder brother Hong, he might not have even been aware of the entire Yin Shueho's reputation. Yet, Ji Qing did not strike him as a dull-witted individual. How could she not perceive the insincerity in his words? Upon further contemplation, he realized that she likely merely sought to engage in conversation to attract Yin Shueho's attention. It was evident that Yin Shueho had made certain promises, compelling Ji Qing to flatter him insincerely. Zhou Hao found no surprise in this. Individuals like Ji Qing, with their strong-willed nature, would often sacrifice much in pursuit of power or specific ambitions. Choosing not to continue the conversation, He turned his gaze to the next realm master approaching to extend greetings. Ji Qing immediately grasped that this prodigy of the virtual cosmos bore no particular interest in her, and, feeling disheartened, she turned to depart. In a distant, untamed realm, within the grand domain of the insect god, countless immortal insect warriors roared. At the center of the grand hall stood a mesmerizing figure, gazing down at a golden-robed individual. Her dulcet voice resonating, it has been confirmed that Zhou Hao has appeared on Qianyu Star within the Qianwu universe. Immediately deploy infiltrators to enact the extermination plan. Keep a close watch on his movements and ensure his obliteration during his undertaking of tasks for the Virtual Cosmos Company. As she spoke, her melodious tone gradually turned icy. For Zhou Hao was deemed the most threatening potential within the ranks of humanity. Should he ascend, the number of cosmic sovereigns among humankind could increase, posing a substantial threat to our insect race. The Empress has conveyed orders. Eliminate him at all costs. Yes, master. The golden-robed individual promptly departed the palace. Simultaneously, within a palace suspended in the vast cosmos belonging to the demon race, a colossal wolf-like shadow materialized. The location of the human prodigy, Zhou Hao, had been pinpointed, and the task of assassination is entrusted to you. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Beneath the shadow, a dark figure prostrate upon the palace floor responded immediately. Yes, great being, I shall undoubtedly fulfill the task. After the three titans of the Qianwu faction held a welcoming banquet for Zhou Hao, news of his stay on Qianyu Star spread rapidly among the alien races lurking within the human population. A multitude of these alien beings hastened towards the Qianwu cosmic nations, Qianyu Star, eagerly awaiting the next directive from their kin. In the grand banquet hall, nearly 80% of the 300 lords of Qianwu and several immortal deities who had received invitations had gathered. Those lords unable to attend had dispatched their subordinates, which typically would be regarded as a slight against the three titans of Qianwu. Under normal circumstances, even with 1,000 bold hearts, they would not dare such an affront. However, this occasion was distinct, as the three titans had explicitly mandated that all invitees must be present, even if it required sending core family members in their stead. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire, having achieved immortality, was the only immortal deity permitted to approach Zhou Hao, primarily due to the Black Dragon's relatively weak power and its status as the empire from Zhou Hao's homeland. This special allowance left the other lords envious. The honored Black Dragon Immortal trembled with excitement, unable to control the swaying of its tail. After a round of congratulations, Baron He Yin stood beside Zhou Hao, raising his glass with a smile. Your Excellency, Inspector Envoy Zhou Hao, it is our great honor to have you dispatched to our Qianwu faction. Your presence has indeed enhanced our standing. Let us raise a toast to you, Inspector Envoy. The other lords were left speechless, acknowledging Zhou Hao's esteemed position. Yet, each of them, as immortal lords, felt that merely extending a warm welcome was already a significant show of respect. Now, with the toast, they couldn't help but internally grumble. However, they understood that the three titans had laid aside their pride, and not aligning with this gesture would surely be noted unfavorably. Thus, all the lords rose, glasses in hand, wearing smiles. The other realm masters and domain lords, even those of cosmic caliber, hastily stood as well, astonished that the Inspector Envoy commanded such respect. Even from the three titans and their ancestral figures who personally raised their glasses in honor. Baron He Yin, with a radiant smile, addressed Zhou Hao. Your Excellency, Inspector Envoy Zhou Hao, I, Baron He Yin, formally welcome you to our Qianwu faction. The operations of our faction shall greatly rely on your guidance henceforth. Baron Zidian quickly followed suit, raising his glass and echoing the sentiment. I, Baron Zidian. Baron Jean, you mirror their actions. Presenting his utmost enthusiasm as he declared, I, Baron Jean you. Soon, the remaining lords suppressed their discomfort and joined in unison, raising their voices in affirmation. Zhou Hao found himself somewhat bewildered. This was exceedingly grandiose. Nevertheless, he too lifted his glass. With a collective gulp, everyone drained their cups, smiles illuminating their faces. Following the toast, the three titans of Qianwu, seeking to avert any unforeseen incidents, still did not allow other lords to approach too closely. Instead, they personally led Zhou Hao forth, introducing him to each lord, which inevitably resulted in another round of toasts. The Qianwu lords who had arrived began to sense an unusual atmosphere. It was evident that the three titans' fervent praise was rooted in reasons unknown to them, beyond mere concern over Zhou Hao causing trouble. Realizing this, they eagerly encouraged their younger clan members to offer their own toast to Zhou Hao, seeking to forge connections. Ji Qing, aware of the immense power wielded by the three titans who controlled half of the Qianwu cosmic nation's lifeblood, had never regarded the 300 lords with much esteem. They only showed respect to the ruler of Qianwu. Yet now, witnessing such obsequiousness towards Zhou Hao revealed his extraordinary status. Silver Snow Baron Ji Tian-Tsang, having lived for countless ages, discerned the underlying currents. He swiftly transmitted a message to Ji Qing. Even your teacher, the illusory Spirit King, may not command such warmth from the three titans. This is an opportunity, your opportunity, and likewise, it is an opportunity for our Ji clan. In the universe, it is commonplace for the powerful to possess numerous consorts. Some families strategically align with the yet to fully formed core members of the five great titans. However, such individuals are typically elusive, for they lack nothing. Faced with this opportunity, Silver Snow Baron was determined to seize it. He felt fortunate to have brought Ji Qing along, for other younger clan members would scarcely qualify. Only Ji Qing, as a core member of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, held a modicum of eligibility to attract Zhou Hao's attention. Go, offer a toast to Zhou Hao. You may subtly reveal your own identity, as your teacher, the illusory Spirit King, has likely divulged some information, he urged. Kvink, feeling helpless yet equally astonished by Zhou Hao's status, recognized that despite being a core member of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance and having the illusory Spirit King as her mentor, her own standing remained lowly. The three titans had scarcely acknowledged her, although her lack of renown played a part. The day's events made her acutely aware that even the formidable titans of Qianwu were eager to curry favor with Zhou Hao. Thus, she steeled herself to approach him. Unfortunately, many sought to establish relations with Zhou Hao, and the other lords were not oblivious to this. The three titans exchanged knowing smiles as they observed their younger relatives persistently toasting Zhou Hao. They were unconcerned that their intentions were transparent. After all, what did appearances matter? Hadn't the ruler of Qianwu personally dispatched emails, with a virtual universe company attaching their own? As long as they could satisfy Zhou Hao, it outweighed all else. Though they themselves were merely immortal lords, and despite the general weakness of Qianwu's nobility, their authority over the Qianwu faction elevated their status far above the other lords, compelling them to seek favor. The banquet continued for 2 days. Had it not been for Zhou Hao's insistence, the three titans would have orchestrated it for half a month. Upon returning to his residence, Zhou Hao remarked, Fire IL, do you think the three titans of Qianwu are being overly enthusiastic? Fire IL chuckled and shook his head. Your Highness, I suspect they have heard some of your news, hence their heightened enthusiasm. Nevertheless, this is a positive development. It will facilitate future interactions. Even if you wish to critique, they will not conceal anything. Zhou Hao nodded. He shared the same suspicion, but had no intention of nitpicking. His schedule was exceedingly tight. The 8 great fusion laws, whether of time or space, demanded immense investment of time. Even taking the first step was merely the beginning of countless arduous endeavors ahead. He had no energy to concern himself with the myriad trivialities of the Qianwu faction. Of course, some formalities were necessary. After all, he was the dispatched inspector envoy, and neglecting such protocols would be a disservice to his status. With these thoughts in mind, he occasionally visited the Qianwu faction's Amethyst Island within the virtual universe. The three titans were exceedingly cordial, especially given Zhou Hao's seemingly perfunctory demeanor, which only intensified their smiles. Such an inspector envoy was precisely what they adored. Far from Xiongyu Star, on an ordinary life planet named Valo, located tens of thousands of light years away, lay a core headquarters of the alien races. Within the depths of the planet's underground base, a group of operatives clad in distinctive uniforms busily engaged in their tasks. The hall was adorned with numerous expansive screens displaying extensive information regarding the 5 great human powers. At that moment, the high-ranking leader of the infiltration organization and its core members had all gathered before one of the large screens, which showcased Zhou Hao's profile. Leader, the intelligence department has transmitted a portion of the data regarding N01 through the virtual universe network. After undergoing 127 intricate translations and corresponding character substitutions, we have successfully integrated the information. The expression of the bald, 3-eyed man clad in silver uniform turned grave. The translations from the infiltrating organization are remarkably stringent and complex. The greater the number of translations, the more it signifies the significance of the data and the frequency of scrutiny by the virtual universe. A count exceeding 1,000 unequivocally indicates the highest level of classified information. Upon hearing the number, the bald, 3-eyed leader in black uniform immediately placed great importance on the information displayed on the screen regarding Zhou Hao. Although limited in volume, each item within it left the infiltrators astounded. Zhou Hao is indeed a prodigy. He has ascended to the 14th layer of the heavenly bridge at a cosmic level, outshining even the most extraordinary geniuses of the past 10 million epochs. No wonder he is designated as N01, bold and red in the records. Many core members gasped in astonishment. The bald leader in black uniform solemnly stated, "The target is currently located on Qianyu Star, one of the 9 core planets of the Qianwu Universe Nation, which houses a multitude of immortals and the 3 titans of the Qianwu branch. Our chances of infiltrating are minimal. However, the organization mandates that we ascertain N01's precise movements at all costs while ensuring our own concealment. This mission is of utmost importance, and the organization has dispatched several king-level immortals to assist us, who can self-destruct if necessary." At this proclamation, the hall was filled with the sound of collective inhalation. Each immortal of the alien infiltration organization is of paramount significance. King-level immortals are core members, not to be easily sacrificed, let alone those of king level. The repercussions of deploying such high-level infiltrators would be immensely profound. In the aftermath, the virtual universe would undoubtedly conduct a sweeping purge. It can be said that there exists only one opportunity to deploy a king-level infiltrator, and other organizations must prepare themselves mentally for potential collateral damage. Given that the target is the most dazzling genius of the virtual universe company, it is certain that they will have various protective measures in place. Thus, the organization insists that we must succeed in one decisive strike. We must enslave the soul before taking action, ensuring absolute certainty. Our lives are inconsequential. What matters is the completion of the mission. The bald man in the black uniform, with a frigid tone, announced the mission plan. "We shall dispatch 2 teams to gather intelligence in the target's homeland and 1 team to covertly infiltrate Qianyu Star to ascertain the target's forthcoming movements. This is the first step. The second phase of the plan will be communicated upon the completion of the first step." "Understood, leader." On Qianyu Star, within the expansive Zhou family estate, there were merely a few thousand members. After months of arduous training, Zhou Hao leisurely stepped out of his study and wandered into the picturesque garden. Unbeknownst to him, numerous alien infiltrators were meticulously assembling. Both the insect and demon races were heavily invested in this endeavor, willing to risk the collapse of their infiltration organizations to eliminate Zhou Hao, this formidable genius. The estate, hastily acquired, featured a landscape of rockeries and potted plants far less grand than the garden outside the banquet hall. The 3 titans of Qianwu had previously suggested relocating the banquet hall's garden to this site, but Zhou Hao had declined. Standing in a gazebo on the hillside, one could survey the entire estate. At this moment, Fire Ear, the head of the Immortal Guards, was meditating, while other realm masters and domain masters, along with cosmic level guards, engaged in casual conversation or training. The guards of the realm were peak level and recognized by the fundamental laws, while the domain masters and cosmic level guards were all elites of the virtual universe company. After a moment of stillness in the gazebo, Fire Ear suddenly spoke. With a flash, Fire Ear, adorned with a mane of crimson hair, appeared beside Zhou Hao. "Your Highness, do you have any instructions?" Zhou Hao pondered and replied, "Have the guards prepare. In half an hour, I will share my insights on the laws, and you may also listen." Fire Ear trembled with excitement, his expression betraying his joy. However, he quickly shook his head with a wry smile. "Your Highness, while this opportunity is indeed rare, you should seriously consider it. We guards are not qualified to listen." He yearned to attend, but understood that many members of the 5 major powers, including numerous domain-level talents and even realm masters, were eager for the chance to listen. Their status paled in comparison to these geniuses. Zhou Hao glanced at Fire Ear and replied nonchalantly, "Surely I can decide who may listen." Fire Ear hurriedly bowed. "Your Highness, I stand corrected. It is my fault. No harm done. You are merely considering my interests." Zhou Hao waved his hand, speaking somewhat casually. Were it not for the slow progress in his cultivation of the fusion laws, he would not have whimsically allowed the guards to listen. Of course, the primary reason was his long-standing desire to test whether the profound words of the Great Way indeed result in greater amplification with more listeners. The over 1,000 guards present were the perfect subjects for this experiment. As for wasting the opportunity to share the Great Way's insights, he was utterly unconcerned. "Gather everyone." Fire Ear's voice resonated in the ears of each guard. In a flurry, 10 peak realm masters, 100 domain masters, and 1,000 cosmic level guards swiftly assembled in the garden below the hillside. With a serious tone, Fire Ear announced, "In half an hour, His Highness will begin sharing his insights on the laws. You are exceedingly fortunate to have the chance to listen. Remember, do not make noise, do not engage in conversation, and above all, do not disclose anything. Even if you gain insights, Keep them to yourselves. Boom! The moment these words were uttered, a wave of excitement trembled through the guards. They had never anticipated that such an opportunity to listen would fall upon them. It was well known that even many immortals and king-level figures sought to secure a spot for the future, often leveraging various connections and resources. Thank you, Your Highness, for granting us this opportunity, the guards exclaimed in unison. Zhou Hao smiled and instructed, prepare yourselves, rest well, and be in peak condition. Whether you gain insights from listening will depend on your own understanding. Yes, Your Highness, they replied, each brimming with excitement. Zhou Hao turned to Fire. You may sit beside me. Fire quickly responded. Thank you for your consideration, Your Highness. Soon, the guards closed their eyes to meditate. Zhou Hao, feeling relaxed, entered the virtual universe and restructured the challenges he faced in merging the laws of fire and emptiness. Half an hour later, he settled into a meditative position. At this moment, over 1,000 guards held their breath and focused intently. The world around them fell into utter silence. Zhou Hao was unaware of the levels of law comprehension possessed by these cosmic, domain, and realm-level individuals. He only knew that Fire had been at the 14th layer of the heavenly bridge for countless years, barely reaching the level of a duke in combat power. But his understanding of the laws was insufficient. After some contemplation, he resolved to abandon the constraints of a specific stage in law comprehension and prepared to familiarize himself with the laws he had comprehended, from the foundational to the highest levels, in a gentle manner as a form of summarization. As for whether these guards could glean any insights from listening, Zhou Hao was uncertain. His primary aim was to experiment with just how far the profound words of the Great Way could reach. The discussion of spatial theory emphasizes the importance of fundamentals. At the very beginning of his lecture, he employed the profound words of the Great Way. This was, after all, his first time utilizing it in reality while others listened. Boom! The sound resonated, and the effect of the profound words of the Great Way swiftly enveloped all the guards. Although Zhou Hao's sharing of spatial law comprehension resembled a general outline, exceedingly abstract, once the sound permeated, it subtly reverberated with an awe-inspiring authority throughout the air. Such is the nature of the profound words of the Great Way. Each word and each sentence carried the essence of the laws governing the universe. This essence inherently possesses a powerful infectious effect, especially in reality, allowing every listener to immerse themselves in their own suitable, mysterious realm. In simple terms, it is akin to a vast repository of resources, abundant in variety, where everyone can swiftly discover their preferred viewing selections. Once one engages with the content, it is invariably of exceptional quality, alluring the viewer into an immediate state of immersion. Simultaneously, Zhou Hao finds himself in a moment of profound clarity. The intricate conundrums surrounding the integration of fire and space meld laws, which he had meticulously organized prior to his lecture, lay before him. And within the depths of this mystique, standard answers emerge, creating an epiphany within him. As the insights of the other guards accumulate and resonate, increasingly profound realms of understanding flood Zhou Hao's consciousness, elucidating the initial direction of the fire and space melding laws, their fundamental compositions, and the rationale behind such formations. With a clear direction, answers, and reasons in hand, it is as if the layers of the melding laws are being meticulously peeled away, revealing the essence within. Historically, countless venerables have traversed the beast god lineage, yet the majority struggle to even take the first step toward entry. Despite the existence of specialized esoteric methods, like the 7 transformations of the divine and the 36 layers of the divine, designed to analyze the melding laws of the beast god, they remain unable to penetrate the threshold, and even if they do, the exceedingly rigorous subsequent challenges often dissuade them. The primary reasons are twofold. Firstly, these esoteric methods are overly arcane, failing to accurately delineate the direction of the melding laws, and secondly, and most critically, these methods are entirely predicated on the outlines of the beast god scales to depict the combinatorial nature of the melding laws, effectively analyzing the final integration from the end point backward. Such a scenario necessitates either an extraordinary innate comprehension or the existence of a beast god statue, akin to Luo Feng's, for direct replication. Otherwise, understanding and insight remain elusive. It is akin to being presented with a theorem. You may recognize that it pertains to a particular body of knowledge, yet the specifics of its proof remain entirely obscure, requiring vast amounts of time and energy to gather extensive knowledge and draw comparisons. Consequently, not only Zhou Hao, but even the most ordinary genius can swiftly grasp the melding laws upon witnessing such clear analyses and manifestations of meaning. In the neighboring city of Xiangshui, the Dark Lord resides within an unremarkable estate, masquerading as an immortal, leisurely remaining indoors day after day. Having attained his level of power, mere arduous training holds little significance. Instead, he must engage in relentless battles with peers and even stronger foes, gleaning experience to refine his self-created esoteric methods and ultimately elevate his prowess. Thus, most cosmic lords venture into the cosmic sea, where they encounter a plethora of formidable beings from the first and second reincarnation eras, an environment utterly lacking in the primordial universe. Now, upon his return from the cosmic sea, the Dark Lord's primary aim is to safeguard Zhou Hao. With his strength, he can effortlessly perceive all that transpires within Zhou Hao's estate. Yet as a dignified cosmic lord, he would not indulge in the monotony of daily observations. Initially tending to the flower beds, he soon detects, through casual perception, a profound and esoteric principle being transmitted. He cannot help but raise his gaze, piercing through layers of space, to behold Zhou Hao seated in a pavilion, sharing insights on the laws. Zhou Hao's application of his talent to benefit his guards reveals a commendable intent, prompting a bemused chuckle from the Dark Lord. Just as he prepares to withdraw his gaze, he becomes momentarily transfixed by Zhou Hao's voice, which resonates in his ears, transforming his surroundings into a realm of darkness, where various mysterious origins coalesce like a stream, converging into an intricate tapestry. This is the path he has chosen. For a cosmic lord aspiring to ascend to the pinnacle of cosmic power, the journey is fraught with difficulty. This path lacks any precedents, demanding that one carve out a wholly unique route. Among the entirety of humanity, aside from the giant axe, no one has managed to forge their own path, with many unable to even discern the trajectory. The Lord of Chaos embodies this struggle, as do the other cosmic lords, including the multitude of cosmic lords among humanity. The Dark Lord is no exception. Without direction, how can one forge their own path? Yet now, he glimpses the shadowy diagram, though the outline remains indistinct. It stirs tumultuous waves within him. For this diagram represents his self-created esoteric method, yet it appears more complete than his original conception, as if it were always meant to be so. Despite its obscurity, even as merely a contour, the Dark Lord comprehends that his self-created method harbors flaws, areas in need of rectification, and numerous oversights. This realization alone sends shockwaves through him. The esoteric methods crafted by Cosmic Lord are the culmination of all their efforts, and without extensive application, in the heat of battle, it is impossible to uncover the deficiencies inherent within one's own creation, leading to a natural conviction in their perfection. This confidence, however, simultaneously shackles every cosmic lord. Thus, they require conflict, the confrontation with peers, or even more formidable adversaries, to transcend this self-assurance and recognize the shortcomings of their self-created methods. Yet, this approach demands a lengthy accumulation of experience. The Dark Lord initially anticipated that discovering the flaws in his method would take at least several billion epochs. Yet now, through mere serendipity and listening to Zhou Hao's shared insights, he has discerned his own shortcomings. The Dark Lord is utterly bewildered, profoundly so. He is certain, without a shadow of a doubt, that he has not achieved enlightenment, nor has he immersed himself. Yet, he still perceives the flaws. Chapter 146. High-level clan meeting within the garden estate, in the rockery pavilion. Zhou Hao, suspended in meditation, slowly opens his eyes, observing the guards immersed in their profound states. He reveals a hint of joy upon his countenance. The effects of this grand principle's enlightenment have surpassed all expectations. The melding laws of fire and space are so distinctly illuminated that within merely 2 short hours, he has resolved numerous intricate challenges, and he now comprehends how to delve deeper into the melding laws of fire and space. He is confident that within a decade, he will fully grasp the first step of the melding laws. Indeed, the efficacy of the grand principle's enlightenment correlates with the number of participants, even proving more potent in reality than within the virtual universe. He muses to himself. The last gathering had over 500 participants, yet the results merely clarified the laws to a degree of several tens of times. This time, however, not only clarity has been achieved, but also the direction and essence have been wholly revealed, accompanied by a certain depth of meaning. This indicates that while he contemplates the melding laws, he may also fully manifest these laws through the essence of meaning, thereby forming his own esoteric method. Initially, he had fretted over how to complete the second task of the special sign-in, for merely delving into the first step of time and space integration was exceedingly challenging, let alone creating an original esoteric method for the first step of integration, a task daunting beyond measure. Even a cosmic overlord like Luo, who crafted the 7 transformations of the divine, expended countless years in the endeavor. Thus, even with his genius, Zhou Hao would require thousands or even tens of thousands of years, and his self-created method might not even be powerful. However, after this session with the Grand Principle's enlightenment, he is now fully aware. Collecting his thoughts, he glances at the guards, including Zhou Hao vanishes from the pavilion. The insights gained from this contemplation are considerable, and he needs time to internalize them. Meanwhile, as and the other guards remain enraptured in their profound states, the Dark Lord is still ensnared in bewilderment. As a cosmic lord, he has not experienced such emotions in a long time. Yet this time he is utterly astonished. The stronger one becomes, the more one understands the arduous nature of the path represented by direction. For most paths below the cosmic lord level have traces to follow. As long as one's innate comprehension is not lacking, they can methodically reach the pinnacle, or at the very least, ascertain their future direction. However, upon reaching the cosmic lord level, everything must be explored independently, groping through the darkness, often without any reference points. At times, the direction of one's efforts may even be misguided. This is precisely why the number of lords of the universe is abundant. Yet the most formidable beings among them are few and far between. Even among the human race, after the primordial ancestor was subdued, only the great axe has achieved a breakthrough. It is worth noting that despite the extraordinary talents of the primordial ancestor, none of his truly taught disciples have managed to ascend to the status of the most powerful in the universe. After a prolonged moment, the Lord of Darkness regained his composure, casting a glance at Zhou Hao's residence. He took several deep breaths to quell the astonishment within him, then established a link to the virtual universe. In an instant, he arrived at the palace of the Lord of the Thunder Point Chaos City. As the chaotic energies parted, the Chaos Lord emerged. "Disciple, what brings you here?" Noticing the grave expression on the Lord of Darkness, his tone grew somber. "Senior brother, we must convene the Great Axe Conference. The opportunity for the resurgence of our human race may be imminent." Upon hearing the words of the Lord of Darkness, the Chaos Lord's body quivered slightly. The resurgence of the human race. Ever since the primordial ancestor was suppressed, the human race has strived for revival. Yet countless years have passed, and they have merely maintained their status as a pinnacle race within the primal universe, having lost their former glory in the cosmic sea. The Chaos Lord refrained from inquiring further, as he vaguely suspected it might be connected to Zhou Hao. Thus, he promptly dispatched an urgent email to the Great Axe. Before long, after several years had elapsed, the Great Axe Conference was summoned once more. This marked the third occurrence within a century. Previously, such conferences were convened only once every several billion epochs. One by one, the lords of the universe appeared. The Great Axe had arrived early due to the urgency expressed in the Chaos Lord's email. Once all the lords of the universe were seated, confusion spread across their faces. The matter regarding Zhou Hao had essentially been resolved, with the Lord of Darkness in place for protection, rendering any further issues unlikely. They were perplexed as to why the Chaos Lord sought to convene the Great Axe Conference once again. Chaos, the Supreme Conference, is not a trivial matter. The Great Axe interjected impatiently. The Lord of Darkness exchanged a glance with the Chaos Lord and softly said, "Allow me to speak." The Chaos Lord nodded. All the lords of the universe turned their attention to the Lord of Darkness, who began to speak slowly. "I have proposed the convening of this Supreme Conference. The matter at hand pertains to the opportunity for the resurgence of our human race." At this declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. The Lord of the Waste was the first to voice his disbelief. "Darkness, such matters are not to be taken lightly." The Lord of the Green East furrowed his brow, stating with gravity, "The resurgence of our human race cannot be achieved merely by shouting slogans. It requires either the emergence of another cosmic supreme or the acquisition of a supreme treasure suitable for the Great Axe." The other lords of the universe nodded in agreement. Indeed, the human race currently relies heavily on the Great Axe. It is precisely because of the Great Axe that the human race possesses the confidence to venture into the cosmic sea. Should another cosmic supreme arise, the human race would boast too, drastically elevating their status in the cosmic sea, compelling other forces to reconsider their approach when encountering the human race's lords of the universe. The Lord of Darkness remained silent, raising his hand as dark energies swirled around the round table, forming a dark diagram. The other lords of the universe, including the Chaos Lord, looked on in confusion, uncertain of the Lord of Darkness's intentions. They recognized the dark diagram as a powerful secret technique, but the Great Axe, seated at the head of the table, suddenly stood, his eyes fixed intently on the Lord of Darkness. Darkness, have you found your path? As the great axe's words resonated, all the lords of the universe turned their gaze to the Lord of Darkness, their eyes brimming with excitement. They understood what it meant for a Lord of the universe to find their path. It signified that, given time, a breakthrough to become a cosmic supreme was within reach. The most challenging aspect of becoming a cosmic supreme lies in discovering one's path. The Lord of Darkness smiled wryly and shook his head. No. This dark diagram is merely a framework. The great axe's expression did not betray disappointment. Rather, he continued with enthusiasm. Darkness, do not be disheartened. This diagram already hints at your path. With further refinement, I am certain you will find your way. As he spoke, he erupted into laughter. As a cosmic supreme, he could instantly discern the significance of the dark diagram. Although it was only a framework, the Lord of Darkness had grasped the essence of the path. And following that thread, the likelihood of discovering his own way was significantly heightened. Darkness, so this is what you meant by the opportunity for resurgence. The great axe exclaimed. It appears you, after chaos, are the most likely to break through to become a cosmic supreme. The other lords of the universe, filled with a mix of envy and joy, chimed in. Indeed, your lineage in the virtual universe is truly formidable. However, the Lord of Darkness then stood and addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, the opportunity for the resurgence of the human race I referred to does not pertain to myself. The dark diagram I simulated earlier was something I could not have envisioned just hours ago. A profound silence enveloped the simple palace. All the lords of the universe felt their pupils constrict as they began to grasp the implications of the Lord of Darkness's words. Each of them was aware that the Lord of Darkness was currently safeguarding Zhou Hao. The Lord of Darkness continued. More than 2 hours ago, Zhou Hao shared insights on the laws within a mansion estate on Xiongyu Star, and I was present, alongside his guards. Boom! As those words echoed, every lord of the universe sprang to their feet, including the great axe, who had only just settled back down. Intense gazes were fixed upon the Lord of Darkness. The great axe leaned on the round table, his voice low and deliberate. Darkness, are you suggesting that you were able to simulate the dark diagram because you were present for Zhou Hao's insights? The other lords of the universe felt their breaths quicken, their attention riveted on the Lord of Darkness, their minds sharpened to a razor's edge. The Lord of Darkness nodded solemnly, his gaze sweeping over each of the lords. His voice deliberate, almost as if in meditation. At first, I did not intend to listen, but when Zhou Hao's insights flowed into my mind, I experienced a remarkable epiphany. It was as if a light suddenly illuminated my thoughts. In that moment, while I was aware that I had not entered a state of enlightenment, my clarity of thought multiplied manifold. I perceived the outline of the dark diagram I had created, albeit in a hazy form. Yet, I am convinced this was indeed influenced by Zhou Hao's insights, and I have a strong intuition that with continued exposure, I will fully grasp this framework. As his words settled, the atmosphere around the round table shifted, the breaths of the lords of the universe growing rapid, their faces reflecting a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. They yearned to accept this revelation, yet the deeply ingrained logic and worldview they had cultivated over countless epochs resisted. The Lord of Darkness fell silent, quietly taking his seat, observing the expressions of the other lords of the universe, fully comprehending their disbelief. For even he struggled to accept this reality, despite having experienced it firsthand. After a lengthy pause, all the lords of the universe settled back into their seats, exhaling heavily in unison. Yet they remained transfixed, gazing into the distance as if trapped in a reverie. The Chaos Lord was the first to speak. Great Axe, this matter is of utmost importance. As Darkness has articulated, it pertains to the opportunity for the resurgence of our human race. The Great Axe nodded in agreement, and the other lords of the universe echoed the sentiment. How could it not be important? Even the Lord of Darkness, a figure of great renown in the cosmic sea, had inadvertently stumbled upon a moment of clarity that nearly revealed the trajectory of his future path. Would not their own listening yield similar revelations? Previously, they held Zhou Hao in high regard, merely believing that he might one day attain a level of strength comparable to theirs, potentially offering them some insights. However, whether this would truly come to pass remained uncertain. After all, ascending to the rank of a cosmic sovereign is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Deep down, they doubted that mere observation could foster such enlightenment. Thus, it was merely a possibility, a probability. Yet, even as a mere possibility, it warranted utmost attention from their kin, akin to the fierce competition for supreme treasures. Even when faced with insurmountable odds, countless cosmic sovereigns and the mightiest beings of the universe would dare to take risks. But now, that probability had transformed into a tangible reality. Zhou Hao, at the domain master level, had managed to influence the cosmic sovereign. Although, as the Lord of Darkness mentioned, it would require listening several times to barely grasp the concept. It was still more than sufficient. After all, the Lord of Darkness was a cosmic sovereign who needed to comprehend the trajectory of becoming the strongest in the universe. Such a challenging path could seemingly be navigated through mere observation, were it not for their certainty in the Lord of Darkness's calm demeanor. They would have dismissed this notion as a jest. Yet, even with the acknowledgement of this fact, they could hardly believe it, much less feel excitement. The great axe surveyed all the cosmic sovereigns, his voice resonating. I shall return from the cosmic sea immediately, expecting it to take a decade or so. Other cosmic sovereigns may also make their way back, and once I confirm this matter, all cosmic sovereigns must return to the original universe. With that, his tone turned grave, declaring that any matters concerning Zhou Hao would henceforth be classified as the highest secrets of their kin. Aside from us, no one is permitted to access information regarding Zhou Hao. Chaos, you are fully responsible for this. The great axe then turned to Darkness, saying, Darkness, I entrust Zhou Hao's safety to you. Rest assured, great axe, even if I perish, Zhou Hao shall remain unharmed. The Lord of Darkness replied softly. Chapter 147. Return to hometown 10 days later. At the garden's rockery, the guards, including Hu Yi, emerged from their profound states. Their faces radiated with joy. Over this period, the discussion surrounding His Highness Zhou Hao's shared insights had proliferated, evolving through countless versions into something almost mythical. The most exaggerated version claimed that merely listening to Zhou Hao's insights once could instantly elevate one across a significant level of the celestial bridge. Initially skeptical, they found themselves increasingly swayed by the tales, teetering between belief and disbelief. Yet at this moment, they were entirely convinced. The miraculousness of His Highness's sharing of the laws surpassed even the most grandiose accounts. Each guard had reaped tremendous rewards this time, and traversing the next level of the celestial bridge seemed almost a foregone conclusion. With some at the pinnacle of domain master, even capable of surpassing the threshold of ordinary immortality. Standing in the pavilion, he wore an expression tinged with excitement. After countless ages grappling with the laws, he had finally broken through. If he attempted the celestial bridge now, he would undoubtedly conquer the 15th level, truly achieving the status of a marquee-level immortal. It turned out that those rumors were not exaggerated. He felt a sense of relief. He was fortunate to serve as Zhou Hao's immortal chief guard. Without this opportunity, achieving a true breakthrough to marquee status would have taken him tens of thousands of epochs, if not longer. Scanning the eager faces of his fellow guards, He recognized that they too had surpassed their previous limitations. Everyone listened closely, maintain silence, and stand outside His Highness's chamber as we owe him a salute of respect for his teachings. Upon hearing this, over 1,000 guards immediately adopted solemn expressions. Their breakthroughs were entirely attributed to His Highness's guidance. Although he was merely at the domain master level, his ability to instruct them warranted the title of teacher. Naturally, they understood that His Highness would not accept them as disciples, but that didn't diminish their desire to pay their respects. This was the least they could do to honor the impartation of the laws. Swiftly, all the guards moved outside the chamber, awaiting in silence. Inside the study, Zhou Hao was eagerly digesting the insights gained from utilizing the Great Path's maxims. A full month had passed, and he had finally assimilated the fire and void fusion laws. If he could experience this effect 2 or 3 more times, he would entirely master the first step of these laws. However, he knew he must exercise caution with the Great Path's maxims, avoiding misuse and ensuring they were applied judiciously. Zhou Hao murmured to himself. Only by accumulating numerous challenges could he achieve the best results. Stretching languidly, he stepped out of the room in high spirits. Greetings, Your Highness. As soon as he exited the hall, Hua Yi and the other guards bowed in unison. Zhou Hao was taken aback. What is this? Hua Yi quickly replied. Your Highness, thanks to your shared insights, we have greatly benefited, and we must express our gratitude. Zhou Hao shook his head, knowing that no words would suffice. After all, he would have insisted on the same if the roles were reversed. Hua Yi, prepare the guards. In due course, we shall depart from Xiongyu Star and return to my homeland. Hua Yi nodded in agreement. Yes, Your Highness. Remarkably, it had been over a century since he had left Earth, while Luo Feng had already established a large family, extending to the 6th generation. The families of Lei Shun and Hong had also grown significantly. Only his Zhou family remained relatively small. Thus, It was indeed time to return and spend some time with his mother. As the longing for his hometown surged within him, Zhou Hao promptly altered his plans, deciding to leave Qiongyu Star that very evening with his guards. In a virtual universe, at Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-Star Bay residential area, Zhou Hao connected his consciousness as he headed back to Earth. Upon his arrival, Luo Feng and Luo Hao, who were conversing a short distance away on the lawn, instinctively turned around, their faces lighting up with surprise. "Uncle Zhou Hao, what brings you here?" Zhou Hao laughed heartily, waving his hand. Luo Feng and Luo Hao rushed over, both having become cosmic-level powerhouses, yet still recognizing Zhou Hao as their elder. "I've been assigned to the Qian Wu Cosmic Nation and will soon return to Earth, allowing me to visit here more frequently." Hearing this, Luo Feng and Luo Hao exclaimed joyfully, "That's wonderful. We'll head back to Earth immediately. By the way, regarding the challenges we face in understanding the laws, Uncle Zhou Hao, you must occasionally guide us. My father says that when it comes to understanding the laws, you are the most formidable." Zhou Hao patted Luo Hao and Luo Feng on the shoulders. "Your father speaks the truth. Instructing you two youngsters will be quite effortless." Luo Feng and Luo Hao beamed with delight. At that moment, another figure appeared, Luo Feng. Upon hearing Zhou Hao's words, he approached with a smile. "Third brother, don't spoil them. Your domain master guards are more than capable of teaching them. Don't waste your time." Zhou Hao shrugged. "It's no trouble. Consider a respite." Just then, another figure materialized, Lei Shen. As Zhou Hao headed towards Earth, he had sent them emails beforehand. Lei Shen looked at Zhou Hao and Luo Feng, exclaiming, "What a rarity. You two busy individuals are both here together. Come on, it's been a while since we've gathered. Let's enjoy a drink today." Luo Feng and Luo Hao discreetly excused themselves. Luo Feng then inquired with a grin, "Second brother, what about eldest brother? Didn't you invite him?" As the three conversed, they strolled to a nearby stone pavilion to sit down. Lei Shen finally settled in. "Eldest brother has matters to attend to. He probably won't be able to join us in the virtual universe until tomorrow." As he spoke, he turned to Zhou Hao and said, "Sanzi, hurry up and bring out that fine wine of yours. I've heard fourth brother mention it more than once." Luo Feng chuckled. Zhou Hao shook his head, exclaiming with resignation, "I knew you had your eye on my few bottles of wine." As he spoke, he flipped his hand, and immediately a rich, refreshing aroma wafted through the air. This was wine simulated by the virtual universe. Although it could not compare to the real thing, it still possessed a certain charm. Upon catching a whiff, Thunder God's eyes sparkled with delight. "Huh, truly good wine. If Big Brother knew, he would surely regret not coming today. Come, let us indulge." The three of them sipped their drinks while engaging in light-hearted conversation, primarily sharing their insights on various laws and some experiences. Eventually, the conversation shifted to Zhou Hao. As Zhou Hao recounted his experiences on Qiongyu Star, Thunder God interjected, "Sanzi, Big Brother mentioned to me that once his affairs are settled, he plans to reside on Qiongyu Star for a while with his master. Since you are leaving, it seems you may find it challenging to meet him in reality again." Zhou Hao responded casually, "Meeting in the virtual realm is just as good. If I truly wish to see him, I can always return to Qiongyu Star." He then turned to second brother. "As for you, make sure to return to Earth when you have the time." Since the genius battle, Thunder God had spent some time on Earth before venturing into the cosmos, mainly within the realms of the Qianwu universe. "All right, I will return soon." After chatting for a while longer, the three bid farewell. Upon returning home, Zhou Hao spent some time with his mother before finally withdrawing his consciousness from the virtual universe. 2 months passed. Earth, this azure planet, my homeland. As the spaceship glided into the solar system, Zhou Hao stood in the hall, gazing at the ever-enlarging blue sphere, softly murmuring, regardless of past or present, "Earth is always home." Huier smiled and remarked, "Your homeland is indeed beautiful, Your Highness." Zhou Hao smiled back, feeling a sense of joy even if it was mere flattery. Indeed, it truly is beautiful. With a swift motion, their group disembarked from the spaceship as it approached. Huier bore a resemblance to Earthlings, albeit with a more robust physique, while the other guards exhibited diverse appearances. After slightly altering their features, they entered Earth's atmosphere. Meanwhile, a new figure emerged in the solar system. The Dark Lord gazed at the distant planet, sensing it was somewhat different from other life-bearing worlds. However, he did not dwell on it. His primary focus was on protecting Zhou Hao and awaiting the arrival of the giant axe. Chapter 148, A Fatal Arrival. Earth, Westlake, Villa Castle. Zhou Hao and his entourage of over 1,000 silently descended onto the castle rooftop. Huier surveyed the surroundings and smiled. "Your Highness, is this the place where you cultivate?" Zhou Hao nodded, remaining silent as he wandered around the castle. After 100 years, Gazing upon this familiar, yet foreign environment stirred an inexplicable emotion within him. He understood that it was the sentiment of returning home after a long separation. Huir and the guard stood quietly by. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the castle. Zhou Hao could not help but smile as he called out, "Mom, I'm back." Moments later, Wang Rong emerged from the castle. Upon seeing Zhou Hao, she paused at the entrance, her eyes misting over with emotion despite having seen him numerous times in the virtual universe. "Son, why are you just standing there? Come here. Let me have a good look at you." Zhou Hao hurried forward. Wang Rong gently touched his cheek, noticing how he had grown thinner after over 100 years of adventure. "Mom, you've lost some weight too," Zhou Hao chuckled. "You've seen me in the virtual universe before." Wang Rong shook her head with a smile, then turned to Huir and the other guards, saying, "Son, are these all your friends?" Zhou Hao explained briefly. Realizing they were guards, Wang Rong insisted, "Even if they're guards, they shouldn't just stand there. Come on, everyone. Come inside." As she spoke, she pulled Zhou Hao along. "You child, you didn't even think to let me know in the virtual universe that you were coming back, so I could prepare some of your favorite dishes. You loved them as a child." Zhou Hao smiled and did not interrupt his mother's chatter. In truth, he felt a twinge of guilt, as neither he nor his older sister had married. While families like Luo Feng's were blissful and full, his mother was left alone. Though she had an adopted daughter for company, it still felt somewhat lacking. However, matters of partnership are ultimately determined by fate. After a while, Wang Rong began preparing the ingredients. With the current influence of the Zhou family, she could have called to have everything delivered to the castle. But she personally went to the market to buy a plethora of Zhou Hao's favorite foods. Then she inquired about Huir and the others' preferences. Huir quickly replied that anything would suffice. Thus, a feast was prepared for over 1,000, although only Zhou Hao's meal was personally cooked by his mother. After the meal, Wang Rong naturally broached the subject of Zhou Inger, his older sister. Zhou Hao was well aware of her situation, as one of his avatars had been by her side. Over the past 100 years, he had not hesitated to assist her during her adventures with Shun Jie and the others. "Mom, rest assured, my sister has no intentions of leaving again this time." Wang Rong's face lit up with joy. "Really?" Zhou Hao nodded. "Absolutely. My sister has spent enough time out there. It's time for her to settle down at home." With his newfound Taoist aphorism, he no longer needed to worry about Zhou Inger's understanding of her laws. Even with the most mediocre talent, under the influence of the Taoist aphorism, anyone could blossom into a genius. Thus, there was no need for Zhou Inger to continue her cosmic adventures. His mother was overjoyed. She no longer felt the need to pressure Zhou Inger and Zhou Hao into marriage. She had come to terms with the fact that life was long, and there was no rush. For 3 or 4 consecutive days, Zhou Hao stayed with his mother without venturing elsewhere. Only then did he take Huir on a tour around Earth, discussing the virtual universe company's plans to transform Earth. In fact, prior to arriving on Earth, the 3 major giants of Qianwu had specifically sought Zhou Hao out regarding this matter, expressing their unanimous intent to transform the Earth and solar system where Zhou Hao resided. Zhou Hao did not refuse. The virtual universe had a dedicated department for enhancing the hometowns of talented individuals to prevent infiltration by foreign entities. However, unbeknownst to him, no foreign forces could penetrate at all. 3 months swiftly passed. Thunder God, Luo Hai, Luo Ping, and the others had all returned. And even his older sister and Shun Jie had gradually made their way back to Earth. On the rooftop of Westlake Villa, Zhou Hao and Thunder God basked comfortably in the sunlight, reclining on lounge chairs. "Sanzi, you truly have quite a stock of fine wine. Now I can finally enjoy a few good drinks. When Big Brother returns, I'll make sure to tempt him." Thunder God laughed heartily. Speaking of Big Brother, he mentioned, just a few days ago, he told me he plans to return ahead of schedule. He said that since you've come back to Earth, he'll part ways with his master for a while and return home before heading to Qianyu Star. Zhou Hao's expression shifted slightly. Han's plans were somewhat unexpected. Originally, the discovery of Earth's secrets by the giant axe was largely due to Hong, who had, due to his emotional entanglement with Ji Qing on Qianyu Star, succumbed to the 18 layers of desire illusions from the illusory Spirit King, thereby soaring to prominence and becoming a named disciple of the giant axe. It was precisely this that had led the giant axe to uncover Earth's secrets. However, with Hong returning early and planning to come back to Earth first, Zhou Hao pondered whether he should take this opportunity to persuade his brother to stay on Earth for a while. Of course, such a move would hinder Hong's prospects. Moreover, Zhou Hao was certain that if he mentioned certain matters about Earth, Hong would no longer display his talents in the realm of illusions. Let us set aside the matter for the time being and observe how circumstances unfold. He shook his head, acknowledging that even if Hong were to return prematurely, it would still take decades. By then, he would likely have departed from Earth to undertake a series of integral missions. Meanwhile, In a villa located far from the castle of Westlake, the Dark Lord, disguised as an ordinary individual, gazed skyward. Upon entering Earth, he sensed a unique energy emanating from the planet, yet his formidable power failed to penetrate the depths of this enigmatic force. This perplexing situation left the Dark Lord astounded. Could this be the reason for Zhou Hao's exceptional nature? Furthermore, how extraordinary it was that an ordinary life planet like Luo Feng could give rise to two super geniuses. The Dark Lord murmured to himself. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, piercing through layers of space to the distant solar system, where two figures abruptly appeared, radiating an overwhelming aura of immortality. They were of an alien race. The Dark Lord recognized at once that these two immortal kings had been enslaved by the extraterrestrials. In an instant, he flashed before the two immortal kings. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of this figure, the two were struck with astonishment. They attempted to self-destruct, but their thoughts ceased to function. A revered one, at the very least, a being of such caliber stood beside the genius Zhou Hao. In the fleeting moment, when their minds halted, numerous thoughts flickered through their consciousness, yet they could not transmit any message before their bodies disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the cosmos. Almost simultaneously, the insectoid race's covert organization learned that the two enslaved immortal kings, upon breaching the spatial coordinates beyond the solar system, had encountered a formidable adversary. They were unable to send out any message. Such a powerful entity could only be at least a revered one. Consequently, the intelligence department, utilizing thousands of waveband codes for translation, reported the news to the core of the insectoid organization. In the wilderness of the cosmic realm, within a secluded mountain crevice, the golden-robed figure hurriedly navigated through thousands of immortal insectoid warriors to the center of the Grand Hall. Master, the two immortal kings we dispatched have perished. Although these two were once enslaved human immortal kings gradually cultivating their powers, the enemy's capability to render them utterly defenseless indicates that they are at least revered ones. Perhaps even higher-ranking revered beings of the human race. From the throne in the Grand Hall, a dreamlike voice resonated. I am already aware of this matter, and have reported it to the Mother Empress. Even if the human race has indeed dispatched a revered one to protect Zhou Hao, it is not entirely improbable. These two immortal kings were merely bait. Their demise holds value, as it confirms that a revered entity is safeguarding the genius Zhou Hao. The golden-robed figure replied urgently, Master, with a revered one providing protection, our assassination efforts will be exceedingly difficult. If we allow this human genius Zhou Hao to share insights into the laws, the rate of advancement for the human race's talents will escalate exponentially. And Zhou Hao's innate gifts are indeed extraordinary. I am well aware of the threat posed by the human genius Zhou Hao. This matter will be decided by the Mother Empress. I trust news will arrive shortly. Half a month later, within the palace of the insectoid race's revered Mother Empress, the dreamlike figure summoned the golden-robed figure to convey the will of the Mother Empress. Following her decree, a revered-level assassin would be dispatched to infiltrate the human race within the next few years for a crucial assassination mission. This is of utmost importance. You must ensure meticulous arrangements, as any loss of a revered one would be a significant detriment to our race. There must not be the slightest error. Yes, Master. The golden-robed figure was filled with exhilaration. With a revered-level assassin undertaking the task, success was assured. That human genius, Zhou Hao, was doomed. Chapter 149. The Dispute over the Integral Mission. In the virtual universe, on Thunder Island, within a grand palace shrouded in dim currents, 5 great entities from the lineage of the virtual universe gathered at this moment. In truth, since the last Great Acts Conference, these cosmic sovereigns have begun to convene frequently. The Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, the Cosmic Star River Bank, the First Cosmic Bank, and certain cosmic sovereigns from the Great Axe Martial Arena had already conferred regarding Zhou Hao's affairs. Their meeting within the lineage of the virtual universe was relatively late. The topic of discussion, naturally, gravitated toward Zhou Hao. Although the Great Axe had suggested waiting for his return to the primitive universe to confirm the veracity of the matter before making specific arrangements, these cosmic sovereigns understood that Zhou Hao's ability to influence the comprehension of cosmic sovereigns was nearly a certainty. After all, the Dark Lord would not jest about such matters. The reason for their rapid convergence was not due to impatience, but rather the enormity and breadth of the implications involved. To elaborate, if this information were to reach the alien races, one could only imagine the frenzy that would ensue among the other factions of the primitive universe. Should the news reach the cosmic sea, it might incite even greater madness among the powerful beings from the first and second reincarnation eras. Zhou Hao's potential to influence cosmic sovereigns might extend to the universe's mightiest beings. The powerful races within the cosmic sea, desperate for transcendence, would stop at nothing to seize even the slightest chance, even if it meant sacrificing 9/10 of their kin. Thus, the human cosmic sovereigns understood that this matter was akin to a powder keg, and one misstep could lead to a catastrophic explosion. At that juncture, the human race would find itself sitting atop a mountain of explosives. Consequently, at the conclusion of the Great Axe Conference, the Great Axe had urged all cosmic sovereigns to return. Chaos, Darkness, Ice Peak, Dragon Walk, and the Shadow Marquis, the 5 great cosmic sovereigns of the virtual universe lineage, rarely gathered together. Yet, in light of Zhou Hao's situation, they convened. Chaos. Zhou Hao is your direct disciple. You may begin, the towering Dragon Walk sovereign said with a smile, directing his gaze towards the Lord of Chaos. The topic of their discussion primarily revolved around the arrangement of Zhou Hao's integral missions following his dispatch to the Cosmic Nation, which had divided the cosmic sovereigns into 2 factions. One faction insisted that Zhou Hao continue with the integral missions, both as a means of honing his skills and testing his temperament. The opposing faction contended that, given the current circumstances, it was unnecessary for Zhou Hao to adhere to the talent development protocol of the Virtual Universe Company. Both factions held steadfast to their opinions, leading to an implicit escalation of the debate. As the discord grew more intense, the lineage of the virtual universe found it imperative to convene hastily to deliberate on this matter. Ordinarily, such arrangements could be managed entirely by revered ones, but Zhou Hao's uniqueness elevated any discussion about him to a matter of racial significance. Thus, a cautious approach was paramount. The Lord of Chaos surveyed the 4 cosmic sovereigns and remarked softly, "In my personal opinion, it would be preferable for Zhou Hao to continue with the integral missions. My disciple has had a remarkably smooth journey thus far, lacking sufficient trials. While his temperament does not require examination, he needs growth in other areas. However, considering my disciple's importance, we can modify the integral missions, ensuring his safety while he undertakes them." The remaining cosmic sovereigns nodded in agreement. The Lord of Chaos's perspective was deemed quite rational. "I share my senior brother's opinion," Ice Peak stated calmly. "Zhou Hao is also my direct disciple, and naturally, I will align with the Lord of Chaos on this matter." Once Ice Peak finished speaking, the Dark Lord interjected, "Allow me to voice my thoughts, as I have personally experienced this situation. From my perspective, I lean towards the views of Chaos and Ice Peak. Zhou Hao's power remains insufficient. It is during the Realm Master stage that true growth occurs. As he is currently a Domain Master, extensive trials are essential. Otherwise, even if he breaks through to become a revered one in the future, he will suffer greatly due to inadequate training during his early years." As he spoke, he cast his gaze towards Chaos and Ice Peak, continuing, "From the perspective of our race, I am opposed to allowing Zhou Hao to continue with the accumulation of points. His talents are of paramount importance to our community. After merely listening once, I have gained a faint understanding of my own path. If I were to hear it reiterated a few more times, my clarity would undoubtedly sharpen. And what if the Lord of Chaos were to listen? Perhaps he could uncover the opportunity to transcend to the universe's strongest, or the esteemed ones. Would not their attendance lead to even greater breakthroughs? Given this context, we ought to swiftly devise a comprehensive plan centered around Zhou Hao for the genuine resurgence of the human race. The matters involved are manifold, yet it is indisputable that Zhou Hao's entry into the primordial universe is the most prudent and secure course of action." Upon the conclusion of the Dark Lord's words, the Lords of Chaos, Ice Peak, and the other 4 cosmic sovereigns fell into contemplative silence. Indeed, the Dark Lord's argument, rooted in the interests of the race, aligned best with the rapid ascendancy of humanity. Should the esteemed ones glean insights from Zhou Hao's reflections, the likelihood of their ascension would markedly increase, foretelling a swift rise in the number of human sovereigns. Furthermore, should the esteemed ones elevate to cosmic overlords, the ensuing ramifications would be even more formidable, positioning the human race at an unparalleled advantage in both the cosmic secret realms and beyond. However, this would inevitably constrain Zhou Hao's personal development. After all, the cosmic sovereigns present understood that only through trials and tribulations could one attain true strength. Thus, the Dark Lord's twofold perspective encapsulated the crux of the current discourse among the cosmic sovereigns. Should the focus be on Zhou Hao's growth or on the advancement of the race as a whole? Next, the Lord of Dragonwalk pondered and remarked, "The Dark Lord has essentially articulated all that needs to be said. However, I believe Zhou Hao's personal growth may not conflict with the rise of our race. Rather, they could potentially complement one another. Upon hearing this, chaos, ice peak, dark, and the Lord of the Shadows turned their attention to the Lord of Dragonwalk. He smiled and added, "It should be clear to all that some of Zhou Hao's contemporaries are making astonishing advancements. This raises an intriguing question. Will Zhou Hao's strength impact the efficacy of his talents? To put it simply, as he currently stands at the domain master level, will the effects of listening for a domain master surpass those of an immortal? In truth, this was a matter we had previously considered, but it was Dark's first-hand experience of listening that led everyone to believe there was no effect. After all, as a domain master, he only shared insights below the level of the immortal, yet it still influenced the cosmic sovereigns. Such outcomes can easily lead to the oversight of certain nuances. Upon concluding the Lord of Dragonwalk's discourse, the Lords of Chaos contemplated thoughtfully. The Dark Lord mused, "This issue indeed warrants attention. Chaos, I propose that for the next listening session, we arrange domain masters and realm lords of the same tier, or realm lords and immortals, to observe the effects of their mutual listening." Chaos nodded, directing his gaze towards the Lord of the Shadows. Being the Dark Lord's disciple and the youngest cosmic sovereign of the virtual universe lineage, the Lord of the Shadows, exuding an air of ferocity, shook his head as Chaos's gaze fell upon him. "I concur with my master's perspective on the race." After hearing this, Chaos continued, "I wish to add that Zhou Hao's personal growth is also a matter of racial interest. Therefore, the perspective of the race must encompass Zhou Hao's personal development. We must fully consider his individual sentiments and not merely view matters from a collective standpoint." The remaining cosmic sovereigns nodded in agreement, aware of Chaos's considerations. After all, Zhou Hao is a member of the Virtual Universe Company, and they, as cosmic sovereigns, should at the very least present a unified front regarding his interests. The purpose of this meeting was to reach a consensus on this debate internally. At this juncture, the Dark Lord remarked, "Chaos, the alien races have begun to make their moves. Recently, I dealt with 2 immortal kings, but the alien factions will not relent easily. If we are to proceed with the point accumulation tasks, we must ensure everything is meticulously arranged. Additionally, the virtual universe system needs to conduct a thorough inspection of the entire Qianwu universe." Chaos's expression turned serious. "We will finalize the arrangements once the giant axe returns to the primordial universe. Moreover, aside from Zhou Hao's point accumulation tasks, we must also determine the allocation for the next listening session." Meanwhile, on Earth, in the Western Lake Villa of Yangzhou City, Zhou Hao remained blissfully unaware that his series of point accumulation tasks were not arranged by the esteemed ones, but rather orchestrated by the cosmic sovereigns of the human race, who had engaged in heated discussions over it. After spending some time with his mother and sister, he once again entered a state of cultivation. However, he occasionally found himself, as he was now, seated on the terrace, admiring the scenery. Even during moments of leisure, he would contemplate his cultivation plans and future endeavors, a habit that had become second nature. "Well, I could simply abandon 1 or 2 of the point accumulation tasks to focus on secluded cultivation in Chaos City. Yet, the pressing matter remains to complete the special sign-in tasks as soon as possible. Only then can I have the opportunity to reactivate the special sign-in tasks." He mused. To continuously acquire fragments of the Star Tower and enhance the reformed 9 Calamities secret tome, special sign-in tasks were essential, as mere sign-ins would prove insufficient. He had not secured the fragmented components of the Chaos Golden Wing during his sign-in at the Chaos Ruins, indicating that certain items could only be obtained through special sign-in tasks. Suddenly, Hoyer appeared on the terrace. Zhou Hao opened his eyes and looked at Hoyer. "Your Highness, the Virtual Universe Company has dispatched specialized personnel to renovate the solar system. Shall I send a few individuals to supervise?" Hoyer inquired respectfully. "There's no need. Sending some auxiliary AI robots for oversight will suffice," Zhou Hao replied casually. Hoyer nodded. The renovation of the solar system was a considerable undertaking, with employees from the Virtual Universe Qianwu branch being seasoned in such projects. While there might be some issues concerning material usage, those were minor. The key concern was the potential for shortcuts, which could occur not only on Earth, but also throughout the universe, especially considering the substantial funds involved. Time swiftly passed, and soon a decade had elapsed for Zhou Hao on Earth. During these 10 years, with the guidance of the Great Tao's aphorisms, he finally comprehended the first step of merging the laws of fire and void. However, he also realized that relying solely on his individual understanding of the Great Tao's aphorisms yielded rather mediocre results. Had he not experienced the previous effects, he might not have felt this disparity so acutely. Yet, having encountered that profound experience, using the Great Tao's aphorisms now felt akin to tasting sweetness for the first time and not wishing to return to solitude. It seems I must continue to share insights on the laws. However, My teacher has not mentioned this in recent years. Perhaps I should initiate the next sharing of insights in the virtual universe. With this thought, he began to organize relevant secret tomes on the laws of Earth and Void fusion, as well as images of beast-god battles. Chapter 150, The Giant Axe Arrives. On the distant Vero Life planet, within the subterranean base of the Alien Infiltration Organization, numerous personnel were busily engaged. As the core of the infiltration unit, they diligently processed vast streams of information daily, carefully translating and relaying it to various infiltrating divisions of the Qianwu universe, especially during the most frantic phases of assassination planning. Initially, it was presumed that the Earth was shrouded in a spatial arcane that concealed its coordinates, coupled with the formidable protection of a revered figure surrounding Zhou Hao, making infiltration exceedingly challenging. To one's surprise, numerous operatives were dispatched from the Qianwu faction to transform the solar system, allowing for the arrangement of infiltrators. However, approaching Earth remained a formidable task. Thus, the decision was made to continue waiting. Higher authorities had already sent forth more potent assassination members to ensure absolute success. The infiltrating clan leader issued directives to closely monitor any information pertaining to Earth, and, if necessary, to activate the A33 detection crystal for comprehensive surveillance. Swiftly, a cascade of messages was transmitted through the virtual cosmos, layered with complex codes. Upon concluding his orders, the team leader's expression grew grave. Recent scans of the virtual universe had filtered through all information pertaining to the Qianwu cosmic nation, necessitating utmost caution in communication, with an additional layer of coded frequency to be implemented. Indeed, 6 years prior, assassination members of revered status had infiltrated the Qianwu cosmic nation, masquerading as immortals. Given the right opportunity, they could eliminate Zhou Hao with a single strike. Moreover, to prepare for any eventuality, this esteemed assassin had already made arrangements for self-detonation. The alien faction was willing to expend substantial resources for success. In the solar system, a hulking wild man with disheveled hair gazed at the distant azure planet, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. The Dark Lord sensed a presence and swiftly appeared beside the wild man. The originator of the Great Axe, you have arrived. I can now rest easy, he exclaimed. The Great Axe originator replied with a smile. In the cosmic sea, you, Dark Lord, fear nothing. What could cause concern in the primordial universe? The Dark Lord's gaze remained fixed on Earth. Zhou Hao is of paramount importance to our kin. I am perpetually anxious, fearing unforeseen mishaps. The Great Axe originator shook his head, then accompanied the Dark Lord to the expanse of outer space surrounding Earth. Great Axe, have you noticed something amiss with this Earth? The Dark Lord inquired as the Great Axe originator circled the planet. Nodding, the originator scrutinized the surroundings before returning to the Dark Lord's side. Chuckling, no wonder this life-bearing planet has birthed two super geniuses, one of whom possesses such incredible talent. The Dark Lord pressed further. Great Axe, what is truly transpiring with this Earth? Although he sensed its uniqueness, he could not uncover the deeper secrets. The Great Axe originator, not one to prolong suspense, promptly revealed, this Earth has been altered, seemingly at the soul level. Upon thorough examination, I discovered that the embryos of certain life forms possess unique souls. Historically, Earth has witnessed numerous geniuses in terms of mental state, which I believe is linked to the peculiarities of their souls. Mental state? Soul influence? The Dark Lord was taken aback, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming. To transform a life-bearing planet in such a manner, the individual responsible for this modification must not be an ordinary being. The Great Axe originator's expression turned serious. Based on the traces of alteration, it was likely closely associated with the enigmatic figure known as the Recluse. Upon hearing this, the Dark Lord's countenance also grew grave. The Recluse was the most mysterious of all alien powers in the universe, adept at crafting treasures, yet never aligning with any faction. Many supreme artifacts originated from his hands, wielding immense influence over the various cosmic races. The Great Axe originator continued. However, even if the Recluse is mysterious and formidable, he is likely on par with me. His unique methods may have transformed Earth, yet he could not possibly create a genius like Zhou Hao. A domain master can influence a cosmic sovereign, and even I find it unfathomable. If the Recluse could achieve such a feat, he would have already cultivated numerous cosmic sovereigns, perhaps even the most powerful beings in the universe. The Dark Lord nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of the Great Axe originator's assertions. Zhou Hao's talent was likely a result of some extraordinary mutation. After all, the universe is wondrous, nurturing many uniquely gifted life forms. Beings such as the stellar beasts and many extraordinary life forms from the primordial god S realm possess incredible talents and secret arts. Zhou Hao's ability to share his insights and influence the talents of others, while indeed bizarre, was not beyond comprehension. Great axe, what shall we do now? Given Earth's potential, its value is akin to that of a pinnacle artifact, the Dark Lord remarked. Let's wait a while longer. Though Earth is exceptional, if we can ascertain the extent of Zhou Hao's influence, even if merely as you suggested, his worth would far exceed that of Earth. The great axe originator replied thoughtfully. The Dark Lord understood that kind of value. A pinnacle artifact could hardly compare. Even if a supreme treasure were granted to mankind, they would not exchange it, for while treasures significantly enhance combat prowess, the extent to which one can wield such artifacts ultimately depends on the individual. The great axe originator closed his eyes, his consciousness delving into the virtual cosmos, arriving shortly at the palace of the Chaos Lord. Chaos, I have arrived at Earth. Find an opportune moment to discuss the matter of sharing insights with Zhou Hao. The Chaos Lord smiled. Great axe, coincidentally. My disciple just visited the palace and brought up the topic of attending the sharing of insights. The great axe originator's eyes brightened, erupting into laughter, indeed. Your disciple displays commendable character to bring this up voluntarily. He is considering the interests of our kin. I had my reservations earlier, but now, even if Zhou Hao's sharing of insights yields no tangible results, Earth will forever belong to him. The Chaos Lord, puzzled, listened attentively as the great axe shared the details of Earth's situation. Enlightenment dawned upon the Chaos Lord. So that is the case. I had no idea Earth had been altered by the recluse. He once created the Yin God clan, known for their remarkable physical talents. And now he has given rise to geniuses like Zhou Hao and Luo Feng. Moreover, Luo Feng made quite a stir when he ventured into the primordial secret realm, which now seems linked to the modifications of Earth. And how does Zhou Hao fare in terms of mental state? The great axe inquired. Zhou Hao has never undertaken such ventures. While other geniuses have explored the illusory sea, my disciple seldom does, though mental state does offer some assistance. It cannot compare to the innate talent for laws, the Chaos Lord replied, shaking his head. The innate talent for laws is extraordinary, enabling geniuses to comprehend the principles of the universe in a remarkably short time. The understanding of these principles is subject to the refining influence of the universe's essence. Thus, the more gifted one is, the deeper their comprehension, making them less susceptible to illusions. Of course, the stronger the mental state, the higher the attainable limit. And the Chaos Lord had some understanding of this. However, the concept of mental state is too ethereal, and its effects on cultivation progress are relatively slow. The great axe originator waved his hand, dismissing the topic. Let's not dwell on this. Regarding Earth, find an opportunity to discuss it with Zhou Hao and gauge his stance on allowing others to reside there. If he is unwilling, then it is of no consequence. In comparison to Zhou Hao's intrinsic value, the auxiliary value of Earth is negligible. The Chaos Lord chuckled. Very well. I will find a chance to broach the subject of the attendance quota with Zhou Hao. Currently, with various factions at an impasse, we still require your decisive input. Great axe. Chaos. You know I am not adept at such matters. The great axe originator replied casually. You can handle this. Should any factions harbor grievances, let them come to me. Before long, Zhou Hao's announcement regarding the sharing of insights spread like wildfire throughout the Rain Shadow Mountain and even within the upper echelons of the Virtual Cosmos Company. The Great Axe Martial Arena, the Cosmic Star River Bank, the Universe's First Bank, and the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. The news quickly rippled downwards. As such matters are inherently unstoppable, it was common knowledge that attending a sharing of insights could facilitate rapid advancement. With over 40 years remaining until the qualification battles, peers such as Luo Feng and Berlan had already conquered the 9th level of the Celestial Bridge, while seasoned members of the Primordial Secret Realm had only reached the 8th level, not to mention the domain masters who had previously attended the sessions, most of whom had traversed at least one level of the Celestial Bridge. Thus, confronted with such immense temptation, none could remain composed. In an instant, the entire human race was engulfed in turmoil. In the virtual cosmos, on Thunder Island, within the estate of the true Yin King, Luo Feng appeared in a flash. Master, what is it that you require of me? He inquired, holding a fine wine. The true Yin King chuckled heartily. Disciple, you truly understand your master's preferences. Gome, let us converse aside. The two retreated to a stone pavilion not far from the palace. After sipping a few mouthfuls of wine, the true Yin King candidly stated, Disciple, Last time Zhou Hao shared his insights, it greatly benefited 500 domain lords. This time, he is set to share again, and many cannot contain their eagerness. Numerous acquaintances of mine have implored me to see if you could facilitate their attendance. Luo Feng was taken aback. Master, surely this cannot be. My third brother's comprehension of the laws is at the level of an immortal of the Marquis rank. Those at your level have already ascended to the king rank and wish to audit? Disciple, according to what those friends relayed to me. Not only immortal kings, but many venerables are frantically seeking connections to secure an auditing spot. What? Even venerables wish to audit? Luo Feng was astounded. These were formidable beings, akin to the sovereigns of the cosmos. Upon entering the initial universe, Rongjun was taken as a disciple by a cosmic sovereign, provoking envy among many talented individuals. In public lectures, courses led by cosmic sovereigns are the most sought after, with the highest number of attendees. Now, even such powerful beings yearned to listen in on his third brother. Luo Feng felt utterly bewildered. Chapter 151, The Calm Before the Storm. The true Yin King sighed with nostalgia. When Zhou Hao and Sai Lai exchanged insights in the initial universe, numerous contemporaries attended as auditors. At that time, he had a premonition that Zhou Hao would likely incite a storm within the clan, but he never anticipated that such a storm was now subtly brewing. No one was a fool. Even venerables were fervently vying for an auditing spot, indicating the presence of significant information they were privy to. Thus, even though many immortal kings were unaware of the specific reasons, they were nonetheless agitated, moving frequently. Within just 2 days, the true Yin King received no fewer than hundreds of emails from immortal kings, including some who, like him, were cultivating in Chaos City, such as the Flame Dragon King, the Sword Radiance King, and the Eye of Difficulty King. Even the usually reclusive Black Fog King made a rare personal visit to his estate, all in pursuit of an auditing position. After all, everyone understood that Luo Feng, the disciple of the true Yin King, hailed from the same planet as Zhou Hao and was even sworn brothers, thus establishing a natural connection that drew many immortal kings to him. Consequently, the true Yin King summoned Luo Feng. He had no choice. Those with whom he was not familiar could be disregarded. But individuals like the Black Fog King and the Sword Radiance King, who belonged to the same lineage of 9 universes, as well as the friend he had once ventured through life and death with, the Eye of Difficulty King, he could not dismiss without acknowledgement. Luo Feng gulped down a hearty draught of fine wine, regaining his composure from a shock, and gazed at the true Yin King. Master, do you wish to audit? The true Yin King's body quivered, and instead of responding directly, he slowly rose and walked to the edge of the stone pavilion. He gazed at the mountainside of Thunder Island, pausing in silence before exhaling deeply. Disciple, having cultivated in Chaos City for countless eons. How could I not wish to witness the vistas at the venerable level, in the virtual cosmos, within the dimly lit palace? The Lord of Chaos perused a series of emails, revealing a rare smile tinged with bitterness. His disciple was shining so brightly that he was almost becoming unmanageable. Despite their efforts to contain the news regarding Zhou Hao's auditing, the information spread at an unforeseen velocity, primarily due to the overwhelming allure of auditing. Everyone wished to leap over that formidable threshold, sparing themselves countless years of arduous cultivation. Thus, the news initially leaked from the cosmic sovereigns. Each sovereign had their own factions and disciples, and naturally, they sought to enable their own factions or promising disciples to attend. Considering that even cosmic sovereigns expressed such veiled interest, it undoubtedly indicated that auditing could yield significant benefits for their venerables and immortal kings. In such circumstances, who could remain composed? With a flurry, several figures appeared. The cosmic sovereigns of the virtual cosmos convened once more. Chaos. Could we possibly increase the number of auditing spots? The Lord of Dragon Walk initiated. Being the eldest among them, his subordinates included the most peak immortal kings. Yet he himself was not particularly distinguished in teaching his disciples, having only a few ordinary cosmic overlords under his wing. Chaos shook his head gently. Dragon Walk, it's not that I am unwilling to increase the spots. Rather, if I do, the other factions' cosmic sovereigns will inevitably voice their objections. At that point, they too will demand additional spots. Thus, this is not merely a matter of 1 or 2 spots. Upon hearing the Lord of Chaos's response, the Lord of Dragon Walk ceased pressing the issue. The Lord of Darkness chimed in with a smile. Dragon Walk, do not be in such a hurry. This time, our primary goal is to assess the effects of the auditing and then analyze them correspondingly. The Lord of Dragon Walk nodded, glancing at the Lord of Darkness with a teasing remark. Darkness, you are certainly not in a rush. You already have a disciple who is a cosmic sovereign. I am merely aspiring for one myself. Upon hearing this, Chaos, Darkness, the Shadow Prince, and Ice Peak all erupted into laughter. Indeed, who would not desire their disciples to break through and become cosmic sovereigns? The sensation of traversing the cosmic sea together as master and disciple would be entirely different. However, their expressions soon turned solemn. The previous auditing of 500 domain lords, although significant, was merely a small trial, awaiting future developments. This time, however, was entirely different. The auditors included not only domain lords but also realm lords, immortals, immortal kings, venerables, and even cosmic sovereigns like themselves. Each level of power had increased their quotas, primarily to gauge the effectiveness of auditing across each tier. Esteemed colleagues, the virtual cosmos has already designated a plane for us, and tomorrow we shall commence the auditing. However, it is advisable for everyone to prepare mentally. After all, this is the virtual cosmos, not reality, the Lord of Chaos declared solemnly. The other cosmic sovereigns nodded in agreement. This was a consideration they had all pondered. The Lord of Darkness had previously achieved astonishing results through casual listening in reality, but this time, it was in the virtual cosmos, and the effects might not be the same. In the public area of Rain Symbol Mountain, as Zhou Hao made his appearance, Uka Berlan and AI Chun, who had been waiting, all stood up in unison. Everyone is present. Zhou Hao waved his hand casually, signaling for them to take their seats. However, Uka and the others remained standing. Luo Feng chuckled. Third brother, you are now a prominent figure. We must proceed with caution. We cannot conduct ourselves as we did in the past. Uka echoed. Indeed, Zhou Hao, your status is different now. Zhou Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Enough already. If you all don't sit, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng and Uka hurriedly sat down. Zhou Hao laughed heartily. Now this is more like it. With a wave of his hand, the stone table in the pavilion was adorned with an array of fine wines and fruits. They began to converse with one another. Rong Jun could not help but grin. Zhou Hao, the commotion you've stirred up is quite significant. Even my master, the Lord of Yuanshan, has received a flurry of emails from various venerables. Uka, AI Chun, and the others nodded in agreement, glancing at Zhou Hao. Their masters were experiencing the same phenomenon. Zhou Hao replied helplessly, truth be told, I am quite unaware of the details. You all know that in the past, when I shared insights or exchanged ideas with Sai Lai, it was always you who attended as auditors. The last time, it was merely a group of domain lords, and their comprehension levels weren't particularly high. But this time, a multitude of immortals, immortal kings, and even venerables wished to attend. To be honest, I'm still quite nervous. He spoke the truth. In the celestial expanse of Xiong Yu Star, the grand doctrine of the Great Tao was being imparted, with the immortal sentinel leader, Hua Yi in attendance. His comprehension of the laws was rather modest, while the remaining guardians merely comprised dominion lords, domain lords, and cosmic-level beings. Thus, it was only natural for them to be influenced during the observation. However, the prowess of the king and revered ones far surpassed his own understanding of the laws, leaving him uncertain about the efficacy of the experience. Upon hearing Zhou Hao's remarks, Luo Feng could not help but suggest, perhaps this is merely an experiment by the Virtual Universe Company, akin to the last time. Since we are merely observers, it would be best if it yields results. If not, it would be no great detriment. Indeed, the madman was correct. The rapid advancement we have witnessed among us observers must have elicited some response from the Virtual Universe Company. Last time, they dispatched 500 domain lords, which was but a minor endeavor, yet this time they have increased the number to several thousand, with the strength of the attendees significantly enhanced. Clearly, they are intent on conducting an experiment. Although we comprehend their intentions, the commotion has been rather excessive. Ever since we received news of your intention to share insights, Zhou Hao, we have refrained from venturing into the virtual universe, relying on connections, both familiar and unfamiliar. Uka, AI Chun, and the others chimed in. Zhou Hao smiled. I've been unaffected. However, my teacher has granted me some quotas to manage as I see fit. If you wish to observe, come along. It won't take up much space. The more attendees present during the Great Tao's teachings, the stronger the amplification effect. He welcomed their participation. As his words concluded, Luo Feng, Uka, and the others fell silent, fully aware of the value of the quotas. Zhou Hao's casual invitation stemmed from their camaraderie as contemporaries. Nonetheless, the favor he extended was indeed substantial. Third brother, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have inquired about the quotas, Luo Feng remarked with a grin, prompting laughter from Uka, AI Chun, and the others. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Zhou Hao rose. All right, I shall return to prepare. You all should cease your idle chatter and get ready. With a flicker, he vanished. Luo Feng, Uka, and the others exchanged glances, gratitude evident in their eyes. The following day, within a newly established dimensional plaza of the virtual universe, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement as figures began to materialize. Haha, Jinyan, I truly appreciate your assistance this time, exclaimed Hong Jianwang, followed by expressions of gratitude from Yuan Shun and Jiujian. Although the number of immortal revered ones and kings was limited, they formed a close-knit circle. Apart from the quotas established by the Cosmic Sovereign, the majority were acquired through the talents of Uka, Rongjun, and others. Additionally, Zhou Hao bestowed upon Jiu Jian several quotas, acknowledging the latter's previous act of courtesy in escorting him to the Qianwu Cosmic Nation. Swiftly, Dominion Lords, Domain Lords, and cosmic-level beings began to fill the plaza. Upon witnessing the assembly of such formidable individuals, they hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Enough, little ones, there is no need for such formalities. We are all here to observe, irrespective of status. The revered one smiled, their demeanor amiable. The immortal kings and revered ones, akin to elders, took their seats alongside the Dominion Lords, Domain Lords, and cosmic-level beings. After all, those present were either geniuses or promising young talents from prominent lineages, or individuals with ties to Zhou Hao. Hence, distinctions of status were set aside, although the revered ones still congregated together, while the immortal kings formed their own circle. Among them, Luo Feng, Uka, and their cosmic-level peers, though few in number, carried considerable weight. Surrounding the plaza stood a grand edifice. Inside, formidable beings radiating terrifying auras engaged in casual conversation. They were the cosmic sovereigns of the human race. Boom! The giant axe emerged, surveying the plaza. Chaos! Have all the attendees arrived? The Lord of Chaos nodded, confirming that all 3,050 quotas were accounted for. The cosmic sovereigns had allocated 3,000 quotas, a figure relatively meager for the human race, especially when revered ones numbered in the thousands, let alone the immortal kings. Nevertheless, the Lord of Chaos ultimately confined the attendance to 3,000, granting Zhou Hao an additional 50 discretionary quotas. In reality, even if Zhou Hao were to request hundreds more, the Lord of Chaos would not object. Since everyone is present, please notify Zhou Hao to join us. The Lord of Chaos promptly sent an email to Zhou Hao. Already prepared, Zhou Hao traversed the exclusive dimensional passage, arriving at the plaza. A hush fell over the crowd. Chapter 152. I truly must stand on the mountainside to admire the scenery. Revered ones, immortal kings, immortals, dominion lords, domain lords, cosmic-level beings, all eyes converged upon Zhou Hao in an instant. The plaza was so silent that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All cosmic sovereigns of the human race ceased their discussions and turned their attention to Zhou Hao. Originally poised to speak, Zhou Hao was enveloped by the atmosphere, prompting him to sit cross-legged. He scanned the assembly, smiling as he began to impart the great Tao's wisdom. This time, he shared insights into the essence of Earth and space. The stars encompass all, including the expansive Earth. His voice was slow and gentle, yet every attendee could hear him clearly. As Zhou Hao spoke, the effects of the great Tao's teachings were immediately activated. His voice, imbued with profound intricacies, enveloped the listeners at an astonishing speed. Boom! In just a few breaths, the pupils of all present constricted, as if they stood before a tidal wave, the surging waters crashing upon them, leaving each individual shivering involuntarily. The profound insights brought forth by the great Tao cascaded over them like a deluge. At that moment, everyone felt a jolt. They beheld the vividly clear essence of the laws intertwined, witnessed the fusion of their respective paths, and the challenges that had hindered them for countless years, the thresholds they had long grappled with, seemed to reveal answers, illuminating the path forward. Each person experienced an epiphany, realizing how simple it truly was, how it was meant to be. Their accumulations and insights, catalyzed by the great Tao's teachings, erupted into brilliance from the depths of their hearts. They felt as though they stood atop a cresting wave, even without deliberate study. The surging tides beneath their feet propelled them forward. 1, 2, hundreds, thousands began to attain enlightenment. The illuminating insights and profound states of understanding surged like tidal waves, sweeping over all present, pulling even those yet to grasp the concepts into this transformative state. Thus, in that fleeting instant, everyone was engulfed in an exquisitely profound state of enlightenment. Within the edifice, the giant axe gazed upon the more than 3,000 individuals who had entered this extraordinary state. Rendered speechless, the Lord of Chaos and the other cosmic sovereigns of the human race remained silent. While they had heard Zhou Hao's insights, they did not experience any significant sensation. Despite the previous extraordinary state of the Lord of Darkness, there was no discernible reaction. Yet at that moment, none spoke. They simply observed the plaza, watching as revered ones, immortal kings, immortals, dominion lords, domain lords, and cosmic-level beings entered a state of enlightenment that was rarely encountered. It was utterly astonishing. Even witnessing it firsthand stirred tumultuous waves within the hearts of the cosmic sovereigns. Enlightenment is the explosive culmination of countless accumulations. While it might be comprehensible for revered ones and immortal kings to experience such realizations, it was utterly outrageous that cosmic-level geniuses like Luo Feng, and Rong Jun, who had only recently crossed the celestial bridge, also entered this state of enlightenment. Moreover, let us not speak of the immortals, realm lords, and domain lords who are unlikely to make any progress in such a short span. Time trickled away, moment by moment. The likes of the Great Axe and others remained silently observant until Zhou Hao, who had been sharing insights, finally opened his eyes, prompting them to withdraw their gazes. The sharing had concluded, yet they were acutely aware that this matter was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. With a flicker, Zhou Hao vanished. Departing from the dimensional plaza, one by one, the cosmic lords exited the edifice, casting their eyes upon the over 3,000 individuals still lost in their states of enlightenment. They exchanged knowing glances before vanishing simultaneously. Above the dimly lit palace of Thunder Island, within its unadorned halls, figures materialized. The Great Axe, Chaos, the Dark Lord, and others remained silent, seated around the circular table, waiting patiently for the revered ones and the immortal kings to awaken from their contemplations. As time flowed slowly, half a month passed. The first reverend opened his eyes. He gazed at the vanished Zhou Hao, momentarily taken aback, before rising to his feet, hesitating for a moment, offering a respectful bow to the empty space, and then disappearing. Then came the second, the third, and the 100th. Once all had awakened, their actions mirrored those of the first reverend. Within the stone pavilion of the True Yin Palace, two figures appeared shortly after departing from the plaza. A jar of wine and 2 cups lay upon the stone table. However, neither Luo Feng nor the True Yin King made a move. They exchanged glances, both witnessing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Evidently, the impact of this session far exceeded their expectations. Luo Feng, having attended several times before, understood that this effect was undoubtedly several dozens of times greater than previous ones. Conversely, it was the first time for the True Yin King, and the profound experience left him unable to regain his composure, for he was on the verge of a breakthrough, stuck at the final step of immortality for countless eons. It seemed almost impossible for the True Yin King to advance on his own. Yet, after attending Zhou Hao's sharing, he sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. This opportunity was not a vague notion. It was a tangible path. He had not merely discovered a direction for his advancement, but had firmly stepped onto the path of the revered ones, one leg standing firmly upon it. The True Yin King poured the wine slowly into the cup, gazing at the distant palaces nestled in the mountains of Thunder Island, and spoke. Disciple, more than half a month ago, I expressed a desire to behold the scenery of those mountains. Now, I fear I shall soon be making that journey. Luo Feng stood in a daze, staring blankly at his teacher, rendered momentarily speechless. He had believed his own progress from this session to be remarkable, yet his teacher had surpassed even that. The monumental threshold from invincible king to revered one was about to be crossed. Merely half a month, just half a month. In the unadorned palace, all the cosmic lords who had been meditating opened their eyes simultaneously. The Great Axe, seated at the central position, could clearly sense the emotional fluctuations of each cosmic lord present. He understood completely. After all, his own feelings were equally tumultuous, despite having anticipated this moment. Witnessing the scene unfold and hearing the desired outcomes left him profoundly shaken. The Lord of Chaos took a deep breath, quickly scanning each human cosmic lord before speaking slowly. I shall begin. Just now, the True Yin King, the Eye of Pain King, and the Dark Mist King have all breached the threshold from immortal king to revered one. Furthermore, more than half of the realm lords and immortals have directly crossed into the next tier of the celestial bridge, while the remaining observers have all exhibited remarkable advancements in their understanding of the laws. At this point, the Lord of Chaos paused, his voice trembling slightly as he continued. Among the 72 revered ones who attended, 22 have perfected their self-created secret techniques, their combat prowess estimated to reach the level of ordinary cosmic overlords. The other 50 have reported varying degrees of improvement. As his words settled, the unadorned palace fell into a profound silence once more. The cosmic lords absorbed the information imparted by the Lord of Chaos, yet hearing it reiterated in person left them in disbelief. While the breakthroughs of the three immortal kings were indeed remarkable, after all, the true Yin King, the Eye of Pain King, and the Dark Mist King had been stuck at this level for countless years. The advancements of the revered ones were nothing short of astonishing. 22 individuals had directly ascended to the level of cosmic overlords. The shock this revelation brought was not any less than the impact previously felt from the Dark Lord. It is crucial to recognize that cosmic overlords serve as the backbone of every race. In many respects, they represent the very strength of their kind. They can charge fearlessly into battle, leading the charge at the forefront. Thus, the greater the number of cosmic overlords, the more resources their race can contest for across the cosmos. The human race had been relatively weak in this regard, primarily hampered by genetic limitations that rendered their divine bodies less formidable than those of other races. Consequently, most human cosmic revered ones relied on self-created secret techniques and precious artifacts to contend with these powerful divine-bodied revered ones, often finding themselves at a disadvantage. However, now, the human race had suddenly gained 22 cosmic overlords. Although they were merely ordinary cosmic overlords, the overall mid-tier combat strength had undoubtedly received a significant boost. Most importantly, all of this stemmed from merely attending Zhou Hao's sharing of insights. Seeing that no one else was inclined to speak, the great axe interjected. This is indeed a positive development, precisely as we had hoped. The results have emerged, while we may not have been directly affected. The influence of Zhou Hao's innate talent has far surpassed our expectations. Moreover, let us not forget that the Dark Lord was moved in the realm of reality, suggesting that for powerful beings above the level of cosmic lords to experience a similar awakening, they must listen in the physical realm. I trust this is something we all understand. Upon hearing the great Axe's words, the Lord of Chaos, the Dark Lord, and the other cosmic lords returned to their senses, nodding in agreement. Indeed, they had considered this aspect prior to the session. The virtual universe is not the true primordial universe. Certain talents may be diminished within it, which is entirely normal. The fact that Zhou Hao could evoke such profound responses through his insights in the virtual universe had already exceeded their anticipations. The great Axe's voice grew solemn. Now, all cosmic lords still lingering in the cosmic sea must return to the primordial universe. The human race must remain ever vigilant and prepared for battle. Some information cannot remain concealed for long, yet we must do everything in our power to suppress this news for as long as possible. Additionally, Chaos, please devise a detailed plan regarding all subsequent arrangements for Zhou Hao. We shall discuss this further, as it is now evident that Zhou Hao's influence on our race far exceeds our initial estimations. Therefore, I officially declare that all matters concerning Zhou Hao can be elevated to matters of racial interest, including his personal development. Chapter 153, A Surge. On Earth in Yangzhou City, atop the terrace of the West Lake Courtyard, Zhou Hao withdrew his consciousness from the virtual universe and did not reconnect. For nearly a month, he had devoted all his time to digesting the enhanced insights garnered from the great Tao proverb, with revered ones and immortal kings in attendance. The amplification effect of the great Tao proverb far surpassed his expectations. As he had previously shared at the estate, he had believed the amplification effect to be quite formidable. Yet this time it was even more terrifying. The first step of the merging laws of Earth and space. Within a mere half-month, he had thoroughly comprehended the essential combinations. Coupling the images of the Beast God's battles with the Great Axe and the Chaos Steel, Zhou Hao had begun to experiment with fusion in the remaining half-month. One must understand, according to the previously comprehended laws of fusion, this step would typically require a minimum of 57 years for one to even attempt it. However, he accomplished this feat in merely 1 month. Such results were almost beyond his own belief. Swift, remarkably swift. After all, this pertained to the laws of fusion. At this rate, he anticipated mastering the first step of the fusion laws of Earth and Void within a year. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly provoke a tremendous uproar, potentially even prompting the ancestral deity sect to dispatch envoys. Those formidable practitioners of the beast deity sect, even when seeking legacies in the beast deity's inheritance grounds, required extensive time. While Zhou Hao immersed himself in contemplation and understanding, the upper echelons of the human race were in complete disarray, particularly after the breakthroughs of the true Yin King, the Eye Difficulty King, and the Black Mist King from the threshold of kingly immortality to that of a venerable. All the kingly immortals found themselves in a state of agitation. When Zhou Hao began to share his insights, although they were all in motion, It was merely a chaotic flurry of activity, with some lacking connections only sending 1 or 2 emails. If they could secure a place, that would be splendid. But if not, it was of little consequence. They did not believe that merely attending Zhou Hao's sharing could yield any significant advancement. If that were the case, the human race would not need to engage in cultivation at all. Yet, with the breakthroughs of Zhenyan, Tongnan, and He Wu, the news spread like an earthquake, leaving many kingly immortals utterly bewildered. Anyone with even a modicum of information and connections knew that the 3 of them had languished in the chaotic city for countless eons without achieving a breakthrough. Their potential had been deemed hopeless by the race. Zhenyan had applied multiple times for the beast deity order, yet the race had remained unresponsive. Yet, it was this seemingly hopeless kingly immortal who, after merely auditing a single session, achieved a breakthrough. In light of such circumstances, who could remain composed? Even those with unwavering resolve found it challenging to maintain their composure upon hearing the news. After all, attending for just 2 hours had surpassed billions of years of arduous cultivation, an unbearable reality for anyone. Regarding the realm of cosmic venerables, the tumult was even greater and more frenzied than that in the kingly circle. In the distant expanse of the Bloodlow world, a grand palace loomed amidst the vast cosmos. This was the palace of celestial eclipse, the meditation palace of the supreme cosmic sovereign of the human race. At this moment, on the 9th level of the palace, the master of the palace, donned in a silver robe with a vertical scar on his brow, listened to his subordinate's report. "My lord, the outside world has gone mad. Zhenyan, Tongnan, and He Wu have indeed been fortunate. Due to their connection with Luo Feng, they secured additional auditing spots despite initially being ineligible, and upon attending, they broke through to venerable status. It is said that all those venerable individuals who audited have made tremendous progress. You have presided over the Bloodlow world for many years, yet have remained stuck at the last step, unable to ascend to cosmic sovereign. If you were to audit, perhaps you could surpass that final hurdle and achieve greatness." The most trusted subordinate of the Celestial Eclipse Palace lay prostrate on the ground, his voice echoing. "Is it truly so simple to transcend to cosmic sovereign?" The master of the palace replied, his voice as refined as a gentle breeze. His subordinate could not help but interject, "My lord, breaking through from kingly immortality to venerable status is also quite challenging. Even if you do not succeed after 1 audit, what of 2 or 3? Surely you would break through eventually. A few years ago, when Luo Feng emerged from the Bloodlow world, you personally offered guidance. With that connection, it is likely that Luo Feng would not refuse." The master of the palace gently shook his head, deeming it absurd for a supreme, cosmic sovereign to beseech a cosmic genius. His subordinate gritted his teeth. "My lord, this is an opportunity to transcend to cosmic sovereign. If you find it difficult to lower your pride, I shall go myself and humbly request Luo Feng to ask Zhou how to allow you to accompany him for the next audit." The master of the palace continued shaking his head, insisting that the matter not be mentioned again, as it remained uncertain when Zhou Hao would next share his insights. His subordinate sighed, knowing that although the master was kind-hearted, he was also too proud. He was well aware that other, slightly less powerful cosmic sovereigns had gone mad, personally visiting Zhou Hao's direct venerable 9 swords, with some even seeking out the cosmic sovereign. Yet, the master of the palace remained unmoved, causing his subordinate to feel anxious. However, soon a voice echoed in his ears. "Do not worry, I have served in the Bloodlow world, and though I have not achieved merit, I have endured hardships. I believe there will be an auditing spot available next time. If not, I shall speak with the Master of Chaos regarding the cosmic sovereign. I have been stuck at this step for far too long, so long that I can scarcely recall how many years it has been. It is indeed time for a change." A look of joy immediately spread across his subordinate's face. Not only the master of the palace, but the other 2 top cosmic sovereigns of the human race, the Demon Lord of Star Prison and the Ancestor Tree Venerable, could no longer remain still. As top cosmic sovereigns, they were well informed and fully aware that among the cosmic venerables attending this audit, over 20 had broken through to the ordinary cosmic sovereign level. Faced with such astonishing results, they could no longer contain themselves. On the Thunder Island of the virtual universe, at the mountainside, the venerable Zhenyan, who had just broken through to cosmic venerable status, chose a location and completed the construction of his palace, only to be besieged by numerous cosmic venerables coming to pay their respects. Even the newly ascended Black Mist Venerable and Tongnan Venerable came to visit. Zhenyan Venerable smiled wryly. Although these visiting venerables did not say much, he understood that their presence alone granted him considerable prestige. With this level of recognition, when Zhou Hao next shared his insights, they would be able to strengthen their connections. After a group of venerables departed, Luo Feng entered the palace, carrying fine wine, and teasingly remarked, "Master, how do you find the scenery here on the mountainside?" Zhun Yin venerable glared, "You rascal, still jesting with your master. Alas, it is all about human connections. There are even several cosmic sovereigns among those who came to congratulate me. If they bring it up, I truly cannot refuse. Master, this is a delightful dilemma you face." Luo Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Zhun Yin venerable retorted, "Drink, just drink." In a simple palace, around a massive round table, great beings emanating terrifying auras sat casually. During this time, they had convened several meetings of the Great Axe, and participating in such high-level conferences had become almost routine. Their primary discussions revolve around Zhou Hao's forthcoming growth plans and point tasks. From the outset, heated arguments ensued, for Zhou Hao was of utmost importance to the race. Nearly half of the cosmic sovereigns opposed any risk for him. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the losses for the human race would be catastrophic. Ultimately, it was only after the Great Axe spoke that the disputes subsided. This meeting was convened to announce the established point task arrangements. The Master of Chaos surveyed the room and stated, "This series of point tasks has been jointly devised by myself, along with the Darkness, Ice Peak, and Dragon Walk. We have taken into full consideration Zhou Hao's personal safety and capabilities, aiming to better hone his skills while ensuring his safety. The point tasks are divided into 3 phases. The first phase primarily involved assassination tasks, requiring the personal elimination of a kingly immortal at the 11th layer of the laws, as well as the extermination of over 100 million targets. This first phase is essentially akin to the tasks assigned to previous external members. The emphasis lies in the second phase, after meticulous examination by the virtual universe system and cooperation from the intelligence department. It has been determined that the insect tribe has dispatched a venerable to assassinate Zhou Hao, who is currently lurking within the Qianwu universe. The precise location of this infiltration remains unknown. Thus, the second phase primarily focuses on drawing out this assassination venerable and eliminating this threat in advance. In the third phase, which was initially intended as a test of character and conduct, I conferred with the forces of darkness and the Great Axe, ultimately deciding to abolish this trial in favor of a task focused on the comprehension of the laws. I trust you are aware that in his previous discourse, Zhou Hao shared insights regarding the integration of the Earth and Void laws. At this juncture, the Lord of Chaos sighed, revealing that Zhou Hao not only delved into the Earth and Void, but has also explored the other 8 integration laws, with the aim of merging time and space. As soon as he finished speaking, the other cosmic lords began to murmur among themselves. The Great Axe, seated in a position of authority, proclaimed, "Feel free to voice your thoughts." The Lord of Desolation was the first to respond. "Chaos, I do not oppose the arrangement of the second phase. While Zhou Hao's safety is not a concern with the Great Axe and the forces of darkness present in the Qianwu universe, the lurking presence of a venerable being remains a potential hazard. Therefore, we must ensure comprehensive safety measures. Ultimately, the matter of comprehending the laws is paramount. We all understand the arduousness of merging time and space, a challenge even more formidable than becoming a cosmic lord. Zhou Hao embodies the hope for the ascendance of our human race. We cannot permit him to squander time on this endeavor." The other cosmic lords nodded in agreement, eager for Zhou Hao's swift advancement, as it would facilitate future interactions with him. Clearly, the path of integrating time and space, regardless of its direction, promises to be a lengthy one. Any misstep could result in stagnation at a particular level for a lifetime. Numerous prodigies in the history of our human race have fallen victim to such pitfalls. Chapter 154, Decision. The strong remain strong. This is a fundamental truth recognized by every cosmic lord. Given Zhou Hao's exceptional talent in the foundational laws of time and space, he ought to specialize in these 2 laws, first mastering one before pursuing the other, following the path tread by the vast majority of venerable beings in the universe. This approach is the swiftest and most reliable. Even if problems arise along the way, adjustments can be made promptly. However, the path of time-space integration is entirely different, as Zhou Hao chooses to first comprehend the other 8 integration laws before delving into the fusion of time and space. Any blockage in this process could halt the overall understanding of the laws. Were it not for Zhou Hao, any other prodigy would have been dismissed by these cosmic lords, as they are well aware that such a path is fraught with obstacles, leading to wasted time before inevitably reverting to the original course. The Great Axe turned to the Lord of Chaos. "Since you are aware of Zhou Hao's pursuit of time-space integration, you must have discussed the difficulties he faces." The Lord of Chaos nodded, I have granted him a millennium. If he cannot grasp the essence of time-space integration by then, he must willingly concede. Upon hearing this, all the cosmic lords exhaled in relief. A millennium passes swiftly. With Zhou Hao's talents, even if he were to waste that time, no other prodigy could catch up. Experiencing some setbacks could be beneficial. A smooth journey often leads to issues of the heart. As long as you are aware of this, chaos. The Lord of Chaos replied with a smile. My initial intention in granting a millennium was to encourage him to withdraw upon realizing the difficulty. However, given Zhou Hao's current circumstances, it seems he plans to first pursue the integration of Earth and space. It has been 15 or 16 years since departing from the primordial secret realm, and he has only just begun to grasp a thread of the Earth and space laws. I believe he will soon come to understand the challenges of the integration laws. The other cosmic lords smiled knowingly, having all risen from humble beginnings. They too had their moments of stubbornness and encountered obstacles. They understood that attempting to dissuade someone during such times often backfires, and it is better to grant them trust, allowing them to recognize their own limitations. Now, let us discuss the safety concerns regarding Zhou Hao's upcoming assessment task. Time swiftly passes. Back on Earth in the 12th year, Zhou Hao once again comprehended the foundational steps of the Earth and void integration laws. At present, he only has the wind, time, and light laws left to explore among the 8 integration laws. The wind and time integration law can be studied through the Wind Shadow Chaos Tablet, as well as through the images of beast gods in combat and the beast god statues combined with wind and time. However, there is no Chaos Tablet available as a reference for light and time, which significantly slows his training pace. The previous integration laws he studied have provided immense assistance. The Chaos Tablet serves as a solid foundation, while the beast god statues and images are akin to erecting structures upon that foundation. Without a solid base, merely observing the beast god statues would result in a feeble imitation of form, devoid of true understanding. He intends to fully immerse himself in the integration of wind and time before addressing light and time. However, prior to this, he feels the need to take a 6-month break. Zhou Hao rubbed his temples, murmuring to himself. Ever since leaving the primordial secret realm and deciding to embark on the path of time-space integration, he has scarcely paused for a moment. Although his comprehension of the laws has progressed rapidly, the sustained mental strain has left him fatigued. This sensation emerged during his studies of fire and void. Nevertheless, the presence of the great Tao's aphorisms prevented him from being consumed by exhaustion. Deciding that it was time to relax, he felt as though he had shed a 1,000-pound burden. He leapt from the rooftop and made his way to the willows by West Lake. Gazing at the shimmering surface of the water, Zhou Hao's heart gradually found tranquility. Yet, having grown accustomed to pondering the laws, even in a state of calm, his thoughts inevitably gravitated towards them. This time, however, he forced himself to refrain from contemplation. Unfortunately, this coercion proved ineffective, leading him to retrieve a bottle of wine and drink in solitude. This wine, though not precious, would quickly intoxicate a domain lord, and after just a few sips, Zhou Hao succumbed to drunkenness by the shore. Suddenly, Fire-E-Air appeared, drawn by the rich scent of alcohol in the air, and chuckled helplessly. However, he made no move, simply standing guard quietly nearby. The other guards also gathered around, standing vigil. In a villa in Yangzhou City, the Great Axe and the forces of darkness observed this scene and couldn't help but smile, finding amusement in the sight of a young prodigy intoxicated. 10 days later, Zhou Hao awoke, finding himself sprawled on a sofa within the castle. Beside him sat a graceful woman, deep in thought with her chin resting on her hand. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he inquired, "Sister, did you bring me to this castle?" Zhou Hao nodded casually. "Your guards dared not make a move. But you, a peaked domain lord, still managed to drink yourself into such a stupor." "I merely wished to rest for a spell," Zhou Hao replied as he rose. Stretching lazily, feeling the fatigue of his thoughts diminish considerably, the wine was indeed delightful. He glanced at Zhou Hao, noting her apparent concern. "What about Shunjia? Aren't you too back to playing in the Zhangxue world with our mother?" "Not all. After venturing outside for over a century, engaging in such virtual games has lost its appeal. It seems Shunjia is not inclined to venture out again." Zhou Hao replied with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hao realized, "Sister, do you still wish to continue exploring?" He understood her worries. It was evident that she had developed an affinity for the adventurous lifestyle, while Shunjia preferred the stability of returning to Earth. In fact, during their adventures, his doppelganger had noticed this inclination. Zhou Hao smiled. "Experiencing various events throughout the universe is indeed fascinating. With our family's guard team on Earth, there's no danger whatsoever. Staying too long inevitably leads to too much comfort. Then let us venture forth, but on the condition that my doppelganger accompanies us. Zhou Hao declared. Zhou Hao nodded. That is acceptable, but I will first try to persuade Shun Jie to join us. As for our mother, you should speak to her. Zhou Hao sighed, and time continued to flow swiftly. Half a year has swiftly passed, and during this time, my elder sister, Zhou Hao, has shown no urgency to depart from Earth. Although she has made her decision, she yearns to linger a while longer, for the next occasion of her return remains uncertain. Consequently, Zhou Hao has taken upon himself to accompany Zhou Hao on a leisurely tour, traversing every city as if on a grand adventure. After their explorations, the faint weariness that had clouded Zhou Hao's mind dissipated entirely. At this juncture, the series of reward tasks from the Virtual Universe Company has been announced. Chapter 155, The Special Guardian Squad. In the Rain Resonance Mountains primitive zone, within a vast estate, stand a 3-story solitary residence. In the study, Zhou Hao received an email notification and promptly linked himself to the virtual universe. After remaining on Earth for over a decade, the series of reward tasks were issued sooner than he had anticipated. Historically, Domain Lord-level external missions typically take an average of 50 years or more to be assigned. In contrast to the cosmic level, where one can actively pursue training world tasks to earn points, Domain Lords endure a more arduous wait for the Virtual Universe Company's task assignments. Points are exceedingly valuable. The stronger one becomes, the greater the demand for points. Secret arts, such as Chronicles of Time and Space, True Understanding of Time and Space, and Black Hole Evolution, which provide immense assistance in cultivation, require astronomical amounts of points. Not to mention the even more substantial points needed for arts like Transformation of Divine Shun, which involve the fusion of laws and combat prowess. Zhou Hao had traversed the cosmic-level Tontian Mountain, earning 100 million points, and if he were to conquer the Domain Lord-level Tontian Mountain, he could amass an additional 3 billion points. However, these points would only be awarded upon becoming a Realm Master. Thus, in truth, his current points are rather modest. Nevertheless, due to his relentless study of the 8 fusion laws, he has temporarily set aside the true understanding of time and space, and he finds himself lacking in neither treasures nor resources for nurturing the Mo Yun vine. Therefore, his expenditure of points remains minimal. He clicked to open the email, and a plethora of content refreshed before him. After a brief glance, a flicker of astonishment crossed Zhou Hao's face. This time, the reward task is, astonishingly, the highest tier mission. The entire task is divided into 3 segments. The first segment offers a maximum of 1 million points, with rewards determined by the degree of completion. If completed at 70%, the reward would be 700,000 points. The second segment allows for a maximum of 2 million points, while the third segment permits up to 4 million points. Additionally, if all 3 segments are completed with a degree of completion exceeding 70%, an extra reward of 5 million points will be granted. In total, this highest tier mission could yield as much as 12 million points, a truly substantial sum. Other members of the primitive secret realm typically have maximum reward tasks that hover around 2 million points. Thus, his reward is a staggering 6-fold increase. It appears that the Virtual Universe Company is extending special consideration, especially since his last shared insights had greatly influenced even the esteemed Wang Buju. Zhou Hao understood this well. The talents of the clan are nurtured with resources before they mature, yet he has begun to reciprocate by contributing to the clan. His role in aiding Zhanyan Wang and others to break through to the cosmic sovereign level is not insignificant. Hence, upon witnessing the bountiful rewards of the highest tier mission, he felt no surprise. His gaze continued downward. In the attachment, the first segment of the reward task was outlined, Judgment. The content provided a detailed introduction. Within the Qinwu universe, there exists an ancient noble who, while indulging in resources, has shown no ambition for progress. Instead, he has brazenly wielded his power, employing means that violate the laws of the cosmic nation to seize vast resources and establish the Fengyao organization, secretly trafficking in important items and resources, severely harming the interests of the cosmic nation. This ancient noble, known as King Xinjian, was one of the earliest followers of the Qinwu Universe's sovereign. Zhou Hao, your task is to swiftly eliminate the upper echelons of this noble's Fengyao organization by gathering various pieces of evidence regarding this noble's infringement upon the cosmic nation's interests and subsequently conducting a fair and public trial. The options for judgment include 1. Death. 2. Imprisonment for 100 years. 3. Imprisonment for 1,000 years. 4. Imprisonment for 1,000,000 years. Including King Xinjian, you hold full authority over all those being judged. No one may interfere. Throughout the duration of this task, you must maintain a constant connection to the virtual network. All actions you undertake must be transmitted in real time. Should the completion of the first segment reach 80% or above, you may proceed to the second segment. If it falls below 80, the highest tier mission will conclude prematurely. Zhou Hao read this with a knowing smile. In truth, he understood the true purpose of the first segment's task. It was likely assessing whether he would maintain impartiality in the face of overwhelming power. The other aspects of the task aligned closely with the highest tier mission stipulations, requiring him to personally handle all judgments and capture operations, with the Guardian Squad forbidden from interference. However, there was another attachment. Upon opening it, an expression of surprise graced his features. Attachment content, after careful consideration by the Virtual Universe Company. In light of your unique circumstances, Zhou Hao, an additional Guardian Squad will be dispatched to ensure your safety throughout the task execution. Therefore, please commence the highest tier mission only after this squad has arrived. In a virtual universe, on the slopes of Thunder Island, within the corridor of the Nine-Sword Sovereign's palace, several cosmic sovereigns engaged in conversation. Nine-Sword, this time the clan intends to dispatch a Guardian Squad to ensure Zhou Hao's safety during his highest tier mission. As Zhou Hao's direct sovereign, the clan has granted you a degree of advisory power. Given our amicable relationship, I hope you will thoughtfully consider this, remarked a cosmic sovereign whose icy demeanor seemed to chill the very air around him. As soon as he finished speaking, another sovereign, radiating warmth like a volcano, interjected, indeed. Nine-Sword, we have ventured through the cosmic secret realms together in the past. This Guardian Squad has 8 slots available. Please lend a hand in securing one for us. Nine-Sword's sovereign regarded his 2 friends, one cold and one fiery, with a sense of helplessness. In addition to the 2 of you, over 100 cosmic sovereigns have approached me for this opportunity. The slots are limited to 8, and the clan has already designated half of them. While they have granted me advisory power over the remaining slots, I must take responsibility for my recommendations. Your strengths are somewhat lacking. It's not that I am unwilling to assist. You cannot fathom the competition for these 8 slots. More than 30 cosmic overlords have submitted requests. The 2 sovereigns, both icy and fiery, were left speechless. Nine-Sword, this is utterly outrageous, they exclaimed. Originally, they believed they were being proactive by personally visiting and seeking Nine-Sword assistance, only to discover that even cosmic overlords were vying for the same slots. These overlords wielded power capable of overwhelming their own. With a wry smile, Nine-Sword Sovereign responded. This is no exaggeration. The arenas of the Giant Axe, the Cosmic Star Bank, the universe's first bank, and the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance are all embroiled in fierce competition for these 8 slots. Had Zhou Hao not been affiliated with our Virtual Universe Company, securing even 2 slots for us would have been a remarkable feat. So, though I possess advisory power, I truly dare not make reckless suggestions. The 2 cosmic sovereigns soon grasped the situation and chuckled. Nine-Sword, it seems you have quite the headache ahead of you. With over 30 cosmic overlords in the fray, any recommendation will be a thankless endeavor. You understand my plight? Nine-Sword replied. At present, I am indeed quite troubled. Not only Nine-Sword, but even those sovereigns who had rarely shown themselves over millions of years and thousands of epochs have emerged from their palaces, causing the Rain Resonance Mountain's Thunder Island to resemble a bustling marketplace, with a multitude of cosmic sovereigns frequently visiting, while the cosmic overlords still maintained a semblance of decorum. As the final day for confirming slots approached, they could no longer remain idle. In truth, they all comprehend that the protection of Zhou Hao serves a dual purpose. While safeguarding him is one aspect, the more significant objective lies in fostering connections between the escort team and Zhou Hao. Those who manage to establish rapport will naturally secure an opportunity to audit his insights during his future reflections. Conversely, those who fail to do so can hardly be blamed, as the chances presented are glaringly evident. It is a matter of seizing the moment, lest they find themselves at odds with the higher echelons of their clan. Many ordinary cosmic sovereigns, upon realizing the multitude of contenders vying for the title of Cosmic Overlord, could only express their exasperation with repeated sighs. Opportunities are scarce. If even a mere escort team is so fiercely contested, the prospect of obtaining an auditing position in the future appears even more daunting. The Virtual Universe Company exhibited remarkable efficiency this time. Zhou Hao had anticipated waiting another year or 2, but to his astonishment, merely half a month after the dispatch of the highest point task email, the escort teams collectively utilized the Divine Nation teleportation to arrive at the Qianwu Universe's Qianyu Star. This particular task's primary location is situated on Qianyu Star, one of the 9 core planets within the Qianwu Star domain. Months passed, and Zhou Hao once again arrived at Qianyu Star aboard a spaceship. However, upon seeing the escort team, a look of bewilderment overtook his countenance. For there was only one member present. Your Highness, I am Li Yin-ho, the leader of the escort team. Due to special circumstances, our team will not be making an appearance in reality for the time being. You may enter the virtual universe, where the members of the escort team are already awaiting you at your estate. Chapter 156, Rampaging. In the Primal Zone estate, 8 members of a formidable escort team, exuding an overwhelming aura, engaged in casual conversation. The other guards within the estate dared not approach, with the dedicated resident teacher, the 7-colored king, holding his breath. For each of these 8 individuals possessed a presence far superior to that of a cosmic sovereign. Your Highness, upon Zhou Hao's arrival, the guards promptly bowed respectfully. He nodded gently, his expression revealing astonishment as he beheld the 8 exceptional protectors. Good heavens! The strength of these guards is astonishing. Their aura undoubtedly surpassed that of cosmic sovereigns. Although he had surmised that the Virtual Universe Company might dispatch a considerably powerful team, he never anticipated the arrival of a squad composed of individuals with cosmic sovereign prowess. Such a team could undoubtedly venture into the primal stars. The 8 cosmic overlords regarded Zhou Hao, a domain lord-level individual, without any semblance of arrogance. They understood the significance of this prodigy standing before them, and their pursuit of this opportunity was driven by the desire to forge connections with such a brilliant talent. Thus, each of them endeavored to introduce themselves with warm smiles. I am the revered Wood. I am the revered Golden Axe. I am the revered Fire Lin. Each team member chimed in cheerfully. Among them were those who had previously audited Zhou Hao's insights, such as the revered Golden Axe and the revered Mingguang, both disciples of the Chaos City Lord who had achieved cosmic overlord status through their reflections. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hao hurriedly greeted each of the cosmic sovereigns, simultaneously committing their names to memory. Their application to serve as his protectors was undoubtedly a significant favor. Though their motivations were clear, a favor is still a favor. In reality, many cosmic sovereigns and overlords were acutely aware of this, which fueled the fierce competition for the opportunity. The revered Golden Axe, having a closer relationship with Zhou Hao, remarked, Junior brother, our primary task is to ensure your safety during the execution of your highest point mission. However, we shall not assist you in completing this task. You must rely on your own abilities. Zhou Hao nodded, responding, I understand, Senior Brother Golden Axe. The revered Golden Axe smiled. As long as you understand, Junior brother, for the time being, we will reside within a world ring that you will carry with you. Rest assured, should there be any energy fluctuations exceeding your capacity, we will instantly breach the confines of the miniature world. As Zhou Hao commenced his highest point task, deep within the underground base of the Vero planet, tens of thousands of light years away from Xiongyu Star, a 3-eyed bald man clad in uniform spoke in a deep tone. Target number 1 has re-entered Xiongyu Star. Based on the convergence of various intelligence sources, it is speculated that the target will soon embark on a point task, which is directly assigned by the Virtual Universe Company, and we are unable to gather any intelligence regarding it. Therefore, you must focus all your efforts on the target. Every move he makes must be reported immediately. Yes. All the infiltrating members replied in unison. The 3-eyed bald man continued. On Earth, we cannot act easily, but during the point task, the human prodigy will be compelled to take the initiative, even engaging in combat with some immortals. This presents the most opportune moment for assassination. The higher-ups have entrusted us with this significant task. We must ensure that the assassination is executed flawlessly. Yes. After issuing his commands, the 3-eyed bald man employed a special communication method to relay the message to a hidden extraterrestrial cosmic sovereign deep within the desolate mountain ranges of a barren planet in the Qianwu universe. The organization has already laid the groundwork. My lord, please proceed immediately to the Dreamy Empire and await your opportunity upon arrival. Upon receiving this information, the extraterrestrial cosmic sovereign promptly set off for the Dreamy Empire. The founding emperor of the Dreamy Empire, Yao Hai, is a lord-level immortal controlled by the insect race. In order to orchestrate their plans, the insect race deliberately leaked this information, enticing the Virtual Universe Company to dispatch human prodigies. They were willing to sacrifice such an immortal slave to achieve their ends. None of this was known to Zhou Hao. After meeting with the special team, he set off towards the nearby Zhenjian Star domain. The Zhenjian Marquis, who presided over this domain, resided within it. In the spaceship's hall, Zhou Hao perused the detailed intelligence provided by the Virtual Universe Company's information department regarding the Zhenjian Marquis family, which included information on the Fengyao organization. The Zhenjian Marquis family boasts billions of direct descendants spread throughout the Zhenjian Star domain, with an exceedingly bloated number of collateral relatives. Among them, the direct grandson of the Zhenjian Marquis, the Jinyu Marquis, is the core leader of the entire Fengyao organization. After finishing his review, Zhou Hao sat on the sofa, deep in thought. The first point task was not particularly challenging, especially concerning the collection of intelligence and evidence, as the virtual universe company had prepared everything in advance, rendering it unnecessary for a domain Lord-level member, like himself, to expend vast amounts of time on collection. Thus, the entirety of the task primarily entailed capturing individuals and rendering judgments. After all, the Xinjian Marquis is one of the more renowned ancient marquises among the 300 marquises of the Qianwu universe. During Zhou Hao's welcome banquet, the Marquis had personally visited the estate, sending talented members of his clan to forge connections with Zhou Hao. Furthermore, the ruler of the Qianwu universe held a favorable disposition towards the Xinjian Marquis, which rendered the task relatively challenging. Of course, had any other prodigy encountered such a task, it would undoubtedly have posed a significant headache. However, Zhou Hao remained unperturbed, based on the information provided. While the Xinjian Marquis did not directly partake in the family's transgressions against the interests of the cosmic nation, he condoned and permitted his grandson and family to plunder at will. His culpability is not negligible. If the Xinjian Marquis truly remained unaware, that might suffice. But given his clear understanding of the family's circumstances, his continued tolerance is utterly inexcusable. Boom! The spaceship navigated into the heart of the Xinjian star domain, Xinjian Star. Countless citizens of the planet looked up in astonishment at the spaceship that had suddenly appeared above the tallest building on the planet. This is Xinjian Star, where no foreign vessels are permitted to approach. They must halt at the starry harbor. Meanwhile, Jin Yu, the direct descendant of the Marquis, currently within the building, frowned as he gazed at the spaceship outside and exclaimed, "Who dares to intrude upon my Xinjian Star?" Zhou Hao, accompanied by the indomitable leader of the Immortal Guards, Hua Yi-er, and all the other Domain Master's Guards, made a grand entrance. This direct descendant of the Sword Jade Marquis, though merely at the Domain Master level, had previously exchanged pleasantries with Zhou Hao during a welcoming banquet. However, unbeknownst to many, this scion of the Sword Jade Marquis was a pivotal figure within the Fengyao organization, possessing the authority to make significant decisions without having to report to the Marquis himself. His only obligation was to provide cultivation resources annually. Upon realizing Zhou Hao's presence, the scion's face instantly lit up with fervent enthusiasm, and he promptly darted outside the grand edifice to pay his respects. The remaining staff of the building quickly followed suit. Zhou Hao, observing the scion adorned with fiery red markings, spoke with a measured tone. "You are undoubtedly aware of the Fengyao organization's dealings in the illicit trade of prohibited items, correct?" Boom! At the utterance of this statement, beads of sweat cascaded down the scion's forehead. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Hao's chilling voice cut through the air. "Your exploitation of the Fengyao organization for slave trading, indiscriminate extermination of rival factions, is already reprehensible enough. But you have further sullied your hands by providing forbidden creatures to extraterrestrial entities and leaking vital intelligence of the cosmic nation. Your other transgressions are equally egregious. I hereby pronounce your sentence, death." With that, Zhou Hao raised his hand and unleashed a devastating punch imbued with fierce spatial laws that swiftly obliterated the core of the scion's internal world. The scion, merely at the pinnacle of the domain master level, stood little chance against Zhou Hao's formidable strength. A single strike was all it took. After all, having devoted himself to mastering the 8 foundational laws, Zhou Hao had comprehended 6 of them to a profound degree, surpassing many cosmic sovereigns in their understanding of basic laws. Furthermore, should he so desire, he could easily traverse the primal paths of the domain lord level. After executing the scion, Zhou Hao continued his relentless pursuit of justice, systematically judging the 12 core leaders of the Fengyao organization, all of whom met the same death sentence. For none among them were innocent. It was only after this that he made his way to the residence of the Sword Shocking King. Meanwhile, the core leader of the Fengyao organization, the Sword Jade Marquis, anxiously awaited within the confines of the estate. "Ancestral Lord, he is coming." Fear gripped the heart of the Sword Jade Marquis, fully aware of the misdeeds perpetrated by his organization. The Sword Shocking King exuded an aura as sharp as a blade. Her gaze fierce as she admonished, "I am still alive. What is there to fear? Does this domain master-level genius truly dare to pass judgment upon you?" Upon hearing the Sword Shocking King's words, the Marquis found a semblance of calm. "Rest assured, I have already sent a message to the Sovereign. This is merely a minor issue that has arisen within your Fengyao organization. It is my fault for indulging you too much. Reflect on your actions, and remain in the estate for now. I will certainly remain here to cultivate in seclusion," the Marquis promised fervently. Amid their conversation, Zhou Hao, accompanied by a formidable contingent of guards, made a beeline for the sword-shocking king's estate. The many members of the sword-shocking family stared in astonishment at Zhou Hao's brazen entourage. For such a bold display was unprecedented in the residence of the sword-shocking king. Typically, even other nobles required permission to enter. It is a rare honor for His Excellency the Inspector to visit my humble abode. I hope you will forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. Laughter echoed from deep within the estate, resonating in the air. The members of the sword-shocking family gazed at Zhou Hao with a mix of shock and delight. The inspector from the Qianwu division has graced us with his presence. It is said that only the most illustrious talents of the Virtual Universe Company can hold such a position. Excited whispers filled the air, as many from the sword-shocking lineage rushed to catch a glimpse of the inspector. After all, the inspector was the fourth highest authority in the Qianwu division, a figure of immense stature that they seldom had the opportunity to encounter. With a swift motion, the sword-shocking king, accompanied by the sword jade marquis and a contingent of loyal kin, appeared at the entrance to greet Zhou Hao. Your Excellency the Inspector, your visit to the sword-shocking estate requires but a word from you. It is an honor to have you here. The sword-shocking king, her hair as white as snow, exuded an aura of sharp sword intent that could stun any onlooker with a mere glance. Although the nobles of the Qianwu cosmic nation lacked the prowess to rival the 5 great sovereigns, the sword-shocking king had once served under the cosmic sovereign and still maintained considerable strength. However, since attaining noble status and retreating to her family's domain for cultivation, she had seldom made public appearances, only attending high-level banquets within the cosmic nation. Zhou Hao regarded the sword-shocking king, recognizing that her family had secured vast resources across several star territories in the heart of the cosmic nation due to her influence. Regrettably, excessive indulgence and pampering often herald the decline of the family. Sword-shocking king, I trust you are aware of my purpose here. I prefer to be direct. Your kin's actions have infringed upon the interests of the cosmic nation, and I have come to pass judgment. Zhou Hao stated unequivocally. A shiver coursed through the sword jade marquis, who stood behind the sword-shocking king. He had received word that the core leaders of the Fengyao organization, as well as his own kin, had been executed by this domain master-level inspector. Confronted with the grim reality of his fate, the marquis quickly turned to his ancestral lord. The sword-shocking king's smile gradually faded, and she spoke softly. Inspector, during the welcoming banquet, I was present in person. In light of this, might you show leniency? My grandson has merely committed a minor error. To elevate this to an infringement upon the cosmic nation's interests seems rather exaggerated. Rest assured, prior to your arrival, I've already given him a severe reprimand and imposed a ban on him from leaving the estate for several 100,000 years. With that, she fixed her gaze upon Zhou Hao. What say you to this course of action? The sword-shocking king believed she had sufficiently honored Zhou Hao. Though the 3 great powers of the Qianwu division held him in high regard, he was still merely a domain master-level genius. Despite the allure of the primal secret realm, few of the Virtual Universe Company's most illustrious talents had ever managed to transcend into the realm of the immortal. The path to immortality had claimed the lives of many a genius. Setting aside the daunting threshold of immortality, the threat of assassination by extraterrestrial beings posed a significant peril. As a noble of the cosmic nation, the sword-shocking king had followed the cosmic sovereign, holding an extraordinary position and strength. She believed that Zhou Hao would not be so ungrateful as to dismiss her overtures. Zhou Hao smiled. He disregarded the sword-shocking king entirely. His cold gaze fixated on the sword jade marquis. Marquis, your Fengyao organization has trafficked in 319 instances of prohibited goods, each resulting in a loss of tens of thousands of cosmic level and thousands of domain level warriors from the 7th and 9th legions. The intelligence department of the virtual universe has thoroughly investigated the Fengyao organization and the marquis, leaving no stone unturned. Based on this evidence, you deserve death 100 times over. Marquis, are you aware of your crimes? Zhou Hao pressed. Seeing Zhou Hao's unwavering stance, the sword-shocking king's expression hardened. A tempest of sword intent surged around her, her hair billowing as she confronted Zhou Hao. Inspector, I have already stated that these are merely minor issues. I am prepared to compensate 100,000 mixed yuan units for the losses incurred from the prohibited goods sold by my grandson, and I will acknowledge and accept penalties for the other transgressions. Zhou Hao cast not even a glance at the sword-shocking king, continuing, Marquis, your silence is of no consequence. You are undoubtedly aware of your own guilt. Therefore, I hereby sentence you to death. At his side, Huir, the leader of the Immortal Guards, sprang into action. In this particular mission, he was tasked solely with personally adjudicating the core members of the Fengyao organization. including its founder and the esteemed Zheng Wang. All he needed to do was deliver the verdict. Boom! Following his previous attendance at the manor, Hua had attained an understanding of the laws that reached the 15th level of the Sky Bridge, thus solidifying his status as a prince of the realm. Consequently, eliminating a mere Zhou Hao, who had yet to achieve immortality, was an effortless endeavor. Zheng Wang remained motionless, her eyes wide open as she witnessed her most cherished Zhou Hao perish before her. The cultivation of an immortal deity from a family demands an immense allocation of resources, let alone the arduous task of nurturing a prince of the realm. Although Zhou Hao merely embellished his status, he was nonetheless the inheritor of the entire Zheng Wang lineage. Now, that bloodline had been severed. However, Zheng Wang dared not act, considering that the strength exhibited by the immortal guard captain beside Zhou Hao was at least on par with her own, and her position as an inspector's envoy rendered her hesitant to make any moves. Should she engage, she might succeed in slaying Zhou Hao, but the entirety of her family would face annihilation, herself included. Please leave, she stated coldly. Zhou Hao, however, gazed at Zheng Wang with a calm demeanor, for the judgment had yet to reach its conclusion. Zheng Wang chuckled. What? Do you aspire to judge me as well? Zheng Wang, during your years of seclusion, you have indulged your grandson, Zhou Hao, in reckless behavior, utilizing your authority to indirectly obliterate 2 domain-level legions, while leaking critical information regarding the Qianwu Cosmic Nation and the Virtual Universe Company to your grandson, which allowed foreign races to infiltrate, resulting in substantial losses for the Qianwu Cosmic Nation. Do you acknowledge this crime? Zhou Hao's voice resonated, unrestrained, echoing throughout the mansion, reaching the ears of countless members of the Zheng Wang family. They were left in utter disbelief. The recent lightning-fast execution of Zhou Hao by Hua had already left them in shock. After all, Zhou Hao was a formidable figure within the family, second only to the ancestral patriarch, commanding respect even from the most gifted within the clan. Yet he had met his demise, sentenced to death by the inspector. Zheng Wang's pupils constricted. She had indeed divulged a considerable amount of information to her grandson, some inadvertently, while others were deliberate, intending to elevate her grandson's influence to gather resources for her own advancement. However, she had not anticipated that her grandson would expose this information to foreign infiltrators. This was a grave offense. No wonder the Virtual Universe Company had dispatched Zhou Hao. I do not acknowledge it, Zheng Wang retorted coldly. She cannot accept this charge. Setting aside whether she was aware of it or not, this crime was one she could not bear, nor could the entire Zheng family. Zhou Hao shook his head. Zheng Wang, you should be aware that regardless of your acknowledgement, I possess the authority to judge you. Your obstinacy serves no purpose. You are, after all, one of the 300 princes of the Qianwu Cosmic Nation. Do you lack even this sense of responsibility? Zheng Wang maintained her icy demeanor, replying, I do not acknowledge it. Even if you wish to judge me, it must be with the consent of the Qianwu sovereign. Zheng has historically followed the Qianwu sovereign in expanding territory and has slain countless foreign entities. How could I possibly leak information to foreign infiltrators? In truth, compelling Zheng Wang to confess was a part of fulfilling the quota, but Zhou Hao chose not to indulge in further dialogue, declaring directly, Zheng Wang, I sentence you to 1 million years in prison, to be executed immediately. 1 million years of imprisonment was a severe punishment indeed. After all, within the confines of a prison, one could not access the virtual universe and would be confined to a single location. Even a prince of the realm would succumb to madness given enough time. Zheng Wang remained silent, yet her heart raced with anticipation for the Qianwu sovereign's response. She understood that if she were subjected to this imprisonment, her entire family would suffer disgrace, their networks severed, and only upon her release could they begin to recover, a devastating blow to a family in development. Boom! At that moment, the immortal commander of the 3rd Legion, accompanied by his guards, arrived. Upon seeing the 3rd commander, a flicker of hope appeared in Zheng Wang's eyes. She had previously collaborated with him, and their relationship was amicable. The 3rd commander's arrival was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Qianwu sovereign. Zheng Wang, by decree of the Qianwu sovereign, I am to escort you to the 9th star domain. The 3rd commander stated coldly, since you refused to confess, showing disdain for the inspector. The Qianwu sovereign has imposed an additional penalty of 1,000 years in the 9th star domain prison, with your entire family assigned to the outer battlefield's logistics department, to be executed immediately. As his words fell, Zheng Wang's mind went blank. Chapter 158, The Waiting of Foreign Races. Within the enigmatic realm of the unknown universe, several figures exuding a terrifying aura gathered in a palace. Qianwu, Your handling of the situation has been commendable, although Zhang Jian has long followed you. Her strength barely reaches the threshold of a prince. It is only due to your goodwill that she was granted such a title, allowing her family to enjoy numerous resources. Humph. Even Zhou Hao dares to show her contempt. 1,000 years of punishment is merely lenient. After all, you are the sovereign of Zhou Hao's homeland. I trust that the sincerity of your actions will be evident to him. The figures present were the 9 swords, the three-eyed elder Kandri, who oversaw the Chaos Monument's comprehension chamber, the Qianwu sovereign, and another cosmic dignitary. They had come to explore a newly discovered cosmic secret realm. The Qianwu sovereign gazed at the 9 swords, envious. I am but the sovereign of Zhou Hao's homeland, though I provide extra care for Earth. It is merely a matter of personal connection. You, however, are Zhou Hao's direct superior, and other dignitaries seeking to establish relations with him cannot bypass you. The other cosmic dignitary nodded in agreement. Indeed, 9 swords, your fortune is remarkable. Simply overseeing a session of the genius battle led to the emergence of an extraordinary talent like Zhou Hao, who can even influence our understanding of the laws. Please, do not extol my virtues, the 9 swords dignitary replied, shaking his head. While I am a direct superior, my previous attendance has consumed some of my goodwill. It will be much harder to gain access next time. Alas, I must admit my own accumulation is insufficient. Had I amassed enough, perhaps I could have achieved the status of a cosmic sovereign during my last attendance. The Qianwu sovereign sighed. Personal accumulation is indeed of utmost importance. In the past, we dignitaries recognized this. Yet due to our long lifespans and the increasing difficulty of comprehending the laws, our progress has been sluggish, leading us to follow a methodical pace in our cultivation, devoid of the fervor we had before becoming dignitaries. Now, however, we must strive, otherwise, even if we secure the opportunity to attend, we may not achieve significant progress. The three-eyed elder Kandri and the other dignitary nodded in agreement. Kandri, having presided over the Chaos Monument for countless years, had long since reached a bottleneck in his strength. He initially intended to continue accumulating steadily, occasionally venturing into cosmic secret realms to seek opportunities through conflict to break through his current limitations. This approach was stable, yet exceedingly slow. He had even prepared himself for the possibility of never breaking through. However, with Zhou Hao's emergence, everything had changed. It was truly unexpected that the young lad who had just entered the primordial universe years ago had grown to a point where we must now ingratiate ourselves with him. Reflecting on the time Zhou Hao departed the original secret realm and re-entered the primordial universe, I had not treated him particularly well during my observations. Now, I truly regret that, lamented Kandri. Attendance opportunities. Even someone of my standing, overseeing the Chaos Monument, finds it difficult to maintain a balanced mindset. The 9 swords dignitary turned to Kandri, reassuring him, rest assured, your clan will undoubtedly take care of you. However, you must exercise caution. When Zhou Hao returns to the primordial universe in the future to comprehend the Chaos Monument, even if you harbor displeasure, you should openly express your thoughts. And there is no need to worry about your demeanor. Kandri replied helplessly, I am worried about that now. I'm worried too. I have a feeling that if I could just attend once more, just once, I would surely reach the level of a cosmic sovereign. Upon this reflection, the esteemed 9 swords master could not help but express a sense of wonder. The fact that I have ascended to the rank of a cosmic overlord perhaps hints at the possibility of eventually attaining the pinnacle of cosmic sovereignty, or even reaching a status of greatness that I once dared not dream of. Now, all that remains is to attend as an observer and accumulate knowledge, with a significant chance of achieving a breakthrough. The sovereign of the Qianwu kingdom widened his eyes, exclaiming, 9 swords. Are you suggesting that Zhou Hao could influence even the realm of greatness? This is simply unbelievable. The 9-sword master cast a sidelong glance at the Qianwu, recalling that during the last observation, 22 cosmic sovereigns had successfully ascended to cosmic overlord status, an outcome unimaginable prior. Moreover, let us not forget that it was a being of great renown who orchestrated the release of information, allowing cosmic sovereigns to attend as observers. If they were uncertain of the effects, would they have arranged for them to partake? Furthermore, the recently ascended cosmic overlord, the Golden Axe Sovereign, upon hearing that his kin were forming a special team to protect Zhou Hao, had immediately submitted a request to join. As a cosmic overlord, the effort required to further enhance his status is immense, typically demanding countless eons of accumulation. Yet he has shown such eagerness. Upon this revelation, the atmosphere within the hall became tumultuous. The 9-swords master's voice lowered, adding, additionally, among the cosmic overlords who applied this time, 3 of our human race's top cosmic overlords have also submitted requests. I speculate that the reason our clan has not granted permission is primarily due to concerns that their overwhelming strength could incite turmoil among alien races. The sovereign of the Qianwu kingdom, Candle, and another cosmic sovereign found themselves momentarily dazed. However, as they regained their composure, a singular thought surged unbidden in their minds: how best to cultivate a relationship with Zhou Hao. After all, this represents the most direct path to ascendancy. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a spaceship soared swiftly through the void. Within the ship's grand hall, Zhou Hao reclined upon a sofa, delicately swirling a crystalline goblet in his hand. "Your Highness," Fire Il remarked softly, "do not take the matter of the sword shaker too much to heart. She has received her due punishment." Zhou Hao chuckled. "The affair concerning the sword shaker is of little concern to me. Now that the first phase of the point acquisition task has concluded, I find myself contemplating the next phase." Fire Il's expression shifted slightly. "Your Highness, what was the completion rate of the first phase task?" 85, Zhou Hao replied, a hint of peculiarity gracing his features. He felt this assessment of completion was overly generous, considering he had not awaited the admissions of Sword Jade Lord and Sword Shaker Lord before initiating the trial. Moreover, this initial point task was rather simplistic. Even the core leader of the Wind Tooth organization was merely an ordinary immortal at best, making it akin to a mere gift of points. Now, with such a high completion rating assigned, Zhou Hao was well aware that the evaluators of the maximum point task had not exercised true impartiality. Yet, it mattered little. For him, the stakes of failure in such a task were minimal, as several million points were hardly a pressing need. However, the second phase task held greater significance. This task entailed identifying the traitors concealed within the Qianwu universe, specifically the ancestral figure of the Yao Hai family from the Dreamy Ghost Empire, along with his disciple, Jeffries, both of whom are immortal deities enslaved by the insectoid race and reduced to mere pawns. Their lineage, along with the elite members they secretly control, numbers over 100 million, including nearly 40 realm masters, over 800 domain masters, and close to 100,000 cosmic-level beings. Aside from the Yao Hai, who has achieved the rank of an immortal lord, Zhou Hao must personally eradicate all others, including the high-ranking immortal commander Jeffries. In essence, this second phase task is designed to hone Zhou Hao's skills. Fortunately, the task permits the mobilization of certain resources, including any of the 9 great legions of the Qianwu universe, which he can command at will. Additionally, special task forces may also intervene if necessary. Thus, the true challenge Zhou Hao faces is the high-ranking immortal commander Jeffries. For a peak domain master to confront a high-ranking immortal deity is indeed a task that only the virtual universe company would orchestrate. Firstly, Jeffries' comprehension of the laws is merely at the 13th level of the Celestial Bridge, and his status as a high-ranking immortal commander is reliant on formidable secret techniques granted by the insectoid race. Thus, in terms of law comprehension, the virtual universe company believes Zhou Hao has long surpassed this enslaved immortal commander, with the only significant disparity lying in their physical genetic power. Given this consideration, the virtual universe company permits Zhou Hao to enlist the special task force to suppress this immortal commander, thereby limiting his exertion of immortal divine power to a mere fraction. In the Dreamy Ghost Empire, within the capital star, a lurking alien sovereign, eyes shut in anticipation, suddenly opened his eyes, a cold glimmer reflected in his pupils. He had received word from the infiltration organization that the human prodigy would soon arrive at the Dreamy Ghost Empire, signaling that it was time for action. As a cosmic sovereign of the insectoid's vassal race, he understood that regardless of the success of this assassination, his return was impossible. However, the insectoid race had promised that should he succeed, they would ensure the swift resurrection of the great cosmic lord, and reward him with a precious artifact. To eliminate a human prodigy for the sake of a treasure was certainly worth it. To have a sovereign accompany your demise, human prodigy. You may indeed take pride in that. The alien sovereign awaited Zhou Hao's arrival. Chapter 159, Slaying the Immortal Deity. In the virtual universe, within the original Zone's manor, the Golden Axe Sovereign, the Sinking Wood Sovereign, and 6 other cosmic overlords engaged in casual conversation. They were aware of the clan's strategy this time, and with only one alien cosmic sovereign present, even if a few more were summoned through divine realms, they could easily manage. Regarding the second phase task, do you believe Zhou Hao can slay Jeffries, who possesses the strength of a high-ranking immortal commander? The Golden Axe Sovereign inquired casually. Without restrictions on his immortal divine power, it would indeed be somewhat challenging for Zhou Hao to contend with a peak domain master, another sovereign responded. The suppression of immortal divine power is formidable once ignited. It can enable Jeffries to unleash even greater combat prowess, easily binding Zhou Hao within the realm of laws. Indeed, Zhou Hao's advantage lies in his superior comprehension of the laws compared to this immortal, yet the disparity in their combat capabilities is substantial. However, should Jeffries' immortal divine power be restrained, his overall strength would diminish by at least half, leaving only the suppression of the realm of laws as his advantage. The sinking Wood and Fire Lin, along with several other cosmic overlords, remarked with amusement. They were surprised that the Virtual Universe Company had chosen a high-ranking immortal commander to test Zhou Hao. If it were a realm master at the 14th level of the Celestial Bridge, slaying an immortal would pose no difficulty. Yet for a domain master, it was considerably more challenging, primarily due to the vast disparity in physical strength. With a flash, Zhou Hao appeared. He first approached the 8 cosmic overlords, respectfully greeting each in turn before proceeding to the manor to await further instructions. Shortly thereafter, personnel from the Virtual Universe's Intelligence Department arrived personally. Your Highness, the Yao Hai and his disciple Jeffries are currently located at the Capital Star. The commander of the 5th Legion and several peak immortal lords are already stationed several light years away from the Capital Star, ready to rendezvous with you. They are tasked with clearing out the other members involved in this mission along with Yao Hai, while you will need to personally handle the remaining disciples and several realm master-level members, the intelligence officer reported respectfully. Typically, for missions involving external talents, it would be sufficient to mobilize the 9th Legion and some vassal races. Yet after news of Zhou Hao's task spread, numerous cosmic sovereigns urged their peak immortal lords to apply for assistance in the Qianwu universe. Competition among the Legion commanders was fierce. Originally, the 3rd Legion commander was to assist, but as the 3rd commander was occupied with escorting the Sword Shaker, the task ultimately fell to the 5th commander. Zhou Hao nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently severing the connection. Days later, in the vastness of space a few light years from the capital star of the dreamy Ghost Empire, enormous cosmic warships floated, with all members of the 5th Legion poised for action. 3 peak immortal lords turned their gaze toward a spaceship that suddenly appeared, their eyes gleaming as they swiftly moved to intercept. The commander of the 5th Army hurriedly followed behind. Zhou Hao smiled as he glanced at the 3 peak king-level immortals, who had the capability to slay the Duke-level immortal Yao Hai. In reality, only 1 king-level immortal would suffice. However, the presence of all 3 seemed somewhat excessive. Yet, he understood the underlying intention. I appreciate your efforts in this mission, he said respectfully. Your Highness Zhou Hao, you are too kind. It is our duty. Assisting you is indeed our honor. The 3 peak king-level immortals responded with fervor. The 5th Army commander, though he had received a directive from a lord of the Qianwu nation to diligently support this task and maintain a proper demeanor, was still struck with awe at the sight before him. It was important to note that standing in front of him were 3 peak king-level immortals, not mere nobles of the cosmic nation, but genuine powerhouses among the 5 great leaders. Such formidable strength coming to assist a member of the original Secret Realm's domain master in a points task was already absurd, and their overly cordial demeanor was even more astonishing. It was as if the words toady were written all over their faces. Nonetheless, Zhou Hao did not exhibit much of a reaction. This was not due to his habituation, but rather a result of having experienced the attitudes of the 8 cosmic overlords, which made the warmth from the 3 peak king-level immortals feel rather comfortable. After all, it was all part of human relations. Commander of the 5th Army, for this mission, I will trouble your warriors to eliminate those large quantities of elite members. Make sure not to let a single one escape, Zhou Hao said, turning his gaze towards the 5th Army commander. The 5th Army commander quickly replied, Your Highness Zhou Hao, please rest assured. We will do our utmost to fulfill your entrusted task. Zhou Hao nodded, smiling as he commanded, Let us depart. Boom! The colossal starship carried a multitude of realm masters, domain masters, and cosmic-level warriors, along with Zhou Hao's own spacecraft, heading towards the dreamy Ghost Empire. In the capital star, Yao Hai and Jeffries, who were engaged in a banquet, remained oblivious to the fact that they had been betrayed by the insect race. To facilitate the Virtual Universe Company's points task, the insect race had willingly exposed the 2 lurking, enslaved immortals. In the vastness of outer space, ripples of energy radiated outward. Soon, the silver-white immortal mechanical spaceship that Zhou Hao occupied appeared first, followed by the vessels of the 3 peak king-level immortals, and then the enormous starship. Gazing at the atmosphere that seemed shrouded in a light green mist, Zhou Hao turned and said, My lords, I leave Yao Hai to you. It is best to avoid affecting the ordinary citizens on the planet as much as possible. The three-peak king-level immortals smiled in unison, assuring him, "Your Highness Zhou Hao, rest assured, we guarantee that Yao Hai will meet his demise in an instant." After all, Yao Hai was merely a Duke-level immortal. With their combined strength, any one of them could obliterate him with just 2 strikes. Zhou Hao then looked back at the 5th Army commander. "Commander, I will immediately dispatch my legion to seal off the entire capital star," he stated. Zhou Hao nodded. "Act without delay." Whoosh! The three-peak king-level immortals became phantoms, swiftly entering the Capitol building of the dreamy Ghost Empire. Inside the Capitol building, the founder of the dreamy Ghost Empire, Yao Hai, wore a smile on his face but felt perplexed within. The infiltration organization had conveyed that he should host a banquet in the next few days, where significant figures would be arriving. Yet as the 2-day banquet neared its end, none of the so-called important guests had shown up. Not far from the building, a concealed alien cosmic sovereign cast a gaze through layers of architecture, fixing his eyes upon Yao Hai, the pitiable immortal who, once enslaved, would never know freedom again. Entirely unaware of his betrayal, soon that genius would meet a similar fate. First, enslave the soul, then annihilate. Even the great cosmic sovereign of the human race would find it challenging to resurrect him thereafter. Swish! 3 figures suddenly materialized in the banquet hall of the Capitol building. The alien cosmic sovereign's eyes gleamed with madness. They were coming. He did not act immediately, but continued to wait for the opportune moment, as intelligence indicated that this domain master-level genius was under the protection of a cosmic sovereign. Boom! As the three-peak king-level immortals unleashed their terrifying aura, Yao Hai's expression changed dramatically. Before he could react, 3 overwhelmingly powerful attacks shattered his armor in an instant, obliterating his body. Jeffries, clad in emerald green armor, was left dumbfounded. He had never anticipated the appearance of 3 peak king-level immortals at the banquet, who immediately unleashed their full might to kill his mentor. Once he regained his senses, he did not flee, for he understood that escape was futile. "My lords, I do not know what crime my mentor committed to deserve such punishment." The high-ranking officials of the dreamy Ghost Empire in the banquet hall were all paralyzed with fear. However, under the pressure of the 3 peak king-level immortals era, none dared to move. "Jeffries, your identity has been exposed. To dare betray the human race, surrender now and await your demise," the leading peak king-level immortal declared, already appearing beside the pale-faced Jeffries. Gazing at the 3 peak king-level immortals, Jeffries forced a bitter smile. The ability to kill his immortal mentor in an instant indicated that one among them specialized in soul attacks, annihilating all cellular imprints of Yao Hai's soul. Confronted by such opponents, he found no opportunity even to self-detonate. Outside the starry sky, He smiled. "Your Highness, Yao Hai has perished. Among the 3 peak king-level lords, one is adept at soul attacks, allowing for the silent elimination of Yao Hai and the containment of Jeffries." Zhou Hao nodded gently. This assassination task was proceeding even more smoothly than anticipated. He immediately commanded the 5th Legion to enter the capital star and eliminate those elite members. Simultaneously, he followed suit, rushing to Jeffries' side. The virtual universe network had already been activated. As long as he personally killed this high-ranking immortal lord, the task would be nearly complete, with only a few realm master targets left to eliminate. "Your Highness, Jeffries can only wield a fraction of his immortal power. However, you must remain cautious," the leading peak king-level immortal advised. "Do you think that a domain master at his peak can kill me?" Jeffries exclaimed with wide eyes. "Indeed, it is I who shall personally execute you." Zhou Hao grinned. Instantly, Jeffries' expression twisted into a snarl. Dragging a domain master genius down with him at the moment of death was not too shabby. Zhou Hao smirked. "To drag me down with you? You lack the ability." As the words left his lips, he sprang into action. His divine weapon surged forth under the immense influence of his mental prowess, swiftly coalescing into a bizarre giant beast before his eyes. "Go!" With a low command, the blue-violet beast roared as it charged towards Jeffries. Boom! Jeffries unleashed his domain of laws, enveloping the strange beast, yet the creature that should have been easily restrained suddenly charged with ferocity, as if cleaving through space, its claws tearing downward. That strike seemed to embody the laws of the universe itself, penetrating the domain of laws and striking Jeffries directly, causing his immortal power to plummet by 50%. How is this possible? Jeffries gasped, his eyes widening in terror. The 3 peak king-level immortals beside him were equally astonished as they turned their gazes toward Zhou Hao, controlling the divine weapon. Zhou Hao directed the strange beast's tail like a whip, striking with a slicing force that could rend space itself, coming in for another assault. Jeffries hastily defended himself. But the whip's movement was too swift and its power terrifying. His remaining immortal power was instantly obliterated. His pupils gradually dimmed, losing their luster. Zhou Hao's expression remained calm. In the immortal combat space of the abyss of purgatory, he had already been capable of slaying immortals. Not to mention now, having comprehended the initial steps of integrating 6 laws, he had long since mastered the intricacies of the temporal and spatial fusion laws. The mere thread of the temporal and spatial fusion law possesses a power that rivals that of the 16th layer of the celestial bridge. Under the deployment of the divine armament, eliminating an ordinary immortal requires minimal effort. Congratulations, Your Highness. The 3 peak immortal kings, having regained their senses, hurriedly offered their felicitations. Zhou Hao, with a smile and a wave of his hand, was just about to pursue the remaining targets among the realm masters when he instinctively raised his gaze, only to behold a hazy brilliance appearing over 1,000 kilometers away. Chapter 160. The Human Prodigy, Meet Your Doom. In no time, the surrounding space of the ethereal light rippled in waves, revealing grotesque and enormous figures. Subsequently, a multitude of golden insectoid warriors surged forth, at the center of which stood a grand pyramid-shaped nest towering over 100,000 kilometers. The surface of the nest was riddled with numerous openings, from which a noxious mist of venom emanated. This is bad. It's the immortal insectoid mother nest. The 3 peak immortal kings cried out in a state of panic. Your Highness, quickly flee. At that moment, the 8 cosmic overlords, including the Golden Axe Sovereign, who had long awaited within the spatial confines of Zhou Hao's world ring, couldn't help but chuckle. I shall go forth first. The Golden Axe Sovereign did not shatter the world ring. Instead, he instructed Zhou how to release it. Boom! His terrifying aura as a sovereign erupted, instantly enveloping the entire imperial capital star. The mother queen of the immortal insectoid nest emitted a sharp cry of terror. The golden insectoid warriors, instinctively gripped by fear, found their dazzling golden beams of light extinguished before they could erupt. However, as they attempted to escape, they discovered that the entire space had become utterly immobilized. The Golden Axe Sovereign stepped forth, arriving before the immortal insectoid mother nest. Gazing at the colossal queen within, he pressed down with a finger. Puff, puff, puff. The queen, devoid of any combat prowess, disintegrated immediately, while the remaining golden insectoid warriors fled in disarray, only to meet the same fate of collapse. Faced with the assault of a cosmic sovereign, they were utterly powerless to resist. The 3 peak immortal kings and Fire Yil stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom that a cosmic sovereign was personally safeguarding Zhou Hao. In truth, they held relatively high authority, but the deployment of cosmic overlords from the human faction as a special task force was a matter confined to the circle of cosmic sovereigns. Just as the insectoid mother nest was vanquished, the concealed extraterrestrial sovereign's pupils glimmered with excitement. The immortal insectoid mother nest was merely a bait, intended to draw the attention of the sovereign protecting Zhou Hao. He awaited this very moment. Boom! The extraterrestrial cosmic sovereign's aura erupted violently. He instantly flashed to Zhou Hao's side, observing the dazed young man, and burst into laughter. Human prodigy, meet your demise. Accompanied by the invocation of a soul secret technique. A wave of terror surged forth. For the sake of our kin, for the sake of the treasure, you shall die justified. The extraterrestrial cosmic sovereign's face twisted with malice. Envisioning the fury that would erupt among the human high-ranking officials upon losing such a dazzling genius, reminiscent of the chaos that ensued when the insectoids eliminated Kudi, provoking the wrath of the Lord of Chaos City. Yet in that instant, a far more terrifying aura erupted from Zhou Hao. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 7 figures materialized in rapid succession, each exuding a spine-chilling pressure. The extraterrestrial cosmic sovereign's pupils constricted to the utmost, and his mind went blank. 8 cosmic sovereigns in protection. His vast intellect faltered at this moment. An entity merely at the domain lord level, regardless of potential or influence, remained fundamentally a domain lord. How could it warrant the protection of 8 cosmic sovereigns? Had he lost his sanity, or had the human race gone mad? Boom! Boom! The cosmic sovereigns, including the Silent Wood Sovereign and the Firelin Sovereign, launched their attacks in unison. The Silent Wood Sovereign, adept in soul techniques, first employed a soul secret technique to block the extraterrestrial cosmic sovereign's soul incursion, then counterattacked. Meanwhile, the other cosmic overlords unleashed their most formidable assaults. In an instant, the extraterrestrial cosmic sovereign was besieged by the attacks of 7 cosmic overlords. His divine body shattered and reformed, only to shatter and reform once more. Within half a breath, his divine body reached a point of irreparable damage. Human race, how ruthless you are! With a mix of unwillingness and madness, the extraterrestrial cosmic sovereign ultimately perished. The Golden Axe sovereign stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhou Hao, smiling as he declared, "Zhou Hao, the crisis has been averted." Zhou Hao promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, and thank you, Silent Wood Sovereign." The cosmic overlords, including the Silent Wood Sovereign, waved dismissively. "No need for such formality. We too acted to eliminate this lurking sovereign. Now that our task is complete, we shall continue to safeguard you for a while longer." Zhou Hao repeatedly expressed his appreciation. "I am indebted to you, esteemed lords." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Golden Axe Sovereign and the others soon vanished. The three-peak immortal kings, along with the Fifth Army Master and numerous realm and domain masters, stood in a state of stupor. What had transpired was beyond their imagination. First, the arrival of the insectoid immortal mother nest threatened their lives, only for the human cosmic sovereigns to appear, followed closely by the extraterrestrial sovereign's assassination attempt. And ultimately, the emergence of 7 cosmic sovereigns. These were cosmic sovereigns, each a being as formidable as the lord of the Qianwu kingdom. They rarely even caught a glimpse of such figures. Even the Fifth Army Master found it difficult to meet the lord of the Qianwu kingdom. Yet here they stood, witnessing a full assembly of 8. The three-peak immortal kings exchanged glances, each feeling a profound shock. However, considering Zhou Hao's influence, they quickly came to terms with it. Deep beneath the surface of the Valo planet, within the core of the extraterrestrial organization, the three-eyed bald leader and his fellow members fell into silence. They had received the news. The target prodigy was still alive, and the cosmic sovereign sent to assassinate him had perished. Despite their meticulous plotting, even sacrificing an immortal insectoid queen and 2 lurking immortal deities, they ultimately fell short. The human race had truly gone to great lengths to protect a mere domain lord-level genius. They had deployed 8 cosmic sovereigns. This was beyond their wildest expectations. After a long pause, the three-eyed bald leader spoke solemnly. "Immediately report this news to the kin," stating that this was a trap set by the human race. Boom! Before he could finish, the entire planet trembled. The lurking members outside screamed in alarm. "It's the cleaning legion of the Virtual Universe Company. We have been discovered." The three-eyed bald leader's expression shifted drastically. "Quickly, destroy all data and translation frequencies." Bang, bang, bang. The members hastily began demolishing numerous items in the underground base, then chose to self-destruct. By the time the cleaning legion arrived, they found the core stronghold of the extraterrestrial infiltration completely reduced to ruins. In a remote territory of the savage universe, within the Divine Kingdom Hall, a golden-robed envoy rushed anxiously into the chamber. "Master, Master, the mission has failed. The cosmic sovereign of the vassal race is utterly dead, and our core stronghold in the Qianwu universe has been discovered by the Virtual Universe Company and is now destroyed. We have no information on what transpired." The ethereal figure upon the throne gradually coalesced. "They failed. We lost an immortal mother queen and a cosmic sovereign. And yet it all ended in failure?" The voice, shrouded in mist, bore a hint of disbelief. The insectoid race had sacrificed greatly to eliminate Zhou Hao, a prodigy deemed highly threatening, and initially believed their success was assured, only to find themselves thwarted. The golden-robed envoy hastily replied, "Master, perhaps there were unforeseen complications during the assassination. Otherwise, with that sovereign strength, he could have easily slain the human prodigy. Even if he couldn't enslave him, he could have obliterated his physical form." The ethereal figure shook its head, proclaiming, "I shall report this matter immediately. I beseech the great matriarch to intervene and revive him, and all shall be made clear then." Months later, in a distant realm, a sovereign of the cosmos gazed into the distance and mused, "This must be the place." The cosmic dignitary of the insectoid vassal race nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, Kaito appeared here with me millennia ago." The cosmic sovereign closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them wide, emanating a terrifying power, causing the surroundings to rapidly reverse in time. Vast landscapes retreated frantically as time flowed backward. Simultaneously, the universe's corrective mechanisms retaliated in waves against this sovereign, causing him to furrow his brow. Just then, he beheld Kaito walking alongside the dignitary, and with a swift motion, he grasped Kaito, forcibly extracting him from the river of time. At that moment, the backlash of the cosmic laws intensified. The sovereign could not suppress a muffled groan. Soon after, the alien cosmic dignitary Kaito emerged. Initially bewildered, he soon realized he had been resurrected. The sovereign cast a glance at Kaitu before vanishing. Kaitu, what transpired when you attempted to assassinate Zhou Hao? The dignitary beside him inquired urgently. Upon hearing this, Kaitu became frantic, exclaiming, "It was a trap set by humanity. They clearly anticipated my intent to eliminate that prodigy and dispatched 8 cosmic dignitaries to lie in ambush within the world ring. Initially, one appeared and annihilated the insectoid immortal. Believing the moment had come, I struck, only to be met by the emergence of 7 cosmic dignitaries. The dignitary beside him was left speechless. Are you suggesting that 8 cosmic dignitaries were protecting the human prodigy? Indeed, this is undoubtedly a trap laid by the human race." Kaitu seethed. The gravity of this matter was immense and required immediate reporting to the great entities of the insectoid race. The expression of Kaitu's friend, the dignitary, turned grave. 8 cosmic dignitaries safeguarding a human prodigy signified that the issue was far more complex than mere trickery. After all, if one were to set a trap, 3 or 4 cosmic dignitaries would suffice. Chapter 161. The Insectoid and Demon Races Resolution. In the core territory of the insectoid race, within a colossal maternal palace, the insectoid matriarch, adorned with delicate, gossamer-like wings and a visage of enchanting beauty that captivated all who gazed upon her, sat upon her throne, overlooking Kaitu and another cosmic dignitary below. Both were dignitaries of vassal races. Had it not been for the matter concerning the strongest prodigy of the human race, Zhou Hao, they would not have had the privilege to stand before such a great entity. The matriarch's alluring presence ensnared both cosmic dignitaries. Kaitu, while my insectoid race has resurrected you through our cosmic sovereign, your task remains unfulfilled, and thus the promised treasure shall not be bestowed. The voice of the insectoid matriarch was ethereal and light, akin to the most exquisite sound of the universe. Kaitu, jolted into awareness, hastily replied, "Great entity, I possess crucial information to report. I hope that the matriarch will honor her promise in light of this revelation." The matriarch responded coolly, "If your information is indeed significant, the treasure may be granted to you." Kaitu, merely a cosmic dignitary of a vassal race, understood that the insectoid race, being a paramount lineage, possessed ample treasures and resources, but would not bestow them upon vassal races without just cause. Kaitu exchanged a glance with the other dignitary and proceeded to recount in detail the events surrounding the assassination in the Dreamy Shadow Empire. Concurrently, Kaitu speculated, "Matriarch, while this is indeed a trap by the human race, the ambush of 8 cosmic dignitaries is exceedingly peculiar. For such a mere domain lord, the level of protection afforded is astonishing and must harbor deeper reasons." The matriarch's ethereal form gradually became clearer as she inquired, "Are you certain there were 8 cosmic dignitaries in ambush?" "Great matriarch, I would never dare to deceive you in such a matter. Moreover, had it not been for the overwhelming number of human cosmic dignitaries in ambush, I would have had time to react and relay the information prior to my resurrection." Kaitu insisted. The matriarch nodded, recalling that at the time of Kaitu's demise, both she and the other insectoid matriarchs were astonished. For even a being of Kaitu's lesser power was a cosmic dignitary. Only a cosmic overlord could swiftly eliminate one. However, it seemed improbable that such a prominent human overlord would deign to protect a mere domain lord prodigy. Thus, they had dispatched the cosmic sovereign of a vassal race to resurrect Kaitu, seeking to uncover the truth of the matter. It now appeared that Kaitu's account was likely factual. "You may leave now." The insectoid matriarch's voice returned to its ethereal, dreamlike quality. "Matriarch, regarding the treasure," Kaitu could not restrain himself from reminding her. The matriarch replied coolly, "I have instructed my subordinates to retrieve a treasure from the vault. You shall receive it upon leaving the palace. Remember, this matter must not be made public." Kaitu's expression brightened, and he eagerly nodded, "Yes." Being merely a cosmic dignitary of a vassal race, possessing a set of precious artifacts was already remarkable. The acquisition of a treasure was beyond his expectations. Had it not been for the allure of a treasure, he would never have ventured to assassinate a domain lord within the human race. After Kaitu and the other cosmic dignitary departed, the insectoid matriarch closed her eyes, her consciousness entering the virtual insect domain constructed to mimic the human race, to share Kaitu's information with the other matriarchs. They began to deliberate. The human prodigy Zhou Hao, whose influence propelled the progress of contemporaneous prodigies, was undeniably significant, and the human race's dispatch of 8 cosmic dignitaries for his protection was not altogether outrageous. Were it our race, we would undoubtedly extend similar protection to such a talent. For if Zhou Hao were to mature, he could influence immortals, ascend to kingship, or even achieve the status of a dignitary, rendering his worth equivalent to that of a pinnacle treasure. Indeed, the value of such a pinnacle treasure is enough to incite frenzied competition among us cosmic sovereigns. It is no wonder the human race would respond in such a manner. Yet, I still sense something amiss. While the protection of that human prodigy is justified, the significance of 8 cosmic dignitaries seems excessive. We must ascertain the underlying reasons. Yes, it is imperative to uncover the reasons. But what shall we do about Zhou Hao? The insectoid matriarchs engaged in fervent discussion. They were acutely aware of the terrifying potential Zhou Hao possessed, necessitating that he be stifled in his infancy, preventing his growth, and ensuring he did not ascend to the realm of Domain Lord. For with Zhou Hao's rapid influence, should he breach into that realm, he could expedite the advancement of numerous human Domain Lords, presenting a formidable threat. Finally, after extensive deliberation, they resolved to deploy their last remaining covert operatives to ascertain the specific details surrounding the human Zhou Hao. In the outer battlefield, upon receiving the matriarch's orders, several enslaved human kings and immortals began to conceal themselves, stealthily returning to the human race. On one hand, they aimed to re-establish their presence. On the other, they sought to secretly gather intelligence on the human race's inner workings. However, these kings were not particularly powerful, and the information they encountered was merely scraps. Following Zhou Hao's recent enlightening insights, which enabled Tru Yin King, Tongnan King, Heiwu King, and others to break through to cosmic dignitary status, as well as other dignitaries reaching cosmic overlord strength, the human race's cosmic sovereign had completely sealed off the news, limiting it to circles above the peak level of kingship. Aside from the insectoid race's alarm over the assassination failure, the demon race was similarly shaken. Like the insectoids, they had also intended to dispatch cosmic dignitaries for an assassination. However, when the insectoid cosmic dignitaries initiated action first in the capital star of the Dreamy Shadow Empire, the demon race's cosmic dignitaries initially assumed Zhou Hao would surely perish. Yet, upon hearing the news, this cosmic dignitary was filled with trepidation. The demon race's Wolf King received the information and urgently convened with the other cosmic sovereigns, arriving at a decision akin to that of the insectoids, to suspend the assassination plan, first investigating the specific situation before making any determinations. Although they lamented the loss of cosmic dignitaries, they deemed it worthwhile if it meant eliminating Zhou Hao. However, given the current circumstances, after experiencing an assassination attempt, it is certain that the protective measures surrounding Zhou Hao will intensify. Even an assassination orchestrated by Cosmic Sovereign may not necessarily succeed. In the Qianwu Universe Nation, within the Milky Way Galaxy, on Earth, Zhou Hao, having completed the second ring task, has returned to his homeland. The primary reason for this return is that the third ring task is somewhat unique. It does not require him to traverse back and forth within the Qianwu Universe Nation. On the rooftop of the West Lake Manor, Zhou Hao reclined comfortably on a lounge chair, basking in the sunlight, and opened the email sent by the Virtual Universe Company. The third ring task states, as a member of the primitive secret realm, Zhou Hao, considering your uniqueness, the senior management of the Virtual Universe Company has, after careful deliberation, decided to test your comprehension of the laws in this ring. As a domain, Lord-level genius still in the growth phase, grasping the fundamental laws at this stage is quite challenging. Although you possess remarkable talent and rapid progress, having even traversed the Celestial Mountain at a cosmic level, it is imperative that you leverage and enhance your strengths. However, our observations indicate that you are currently pursuing the path of the Beast God. It is undeniable that the Beast God path is a grand avenue towards the pinnacle, and many of our royalty, even the sovereigns, are treading this path, which is exceedingly arduous. Therefore, according to the Virtual Universe Company suggestion, once you break through to the Realm Lord level, the speed of comprehending the laws will be at its peak, albeit the duration will be extensive. At that time, delving into the Beast God path will yield more fruitful results. The Virtual Universe Company, in principle, does not coerce any genius, but Zhou Hao, you are an exceptionally outstanding talent in history. We are reluctant to see you squander time. Thus, for this task, if you can cultivate the first layer of the Earth and space aspect of the Beast God path within a millennium, the Virtual Universe Company will cease to offer further counsel and will bestow upon you a reward of up to 4 million points, along with the most suitable secret methods for your reference. After perusing the email, a hint of astonishment appeared on Zhou Hao's face. He had not anticipated that the third ring task would involve a test of comprehension of the laws, which had likely never occurred in previous external assignment tasks. After all, Comprehending the laws is fundamentally paramount for geniuses and does not necessitate being designated as a task. However, through this third ring task, he understood why this assignment was classified as a top-tier point task right from the outset. It was likely the intervention of the Chaos City Lord. Furthermore, it goes without saying that the Chaos City Lord intended to utilize this task to dissuade him from pursuing the path of time and space. Completing the first layer of Earth and space within a millennium is nearly impossible, especially since this refers to a millennium in the external realm, not within the Chaos City of the initial universe. Even within the Chaos City, completing such cultivation in a millennium is a formidable challenge. In the original plot, the Chaos City Lord had allotted 3,000 years for Luo Feng to cultivate the beast god path of the golden and space fusion, known as the variations of the divine. In contrast, the Virtual Universe Company's current task provides an equivalent of 300 years of time compared to the Chaos City, clearly intending to compel Zhou Hao to retreat. Of course, the retreat they sought was not from the actual beast god path, but from the path of time and space. Chapter 162, The Gathering of Human Cosmic Sovereigns. In Yangzhou City, while Zhou Hao was reviewing the email regarding the third ring task within a typical courtyard, the Giant Axe and the Lord of Darkness were engaged in casual conversation. Both had disguised their appearances as ordinary Earthmen, and even standing before Zhou Hao, he could not sense anything amiss. The Chaos City Lord's intentions are commendable. Every genius inherently harbors a degree of pride, and especially for talents like Zhou Hao. If approached directly, it might yield the opposite effect. This method of using point tasks is more subtle and easier to accept. If Zhou Hao cannot complete even the first layer of the Earth and space aspect of the Beast God path within a millennium, it is likely he will voluntarily abandon it himself. The Giant Axe sighed softly. Currently, the clan places significant emphasis on Zhou Hao, and naturally, his growth has garnered substantial attention. Under these circumstances, the Chaos City Lord, who initially intended to grant Zhou Hao some leeway for mistakes, had to temporarily revise his decision, transforming the third ring task into a trial. The Lord of Darkness turned his gaze towards Zhou Hao on the Westlake Manor's rooftop and remarked, Giant Axe, if Zhou Hao successfully completes the task, will we truly permit him to pursue the exceedingly arduous path of time and space? Generally speaking, fully comprehending the fundamental laws of time and space would enable one to ascend to the status of a cosmic sovereign who inherently possesses control over time and space. Hence, even the majority of cosmic sovereigns do not delve into the more profound laws of time and space fusion. This has resulted in a scarcity of secret methods related to time and space fusion, with the only notable figure achieving significant accomplishments in this realm being the Chaos City Lord. Yet, even he has not fused the two fundamental laws of time and space. Consequently, nearly all the cosmic sovereigns of the human race, upon learning of Zhou Hao's intention to pursue this fusion path, instinctively urged the Chaos City Lord to intervene and dissuade him. After all, if even cosmic sovereigns struggle to attempt such fusion, it is implausible for Zhou Hao, no matter how prodigious or gifted, to succeed. Rather, he would squander considerable energy and time. The Giant Axe fell silent for a moment before stating, if he truly manages to cultivate the first layer of Earth and space fusion within a millennium of external time, it would indicate that Zhou Hao's talent surpasses our expectations. Such a prodigy is beyond our capacity to dictate. We can only provide slight guidance. The Lord of Darkness nodded in agreement. Indeed, should Zhou Hao truly achieve this, any further imposition from us may inadvertently hinder his future growth. Cultivation is an inherently personal endeavor. Elders and mentors can primarily offer guidance to help their disciples avoid unnecessary detours, but when faced with circumstances beyond their understanding, allowing disciples to grow freely is often the best choice. Considering the time, Chaos and Huang Jian should be returning from the Cosmic Sea soon, right? The Giant Axe shifted the topic. Yes, they need to regroup, which has delayed them somewhat. They should be entering the primitive universe within no more than 3 years. The Lord of Darkness replied, his voice tinged with eagerness. Last time I was eavesdropping, I vaguely glimpsed my own path. When Chaos and the others arrive, if I eavesdrop again, perhaps I will truly see my own way. The Giant Axe appeared rather indifferent to this matter. He himself was already the strongest being in the universe, and advancing further at this level is exceedingly arduous. For him, the only way to elevate his status is to find a supreme treasure that suits him, observing the secret patterns inscribed upon it, which may lead to his enhancement. As for eavesdropping, he did not believe it would be beneficial to him. Any potential insights would merely yield superficial effects. However, regarding the eavesdropping effect for the cosmic sovereigns of the clan, the Giant Axe was quite invested. Darkness, You and Chaos have the greatest opportunity to break through to the level of the strongest in the universe. If the eavesdropping effect is indeed powerful, and you truly find your own path, I can confidently venture into the depths of the three great perilous zones of the cosmic sea. The Lord of Darkness understood that the giant axe had always refrained from delving deeply into perilous realms, fearing that should he fall, the clan would face a coordinated assault from the demon race, insect race, and mechanical race, leading to a swift decline. While he too wished to quickly ascend to the level of the strongest in the universe, such matters are unpredictable, even upon finding his own path. Substantial time would be required for accumulation and enhancement. The passage of time in cultivation often slips by unnoticed. 3 years later, by the banks of the West Lake. It was the month of March, and the young buds of the willows were sprouting. A gentle spring breeze caressed their faces, bringing a sense of refreshment. Zhou Hao and Fire Ear strolled casually along the riverside. Your homeland scenery is indeed beautiful, Your Highness. After staying here for over a decade, I am tempted to purchase a villa to reside in, Fire Ear remarked with a smile. Zhou Hao was aware that this was merely flattery. While Earth scenery is indeed captivating, it is hardly sufficient to entice someone of Fire Ear stature as a royal immortal to reside here. However, should Earth's true secrets be revealed, it would not only be Fire Ear, but many royals and even sovereigns who would vie for the right to inhabit Earth. After all, there are no expansive estates here. With a gentle smile, Zhou Hao settled cross-legged by the shore, savoring the exquisite beauty of Westlake. Over the past 3 years, his exploration of the remaining 2 laws of fusion had not progressed with the same fervor as in the beginning, when every moment was devoted to cultivation and understanding. Instead, he found himself taking leisurely breaks like this one from time to time. This relaxed state of practice proved to be even more efficient than arduous toil, and he felt his state of mind elevated as a result. Suddenly, a streak of light descended from the heavens. Zhou Hao knew without sensing that it was Thor, who had not left Earth since his return, spending his time either training or sharing drinks with him, leading a rather indulgent life. Third brother. Eldest brother is coming back soon, Thor announced with a smile. He sent me an email the day before yesterday, and he is expected to arrive on Earth in about 2 months. Thor stood beside Zhou Hao, paying his respects to Fire Ear before continuing the conversation. Fire Ear stepped back to give him space. Zhou Hao's face lit up with joy. Eldest brother is returning? That's wonderful. We 3 will reunite on Earth. Thor laughed heartily indeed. I've been urging eldest brother, but fourth brother 1T be able to make it. When I mentioned it to him yesterday, he looked quite forlorn. Fourth brother is not upset about not being able to come, but rather that he misses my bar. Zhou Hao chuckled, prompting Thor to burst into laughter. Only you would understand fourth brother so well. But it's not entirely his fault. Your drinks are rather intoxicating, he teased. Zhou Hao shook his head. You all will eventually strip me of everything. By the way, second brother, how is your progress with the laws? Don't mention it. My progress on Earth has lagged far behind my adventures in the universe. That old fogey has been urging me to venture out quickly, but I should at least wait for eldest brother to return before I leave. Thor replied with a hint of exasperation. I've had quite a few arguments with that old fogey over this. Zhou Hao inquired further. What level are you at now? Thor casually responded. Based on the standards of your virtual universe's bridge to heaven, I'm currently stuck at the 2nd level. Zhou Hao nodded. That is not too shabby. Thor's talent was commendable among his peers. Yet when compared to the prodigies of the 5 major powers, he was undeniably outmatched, just like Hong. However, Hong excelled in terms of mental state. The deeper he progressed, the more it aided his cultivation, which explained why he was the first to break through to become the strongest in the universe. Thor glanced at Zhou Hao. I can't compare to you and fourth brother. You 2 are simply extraordinary. One has already reached the 14th level in understanding of the laws, and the other is on the verge of crossing the 10th level. Here I am, stuck at the 2nd level, standing next to you, is quite demoralizing. Zhou Hao laughed heartily. Second brother, after all these years, have you not adapted yet? Go on, stop teasing me. At the virtual universe, on Thunder Island, within the hall of the Lord of Chaos, figures gathered together, their faces adorned with smiles. Chaos, Long Xing, Darkness, Ice Peak, and Yu Ho among others, had all returned to the original universe after their adventures in the cosmic sea. The familiarity of being back felt akin to returning home, and most importantly, they were finally able to journey to Earth. Huang Jian, Su Jin, Qing Dong, Peng Gong, they've been reminding us to communicate with Zhou Hao as soon as possible. They must be eager. Haha, we feel the same. Darkness, I hope the effect will be as you described. I can't guarantee that, after all. Everyone's paths are different. The 5 in the virtual universe chuckled among themselves. The opportunity to attend this reality session was highly significant for them. If they could ascertain its effectiveness, it would dramatically alter the future trajectory of the entire human race. Faced with such monumental matters, even these cosmic lords felt their hearts racing. Chapter 163. Storms Gather in Qianwu. As the members of the Virtual Universe congregation assembled, the cosmic lords who had returned from the Great Axe Martial Arena, the Cosmic Star Bank, the universe's first bank, and the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance were also gathering. In truth, their excitement about attending this reality session was tinged with anxiety. They were thrilled at the prospect of its effectiveness. If successful, the rise of the human race would be unstoppable. However, they were concerned about their own insufficient accumulation, which could lead to a weaker impact and erroneous judgments. This was a distinct possibility. After all, the Lord of Darkness had a substantial foundation. Just one session of attendance allowed him to vaguely see his path. Among them, only leaders like Huang Jian, Peng Gong, and Qing Dong had solid accumulations, ranking among the top tiers of cosmic lords. However, now that they had returned to the original universe, discussing other matters held no significance. Their goal was to proceed to the Qianwu universe, to Earth, and attend the session. Moments later, within the hall of the Lord of Chaos in the virtual universe, after the other cosmic lords departed, a figure appeared. "Disciple, you have arrived." The Lord of Chaos greeted with a smile. "Yes, Master. May I ask why you summoned me?" Zhou Hao approached with respect. The Lord of Chaos looked at Zhou Hao, finding it somewhat difficult to speak. As a teacher, he was supposed to guide and assist his disciples in their growth, yet the roles had reversed. Zhou Hao, a domain lord, not only had to support the higher-ups of their race, but also assist his own master. This left the Lord of Chaos feeling quite ashamed. However, for the future of their race and the greater good, he knew he had to speak. "My disciple, your last sharing of insights into the laws in the virtual universe had a tremendous impact. Many cosmic venerables and immortal kings, as well as immortals, realm masters, domain lords, and cosmic-level beings have greatly benefited from it. Thus, after discussion, the race believes we should continue to expand this influence, particularly beyond the virtual universe and into reality, to ascertain whether your shared insights yield better effects in the real world." Upon finishing, the Lord of Chaos regarded his youngest disciple. Zhou Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had been planning to use the great Tao aphorism in reality, not expecting his master to suggest the same. The Lord of Chaos, noticing Zhou Hao's expression, hastily added, "Of course, disciple, if you have any difficulties or needs, you can always bring them up with me." Zhou Hao shook his head. "Master, I have no demands. I simply want to ensure that those attending the session do not disturb the residents of Earth." The Lord of Chaos was pleasantly surprised, feeling a surge of emotion. His disciple-esque character was impeccable. Were it anyone else with such talent, they would likely seize the opportunity to make demands or request resources, which would be understandable. Yet Zhou Hao made no such requests. To have such a genius as a disciple was a stroke of luck for the Lord of Chaos, and having him as a disciple brought him great pride. "Rest assured, disciple, I will strictly regulate all attendees during this reality session. Anyone who disturbs the residents of Earth will face severe punishment. As for the number of attendees, what do you think?" After discussing with Zhou Hao for nearly half an hour, the Lord of Chaos allowed him to leave. Concurrently, he sent emails to the other cosmic lords. Within the palace of Lord Huang Jian, several cosmic overlords stood respectfully. "In a month, you will accompany me to the Earth in the Qianwu galaxy. Each of you is allowed to bring only 3 subordinates. Remember, upon entering Earth, you must restrain your presence and must not disturb any of its residents. Offenders will be imprisoned for life in the 9th star domain." The authoritative voice resonated throughout the chamber. The cosmic overlords responded with utmost respect. After leaving the palace, each of them bore expressions of barely contained excitement. At this moment, everyone was aware that Zhou Hao's homeland was located in the Qianwu nation. On Earth in the Milky Way galaxy, there were already many cosmic venerables and overlords eager to visit the Qianwu nation, but without an order from a cosmic lord. They refrained from disturbing Zhou Hao, now that the cosmic lords had personally stated their intention to travel to Earth. There was no doubt that the second session of attendance was about to commence. During the inaugural observation, the cosmic overlords paid little heed, primarily due to Zhou Hao's inadequate strength. Even with the direct arrangement of the cosmic sovereign, they did not perceive Zhou Hao's shared laws as a potential threat to their supremacy. However, after the conclusion of that observation, with over 20 additional cosmic overlords participating, everything transformed. The cosmic overlords could no longer immerse themselves in their cultivation or explore secret realms, fixating instead on discovering when the next observation would occur, while simultaneously keeping a vigilant eye on Zhou Hao's every endeavor. This was especially true during the last occasion when the clans sought to form a special team. Their enthusiasm was palpable, though regrettably, the team slots were exceedingly scarce. Yet, this time, the opportunity for observation was finally at hand. Instantaneously, each cosmic overlord who received the news promptly selected 3 trusted elders from their ranks, eagerly anticipating the arrival in a month's time. In the vast expanse of the Blood Luo world, on the 9th level of the imposing celestial erosion palace, the palace master, marked by a vertical scar upon his brow, also received the summons from the illustrious cosmic sovereign, learning of the forthcoming second observation. Sato, Huang Yu, you 3 shall accompany me to Earth in the Qianwu galaxy in 1 month. Upon hearing this, Sato and the other loyal subordinates raised their heads, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Master, is this truly the second observation? Sato inquired, barely concealing his exhilaration. The palace master nodded with a smile. Congratulations, master. This time, you shall undoubtedly shatter the shackles of the cosmic overlord and ascend to greatness. The 3 loyal subordinates, reassured by his affirmation, expressed their exuberant congratulations. Typically composed and austere, their emotions rarely spilled over into words. Yet this occasion was different. Following the results of the first observation, it was evident to all that the opportunity for observation signified an extraordinary leap forward, a breakthrough of thresholds, and a means to bypass millions, if not tens of millions, of years of arduous cultivation. Faced with such an opportunity, none could remain indifferent. Even the palace master, aware that this was mere flattery from his subordinates, could not suppress his laughter. The cosmic sovereign's advancement had eluded him for countless years, yet now a glimmer of hope emerged. The news of the commencement of the second observation spread throughout the upper echelons of the human race with the swiftness of a tempest within a mere half-hour. A multitude of eagerly anticipating cosmic overlords, cosmic elders, pinnacle kings, and ultimate kings erupted into a fervor. Those who secured a spot were filled with elation, while those who did not were consumed by anxiety, desperately seeking connections and imploring talent such as Luo Feng, Wuka, Aichin, and others to facilitate contact with Mo, Bolin, and Rongjuan. After all, the previous observers, Xinyan and Tongnan, had relied on such cosmic geniuses for their participation. At this moment, no one cared about their titles of immortal kings or the dignity of cosmic elders. All were driven to madness, particularly those formidable individuals trapped at thresholds unable to break free, who were even more desperate to obtain a slot for observation. However, the opportunity for observation was a precious commodity. Even with the slots increased tenfold from the last occasion, it remained a mere drop in the ocean within the upper echelons of the human race. Upon receiving the initial email, Luo Feng, Wuka, Aichin, and Bolin realized that Zhou Hao would likely begin sharing his insights once again, prompting them to hastily shut down their virtual universe network channels and retreat into their estates or the real world to avoid being seen. They were contemporaries of Zhou Hao and shared a cordial relationship, but the matter of favors could be tolerable once or twice. Overuse would lead to discomfort, regardless of Zhou Hao's disposition. As a multitude of kings and cosmic elders sought out Luo Feng and his companions in vain, they turned to Xinyan and Jian for assistance, yet the results were still negligible. As the month drew to a close, those without slots could only sigh repeatedly, awaiting the next opportunity. After all, this time, they could discern that the clan was striving to accommodate every elder and king. As time trickled away, those fortunate enough to secure observation slots among the cosmic overlords, cosmic elders, pinnacle immortals, and a select few world masters waited in anticipation. Finally, the day arrived. Everyone either teleported via divine realms or through temporary channels established by the virtual universe company towards the Qianwu universe. They then boarded spaceships to swiftly journey to Earth and the galaxy. A month later, a spaceship descended upon Earth. As the cosmic vessel breached the atmosphere, it vanished in an instant, and a figure appeared, swiftly transforming into a streak of light that descended upon the rooftop of the West Lake Villa. Zhou Hao and Thunder God, engaged in casual conversation, turned to look. Big brother, Luizi, Sanzi. The 3 shared hearty laughter and embraced one another before taking their seats at the table. Thunder God remarked with a grin, "It's been a long time since we participated in the genius battle. Has it been 200 years since we last met in the real world?" On gently nodded, his gaze drifting toward the distant Yangzhou city, taking in the familiar architecture and exclaiming, "The scenery of Earth is unparalleled. I have traversed countless beautiful and dreamlike life planets with my teacher across the universe, some resembling picturesque landscapes, but upon returning to Earth, those beautiful images vanish completely. This is home." Zhou Hao and Thunder God exchanged smiles. The beauty of home is certainly distinct from other planets. Big brother, enough with the sentiments. Let us raise a glass to welcome you. Thunder God poured a drink for Hong. Inhaling the intoxicating aroma of the beverage, Hong's eyes lit up. Is this the bamboo fire fruit wine that Lei Zi has been raving about? The taste is indeed extraordinary. Just a whiff can lead one to intoxication. Thunder God grinned. Of course, this is wine worth thousands of mixed yuan units. How could it be subpar? Although Zhou Hao possessed an abundance of fine wines, this bamboo fire fruit wine was rather ordinary, but yielded the best effects for cosmic level enhancement. Gulping it down, Hong instantly felt a wave of refreshing aroma envelop him, as if igniting a fire within. Every cell in his body thirstily absorbed the energy of the wine, a sweet intoxication washing over him. He could not help but close his eyes. After a considerable time, he slowly opened them. This wine is truly remarkable, he exclaimed. Zhou Hao chuckled. If it's delicious, drink more. Hong shook his head. The more delightful it is, the less frequently one should indulge. Otherwise, the taste diminishes. Zhou Hao and Thunder God were left speechless. They had consumed this wine often during their time apart. Big brother, how long do you plan to stay this time? Thunder God inquired. I estimate about 10 days to half a month before I must leave. My teacher wishes to take me to visit an immortal on Xiongyu star, so I cannot linger. On replied softly. Thunder God's eyes widened. Ah, that is so brief. Hong smiled. In the virtual universe, we can always meet again. Thunder God pouted. That is not the same. I've stayed longer this time just to wait for you, and I've faced quite a bit of scolding for it. Big brother, you owe me. What compensation do you seek? At the very least, you should stay a few more days. Sigid. It's not that I don't wish to stay longer. Just as they conversed, Zhou Hao suddenly stood up. Thunder God and Hong turned to him. What is the matter? Some guests have arrived. Let's go greet them, Zhou Hao smiled. Immediately, the three swiftly flashed into outer space. Thunder God gazed at the vast cosmos, puzzled. Senzi, who are these guests? Did they notify you in advance to come greet them? Hong also looked at Zhou Hao with curiosity. They both understood that, given Zhou Hao's current status as an inspector, few within the Qianwu universe warranted his personal welcome. Zhou Hao found himself unable to divulge too much, merely stating, elder brother, second brother. The number of guests this time is rather substantial, and their identities are quite extraordinary. When we meet them shortly, it is imperative that we maintain the utmost respect. His mentor, the Lord of Chaos City, had forewarned him that most of the attendees would be cosmic sovereigns and cosmic overlords, with only a handful being immortals and realm lords. Not a single domain lord or cosmic level being was expected. As he spoke, ripples spread through the void, and a silvery, mechanical immortal spaceship materialized suddenly, akin to a stone casting ripples across still waters. Soon, a multitude of spacecraft in various hues, along with mechanical immortal vessels, began to appear in the vastness of outer space, some even teleporting directly into the cosmos. Upon seeing Zhou Hao suspended outside Earth, Hong and Thor quickly suppressed their auras, acutely aware of the stringent rules governing the attendees. With swift movements, they approached Zhou Hao, greeting him with smiles before vanishing into the earth. These figures were all cosmic overlords. In contrast, the cosmic sovereigns exhibited a significantly warmer demeanor. Zhou Hao, this is your homeland, Earth, a splendid planet. It is no wonder it has birth prodigies like you and Luo Feng. Indeed, your native land is quite alluring. The adage that a specific environment nurtures its inhabitants rings true in your case. Some approached to exchange pleasantries, while others merely offered brief greetings. Following them were the pinnacle of immortals and those at the extreme limits of the overlord rank, who displayed even greater enthusiasm. Some even addressing Zhou Hao as Your Highness. Various figures appeared, only to vanish again. Suddenly, three towering figures emerged in the vast cosmos. Although they endeavored to suppress their aura, their innate presence and gaze sent shivers through the onlookers. The three figures cast a glance toward Zhou Fan, smiled faintly, and then disappeared into the void. Thor stood in stunned silence, while Hong was equally bewildered. It took them a considerable time to regain their composure. Who are these people? I feel as though a mere glance from them could shatter me. I would not react this way, even in the presence of some realm lords. Thor exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. Zhou Hao softly replied, they are all cosmic sovereigns and immortal overlords. Upon hearing this, Hong and Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. They simultaneously turned to Zhou Hao. Third brother, what on earth have you done to attract these cosmic sovereigns and immortal overlords to Earth? They seem exceedingly eager to connect with you. Hong's voice was heavy with gravity. Having accompanied his mentor, the Time Realm Lord, he had encountered many illustrious immortals. But these were cosmic sovereigns and immortal overlords, each one a figure he and his mentor could only revere. Yet now, they had come to Earth and were treating him with such courtesy, even exuding a warmth of camaraderie toward Zhou Hao. Hong understood that Zhou Hao had taken the Lord of Chaos as his master, a position of considerable distinction. However, even that would not suffice to elicit such treatment from so many eminent figures. Let us return and discuss this further. Zhou Hao declared as the figures dissipated, turning back toward Earth and resuming his seat atop the castle terrace. Thor and Hong also settled back down, their gazes fixed intently on Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao did not conceal anything. After all, such matters were impossible to hide. Moreover, he intended to employ the principles of the Great Tao in reality to assist Hong and Thor. After a brief moment, only the sounds of heavy breathing remained on the terrace. Thor and Hong sat in a daze, their expressions vacant, their limbs hanging limply. The revelations Zhou Hao had shared were simply too astonishing. Had they not witnessed the arrival of such a multitude of prominent figures with their own eyes, they would have dismissed Zhou Hao's claims as an absurd and unamusing jest. But now, they were left in a state of shock, their thoughts dulled and stagnant. My heavens! To attain enlightenment merely through observation? It is one thing for cosmic-level and domain-level prodigies to grasp the principles, given their awareness of Zhou Hao's profound comprehension of the laws. But for immortal overlords to gain from this experience, and even cosmic sovereigns to be influenced, this is utterly beyond our imagination and shatters our worldview. Even Hong, whose mind was typically expansive and unflappable, was thoroughly taken aback. After a long pause, Thor and Hong exhaled heavily, their thoughts beginning to coalesce once more. Their eyes regained their luster as they turned to Zhou Hao. Third brother, I initially believed you were already extraordinary, a prodigy in your own right. But now I realize I was completely mistaken. You are not merely extraordinary or a prodigy. You are a veritable monster, a true anomaly. Thor's sentiment echoed in Hong's thoughts. The two seemed to be expelling the shock that had overwhelmed them, their tones exaggerated. Zhou Hao smiled. No matter how monstrous a genius I may be, I am still a child of Earth, your third brother. Upon hearing this, Thor and Hong's eyes brightened in unison, and they could not help but laugh. Indeed, regardless of how exceptional Zhou Hao is, he is still one of us, a citizen of Earth. With such a genius among us, what is there to fear? Ha! Kulme. Let us drink to third brother's ascendance from prodigy to monster. Hong laughed heartily, a rare display of mirth. Let us drink deeply and drain him dry. Thor raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. In Yangzhou City, thousands of immortal overlords, cosmic sovereigns, and even cosmic overlords had gathered, with the cosmic lords of the human race congregating in an unprecedented assembly. They gazed at the balcony of the West Lake courtyard, observing Zhou Hao and his companions with a mix of anticipation and envy, a bond akin to that of sworn brothers. Within an ordinary courtyard, the top cosmic lords of the human race convened, engaging in casual conversation as if they were mere mortals. The topics naturally revolved around the impending observation event. Giant acts. The residents of Earth possess relatively ordinary strength, yet this time, the lowest among the arrivals are all realm lords. Should they attain enlightenment, the ensuing energy release could be quite terrifying. Should we consider relocating all residents to a safe distance or perhaps into the world ring? Indeed, that requires careful deliberation. Moreover, the strength levels of the attendees are also likely to influence one another, including Zhou Hao and his two friends, who are still merely cosmic-level beings. The realities of the physical universe differ greatly from those of the virtual cosmos. Several cosmic lords chimed in. If, as the Dark Lord suggested, the effects of the observation in reality could stir them, it would undoubtedly resonate with the top cosmic overlords as well. Should those top-tier cosmic overlords achieve enlightenment, the repercussions could be profound. While we cosmic lords could manage mere influences, if they too were to enter a state of enlightenment, the implications would be far greater. Of course, based on the Dark Lord's previous observation experience, cosmic lords are unlikely to enter a state of enlightenment. However, no one can guarantee that this observation will mirror the last. The Lord of Chaos nodded. Giant acts. Employ a pinnacle palace-grade treasure along with a top-tier domain-grade treasure to separate everyone. This will maximize the assurance that they do not influence one another. The colossal axe cast a glance at all the sovereigns of the universe and pondered. While this approach is undoubtedly prudent, have you considered whether it might diminish Zhou Hao's innate talents? After all, it seems his gifts require the transmission of sound or some special medium, and the supreme treasures of the domain possess formidable binding effects, making it impossible for us to ascertain their influence. Upon hearing this, all the sovereigns fell into deep contemplation. They had yet to fully grasp Zhou Hao's current abilities, only understanding the most rudimentary aspects. In such circumstances, a more natural approach would be preferable. Otherwise, if their actions inadvertently weakened the listening effect, it would be a regrettable loss. The use of divine power to isolate each listener would ensure their entry into enlightenment without affecting others, murmured the Lord of Chaos. The other sovereigns nodded in agreement. Indeed, employing divine power as a constraint was a commendable strategy. However, divine power could also absorb various forms of information, including sound. This necessitated that one of the sovereigns voluntarily block such reception. Upon realizing this, the sovereigns fell silent once more. To shield oneself from information would undoubtedly equate to forfeiting the opportunity to listen. They had traveled great distances across the cosmic sea and were unwilling to miss this chance. Observing their hesitation, the Lord of Chaos spoke again. Allow me to take this task. My mastery over time and space is unparalleled, making it easier for me to manage. The Lord of Darkness interjected hastily. Chaos, let me handle it. I have already listened once before. The expressions of the other sovereigns turned somewhat awkward. The colossal axe waved its hand. You two need not bicker. I shall undertake this responsibility. As the strongest in the universe, I would not be significantly affected even in a listening capacity. Furthermore, this is not the only opportunity, judging by Zhou Hao's previous conduct. He does not seem averse to such listening, and there will be plenty of chances in the future. With that, it turned and stepped into the chamber. Days passed by. Sovereigns of the universe, cosmic overlords, and eternal kings, over 10,000 individuals holding listening quotas, awaited with bated breath. Despite Zhou Hao spending his days either in cultivation or indulging in drinks with the Thunder God and Hong, showing no inclination to share insights, none felt impatience. Everyone understood that such sharing required immersion in the right moment. Instead, it was the Thunder God who grew anxious for Zhou Hao. Brother, so many significant figures are waiting. We cannot keep them hanging like this. Hong shot a disapproving glance at the Thunder God. What's the rush? If Sanzi isn't anxious, neither are those great figures. The Thunder God replied, quietly, I'm just afraid that Sanzi might provoke dissatisfaction among those prominent figures. Hong fell silent. The Thunder God gazed at Zhou Hao seated on the terrace, gently shaking his head. 3 more days slipped by. Walking along the willows by Westlake, Zhou Hao withdrew his consciousness from the virtual universe, gazing at the shimmering waters, and smiled. Let us begin. His delay during this time was not intentional. Rather, he was organizing the remaining 2 integration laws puzzles. Given the large number of individuals attending this listening session, the effectiveness of the grand teachings might reach its zenith. He needed to seize the moment and thoroughly comprehend the initial step of the integration laws he was studying. In a flash, he seated himself on the terrace. Instantly, countless figures materialized. Among them were top cosmic overlords, such as the Lord of Celestial Eclipses, the Lord of Star Prison, and the revered ancestor of the tree, as well as ordinary cosmic overlords like the revered ancestor of Deepwood and the revered ancestor of Fire. There were nearly 30,000 figures, all seated without exception beneath the castle's terrace. Though Zhou Hao was merely a domain lord, no one felt it amiss or uncomfortable. After all, the grace of imparting knowledge transcended status and rank. Zhou Hao did not glance at the figures below. Their mere will was overwhelmingly formidable, and even suppressing it. A single glance could have profound effects on his own resolve. This time, he was sharing the integration laws of wind and time. Wind, being formless, was intangible. At the onset of his sharing, he employed the great teachings, his voice resonating and swiftly forming waves of profound sound that spread like wildfire. The Lord of Celestial Eclipses heard it. The revered ancestor of Deep would heard it. The Lord of Heavenly Feather heard it. All the sovereigns of the universe heard it. The moment the sound coalesced around them, it unfurled like a tempest. The formless essence of the Tao flowed, seemingly transporting each individual to the most mysterious origins of the universe, unlocking a heavy door. Inside that door lay the very essence of the laws of integration they had pondered for eons, along with secret methods they had developed over billions of years and the fundamental paths they had groped for in the dark of night. Each person perceived and observed something entirely different, yet all reached the same destination. When the essence of these laws, the structure of the secret methods, and the fundamental paths lay vividly before their eyes, each was left in a state of bewilderment. This confusion felt akin to having painstakingly navigated a labyrinth only to be told that the entrance was the exit. After this moment of bewilderment, excitement surged within each individual. They eagerly observed and contemplated, losing all sense of time and sound, immersed in the new world behind that door. This was the realm of laws, the realm of secret methods, and indeed, the realm of the fundamental paths. Zhou Hao experienced this as well. At the moment of sharing, his consciousness clearly perceived the combinatory method of the first step of the wind and time integration laws, including the different manifestations of each combination's essence, and even the contrasting directions of incorrect combinations. This complete exposition on how to perfectly combine the first step of the wind and time integration laws, along with the reasons behind such combinations, deepened Zhou Hao's understanding of how the laws intertwined and operated. Time gradually flowed by. The 30,000 listeners rendered the space profoundly silent, with only Zhou Hao's voice echoing continuously. When everyone was fully absorbed in the moment, an incredibly mystical surge of spiritual light erupted as the first to enter a state of enlightenment did so. It spread like a spark igniting a prairie fire. Chapter 166. The 19th Sovereign of the Universe. Boom! An endless, terrifying hand descended, freezing space and halting time. The Lord of Celestial Eclipses observed the native blood Luo struggling against the constraints within the clouds, his expression calm, a vertical line shimmering with light upon his brow. With a sudden burst, the frantically struggling native's divine body collapsed, revealing despair in its eyes. Suddenly, the shattered divine body coalesced into strands of golden threads, weaving into a peculiar pattern reminiscent of a fallen beast god, yet also embodying the instinctual operation of cosmic laws. Enveloped in a mysterious glow that instantly engulfed the Lord of Celestial Eclipses. After countless years of seclusion, at that moment, he attained enlightenment. Having presided over the Blood Luo realm for innumerable years, he realized that what he had suppressed was not merely the myriad powerful beings of the Blood Luo world, but also the spiritual light within himself. This spiritual light was born from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood he had once traversed, from the laws of the Tao he had painstakingly comprehended, from the struggles of his adventurous endeavors, and from the tranquil, undisturbed state of his current heart, as he shattered the clouds and freed the despairing powerful beings. This spiritual light finally broke through the shackles of the threshold of the sovereign of the universe that had bound him for countless years, quietly shattering. The Lord of Celestial Eclipses smiled. This time, his smile was not merely serene, nor was it as warm as a spring stream. It was a radiant smile that emanated from the depths of his heart. His enlightenment triggered an even more intense eruption of spiritual light across the realm, spreading like a roaring fire at an unparalleled speed in all directions. In an instant, all those who were in a state of enlightenment, those who had yet to attain it, and those who were half enlightened found themselves propelled into an incomprehensible state of awakening under the overwhelming influence of this spiritual light. The essence of the Tao, circulating between heaven and earth, became ever clearer. The colossal axe, bound by divine power, restrained the breath of every listener. As the first among them entered a state of enlightenment, the astonishment on his face grew exponentially, especially upon witnessing the master of the celestial eclipse enter that profound state. His entire being trembled, yet soon after, the flicker of surprise on his visage was wholly transformed into sheer shock. For following the master of the celestial eclipse's awakening, all 30,000 listeners, within the span of mere breaths, succumbed to the same enlightening state. Such a dramatic shift and influence left even the mightiest of the cosmos. The colossal axe, unable to believe his own eyes. The awakening of 30,000 individuals, notably including the universe's paramount sovereigns and a multitude of cosmic dignitaries, would undeniably lead to astonishing advancements in the years to come, even if they did not breach any thresholds in the moment. In that instant, the collective strength of the human race would take a decisive and robust leap forward. The colossal axe instinctively lifted his gaze to observe Zhou Hao, who continued to share his insights, reminiscent of a time long past when he had yet to ascend to the pinnacle of cosmic power and was merely an ordinary ruler of the universe. Back then, there was another who, akin to Zhou Hao, shared his understanding of the fundamental laws of the cosmos and imparted his experiences on the path of becoming the strongest in the universe. Fortuitously, he had been among the listeners, ultimately transcending to become the universe's strongest. Alas, he had not yet had the chance to formally take a master and was thwarted by the suppression of the original ancestor. From that moment forth, a new burden was placed upon him, one he referred to as his lineage. After the passage of countless ages, such a figure, reminiscent of the original ancestor's teachings, re-emerged among humanity. Although the colossal axe could not listen in, he felt that formidable power, that unstoppable force of resurgence from the lineage. How splendid! The colossal axe smiled, radiating brilliance akin to that of the master of the celestial eclipse. As the effects of the 2 hours of the grand teachings concluded, Zhou Hao slowly opened his eyes. He gazed down at the 30,000 listeners enveloped in their profound state, alongside Thor and Hong, and could not help but reflect on how the effects of the grand teachings had intensified, so much so that even he could not anticipate it. This time, the ensuing commotion would likely be even greater. With a resigned shake of his head, he vanished in an instant, departing from the West Lake Castle, leaving Yangzhou City, traversing the land of Huaxia while his consciousness delved into the virtual universe to begin organizing his recent insights. Half a month later, the Lord of Darkness was the first to extricate himself from the state of enlightenment, observing the other cosmic rulers seated in meditative silence within the courtyard. He lifted his gaze to meet the colossal Axe eyes. They exchanged no words, merely continuing to wait. 2 more days passed. One by one, the cosmic rulers in the courtyard emerged from their profound states, smiles gracing their faces. However, upon sensing that a multitude of listeners below remained in quiet contemplation, they refrained from speaking. Even when all the cosmic rulers entered the virtual universe and convened in the simple palace for the colossal Axe's meeting, not a single voice was raised. Time trickled by. After a full month, the last listener finally emerged from the state of enlightenment. As their gaze shifted toward him, this listener trembled and deeply bowed toward the empty castle rooftop. A gentle smile spread across everyone's faces. Clearly, they understood that the effects of this session had been exceptionally fruitful, with nearly every participant making progress. The colossal Axe opened his eyes, surveying the 30,000 listeners upon the castle rooftop, and calmly declared, "All of you are to leave Earth immediately and must not disturb any resident of the planet." Yes, founder of the colossal Axe. Swiftly, everyone vanished from Earth, some teleporting while others boarded spacecraft to traverse the cosmos, departing from the galaxy they had inhabited for several days. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the virtual universe, around the immense round table of the simple palace, a massive stone chair gradually coalesced. Soon, the master of the celestial eclipse, marked by a vertical line on his forehead, appeared within the grand hall. The Lord of Chaos and others exhibited no surprise, each adorned with smiles. The previously silent hall erupted with sound at that moment. "Master of the celestial eclipse, congratulations on your ascension to the rank of cosmic ruler. You shall be the 19th cosmic ruler of our human lineage," the Lord of Chaos proclaimed with a grin. The master of the celestial eclipse, intrigued, surveyed the other cosmic rulers present. Upon his arrival, he felt astonished. After all, the information regarding cosmic rulers he had accessed did not account for such a multitude. Yet, there were indeed 18 around the table, making him the 19th. The Lord of Chaos elucidated, "Every faction possesses secrets, and our human lineage is no exception. Now that you have ascended to cosmic ruler, your authority has expanded, enabling you to learn more. All the cosmic rulers of our human lineage are present here, and I shall introduce you to them." At once, the Lord of Chaos began to introduce each cosmic ruler to the master of the celestial eclipse. Once introductions were completed, the colossal Axe, seated at the head of the table, gradually spoke, "Well, now that everyone is gathered, Chaos, please share the progress of the 30,000 listeners during this session." The Lord of Chaos nodded. This session of listening, aside from us cosmic rulers, included 3 top-tier sovereigns. The master of the celestial eclipse successfully ascended to cosmic ruler, while the star-prisoned demon lord and the ancestor tree sovereign, though not breaking through, came remarkably close, barely a step away. Among the ordinary cosmic sovereigns, there are 32, 12 of whom have elevated their secret arts by 2 tiers, and when combined with their treasures, they can rival those of the unique life forms among the cosmic sovereigns, with the standout performers even managing to reach the tier of top-tier cosmic sovereigns. Furthermore, out of the 374 cosmic dignitaries who attended, over 60% have attained the status of high-ranking dignitaries, and 10% have broken through to the level of ordinary cosmic sovereigns. Among the remaining, 30% exhibited significant progress, and several dozen among the attendees achieved direct breakthroughs to the status of cosmic dignitaries, while 40% reached the pinnacle of their respective realms. A mere 10%, based solely on a level of secret arts breakthroughs, can be compared to cosmic dignitaries. Lastly, the advancements of the immortals and realm lords were equally remarkable. At this point, the Lord of Chaos turned to the colossal Axe. "Overall, the 30,000 attendees from this session have made considerable progress, most notably the master of the celestial eclipse. Our human lineage has finally welcomed a new cosmic ruler." The other cosmic rulers broke into smiles. The pinnacle combat power of a lineage is its cosmic rulers, and the more there are, the stronger the collective strength of the lineage and its influence within the cosmos. However, the birth of a cosmic ruler typically requires a protracted period. Originally, it would have posed significant difficulty for the master of the celestial eclipse to break through. His foundation had indeed been laid, but he had been trapped at the final step, a hurdle that stymied the vast majority of cosmic sovereigns, with some perhaps never able to cross it. Yet, thanks to Zhou Hao's sharing, the master of the celestial eclipse ultimately achieved enlightenment and breached the threshold to the final step. A smile graced the colossal axe's face. The remarkable enhancement of a human lineage was indeed a cause for celebration. He cast a glance around and spoke now, Chaos. Please share the insights you gained from this session. The effects of the reality listening surpassed our previous expectations. The Lord of Chaos continued. However, speaking personally, while I did enter the profound enlightenment not encountered for countless years, the degree of my advancement was not substantial. I merely experienced some vague stirrings, akin to what darkness mentioned previously, having caught a faint glimpse of direction. I believe this may be due to my own accumulation being insufficient, for at my level, to progress further requires not only finding direction, but also a long period of diligent accumulation in that direction to ultimately bring about a qualitative change through quantitative growth. Evidently, my previous efforts have been slightly misaligned. The colossal axe nodded, acknowledging the recognition of the misalignment in direction as a significant improvement. And you? The Lord of the Great Axe shook his head with a bitter smile, expressing a sentiment akin to that of chaos. He lamented that he feared his accumulation was insufficient, realizing only now the vast gulf separating him from the next step in his advancement. Soon, others such as the Lord of the Wild Mirror, the Lord of the Azure East, and the Lord of the Void Gold followed suit. Without exception, their experiences of eavesdropping were rather mundane, although the insights of the master of the Eclipsed Palace had sparked a surge of inspiration, leading them into a state of sudden comprehension. These cosmic lords of the human race were primarily engaged in the pursuit of treasures across the cosmic sea, while their personal growth had not stagnated. The progress of a cosmic lord is rarely achieved overnight. Nevertheless, this occasion of eavesdropping allowed them to at least recognize the disparities in their own paths, which was undoubtedly invaluable. The great axe then turned his gaze towards the Lord of Darkness. He had reserved this encounter for last, primarily because this was the Lord of Darkness's second time eavesdropping, and the efficacy of this experience was of utmost importance. The Lord of Chaos and the other cosmic lords, including the newly ascended master of the Eclipsed Palace, all looked toward the Lord of Darkness, eager to discern whether the impact of his second eavesdropping would prove diminished. The Lord of Darkness cleared his throat and began to speak slowly. It seems I have found my path. His voice trembled slightly, betraying a barely contained excitement. The other cosmic lords widened their eyes in astonishment, fixated on the Lord of Darkness. Is it truly darkness? But didn't you say last time you only saw it vaguely? Is the effect of the second time this potent? They clamored, their anticipation palpable. After all, this was the pathway to becoming the strongest in the universe. They could not help but feel urgency and anxiety. Among the myriad cosmic lords in the primal universe and the vast cosmic sea, only a scant few had ever transcended to become the mightiest. For instance, the once dominant God Eye clan, prior to the era of reincarnation, had only produced a handful of cosmic overlords despite their overwhelming strength. Presently, the combined total of the strongest cosmic beings from the human race, the demon race, the insect race, and the mechanical race barely reached 5. It could be said that ascending to the rank of the strongest in the universe is the most formidable challenge, the highest threshold devoid of a clear direction. Even when listening to others' experiences, the inspiration gained is often minimal, offering little assistance in forging one's own path. Ultimately, to become the strongest in the universe, the most crucial element is to carve out a unique path, distinctly different from that of others, rendering the experiences of others largely irrelevant. Thus, when the Lord of Darkness previously claimed to have vaguely glimpsed his own path, the great axe had been so astonished. Yet, as the Lord of Darkness himself acknowledged, he had merely caught a fleeting glimpse. Fully discovering his path was unlikely to occur in the near future. Yet here he was, having found his way after merely a second eavesdropping, a revelation that left the Lord of Chaos and the others in utter shock. The great axe rose to his feet. Addressing the Lord of Darkness, "Darkness, please illustrate the secret method you have devised through diagrams and illustrations." As the strongest in the universe, he could discern whether the Lord of Darkness had indeed embarked upon a correct path, a matter of great significance. The cosmic sea is not devoid of those who have found their own paths, only to later realize that they were on a road to nowhere, a far more terrifying fate than simply lacking direction. The Lord of Darkness nodded, gesturing to conjure an image of darkness. This depiction was far clearer than the one he had presented previously. Upon seeing this dark illustration, the Lord of Chaos and the others understood that the Lord of Darkness had indeed made significant progress. However, all of this still required confirmation from the great axe. He scrutinized the dark image intently, even conjuring a great axe with a wave of his hand, swiftly striking towards the illustration. The dark image trembled violently, its lines shimmering with an ominous glow. The great axe laughed heartily, exhilarated. Excellent. Remarkable, Darkness. I never anticipated you would become the next cosmic lord most likely to break through to the pinnacle of the universe. If you continue on this path, you have an 80% chance of transcending to become the strongest in the universe. At that time, our human race will possess two such beings. The cosmic lords, including Chaos, Peng Gong, and the newly ascended master of the Eclipsed Palace, all wore expressions of joy. Undoubtedly, once the human race possessed two cosmic overlords, their collective strength would soar. At that juncture, regardless of whether in the primal universe or the cosmic sea, the status of humanity would rise rapidly, and the formidable beings of the reincarnation era would think twice before oppressing the human race. The demon race, mechanical race, and insect race would also reconsider their approach towards humanity, at least refraining from their previous blatant arrogance. It is worth noting that during the era of the original ancestors, the insect race, demon race, and mechanical race dared not provoke the human race, content to guard their own territories. Even the primordial universe's leading force, the ancestor god sect, had to steer clear. Congratulations, Darkness. Don't forget to treat us to drinks later. Chaos, you must treat us too. Your virtual universe lineage is also on the cusp of producing a cosmic overlord. The other cosmic lords extended their congratulations in succession. The Lord of Chaos, the Lord of the Dragon, the Lord of the Ice Peak, and others all bore expressions of delight. The Lord of Darkness, however, humbly shook his head. It is still too early. I have merely seen the path I must tread. The true breakthrough may require countless years. By then, you will all have found your own directions. Haha, Darkness, I appreciate your kind words. Indeed, if the second eavesdropping yields such remarkable results, does that not imply that each one of us present may uncover our own paths? The prospect is unfathomable. At that point, how could the insect race, demon race, and mechanical race continue to act so brazenly? Many cosmic lords laughed heartily, their eyes aglow with hope. Originally, they had harbored little hope of transcending to the rank of the strongest in the universe. Attaining the status of a top cosmic lord like the Lord of Chaos was the aspiration of many. Yet now, with the example set by the Lord of Darkness, hope ignited within their hearts. At this moment, the Lord of Chaos could not help but interject, logically speaking. The Lord of Darkness should have accumulated substantial insight from his initial eavesdropping, and the impact of the second session should have diminished. Yet his progress has been so remarkable. At that time, we all entered a state of profound understanding, unaware of the changes during the eavesdropping. As he spoke, he turned to the great axe. Great axe, you are the only one who has not eavesdropped, and you have also bound each eavesdropper with divine power. What changes occurred during that time? Swish, swish, swish. All the cosmic lords turned their gazes towards the great axe, their curiosity piqued. The Lord of Darkness was no exception, feeling that his own experience had been somewhat unexpected. The great axe had contemplated this question long before and, after a moment of reflection, replied, based on my observations, the efficacy of Zhou Hao's talent is likely closely related to the number of eavesdroppers and their respective strengths. Initially, only a handful of peak kings and cosmic lords entered a state of sudden comprehension. They've been stuck at their bottlenecks for countless years. However, once the master of the Eclipsed Palace achieved sudden insight, the other eavesdroppers rapidly followed suit, entering states of profound understanding in quick succession. It seems that you, Chaos and Darkness, were also influenced, swiftly embracing that state of profound insight. Chapter 168. Do I also wish to enjoy the view from the mountainside? As the great axe concluded, a pin could be heard dropping in the grand hall. They were all cosmic lords and quickly grasped the crux of the great axe's words. The master of the Eclipsed Palace attained sudden insight, prompting the other eavesdroppers to rapidly follow suit. This revealed an abundance of information. Initially, they had assumed that each individual's enlightenment was purely a result of their own accumulated experiences being influenced by Zhou Hao's talent. However, it now appeared that this was not the case. The typically composed Lord of Chaos was the first to break the silence. Great axe, do you mean to suggest that the enlightenment of the master of the Eclipsed Palace and the preceding individuals catalyzed the enlightenment of the remaining eavesdroppers? The other cosmic lords gazed intently at the great axe. The colossal axe nodded gently as he spoke in a deep tone, at least from my observations. That seems to be the case. The Lord of the Wild Vision inhaled sharply. Did this imply that, as long as there were powerful listeners present during the observation, they could achieve enlightenment without the need for personal accumulation? The Lord of Engineering could no longer suppress the astonishment within, realizing that if this were indeed true, then with proper execution during observations, we could frequently attain enlightenment. Moreover, if a powerful listener achieved enlightenment, it could catalyze others to do the same. Wouldn't a multitude of such enlightenment, in turn, inspire the powerful listeners to reach their own? Upon uttering these words, the great hall fell silent once more. All the lords of the universe, including the newly ascended Lord of the Celestial Eclipses, stared wide-eyed, their faces suffused with an inescapable shock. For if the Lord of Engineering's assertion were to materialize, the combat prowess of the human race's elite would undoubtedly experience an explosive surge, potentially allowing a mass ascension to the status of universe lords or even the most formidable beings in the cosmos. After all, the number of universe eminences among the human race far exceeds that of universe lords by several hundredfold, with even more reigning monarchs. They could feasibly leverage the enlightenment of reigning monarchs to inspire the universe eminences, leading to a continuous cycle where, through persistent enlightenment, the universe eminences would ascend to the status of universe lords, subsequently using their enlightenment to uplift the universe lords. Simultaneously, when a universe eminence was on the verge of breaking through to become a universe lord, the resulting enlightenment would also benefit the reigning monarchs. Should such a chain reaction ensue, the rise of the human race would become an imminent reality. The colossal axe surveyed the surrounding universe lords and raised a hand to quell the excitement, stating, "This is merely a possibility, yet let us not harbor excessive hope. The universe maintains a balance. A talent like Zhou Hao's is exceptionally extraordinary and will undoubtedly come with its own set of limitations. I suspect that the enlightenment experienced by the Lord of Celestial Eclipses, which then inspires others, is primarily linked to Zhou Hao's unique talent and voice. I surmise that such a voice may facilitate a compounding of enlightenment states, ultimately culminating in a profound and enigmatic illusion. Thus, the crux of the matter lies within Zhou Hao's innate abilities." After saying this, he turned his gaze toward the Lord of Chaos. Please take note of what the Lord of Engineering mentioned earlier. When Zhou Hao wishes to share his insights next time, arrange it accordingly and observe the results. The Lord of Chaos nodded eagerly. At this moment, the Lord of Wild Vision interjected, "Chaos. Zhou Hao's talent is now the most pivotal element in the ascendance of our human race. We must delve deeper into understanding and analyzing this aspect to better facilitate the rapid development of our people, provided we respect Zhou Hao's conditions." The Lord of Chaos chuckled. "Wild Vision, when did you become so concerned for my disciple?" The other universe lords erupted in jovial laughter, well aware of the underlying reasons. In truth, they were all experiencing an urge to attend the next observation, as the profundity of enlightenment was utterly intoxicating. However, they quickly quelled this impulse. While they may not have made significant progress this time, they had at least recognized their own gaps and could now work more efficiently to bridge them in the coming years, preparing adequately for the next observation. The Lord of Wild Vision paid no heed. "Chaos. Zhou Hao is not merely your disciple. He represents the future of our human race." He then turned to the colossal axe. "Colossal axe, I propose that a palace be established for Zhou Hao on the mountainside of Thunder Island, to commemorate his contributions to the human race." As Wild Vision's words echoed, the simplistic hall buzzed with discussion. Constructing a palace on the mountainside of Thunder Island symbolizes a status of honor, typically reserved for universe eminences. Even invincible reigning monarchs would not be granted such privilege. Most powerful beings, with their extensive lifespans, value the glory and prestige of their race. For Zhou Hao, merely a domain master, to have a palace erected at such a location would undoubtedly violate the unwritten rules of honor. It was easy to foresee the uproar this action would provoke. The universe lords, including Qing Dong and the Lord of Engineering, looked at Wild Vision in astonishment. They had to admit that this suggestion had never crossed their minds. Although it sounded rather absurd at first, upon deeper reflection, the proposal bore profound significance. The colossal axe and the Lord of Chaos also grasped the deeper implications of Wild Vision's words, their expressions revealing a hint of hesitation. Wild Vision continued. "Colossal axe. During these two observations, thousands of listeners have benefited tremendously from Zhou Hao, including our universe lords, cosmic overlords, universe eminences, and a multitude of invincible reigning monarchs. For instance, The Lord of Celestial Eclipses successfully ascended to the status of Universe Lord. Such contributions warrant a palace on the mountainside. As for descent, I believe it will be minimal. After all, we understand what Zhou Hao represents, and many universe eminences will comprehend it as well. The colossal axe regarded Wild Vision with newfound appreciation. Chaos, what is your stance? He inquired of the Lord of Chaos. I am fundamentally opposed, the Lord of Chaos replied, shaking his head. However, exceptions do exist. Zhou Hao's situation is exceptionally unique, warranting some flexibility. The colossal axe then looked to the other universe lords. Agreed. Seconded. Approved. The motion passed unanimously. The colossal axe smiled. In that case, I see no need to convene a broader council. We shall proceed directly with this resolution. Chaos, please inform Zhou Hao of the decision, and ensure that his estate in the primordial region remains intact, keeping any turbulence and news contained within a limited scope. The Lord of Chaos nodded in understanding. Next, they turned their attention to Zhou Hao's cultivation. On the terrace of West Lake Castle, Zhou Hao remained oblivious to the fact that a resolution had been passed allowing for the construction of a palace for him on the mountainside of Thunder Island. At that moment, he was engrossed in assimilating the effects of the recent Great Tao aphorism. Undoubtedly, this instance of the Great Tao's concealment was the most potent he had experienced thus far. Not only had he completely resolved the first step of the fusion laws concerning wind and time, but his other avatars had also begun to study and practice the fusion laws of light and time at an unprecedented pace. It was as if he had suddenly clarified the theorem and formula of the fusion laws, with all remaining efforts focusing on various transformations and extensions surrounding the theorem. Based on his estimates, at this rate, he would require merely 5 to 10 years to fully comprehend the first steps of the fusion laws of wind, time, light, and time. By then, he would have entirely completed the first steps of the 8 fusion laws. The most arduous period of traversing the path of temporal and spatial fusion was thus nearing its conclusion. Naturally, even more formidable challenges lay ahead. Yet Zhou Hao felt no trepidation. Through the effects of this great Tao aphorism, he had subtly grasped the principles underlying the inherent combinations of the fusion laws. Confident that pursuing such principles in the study of time and space would yield remarkable results. With over 20 years remaining until the qualification battle with Luo Feng and the others, he resolved to complete the first step of time and space fusion within this time frame. Zhou Hao opened his eyes, determination gleaming within. Since embarking on the study of the fusion laws, he had spent scarcely 60 to 70 years, and he was on the verge of completing the first step of the 8 fusion laws. Initially, he had estimated that this endeavor would require at least a millennium, yet the time consumed had now been reduced tenfold, all thanks to the Great Tao aphorism. The Great Tao aphorism had been obtained through the completion of a special sign-in task, intensifying Zhou Hao's eagerness to swiftly fulfill this special sign-in task. For only upon its completion could he potentially activate the next special sign-in. Gathering his focus, he lifted his gaze and noticed 2 streaks of light swiftly descending from the heavens, landing beside him on the terrace. These 2 figures were none other than Hong and the Thunder God. The joy evident on their faces indicated that their experience during the observation and sharing of insights had yielded significant rewards. Hong turned his palm, producing a sealed bottle of wine, which he opened to pour a glass for Zhou Hao. The Thunder God himself poured a glass. Zhou Hao quickly realized that this was their way of expressing gratitude. He raised his cup and drank it down in one gulp. The wine, crafted in the depths of earth, though lacking any extraordinary effects, was rich with the flavors of home. Upon seeing Zhou Hao finish, Hong and the Thunder God burst into laughter. Damn, Sanzi, I never knew you had such a talent. Now, I finally understand why those esteemed figures personally traveled to our Earth to attend your castle and witness the spectacle. The effect is simply intoxicating. The Thunder God exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. Hong nodded emphatically. Indeed, it's truly captivating, just like this fine wine. Sanzi, thanks to you, I made significant progress. The Thunder God smiled, as have I. Progress is what matters, isn't it? Just as Zhou Hao was speaking, his brow furrowed slightly. Elder brother, second brother, I'll head into the virtual universe first. Hong and the Thunder God nodded, returning to their drinks. In a flash, Zhou Hao appeared at the estate, and then, using the exclusive passage, he was directly transported to the palace of the Lord of Chaos on Thunder Island. The moment the Lord of Chaos saw Zhou Hao, he exclaimed, Disciple, the clan has specially designated a location for you on the mountainside of Thunder Island. You may proceed there shortly to construct your own palace. Zhou Hao. Chapter 169. Too many people. In a distant cosmic secret realm, the Nine-Sword Sovereign, the sovereign of the Qinwu Kingdom, the Three-Eyed Elder, and the Huilin sovereign were swiftly traversing the secret realm aboard a flying artifact. Newly discovered cosmic secret realms often present both opportunities and dangers, yet they are frequently rather tedious. The Nine-Sword Sovereign and his companions had long grown accustomed to this monotony. The prospect of discovering a treasured artifact or rare resource would make the journey worthwhile. However, in the past, they would occasionally divert a portion of their consciousness into the virtual universe to alleviate the boredom of exploration. This time, however, was different. The aftershocks of Zhou Hao's shared insights had permeated the upper echelons of the clan, and naturally, the Nine-Sword Sovereign and his peers had received news. The advancements of other listeners had become a matter of great interest and gossip. Such topics could be discussed for days without losing their allure. The Nine-Sword Sovereign lamented repeatedly, "If only I had delayed my journey into the cosmic secret realm by another 10 or 8 years to attend Zhou Hao's session. I would undoubtedly have secured a place among the cosmic overlords. Perhaps I would already be a cosmic sovereign by now." This sense of frustration had persisted for half a month. Each time he heard of another cosmic sovereign breaking through to become a cosmic overlord, he could not help but vent his discontent. The sovereign of Qianwu and the Huilin sovereign offered him comfort each time. The sovereign of Qianwu also harbored regrets about his decision to venture into the cosmic secret realm. After all, with 30,000 spots available, as the sovereign of Zhou Hao's home universe, he should have been able to secure a place to attend. Yet, he missed this opportunity due to timing. The cosmic secret realm was fraught with danger, populated by formidable native life forms, and without immortal servants in tow, they dared not engage in divine kingdom transference. The Sword Sovereign, whose strength was comparable to his own, had fortuitously secured a spot and successfully ascended to cosmic overlord, frequently boasting about it. Listening to the bitterness in the Nine-Sword Sovereign's tone, the three-eyed elder, Kandri, sighed in sympathy. The repercussions of the 2 public sharing sessions had conclusively demonstrated that any listener would make some degree of progress. Moreover, within the circles of the sovereigns, a saying had quietly circulated: "If you wish to break through your limitations, to enhance your strength, and to embark on the arduous path of cultivation, it's simple. Attend Zhou Hao's insights." While this statement may be exaggerated, it remains an undeniable truth. The aim of entering cosmic secret realms is to encounter great opportunities or serendipitously acquire resources to enhance oneself and break through limitations. Now, with an opportunity available that poses no risk, offering an 80 chance of breakthrough, who could resist? Suddenly, the Nine-Sword Sovereign's expression changed. The sovereign of Qianwu, the three-eyed elder, and the Huilin sovereign glanced at him, wondering if yet another cosmic overlord was emerging. Heavens! With each announcement, it feels like a dagger to the heart. Why not us? I just received word that Zhou Hao is constructing a palace on the mountainside of Thunder Island. The moment he spoke, the sovereign of Qianwu, the three-eyed elder, and the Huilin sovereign all widened their eyes. Building a palace? On the mountainside of Thunder Island? As soon as they heard this, a wave of dissatisfaction surged within them, but it quickly dissipated. As they realized one crucial thing, they finally had a reason to connect with Zhou Hao. In a flurry, the 4 of them linked their consciousness to the virtual universe. In the Temple of Celestial Eclipses, although the Lord of Celestial Eclipses had ascended to the rank of Cosmic Sovereign and could choose a significant human secret realm to oversee, he still intended to preside over the Blood Luo world. At this moment, within the majestic 9-story palace, the Lord of Celestial Eclipses emanated an aura of immense authority. Gazing down at his trusted subordinates, Sato and Huangyu, Zhou Hao is to build a palace on the mountainside. You 3 should make a visit to express my gratitude. After all, it is thanks to Zhou Hao that I could take this challenging step. I owe him this favor and can only hope to repay it in the future. Yes, great Lord. At that moment, all cosmic sovereigns who received the message connected their consciousness to the virtual universe and swiftly flew toward the recently constructed entrance of Zhou Hao's palace. Even cosmic sovereigns from the giant Axe Martial Arena, Cosmic Star Bank, and Cosmic First Bank applied to enter the virtual universe of Thunder Island. The establishment of a palace by a domain lord on Thunder Island's mountainside marked a historic first for the human race. Unlike the original storyline where Luo Feng's palace construction sparked discontent among many cosmic sovereigns, Zhou Hao's endeavor was met with universal enthusiasm. Once they realized the significance, they were all exhilarated. Typically, when they wished to engage with domain lords like Zhou Hao, they faced considerable barriers due to status differences. Even though Zhou Hao's brilliance was undeniable, he remained merely a domain lord. Despite their desire to set aside pride, they still had to consider others' perceptions. However, with Zhou Hao constructing a palace on a mountainside, the situation had transformed entirely. They at least had a valid reason to personally visit and offer congratulations. which felt far less humiliating. In the future, once Zhou Hao ascended to the rank of Realm Lord and established a reputation, they would have numerous opportunities to visit his palace for discussions, a highly convenient arrangement. In less than 10 minutes, the entrance of Zhou Hao's palace had already been graced by thousands of cosmic sovereigns. The guards stationed at the door, including Fire Air, were left astonished. Good heavens! The number of cosmic sovereigns here to offer their congratulations is simply overwhelming, and the number continued to grow. When the Nine-Sword Sovereign and the Sovereign of Qianwu arrived, they were met with a throng of figures clustered at the palace entrance. Even with their preparations, they were taken aback by the sheer number of cosmic sovereigns present. Nine-Sword, Qianwu, you both made it. The Nine-Sword Sovereign's reputation had greatly expanded within the sovereign circles, having fortuitously become one of Zhou Hao's direct sovereigns, thus establishing a connection to him. Even cosmic overlords treated him with warmth. The Nine-Sword Sovereign greeted each cosmic sovereign in turn. He noticed the true Yin, who was conversing with Tong Nan and He Wu, and made his way over. True Yin, Tong Nan, Nine-Sword Qianwu. After exchanging pleasantries, the Nine-Sword Sovereign inquired, "What is the situation? Why has the palace gate not yet opened?" Zhen Yin replied, "Zhou Hao is still constructing some courtyards and pavilions inside. He instructed the guards to temporarily refrain from allowing anyone else to enter, so we all must wait." The Nine-Sword Sovereign fell silent, then sighed. Only Zhou Hao could manage such a situation. Zhen Yin nodded in agreement. Each of the cosmic sovereigns held a lofty status. Ordinarily, they would not pay much attention even to king-level geniuses, let alone prodigies like Zhou Hao. The transition from king to sovereign is a significant threshold. One may shine brightly as a genius in their youth, but the challenge of immortality can keep one in check for a long time. Once one breaks through immortality, an even greater and more formidable threshold awaits in the form of sovereignty. Only by consecutively surpassing these two formidable thresholds will they be regarded on the same level as the cosmic sovereigns. Even cosmic sovereigns and even cosmic overlords would not dare to make so many cosmic sovereigns wait. Yet, Zhou Hao, a domain lord-level genius capable of influencing all, garnered no dissatisfaction, and everyone patiently awaited his summons. Suddenly, the palace doors opened slowly. The Nine-Sword Sovereign ceased his conversation with Zhen Yin and swiftly joined the other cosmic sovereigns in entering. Upon stepping through the threshold, they were greeted by Zhou Hao, who wore an apologetic expression. Opuludisa. Greetings, esteemed sovereigns. Please forgive my tardiness. Zhou Hao had anticipated the visit from the cosmic sovereigns, particularly those like Zhen Yin, Tong Nan, and He Wu, who had benefited from him. But he did not expect such a large gathering. It is of no concern. We were merely idling away the time. It is only natural for the construction of the palace to take a little longer to ensure it meets your expectations. The cosmic sovereigns replied with smiles. They then began to offer their congratulations. However, after exchanging pleasantries, they departed one by one. Although Zhou Hao had laid out fine wines and fruits, they were aware that their relationships had not yet reached a level where they could linger. Staying longer would only make things awkward. Ultimately, only the Nine-Sword Sovereign, Zhen Yin, and other related sovereigns remained, but even they drank only a little before taking their leave. Chapter 170, Accomplishment. Swish, swish, swish. After the cosmic sovereigns departed, several figures reappeared in the Grand Hall. However, the aura of these figures was notably weak. They were Luo Feng, Uka, Ai Chun, and Bolin. Among others, cosmic-level geniuses, along with his avatar, Silai. Zhou Hao chuckled heartily. "You all still possess a sense of loyalty, knowing to visit me at this time." Uka teased. "We had to wait until those bigwigs left before we dared come over." "Indeed. Speaking of which, Brother San, you are now a big shot yourself, able to construct a palace on Thunder Island. It will be difficult for us to visit again in the future," Luo Feng remarked with a teasing smile. "Come on, fourth brother, you are becoming more like Uka by the day. Come, don't be shy. There is plenty of wine waiting for you to consume." Zhou Hao waved casually. Uka, Ai Chun, and Luo Feng seated themselves without hesitation. They drank and discussed not the palace's construction, but rather their future cultivation plans and directions. Zhou Hao nodded frequently, noticing that they had not lost their way despite the rapid improvement brought by the Dao Maxim. This was indeed commendable. After the qualification battle, Bolin and I should be able to enter the primordial secret realm. I plan to complete some contribution tasks, and then break through to Domain Lord, Luo Feng declared after taking a hearty swig. Bolin chimed in. "I too am preparing to break through to Domain Lord. My comprehension of the laws is at the 9th level, which isn't too far from the 10th. Remaining at the cosmic level is not too pressuring, and breaking through to Domain Lord level, competing with the veterans, is far more interesting." Uka laughed heartily. You two are really competing even over breaking through to Domain Lord. I'm impressed. Luo Feng and Bolin exchanged glances and laughed. Competition breeds pressure. I still have a bit of distance to the 8th level. I estimate I'll have to wait until the next qualification battle, Rong Jun said enviously as he looked at Luo Feng and Bolin. He wished to break through to Domain Lord level early, but his comprehension of the laws was relatively low, so he could only remain at the cosmic level for another 100 years. As their conversation progressed, they eventually turned the topic to Zhou Hao. Luo Feng looked at Zhou Hao and said, Brother San, while the scenery of the palace here is splendid, it is ultimately not where we belong. Uka also turned his gaze toward Zhou Hao. Luo Feng is right. Zhou Hao, for us members, strength is everything. It is the foundation. The other geniuses also looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao slowly raised his wine cup and drank in one go. Meeting the gazes of Luo Feng, Uka, Bolin, and the others, he suddenly smiled and said, It seems the wine I offered you before was not in vain. At this, Luo Feng, Uka, and the others erupted into hearty laughter. They understood that Zhou Hao remained the same Zhou Hao, unaffected by external factors that might disturb his inner peace. This was the mark of a super genius, a worthy opponent for them to strive to surpass. After a round of drinks, Uka and Luo Feng took their leave. Zhou Hao waved his hand, clearing the items in the grand hall, and instructed Hui Er to leave a few guards to watch over the palace. He then returned to the primordial zone estate with Hui Er and the other guards and servants. Upon seeing Zhou Hao return, the colorful king smiled. Your Highness, congratulations on your return. Indeed, it is a cause for celebration. This place suits me well, the colorful king remarked appreciatively. Your Highness's clarity of vision reassures me. Although your talent has significantly influenced the other sovereigns, leading to a rapid elevation in your status, you must remember that such status must be matched with corresponding strength. Of course, given your influence and contributions, you are indeed worthy of such a status. However, strength remains fundamental. Zhou Hao nodded gently, I understand. This was also the reason for his return to the estate, although his clan permitted him to construct a palace on the mountainside. He was acutely aware that the mountainside palace represented the strength of a cosmic sovereign. His ability to construct it stemmed from the influence of the Tao Maxim, not from his own strength. Once he truly possessed the strength of a cosmic sovereign, he could reside comfortably within the palace on the mountainside. He issued a directive. Unless there is something of utmost importance, do not disturb me. Yes, Your Highness. Swish. Returning to the 3-story solitary residence, Zhou Hao resumed his arduous journey of researching the fusion laws. The purpose of employing the Tao Maxim was merely to expedite his comprehension of the fusion laws. Influencing others was, in his view, merely a means to better assist himself. He had always been quite clear on this point. As time flowed by, while Zhou Hao immersed himself in the ocean of law research, the Lord of Chaos and the other cosmic lords could not help but feel gratified. In truth, Zhou Hao's growth was always a part of the clan's rise plan. Although everyone was eager to eavesdrop and comprehend, they understood that Zhou Hao's own strength was paramount. Moreover, the effect of eavesdropping greatly depended on individual accumulation. After 2 consecutive sessions of eavesdropping, except for a few who had yet to receive a quota, the others had all experienced it to some extent. Under such circumstances, the clan's higher-ups naturally needed to impose some restraint. It is worth noting that even the cosmic lords felt their thoughts stirred due to Zhou Hao's influence, let alone the other cosmic sovereigns and king-level immortals, as well as the lower-tier immortals and realm lords. Therefore, even if Zhou Hao wished to continue using the Tao Maxim to improve, the Lord of Chaos would offer counsel. After all, the primary objective of the last 2 eavesdropping sessions was to ascertain the specific extent of Zhou Hao's talent and influence. And now they had essentially grasped the situation. Next, a detailed plan centered around Zhou Hao must be formulated. This endeavor cannot be accomplished in a single day. It encompasses a myriad of intricate details that require time for thorough deliberation, ultimately aimed at accelerating the collective strength of the clan. Simultaneously, the Lord of Chaos has expressly commanded that during Zhou Hao's cultivation, no immortal or esteemed beings should intrude. Upon the announcement of this decree, many restless immortals and cosmic elders gradually found their composure, realizing that for them, the interminable wait was trivial. Furthermore, according to the experiences of those cosmic elders and immortals who had previously observed breakthroughs, the more profound one's accumulation, the more effective the observation of breakthroughs would be. Thus, as Zhou Hao immersed himself in his cultivation, the upper echelons of the clan transitioned from a state of commotion to one of tranquility. However, all were acutely aware that when the plan for the clan's ascendance officially commenced, a tremendous wave would sweep through the entire human race, even reverberating across the primordial universe. At that juncture, they would not only need to seize this tide, but also position themselves at its crest to confront the impending tempest. Time swiftly flowed by, and the willows along the banks of West Lake repeatedly sprouted fresh buds. Zhou Hao's figure traversed from the castle rooftop to the banks of West Lake, and then to the heights of the long bridge, continuously shifting back and forth. Thus, a decade quietly elapsed. On the castle's rooftop, Zhou Hao, seated in meditation, slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. As anticipated after 10 years, the first step of the fusion of the 8 laws was finally completed. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the waters of West Lake, his consciousness linking to the virtual universe. Although he had not delved into the comprehension of time, space, or even the primordial chaotic monument during these years, his strength had steadily augmented. Especially after completing the first step of the 8 laws, he had gained profound insights into the fundamental combinations of these laws. The challenges he once perceived in the differing combinations of time and space laws had already been resolved through his study of the final light and the fusion laws. In that moment, he realized that mastering the first step of the 8 fusion laws rendered the initial fusion of time and space a trivial matter. Without hesitation, Zhou Hao arrived at the estate and promptly applied to enter the domain Lord-level Tantian Mountain. After over 40 years of arduous cultivation and research, it was time to test his gains. Chapter 171. Zhou Hao. Do take your time with your cultivation. Tantian Mountain, a realm specially established within the virtual universe, presented a vast expanse of earth. 3 towering mountains loomed over the landscape, each grander than the last. Zhou Hao stood before the mountains, observing the shimmering golden characters etched into the mountainside. Heaven and earth, primordial and original. Among them, the original Tantian Mountain was the most majestic. Only those domain, Lord-level geniuses from the primordial region who could conquer this mountain would be eligible to become members of the original secret realm at the domain Lord level. However, it was rare for any domain Lord level beings to successfully traverse this high peak, as one needed to possess the comprehension level of the 16th layer of the Tantian Bridge to do so. Zhou Hao had already triumphed over the cosmic level original Tantian Mountain, and now he aimed to conquer this domain Lord level counterpart. With a swift motion, he appeared at the mountain's base. The Minotaur, adept in close combat, was deep in slumber. The masterful ape was meditating in the distant woods, and the illusionist serpent was bathing in a pond. These 3 guardians represented 3 distinct schools of thought at the same level. Sensing the commotion, the Minotaur opened his eyes and beheld the smiling Zhou Hao. Your Highness Zhou Hao, you intend to challenge the domain Lord-level Tantian Mountain? The Minotaur exclaimed, springing to his feet with enthusiasm. Zhou Hao nodded in affirmation. The Minotaur erupted into a hearty laugh, bellowing, "White-furred ape, come forth. Serpent, hurry up. Someone is here to challenge Tantian Mountain." In a flash, 2 beams of light darted towards them. The 3 guardians, upon seeing Zhou Hao, simultaneously registered his detailed comprehension of the laws in their minds. The serpent, draped in sheer fabric that accentuated her sinuous tail, smiled and said, "Your Highness Zhou Hao, having left the original secret realm and conquered the 14th layer of the Tantian Bridge, you barely qualify to pass our scrutiny at the foot of the mountain. However, the ascent to the mountainside will prove quite challenging." Zhou Hao chuckled lightly, as you mentioned. "I conquered the 14th layer of the Tantian Bridge when I departed the original secret realm. It has been over 40 years. Surely, I have not remained stagnant." The Minotaur, brimming with confidence, exclaimed, "It seems His Highness Zhou Hao is quite self-assured. What are we waiting for? Let us ascend together." With that, the Minotaur wielded his colossal axe, and, with a step, instantly appeared before Zhou Hao, the axe cleaving the air and creating a rift in space as it struck towards Zhou Hao. Yet, Zhou Hao's form vanished abruptly, leaving the Minotaur to strike nothing but air. Unperturbed, the Minotaur laughed heartily and pursued Zhou Hao once more. The ape, wielding a telekinetic weapon resembling a segmented bamboo staff, launched an attack from the side, while the serpent, with a flick of her tail and eyes shimmering like water, unleashed a torrent of intangible mental illusions upon Zhou Hao. The trio of guardians executed their coordinated assault with remarkable synergy. Were it any other domain, Lord-level elder from the original secret realm, they would have been overwhelmed in that instant. However, Zhou Hao remained composed, his arms outstretched, gradually coalescing a long blade in his palms. As a Minotaur charged again, he grasped the hilt and met the axe with a decisive strike. Boom! The blade radiated brilliance akin to the Milky Way. Yet, it swiftly transformed into the roaring visage of a beast deity whose massive paw struck down upon the axe with a force surpassing even that of the Minotaur, shattering him. His axe, and his very being. At that moment, the ape's telekinetic weapon was upon him. Zhou Hao, unable to retract his blade in time, remained unfazed. With a steadfast countenance, he summoned the divine weapon behind him, which materialized before him to deflect the assault. He then turned his gaze towards the visibly shaken ape, and, in an instant, closed the distance, delivering a devastating strike. The ape's form crumbled instantly. The remaining serpent wore a rueful smile. Despite her relentless casting of mental illusions, Zhou Hao seemed entirely unaffected. Soon, faced with Zhou Hao's onslaught, the serpent found herself utterly defenseless. At the foot of the mountain, Zhou Hao concluded the first challenge with 2 swift blows, while at the mountainside, even with the enhanced powers of the Minotaur, ape, and serpent, nearly tenfold, they still could not withstand Zhou Hao's 2 strikes. Upon reaching the summit, the Guardian's strength surged once more. This challenge necessitated the prowess of the 16th layer of the Tongtian Bridge. Yet even with the first layer of the fusion laws of Earth and space combined with the divine weapon strikes, Zhou Hao breezed through this challenge with ease. After all, the first layer of the 8 fusion laws was already comparable to the 15th layer of the Tongtian Bridge, and with the divine weapon representing the union of time and space, Zhou Hao merely needed to condense a sliver of the beast deity's essence to surpass the 16th layer in terms of law comprehension. The Minotaur, ape, and serpent, who had perished at the summit, quickly recovered from their injuries and stood once more, gazing at Zhou Hao with smiles of admiration. Your Highness Zhou Hao, congratulations on conquering the domain, Lord-level, Tongtian Mountain. Who would have thought that in merely 40 years, your strength would have reached such heights? Zhou Hao chuckled. 40 years is indeed a considerable span of time. The 3 guardians were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged looks of resignation. For those at the domain lord level, 40 years was but a fleeting moment, scarcely enough time to undergo a single qualification battle. It seemed only Zhou Hao could utter that 40 years was lengthy. With a flicker, his consciousness severed its connection. On the rooftop, Zhou Hao opened his eyes, his expression devoid of any emotion. Over the past 40 years since leaving the original secret realm, his progress in understanding the laws had been astonishingly rapid, so much so that even he found it hard to believe. It is important to note that these are the 8 fusion laws. Comprehending even the first layer of any one of them is akin to scaling a mountain. Even the original narrative, Luo Feng, at the domain master level, with the beast god statue at his disposal and the ability to observe the laws in operation within the primordial universe, spent a staggering 800 years to reach such a comprehension. He exhaled softly, his countenance relaxing. With 8 years remaining until the cosmic level qualification battle, he had spent the first decade of his time in the original secret realm delving into the essence of time. It was only in the subsequent 70 years that he genuinely began to study the 8 schools of beast-god fusion. Thus, he had achieved mastery of the first layer of the 8 fusion laws in less than 1/10 of the time it took Luo Feng. When factoring in the time ratio between the original universe and the primordial universe, he had effectively utilized only 1/30th of that time. Such a pace is indeed formidable. The rewards for engaging in discussion and contemplation are substantial, and now only the first stage of the path to becoming a powerful being remains. He mused inwardly. Despite the alarming speed of his advancement, Zhou Hao did not feel pride. After all, he was traversing the path of the fusion of time and space, and studying the other 8 fusion laws merely served as a foundation and support for this journey. Therefore, the true essence of his progress lay in his complete mastery over the threads of time and space, coupled with his understanding of the initial method of their integration. The other fusion laws possess corresponding secret techniques, yet the fusion laws of time and space are still without a definitive method. Since he had chosen this path, it was only a matter of time before he thoroughly explored it, so he resolved to establish a collective name for a secret technique. Zhou Hao contemplated that, in truth, the nomenclature of secret techniques is often handled quite casually by many powerful beings. For instance, the secret technique created by Haialodo, known as the 7 transformations of the divine, is also referred to as the 7 kills of the beast god, a straightforward name indicating that the technique is inspired by the beast god. His own research into the fusion of time and space began with the 8 schools of the beast god. After a moment of reflection, he decided to name it the 8 divine transformations, though at present his version of the 8 divine transformations had yet to reach even the first layer, and he had not yet begun to scratch the surface of its creation. Zhou Hao was not in a hurry. After all, Haialodo was a cosmic overlord. While he was merely at the domain master level, there was still ample time ahead. Once clarity settled in his mind, he resumed his cultivation. Although he had a general understanding of the first step in the fusion of time and space, truly achieving its creation remained a considerable challenge. Zhou Hao was well aware of this, hence he felt no sense of pride. Every action Zhou Hao took was of great significance to his clan's grand strategy. Not only were the clan's higher-ups closely monitoring him, but numerous cosmic sovereigns and even pinnacle kings of the undying level were keeping a watchful eye. Consequently, the news of his triumph over the domain, master-level Tontian Mountain spread throughout the upper echelons of the human race in less than half an hour. Although they all recognized that with Zhou Hao's exceptional talent, overcoming the domain, master-level Tontian Mountain was hardly a daunting task, the speed of his progress was still astonishing. With 8 years remaining until the cosmic-level qualification battle, it was typical for most cosmic-level geniuses newly entering the secret realm to be leisurely engaged in training tasks, occasionally attending public lectures. Yet Zhou Hao not only broke through to the domain master level ahead of schedule, but also simultaneously cleared the cosmic level and domain master level Tontian Mountain. In a mere century, he had traversed the path that had taken some of the most gifted individuals millions of epochs and years. This left many kings and sovereigns in awe, and it became evident that Zhou Hao's speed not only affected the progress of other geniuses and powerful beings, but was also astoundingly fast in its own right. Initially, many powerful beings had concerns that Zhou Hao's willingness to share his insights might hinder their own progress. However, they were now completely reassured. In the entire history of the human race, no talent had ever emerged with such a rapid rate of advancement as Zhou Hao. Some high-ranking clan members even contemplated advising Zhou Hao to slow down his pace of progression. In the hall of the virtual universe's Chaos City, the leaders of the virtual lineage of cosmic beings gathered. Surely you have all seen the video of Zhou Hao's ascent of Tongtian Mountain. The Chaos Lord directed his gaze toward Haimu and Longxing. A silence enveloped the hall. From the video alone, they could discern that Zhou Hao had utilized the first layer of the Earth and space fusion laws to conquer Tongtian Mountain. Previously, they had allotted him a millennium, hoping to dissuade him from pursuing this path, yet he had astonishingly mastered the first layer in such a short span. More critically, during his last session of shared insights, Zhou Hao had discussed the laws of wind and time. Without a doubt, he was likely aiming to master the first layers of all 8 fusion laws before continuing down the path of time and space integration. This particular school of cultivation was one that no being in the universe had ever embarked upon, not even during the era of reincarnation among the cosmic seas. The Dark Lord spoke, since Zhou Hao has completed the first layer of the Earth and space fusion laws in such a brief time. It signifies that he possesses not only an extraordinary talent for time and space, but also formidable aptitude in the beast-god fusion laws. The path chosen by such a genius is beyond our capacity to interfere with. The Chaos Lord furrowed his brow. Darkness. This is not merely a matter of a beast god school. If he intends to pursue all 8 beast god schools, you should be well aware of the challenges involved. Indeed, I understand, as does everyone present. But so what? Just because we cannot traverse this path does not mean Zhou Hao cannot. Let us not forget his talent. Who could have imagined there existed such a prodigious gift within the universe, even capable of impacting us, the cosmic lords? The Dark Lord reflected, thus, rather than attempting to forcibly correct Zhou Hao's choices, we should guide and support him. Perhaps he truly can carve out a path of his own. Upon hearing the Dark Lord's words, the Chaos Lord fell into contemplation. The Ice Peak Lord also pondered. Both understood that Zhou Hao was seer, and seer was Zhou Hao. Should either of them embark upon the path of time and space fusion, any misstep would result in a delay for both their incarnations. Yet the Dark Lord's reasoning held merit. Just because other cosmic geniuses and numerous unique life forms had failed to walk this path did not mean it was impossible. After all, the human race had seen the emergence of a talent like Zhou Hao, whose progress was nothing short of extraordinary. After a moment, the Chaos Lord sighed. Very well, I admit I've been overly concerned. Zhou Hao's rapid mastery of the first layer indeed indicates an unprecedented talent in the fusion laws. In regarding his progress and direction in cultivation, I shall no longer interfere. We will discuss this matter further at the Great Axe Conference. And our virtual lineage must present a united front. If anyone has differing opinions, they may voice them now. Neither Longxing nor Yuho had objections. They all concurred with the Dark Lord's assessment. Seeing this, the Chaos Lord felt a wave of relief wash over him. Deep within the territory of the demon race, beneath the endless expanse of starlit skies, a floating palace was surrounded by flames of varying hues: black, white, purple, red, and blue, each flame akin to a star in size. At the forefront of the palace's grand plaza stood a colossal creature resembling a sculpture, embodying one of the royal families of the demon race, the Tianlang. At that moment, this sculpted creature opened its immense eyes, gazing at the ethereal light coalescing in the plaza. Kainsao, what news do you bring? The booming voice resonated throughout the flame-themed palace, causing it to tremble. The white giant wolf, Kainsao, bowed respectfully. To our great leader, news has just arrived from the human territory. Our first target for extermination. The prodigious human talent Zhou Hao has successfully conquered the domain master-level Tongtian Mountain. In the realm of the domain lord-level Tongtian Mountain, if my memory serves me right, this human prodigy has not departed from the initial universe for even a century. Has he? The colossal, sculpted being shuddered and stood upright, its gaze surveying the immense white wolf that stretched 8 kilometers below. The white wolf hastily responded, "Yes, leader. That Zhou Hao has indeed been gone for less than 100 years. Within this century, he has ascended from the cosmic level to the domain lord level, and has even traversed the Tongtian Mountain. His mastery of the laws has reached the 16th tier of the Tongtian Bridge within the Human Virtual Universe Company, and his combat prowess may well surpass that tier. Even among the human race's domain lords, such a level is exceedingly high, nearly rivaling that of the more formidable immortal lords." The sculpted giant regarded the white wolf with a frigid indifference. Such a talent, and yet no efforts have been made to employ lurking powerhouses to eliminate him. The white wolf trembled, quickly explaining, "Great leader, Zhou Hao is under the protection of human cosmic lords, and there are more than one. The insect clan once dispatched cosmic lords to assassinate him, but they perished without success. Our clan's infiltration within the human domain is limited to the king level at most." The sculpted being snorted coldly. The white wolf quaked even more violently. "We cannot allow such a human prodigy to grow unchecked. Immediately devise a meticulous extermination plan and seek a suitable opportunity for assassination." Yes, the demon race's intelligence-gathering organization within the human territory is no match for that of the insect clan. Thus, the demons received news, but so did the insect clan. However, the insect mother queen did not take this matter to heart. They were well aware of Zhou Hao's immense latent threat. A winged, ethereal figure gazed downwards, scrutinizing all available information regarding Zhou Hao. "How goes the investigation?" Another figure, equally dreamlike and beautiful, replied melodiously, "Great Mother Queen. The human race has tightly safeguarded all information concerning Zhou Hao. Our agents have been unable to infiltrate and obtain anything useful. To date, we have not clarified why the number of cosmic lords appearing in the Dreamy Empire was so substantial." The insect Mother Queen remained unconcerned. After all, a talent like Zhou Hao would undoubtedly be well guarded by the human race. The identities of our lurking members are simply not sufficient to yield any valuable intelligence. Continue to intensify the investigation and closely monitor Zhou Hao's movements. Should he break through to Domain Lord and venture to the outer battlefield, be sure to report. While matters within the human domain cannot be resolved, anything could transpire in the outer battlefield. Yes, a month later, atop the West Lake Castle's terrace, Zhou Hao opened his eyes, his consciousness entering the virtual universe. Seated in his study, he opened the email sent by the Virtual Universe Company. The email detailed the completion and evaluation of the highest scoring task at the Domain Lord level. Member Zhou Hao of the original Secret Realm, based on your performance in traversing the Tongtian Mountain, we have determined that you have successfully completed the first layer of the Beast God path concerning Earth and space. In less than 20 years, you have achieved this third ring task remarkably well within the 1,000 years we allotted you. We will grant an additional reward of 4 million points upon the completion of your scoring task. Every point from the Virtual Universe Company is invaluable. Please utilize these points judiciously. Moreover, we will provide you with materials and information regarding the Beast God path. Be sure to review them diligently. With the highest scoring task concluded, the Virtual Universe Company will no longer issue any scoring tasks at the Domain Lord stage. Given your status as a direct disciple of the Chaos City Lord, you are eligible to apply for the opportunity to cultivate in the initial universe. Please seize this chance wisely. The email contained much information, including an attachment. The attachment provided a detailed introduction to the Beast God path, along with various secret methods suitable for cultivation within the 8 major Beast God factions, as well as the identities of powerful beings who created these methods. Following this was the evaluation of the highest scoring task. The highest scoring task comprised 3 rings. The first ring involved judging the elder Wang, Ho Zhenjian, and his family members. The second ring required the assassination of an infiltrating immortal from the insect clan. The third ring focused on the speed of law comprehension. It could be said that these three tasks were relatively simpler compared to those faced by past external members. Yet in truth, the three-ring task was exceedingly challenging. Firstly, if Zhou Hao were merely an ordinary domain lord member of the original secret realm, he would likely face no intervention from the sovereign of the Qinwu kingdom during the judgment of Xinjian Wang, and might even receive subtle warnings in other forms. When confronting a cosmic lord, a typical domain lord member would have to tread carefully. The second ring, killing the immortal, posed an even greater challenge. After all, the disciple of the founding emperor of the Dreamy Empire is an immortal warlord, and an average domain lord member would find it nearly impossible to slay him. Even if they managed to seal his immortal powers, high comprehension of the laws would still be necessary. As for the final ring, it was even more arduous. Completing the integration of the first layer of Earth and space laws in a millennium within the original universe is an unattainable task. Setting his thoughts aside, he turned to the final comments. Overall evaluation. Member Zhou Hao of the original secret realm, in the first ring, during your judgment of Xinjian Wang and his kin, you remained unwavering in your fair adjudication despite repeated threats from Xinjian Wang. This demonstrates your steadfastness in the face of power. In the second ring, while attempting to kill the infiltrating immortal from the insect clan, you still prioritize the protection of innocent lives, which proves your inherent compassion for the weak. In the third ring, you achieved a level of law comprehension within a mere 20 years that other prodigies may take thousands of years to attain. Your innate talent is the most exceptional we have ever seen in our virtual universe company. With strong talent, rapid progress, fearlessness in the face of power, and compassion for the weak, you have excelled in this highest scoring task. Please continue to strive and do not squander your gifts. We believe that one day, your name will resonate throughout the universe. After reading the evaluation, Zhou Hao chuckled softly. Not only had he achieved a high completion rate for this highest scoring task, but the comments were also filled with praise, indicating that the higher-ups of the virtual universe company held his actions in high regard. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, he realized that with the over 10 million points gained, although still a mere drop in the bucket, he could finally purchase some essential items that he had not acquired through sign-in. Chapter 173. Finally delivering Zhou Hao to a safe location. Time flows quietly like a stream through the mountains. In the blink of an eye, 8 years have passed. During this period, Zhou Hao remained on Earth, returning to the leisurely yet tedious life of cultivation, attending lectures, and researching secret methods. His human avatar mainly focused on the integration of time and space, while his Thousand Abyss Ancestor Tree avatar contemplated the invaluable assistance diagrams and secret methods of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet and true understanding of time and space. Unlike the other 8 major integration laws, time and space lack the beast god statues and combat imagery for reference. All understanding must come from Zhou Hao's own exploration. Even with the great Tao aphorisms, they can only hasten his research into integration methods. When it comes to delineating the essence of fusion and creating his inaugural secret method, the aid of the great Tao aphorisms proves rather limited, especially in the realm of original secret methods. This phase offers no shortcuts. One must engage in combat, delve into various secret methods, and combine them as references to ultimately create a method that suits oneself. Typically, the creation of original secret methods occurs during the Domain Lord stage. After breaking through to Domain Lord, individuals often no longer spend as much time on cultivation as they did at the Cosmic or Domain Lord levels. Instead, they embark on seek adventures, and engage in fierce battles to expedite their advancement. Thus, Zhou Hao currently focuses on solidifying his integration method first, followed by manifesting the essence, allowing him to outline a direction for his secret methods. The final phase of creation necessitates a breakthrough to Domain Lord. After all, during the Domain Master stage, he had little opportunity to engage in fierce battles with other formidable beings and alien races. This truth was abundantly clear to him, and he possessed a well-defined understanding of his training plan. In the virtual universe, at Yuxiang Mountain, a gazebo was filled with renowned talents of their cohort, including Zhou Hao, Sai Lai, Luo Feng, Bolan, Wu Ka, and Rongjun. Despite Zhou Hao and Sai Lai having broken through to the Domain Master level for some time, there was no significant barrier between them, largely due to the influence and support they provided to one another. In their hearts, figures like Wu Ka, Rongjun, and even Bolan had tacitly acknowledged that, should the opportunity arise, they would gladly become members under Zhou Hao and Sai Lai's command. Their mentors wholeheartedly endorsed this notion. If Zhou Hao and Sai Lai were merely members of the primitive secret realm, their mentors would undoubtedly have reservations as members of the primitive secret realm. even if they eventually broke through to the immortal level, would only attain the status of marquises or kings. And breaking through to the venerable level would remain a formidable challenge. Zhou Hao and Sai Lai, however, were entirely different. Their potential and talent assuredly positioned them to break through to the venerable level, especially considering Zhou Hao's unique circumstances, which almost guaranteed his ascension. Moreover, their entire lineage would not allow Zhou Hao to fall easily. Consequently, the mentors of Wu Ka and Rong Jun expressed their admiration and frequently advised the talented individuals of this cohort to foster connections rather than remain isolated. This led to a close camaraderie among Luo Feng, Wu Ka, and the others. The gazebo was adorned with an array of beverages and fruits. The group engaged in lively conversation while drinking, naturally discussing the impending cosmic qualification battle. Luo Feng and Bolan had already resolved that upon entering the primitive secret realm, they would undertake several decades of missions before breaking through to the domain master level. Among them, they had the least burdensome path. For Luo Feng had already achieved the 10th layer of the Bridge of Laws, and Bolan was not far behind. They could be considered presumptive members of the primitive secret realm. The remaining 6, Wu Ka, Rong Jun, Ai Chun, Long Yun, Zhang Mo, and Qian Shui, found themselves in a comparatively relaxed situation. Over the past century, despite not having attended Zhou Hao's discussions, even the system recognized their capability to remain in the Taichu district. For them, the primary focus was now on competing for rankings in the Taichu district. Among them, Rong Jun had the greatest chance of securing a position within the top 5, as aside from Luo Feng and Bolan. The only formidable opponent in the Taichu district was the werewolf Croft. The other 4 who had passed the 7th layer of the Bridge of Laws posed no threat to him. Wu Ka had also traversed the 7th layer, but due to his recent achievement, he was temporarily unable to contend for a top 5 position. Ai Chan was the first among them to conquer the 6th layer, but her talent still lagged slightly behind Wu Ka's, preventing her from surpassing the 7th layer thus far. Zhang Mo, Qian Shui, and Long Yun, having arrived later, were still some distance from the 7th layer, yet they could comfortably remain in the Taichu district. Ah, if those old-timers in the Taichu district saw us drinking here, they would surely be envious. With the qualification battle approaching, all the elders are busy honing their skills, while we newcomers seem utterly relaxed, even finding time for merriment. Indeed, in previous years, it was the newcomers who wore the frowns of worry, but with freaks like Zhou Hao and Sai Lai in this cohort, the elders are likely lamenting their fate. Yes, I've inquired, and in past years, newcomers in the Taichu district were typically eliminated in their first qualification battle, ending up in the Tian district. Wu Ka, Rong Jun, and the others chimed in agreement. Ai Chun, Qian Shui, and the rest echoed their sentiments. This cohort was indeed exceptionally talented, with figures like Blood Axe Tiao and Illusion Demon Galaxy from the Tian district nearly matching Ai Chun and Zhang Mo's prowess. However, under normal circumstances, they too would likely find themselves relegated to the Tian district. Time was the greatest advantage for the elders. Yet, Zhou Hao's emergence had significantly benefited the talents of this cohort in the Taichu district, and this was one of the primary reasons Wu Ka, Ai Chun, and Rong Jun were eager to align themselves with Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao raised his cup and took a hearty swig. All right, you lot, tone down the flattery. Your ability to remain in the Taichu district this time means that you must strive even harder in the next qualification battle. I'm about to head to Chaos City for training, and if I make some progress, I'll be aiming for a breakthrough to the Realm Master level. With that, he stood up, knowing that once he broke through to the Realm Master level, opportunities for their gatherings would become scarce. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng, Bolan, and Wu Ka were taken aback. Zhou Hao, you're planning to break through to the Realm Master level so soon? It's only been a century since leaving the initial universe, and you've already made such rapid progress to Domain Master, and now you aim for Realm Master? Zhou Hao chuckled. Perhaps it won't be that swift, but I'm certain that when I leave Chaos City this time, I will undoubtedly reach the Realm Master level. So, let us all put in the effort. Don't let me outpace you too far, haha. With that, he withdrew his consciousness from the virtual universe. Sai Lai followed suit. Luo Feng and Bo Lan exchanged glances, their determination to break through to Domain Master intensifying. Being the closest to Zhou Hao, they certainly did not wish to fall behind. Rong Jun rose to his feet, agreeing, Zhou Hao is right. We must work even harder. If we aspire to be among Zhou Hao's ranks in the future, we cannot allow ourselves to lag too far behind. With that, he too vanished. Wu Ka shook his head, acknowledging the truth in Rong Jun's words. This fellow has a point. It seems we must redouble our training efforts. With a flurry, the group disappeared from the gazebo. Soon after, The qualification battle commenced as anticipated. As expected, Luo Feng and Bolan successfully entered the primitive secret realm, while Wu Ka, Rongjun, Ai Chun, and the others managed to remain in the Taichu district, with Rongjun achieving a commendable ranking. At the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company on the mainland, in the elliptical reception hall, Zhou Hao had just arrived when dedicated staff members came to greet him. Your Highness Zhou Hao, the spaceship to the initial universe is about to arrive. Please wait a moment for boarding. He then glanced at the immortals and realm masters present in the elliptical reception hall, stating nonchalantly, "You are fortunate this time. With His Highness Zhou Hao here, you will not need to wait for full capacity and can enter the initial universe ahead of schedule." Surprised expressions spread across the faces of the few dozen immortals and realm masters as they turned their gazes toward Zhou Hao. Despite being merely a domain master, he commanded such respect from an immortal member of the Virtual Universe Company, allowing him direct entry into the initial universe. This elevation of status left them in awe. Boom! A large fish-shaped biological spaceship landed, and its hatch opened. The immortal members warmly invited, "Your Highness Zhou Hao, please enter." The remaining waiting immortals and realm masters silently formed a queue. Once everyone boarded the spaceship, it swayed its tail and swiftly navigated towards the cosmic passage. In the vast void at the edge of the headquarters mainland, the cosmic lords of the human race floated, visibly relieved. Now that Zhou Hao has entered the initial universe, we can finally breathe easy. Indeed, we should return to our own matters. With chaos overseeing the initial universe, no alien race can infiltrate. Once Zhou Hao breaks through to the realm master level, we shall discuss better protective measures. Haha, this trip back from the cosmic sea was indeed worthwhile. I hope Zhou Hao grows rapidly. To be honest, I can hardly wait for the next observation session. I have a feeling that after one more session, I will reach the 5th tier. Indeed, I share that same premonition. The cosmic lords exchanged light-hearted banter before one by one vanishing into the cosmos. The remaining figures, the Great Axe and the Lord of Darkness, gaze at the fish-shaped spaceship entering the cosmic passage, smiles illuminating their faces. Darkness, be sure to digest your insights promptly. Although transitioning from the cosmic lords to the strongest in the universe requires accumulation, once you have amassed enough, the breakthrough will be but a fleeting moment. The smile of the Great Axe gradually faded, his gaze deepening. The matters concerning Zhou Hao could not remain concealed for long. Eventually, our human race would have to confront even greater pressures. The Dark Lord's smile slowly dissipated, and his countenance grew serious. He nodded solemnly and stated, "In any case, our human race shall never retreat." The Great Axe casually remarked, "There is no need for undue concern. After all, we are in the primordial universe. As long as I remain, no other races can rise against us. Despite the limitations imposed on the strongest beings in the primordial universe, they could easily suppress other 6th-tier cosmic lords and even resurrect the pinnacle cosmic overlords. This alone was enough to instill fear in other races." Chapter 174, A Gift. The primordial universe was once a small universe belonging to the most illustrious ancestor of the human race. However, after the ancestor was suppressed by the source will, the evolution of the primordial universe came to a complete halt, leaving it perpetually in its nascent phase. Numerous fissures opened and closed intermittently in the fabric of reality, with manifesting laws resembling crystalline threads weaving through the fissures to mend them. It is only in such an early stage of cosmic evolution that one can witness the manifestation of laws in the primordial universe. It is nearly impossible to perceive these laws, necessitating an innate talent and a formidable consciousness to grasp the obscure fundamental laws of the universe. This is why even a slight comprehension of the fundamental laws at the stellar level is regarded as the hallmark of a super genius. Upon reaching the realm of the domain master, one can communicate with the source of the universe, allowing for an ever-increasing speed of comprehension of fundamental laws. Many prodigies who progress at an ordinary pace suddenly experience a meteoric rise in their understanding of laws upon reaching the domain master level, with some outshining their peers and standing out prominently. It is precisely for this reason that the Virtual Universe Company allocates substantial resources for nurturing true talents during the Domain Master phase. Even those who have traversed the cosmic level Tontian Mountain and the Domain Master level Tontian Mountain for millions of epochs must break through to the Domain Master tier to claim their rewards. Boom! The colossal fish-shaped vessel hovered above Chaos City. Zhou Hao and the other immortal Domain Masters swiftly exited, soon greeted by a black-clad envoy who had visited twice before. Without the need for an introduction, they descended onto the streets of Chaos City, where two-story buildings were lined with diligent cultivators contemplating the laws. Chaos City has never been short of such earnest practitioners. Walking along the damp streets, Zhou Hao did not rush to the city lord's mansion. Instead, he first signed in to gain further insights into the laws and talents. He then casually found an unoccupied residence not far from the city lord's mansion. In truth, with his current talent and comprehension, the benefits gained from signing in were minimal, far inferior to those obtained from the Chaos Steel, the Beast God statue, and the images of the Beast God in battle. After exploring the residence, Zhou Hao ascended to the rooftop, where he observed the inscriptions left behind, gradually calming his restless heart. This Chaos City, filled with aspiring practitioners, had a way of soothing even the most agitated minds through its pervasive atmosphere of tranquility. Before long, he descended from the rooftop and made his way to the city lord's mansion. The doors were perpetually open, and the inscription on the mansion bore an aura of unfathomable pressure, drawing even the immortal onlookers into its depths. Zhou Hao walked straight inside. Upon entering the inner chamber, his elder brother was already waiting. Unlike their first meeting, this time, the venerable Gui wore a warm smile for the last time they met. A cosmic venerable had also attended. Junior brother, the teacher has instructed me to wait for you once more. Thank you for your trouble, elder brother. The two conversed as they walked towards the tranquil courtyard of Chaos Ruins. Upon entering the courtyard, the space shifted, and in an instant, a wave of chilling pressure surged forth. The venerable Gui instinctively shielded them from these oppressive energies. Zhou Hao soon spotted the master of Chaos City approaching from a distance, walking leisurely. The venerable Gui bowed respectfully before departing. The master of Chaos City regarded Zhou Hao with a smile, saying, "Now that you have come to Chaos City, you may reside here for an extended period. As you are pursuing the path of time and space fusion, you will require ample time to study the laws of fusion. This is an excellent opportunity for you to cultivate and solidify your foundations. Additionally, due to your 2 contributions to the race, a decision has been made to grant you access to 52 Chaos Steel, albeit limited to 3 insights every 6 months." Upon hearing this, Zhou Hao respectfully replied, "Thank you, Master." The Master of Chaos City chuckled heartily. "No need for thanks. It is I who should express gratitude. Your talents have spurred the progress of many, which is exceedingly beneficial for our race. Besides the Chaos Steel, various other secret methods will be made available to you during your time in Chaos City. Should you encounter any issues regarding the fusion laws, you may seek counsel in my palace within the virtual universe, or consult with your other senior brothers. You are welcome to visit their palaces at any time." Zhou Hao understood that this was the race's way of reciprocating for his shared insights. While the opportunity to comprehend the Chaos Steel was precious, he felt he did not require it. What he truly needed were some time and space-related secret methods. Thus, the race's generosity, while commendable, held limited utility for him. Afterward, the Master of Chaos City reminded him of various details, such as the preferred laws and secret methods of his senior brothers, in which Sovereign's lectures would be most suitable for him to attend. Zhou Hao listened attentively, and, as he prepared to leave, he seized the opportunity to sign in. However, this time, the rewards were modest, totaling only 18 items, most of which were precious treasures, with just one being an ordinary treasure. He was mentally prepared for this outcome, and in fact, the items obtained from signing in were of little use to him. It would be more beneficial to sign in at the Chaos Steel, particularly for the remaining 2 types of lightning and time-related Chaos Steel. After all, delving into the 8 great fusion laws would be a long journey, and merely studying the first step was far from sufficient. Leaving the City Lord's mansion, he was not in a hurry to enter the Chaos Steel secret chamber. After all, he had 3 opportunities every 6 months. Upon returning to his residence, he connected to the virtual universe. "Greetings, Your Highness." The guard saluted Zhou Hao hurriedly. Generally speaking, his current cultivation in Chaos City would surely lead to a breakthrough to the domain master level upon departure. At that tier, one would no longer require guards, thus leading to their dissolution, awaiting the next round of genius battles. However, Zhou Hao's situation was unique. He had also established a palace on the hillside of Thunder Island, and although he did not visit often, he still required the guard's watchful eyes. Hence, figures like Hobi Air continued to remain at the estate. The 7-colored king bid farewell to Zhou Hao. Currently, with Zhou Hao's level of comprehension, he was hardly inferior to the 7-colored king, who remained at the estate out of idleness. Zhou Hao promised that if he were to share insights in the future, he would reserve a spot for the 7-colored king, which filled the latter with gratitude. Upon returning to the standalone 3-story building, Zhou Hao purchased the 6th volume of True Understanding of Time and Space. Given his current points, He could not afford it, but the race had elevated his privileges, allowing him to access these secret methods for free. In addition to true understanding of time and space, he acquired numerous detailed books on the realms of time and space, laying the groundwork for his future comprehension. After completing these tasks, he resumed his study of the fusion of time and space laws. The first steps of the 8 great fusion laws primarily involve the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, and light. For instance, the initial step of fire and space fusion entails the combination of 12 types of fire's fundamental laws with 6 types of spatial fundamental laws, forming a unique structure that generates a powerful essence. It is crucial to note that the mere 12 types of fire's fundamental laws and the 6 types of spatial fundamental laws equate to the standards of the first and second levels of the Tongtian Bridge. Yet, when combined, their power soars to the 15th level of the Tongtian Bridge. The formidable power of the fusion law is thus evident. The amalgamation of time and space is undoubtedly a manifestation of this peculiar structure, albeit significantly more intricate than the 8 fundamental fusion constructs. In simpler terms, this complexity is akin to the internal mechanisms of a rocket compared to those of an automobile. Therefore, without a profound comprehension of the essence of time and space, it is utterly impossible to delve into the intricacies of the fusion law. This aspect distinguishes it from the 8 primary fusion laws, which, although requiring an understanding of their essence, can still be practiced and contemplated even without that comprehension, albeit with heightened difficulty. Many cosmic sovereigns and overlord within the cosmic beast god faction have found themselves perpetually stalled at the threshold and the initial step due to their failure to thoroughly investigate the 2 fundamental natures of the fusion law. However, grasping the essence of the laws, as the original narrative suggests, necessitates a confluence of immense willpower, talent, insight, and patience. Many prodigies find it impossible to achieve this. Even after ascending to the status of cosmic sovereigns, they struggle to settle their minds and comprehend the essence, and the time devoted to contemplation is often disrupted by other secret methods and laws. Fortunately, Zhou Hao had initially comprehended the entirety of the essence of time and space, which enlightened him to the fact that space possesses 108 distinct essences, while time encompasses 72. His task was to merge these essences, a process akin to unlocking a code. Only by correctly assembling the components of the code could the lock be opened, unleashing its power. Any slight miscalculation would render the unlocking of the code forever impossible. Time passed swiftly amidst such tedious research. A decade after the qualification battle, both Luo Feng and Bolon broke through to the domain master level and began their assignments. After careful consideration, the virtual universe rescinded Zhou Hao's position as an inspector, allowing Luo Feng to take over his role in the Qianwu Cosmic Nation, succeeding Zhou Hao as the inspector. Remarkably, Luo Feng was fortunate enough to reside in Zhou Hao's inspector's mansion. Fourth brother, this mansion is indeed quite grand. The 3 giants of Qianwu certainly know how to honor. Upon Luo Feng's arrival at Xiongyu Star, Hong had already arrived early and had been residing there for 15 years. Luo Feng chuckled, eldest brother. How could the 3 giants of Qianwu not show respect to third brother? Not only those 3 giants, but even the ruler of the Qianwu nation must pay him due homage. Hong nodded repeatedly. Indeed, when we were auditing on Earth, I and Lei Zi were utterly astounded, witnessing so many cosmic sovereigns and even more formidable cosmic overlords attending third brothers, sharing in insights. Had I not attended, I would have thought I had entered an illusion. Third brother's talent is truly mesmerizing. My ease in entering the primordial secret realm this time is also thanks to third brother's guidance, Luo Feng remarked, then turned to Hong and inquired, eldest brother, second brother recently mentioned something about you. In the exquisitely beautiful rock garden, Luo Feng and Hong strolled side by side. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Hong paused, shaking his head gently. Fourth brother, forgive my reticence. I had instructed Lei Zi not to disclose anything to you or third brother. Alas, I cannot help it. Despite my best efforts, I find myself unable to manage this situation alone. Even if Lei Zi refrains from speaking, I fear I will ultimately have to ask you and third brother for assistance. Eldest brother, such words are unwarranted. Between us 4 brothers, is there any difficulty that warrants concealment? Besides, even if third brother were present, he would say the same to you. As they spoke, they reached the pavilion in the rock garden and took their seats. On the stone table, a jug of wine and 2 cups had appeared. Hong poured 2 cups, raised one, and drank it in a single gulp, his brow furrowing. It is not that I do not wish to speak, but this matter is rather personal. If I were able to handle it myself, I would naturally rely on my own abilities. However, I later learned from my teacher and friends among the immortal deities that Ji Qing is a descendant of the Ji family, one of the 300 noble clans of the Qianwu nation. Now, Ji Qing's father has arrived from the Xuejiang star domain, and the Ji family forbids me from pursuing a relationship with Ji Qing. My teacher's friend came personally but did not even step inside the door. Now that Ji Qing is prohibited from leaving her family, I find myself unable to seek external assistance and can only come to the estate to seek your help. Fourth brother, Luo Feng could not help but smile. Eldest brother, a woman who can capture your heart must surely possess remarkable charm. Hong's state of mind far surpassed both him and Lei Shun, having reached the third level of perceiving mountains as mountains and waters as waters. Such a state of mind allowed him to see through the essence of love, unclouded by superficial appearances or temptations. Speaking of Ji Qing, a smile graced Hong's face. Ji Qing is indeed a rather unique woman. It took me some time to ultimately confirm my feelings. Luo Feng then continued, Eldest brother, leave this matter to me. In a few days, there will be a welcoming banquet, and I will personally seek out the Silver Snow Marquis. Onuded, I simply wish to understand what lies behind this obstruction. If it is merely a disparity in status, then I have nothing more to say. Eldest brother, do not underestimate yourself. Luo Feng waved his hand. Come, let us drink. In the distance from the inspector's estate, Ji Qing's father, Ji Landong, gazed at the vast estate. His previously imposing countenance instantly turned grave. He looked at his subordinate and inquired, Are you certain that Hong left the immortal deity's divination family estate and directly entered this mansion? The servant knelt on the ground, hastily responding, Yes, master. I personally followed Hong and witnessed him entering this estate. This is troublesome. How could Hong gain entry to this estate? What is his true identity? Ji Landong's expression grew increasingly solemn. Master, this estate is the exclusive domain of the inspector. Those who can enter here are at least immortal nobles. Yet Hong is merely a cosmic-level being. Could he have stumbled in by mistake? The servant could not help but remark. Ji Landong shot a fierce glare at the servant. You fool. If it were a mistake, Hong would have perished long before approaching the estate. Do you think the surroundings of the inspector's estate are accessible to just anyone? Let us return to the family. Not long after, Ji Landong met with the clan patriarch, Silver Snow Marquis, kneeling on the ground, not daring to lift his head. Silver Snow Marquis looked coldly at this descendant, whose name he could hardly recall. Were it not for the fact that he had a daughter, Ji Qing, he would not have warranted being here at all. However, upon hearing Ji Landong speak of Hong, Silver Snow Marquis could not help but frown. You say that Hong entered the inspector's estate? Yelandem nodded repeatedly. Currently, the inspector's estate is occupied by another dispatched domain master-level genius. Could it be that Hong knows this genius? In a flash, Silver Snow Marquis appeared outside Ji Qing's room. Upon seeing him, Ji Qing hurriedly said, Patriarch, please let me out. Although she longed to escape her family, she had indeed developed feelings for the calm and composed man after meeting Hong. Uncharacteristically, Silver Snow Marquis did not reprimand Ji Qing this time, but instead inquired, Qinger, what exactly is Hong's identity? Identity? Ji Qing was taken aback. Patriarch, Brother Hong's teacher is the Lord of Time, Luo. That is his only identity. Silver Snow Marquis shook his head. Today, your father saw Hong enter the inspector's estate. If Hong were merely the disciple of the Lord of Time, how could he have entered the inspector's estate? It seems your brother Hong has concealed his true identity from you. At this, he hesitated for a moment before continuing. Chen, let us speak plainly. The obstacle preventing your relationship with Hong is not the patriarch himself. I would not go so far as to obstruct your interactions with other men. The truth is that your teacher, the Illusion Spirit King, has demanded this of me, explicitly forbidding you from associating with other men. The Illusion Spirit King values your potential greatly. Her intentions are well-meaning, wishing not to see you squander your time and energy on matters of the heart. Silver Snow Marquis recounted. Now that Hong is acquainted with the dispatched inspector, he can no longer be treated as an ordinary person. Any matters related to the inspector are of great significance. Moreover, he had heard that this newly appointed inspector came from the same planet as the previous inspector, thus making the identity of Hong quite easy to deduce. Although the Silver Snow Marquis had never met Luo Feng, he distinctly remembered the former inspector, Zhou Hao, especially the fervent enthusiasm and flattery of the three prominent figures of the Qianwu, which had left a profound impact on him. Therefore, with such speculations in mind, he did not hesitate to disclose the reasons behind the matter. His intention was to avert the possibility of this incident reaching the ears of Zhou Hao, which might incite his displeasure. As a noble who had existed for countless ages, the Silver Snow Marquis acted with utmost caution, observing the somewhat silent Ji Qing. He gently reminded her, Qing'er, you may share this matter with your teacher or your elder brother Hong. The clan's ancestors will no longer prevent you from leaving. However, this matter is of great significance, and I hope you will treat it with the utmost prudence to avoid bringing shame upon our family or jeopardizing its future. As he finished speaking and prepared to depart, his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly connected to the virtual universe and opened an important email within the virtual Marquis's estate. The email read, Silver Snow Marquis Ji Tianzong, I have heard that your clan has a daughter, Ji Qing, who is currently involved with a man named Hong from Earth. Do not impose any interference. Let it unfold naturally. Qianwu Sovereign. Upon reading the email, the Silver Snow Marquis trembled uncontrollably. It had been many years since he had the opportunity to meet the Qianwu Sovereign in person, and now, due to the matter concerning Ji Qing, even the Sovereign had personally sent him an email. The implications of this were not lost on him. He fixated on the words Earth for an extended moment before regaining his composure. It dawned on him. He understood completely. That Hong was undoubtedly a fellow townsman of the former inspector, and that the Qianwu Sovereign would take an interest in such a trivial matter could only mean that Zhou Hao possessed crucial information that even warranted the Sovereign's inquiry into matters concerning his compatriot. Otherwise, with the Sovereign's status, why would he concern himself with such trivial familial affairs? As he prepared to close the email, several more messages arrived. They were from the three prominent figures of Qianwu, echoing similar sentiments to those of the Sovereign, sternly advising him not to interfere in the relationship between Hong and Ji Qing, but with a tone that offered no leniency to the Silver Snow Marquis. Emotionless, he felt his hands tremble uncontrollably. Buzzing notifications continued to flood in through the virtual universe's network. Staring at the signatures of these emails, the Silver Snow Marquis felt utterly bewildered. He, a mere noble of the Qianwu, had received correspondence from so many powerful beings, rivaling even the Sovereign of the universe. Good heavens, what kind of hornet's nest had he stirred? He had inadvertently attracted the attention of such formidable entities. With a single command, his entire family could be annihilated. Now, with dozens of emails flooding in, even if his family were to face destruction countless times over, it would not suffice. No longer hesitating, the Silver Snow Marquis abruptly severed the connection. Trembling with trepidation, he turned to Ji Qing, the most dazzling talent of the Ji clan. Ancestor, what is happening? Ji Qing inquired urgently, having never before witnessed such fear and panic on her ancestor's face. Qing, now the honor and disgrace. The rise and fall of our entire Ji clan rests solely upon your shoulders. The Silver Snow Marquis's voice trembled, betraying an unmistakable sense of alarm. The deluge of emails from such high-ranking figures, though not as reprimanding as those from the three prominent figures of Qianwu, signified their concern over this matter. How could he, a mere noble, not be anxious, not be flustered? Ji Qing's expression shifted, and she anxiously asked, Ancestor, could it be that my teacher intends to intervene personally to stop this? The Silver Snow Marquis shook his head. This is far more serious than that. Your teacher pales in comparison to the gravity of this situation. Ji Qing was left in shock, fully aware of her teacher, the illusory spirit king's formidable power and status. The Silver Snow Marquis took a decisive step, destroying the door before solemnly, even pleadingly, stating, Qing, maintain your relationship with your brother Hong. Remember, do not provoke him. This matter concerns our clan's very survival. I know you have always aspired to inherit the family legacy and lead us toward a more glorious future. Now, I entrust the clan to you. As long as you can unite with this Hong, all affairs of the family will be under your command. Ji Qing was utterly bewildered. No matter how astute she was, she could not fathom the connection between her brother Hong and the Ji clan survival. Yet the Silver Snow Marquis's response and words were clearly not a jest. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she could not help but exclaim, Ancestor, but what about my teacher? Chapter 176, The Punishment of the Illusory Spirit King. In the vast hall, at its deepest recess, there loomed a magnificent throne adorned with sculptures depicting various emotions. At this moment, a woman with violet eyes, violet hair, and a fluffy violet tail lounged lazily, exuding an indescribable allure, as if every fiber of her being stimulated a restless desire. This woman was the illusory spirit king of the Qimei clan, yet her violet eyes bore a chilling coldness as she gazed down at the man with black wings. Speaking indifferently, Bushera, are you saying that the Silver Snow Marquis has lifted the restrictions on Ji Qing, allowing her to meet that man? The man with black wings quickly responded with utmost respect. Yes, master. I previously sent a message to my junior sister, urging her to take note of the virtual universe's palace, but she did not respond. It was only later that she sent me an email. stating that she wishes to meet Hong. With a sudden motion, the illusory spirit king sprang to her feet, slamming her palm against the statue, unleashing an overwhelming aura of royal power that filled the entire hall with an oppressive force. How dare a mere noble of the Qianwu defy my orders? To disregard my commands. This is utterly outrageous. She continued coldly. Send my orders to Ji Qing. She must enter the virtual universe without fail. If she does not comply, I shall no longer recognize her as my disciple. The man with black wings trembled, affirming, yes. The hall swiftly fell silent. The illusory spirit king, however, resumed her languid posture upon the throne, her earlier fury now dissipated. Yet, her violet brows furrowed. How could the silver snow marquis disregard her commands? After all, it was merely a matter of restraining a junior member of his clan from associating with another man, who, seemingly, had no significant background. What could have transpired? Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, and she stood upright, respectfully facing the figure that had appeared abruptly within the hall. This figure was shrouded in ambiguity, surrounded by an endless illusion that obscured its true visage. Master, the illusory spirit king called out. Her master, the illusory spirit sovereign, was a powerful figure within the lineage of illusionists, and a being whose strength rivaled that of an ordinary cosmic overlord within the Universal Mercenary Alliance. It was typically difficult for her to arrange a meeting with her. Yet today, her master had personally appeared within her palace, an exceedingly rare occurrence. The illusory spirit sovereign spoke, her voice resonating with authority. Disciple, do you have a student named Ji Qing? The illusory spirit king trembled. Indeed, I do have such a disciple. A vague understanding of the situation began to dawn upon her. Her master, the illusory spirit sovereign, held an esteemed status, commanding respect even from other sovereigns. How could a mere immortal noble like herself, despite her excellence in illusion, merit a personal visit from her master, especially to inquire about one of her many disciples? If she remained oblivious to the unfolding events, all those years would have been in vain. May I inquire whether it was you who impeded her from engaging with a gentleman named Hong? The esteemed Qinghuan Zuns inquired softly. Indeed, it was I who intervened, came the reply. With a deep, melancholic sigh, Qinghuan Zuns continued, My dear disciple, you have yet to extricate yourself from the burdens of that past affection. Depart, and spend some time in the ninth star domain. You must strive to liberate yourself from this emotional shackle. Such feelings entrap not only you, but also your disciple. Until you comprehend this layer of insight, you shall remain forever hindered. The king of illusions trembled more violently, exclaiming, Teacher, what have I truly done? The ninth star domain, a place of the utmost penalty for those transcending immortality. The king of illusions, possessing the power to subjugate other immortal monarchs through her illusions, could scarcely fathom being confined there due to a mere, trifling matter concerning her disciple. She was indignant. Qinghuan Zuns shook his head gently, saying, You have committed no wrongdoing, my disciple. Merely, you have transferred your emotions onto your pupil. This alone is inconsequential. Yet you have chosen to obstruct your disciple Ji Qing from associating with the gentleman Hong. While this matter is neither trivial nor monumental, it undeniably bears its own faults. Go, spend a century in the ninth star domain. It will suffice as a form of atonement, he concluded, and with that, his figure gradually dissipated. The king of illusions stood in a daze within the hall, lost in thought long after Qinghuan Zuns had departed. The teacher's parting words echoing in her mind. Even I would not dare to offend that individual from Earth lightly. Her teacher was a being of formidable prowess, rivaling the ordinary lords of the universe. In the distance, at the estate of the inspector, Lord Inshui personally escorted Ji Qing to this location. Ji Qing's face was still marred with anxiety and confusion. Elder Ancestor, is everything truly all right? If my teacher discovers my disobedience, she will undoubtedly expel me from the sect. Waving his hand dismissively, Lord Inshui responded, This matter has transcended your teacher's jurisdiction. Even if she were to expel you, it would matter little. As long as you can be with your brother Hong. In the future, there will be those even mightier than the king of illusions who would gladly accept you as a disciple. Ik vink sterd, utterly bewildered. She sensed that the elder ancestor had taken leave of his senses, spouting incoherently. Just a short while ago, he had vehemently opposed her association with Hong. Yet now his stance had shifted so dramatically that she could scarcely comprehend it. Wait here and observe whether Hong emerges. If he does not, I shall personally escort you to visit the new inspector, Lord Inshui instructed, casting his gaze toward the expansive estate, reminiscent of an ancient city. When the three great leaders of the Qianwu had expended countless resources to establish this estate, Many lords had privately remarked that the Qianwu giants had sacrificed their dignity for their own standing. However, gazing upon the estate now, Lord Yinshui felt they had not done enough. Even the likes of the Qianwu sovereign and other formidable beings were concerned with this trivial matter due to Zhou Hao's influence, highlighting the terrifying stature of Zhou Hao, rendering the establishment of such a grand estate a mere trifle. At that moment, Ji Qing's expression shifted drastically, as if she had heard something utterly unfathomable. Ancestor, what precisely is Brother Hong's identity? My teacher is heading to the 9th star domain, and many of my senior brothers and sisters are frantically reaching out to me, urging me to beseech Brother Hong for assistance, to prevent my teacher from being sent to the 9th star domain. Ji Qing's voice trembled with anxiety. In her eyes, her teacher, the King of Illusions, was an immensely powerful figure, yet the consequence of obstructing her association with Hong was to be imprisoned in the 9th star domain. Calmly, Lord Yinshui replied, Ji Qing, now you understand that your elder ancestor has not been deceitful. Had it not been for your connection to this Hong, it would have been your elder ancestor facing the 9th star domain. At that point, our Ji family would have been utterly destroyed. Days passed, and the welcoming banquet was on the verge of commencing. Yet, Hong remained conspicuously absent, prompting Lord Yinshui to grow anxious. After much contemplation, he resolved to enter the estate with Ji Qing ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, immersed in his training within the estate, exhibited a peculiar expression upon hearing Dylan's report of Lord Yinshui arriving with Ji Qing. He promptly notified his elder brother, Hong. Soon, within the estate's parlor, Hong encountered Ji Qing once more. Overcome with emotion, Ji Qing gazed at Hong with tears of joy, instinctively rushing forward to embrace him. Beside them, Luo Feng observed with a smile. From this most fundamental instinctive gesture, he could ascertain that genuine feelings indeed existed between Hong and Ji Qing. Your Highness the Inspector, I, Yinshui, must confess fault in this matter. I have brought Qinger here personally to express my sincere apologies, hoping that, considering her, you might pardon my actions. Lord Yinshui began. Both Luo Feng and Hong were taken aback. They had previously been deliberating on how to engage Lord Yinshui in conversation regarding the banquet's underlying motives. Yet now, Lord Yinshui was personally offering an apology. Chapter 177, The Power of the Fusion Law. At the estate's entrance, Luo Feng and Hong watched as Lord Yinshui and Ji Qing departed. After all, this was the residence of the inspector, and they dared not linger. Hong's presence there was due to their shared hometown and brotherly bond, while Ji Qing, despite her relationship with Hong, had no right to remain within the estate. Lord Yinshui was acutely aware of this. Thus, after securing forgiveness from Hong and Luo Feng, he swiftly departed with Ji Qing, leaving the estate without delay. Hong stood at the door, his emotions complex, and after a long sigh, remarked, "This is the weight of power, the influence of the three sons." Such influence compelled even a lord of the Qianwu nation like Yinshui to humble himself and apologize, and even led to the King of Illusions being imprisoned in the 9th star domain. Luo Feng shared in the sentiment. Indeed, it is surprising how swiftly matters have resolved. Though it is unexpected, it is not entirely unforeseen. Your brother's current status is far beyond that of a mere member of the original secret realm. Other monarchs and respected beings, influenced by my brother, will likely do everything in their power to repay their debts of gratitude. Meanwhile, those who wish to eavesdrop will employ all means to establish connections. Turning to Hong, he continued thus. It appears that both Yinshui and the King of Illusions must be under considerable pressure, driving them to apologize or face the repercussions of imprisonment. Elder brother, it seems Ji Qing may also be somewhat affected, Hong said with a smile, shaking his head. Fear not, my fourth brother. I can see through this. Now that the reasons are clear and the troubles resolved, the pressure will dissipate. Let us head to the virtual universe and join Lei Zi for a drink. We shall even invite the third brother, hoping not to disturb him. I'll give it a try. Luo Feng chuckled. In the initial universe, atop a terrace in a residence within Chaos City, Zhou Hao gradually opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that Hong's situation would resolve in such a manner. However, these minor affairs were of little concern to him. Naturally, he would take note of the goodwill expressed by figures such as the Qianwu sovereign and Qinghuanzun's. Though seemingly trivial, it is often the small matters that lay the foundation for deeper human connections. With a focused mind, he prepared to delve back into his contemplations. He once again closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into the virtual cosmos, where he continued to ardently explore the initial fusion of time and space. With the wisdom of the great Tao guiding him, He felt no apprehension regarding his direction or the possibility of traversing a misguided path. Although the efficacy of the great Tao's precepts diminished when utilized alone, with repeated application, the pace of fusion between time and space accelerated significantly. Thus, the days passed in this monotonous yet profound period of cultivation. Two fragments of his soul and a split essence of the Qianyuan ancestor tree worked in concert, simultaneously contemplating the chaos tablet while practicing the true understanding of time and space and experimenting with the essence of time and space combinations. Finally, after 25 years in Chaos City, Zhou Hao had completely deciphered the optimal method for the initial fusion, which involved 12 forms of space and 6 forms of time. When intricately woven together into a remarkably complex multi-gene structural pattern, it unleashed a power that far surpassed the mere superposition of the two laws of time and space. At the very moment of true fusion, a golden scale armor enveloped his entire body, and, as the armor formed, an overwhelming aura of pressure emerged naturally. This armor was undoubtedly reminiscent of the first layer of the Beast God S-scale techniques. While no Beast God of time and space existed in the universe, this golden armor likely symbolized the laws governing the cosmos. With insights gained from the path of the Beast God, Zhou Hao was certain that this fusion method represented a genuine amalgamation of time and space within the virtual universe. In the primal realm's training grounds under the vast starry sky, Zhou Hao gazed calmly at the immortal deity he had simulated before him. Long before grasping the intricacies of time and space fusion, he had been capable of vanquishing immortal deities. However, the disparity in strength among immortal beings was immense. The entity he had conjured was an immortal of the marquee level, possessing an undying form. Suddenly, Zhou Hao sprang into action. As he invoked the first layer of the 8-God transformation, golden scales coalesced around his body, transforming him into a fearsome beast that lunged towards the marquee level immortal with lightning speed. With a sound akin to the beast god rending the heavens, his claw struck the immortal, causing its body to shatter and disintegrate, only to rapidly reconstitute. Yet, its presence remained undiminished. Zhou Hao's expression remained unchanged as the golden scales vanished. This simulated battle served purely to test the potency of the laws of the first layer of the 8-God transformation. From the earlier encounter, he had effortlessly torn apart the body of the marquee level immortal, and though he had not inflicted damage upon its immortal form, this indicated that the level of his claw's law had reached at least the marquee tier equivalent to the 18th layer of the celestial bridge. After all, to simply rend the body of a marquee level immortal without compromising its essence, one would need to match the strength laws of that level. Zhou Hao was at the pinnacle of the domain lord level, but due to his transformation into a golden horned giant beast, his genetic lineage was tenfold stronger than that of an ordinary human. Thus, while he was a peak domain lord, his power equated to that of an ordinary realm lord, who typically differed by 1,000-fold in strength from a marquee level immortal. In the recent application of his law-based attack, he had utilized his innate secret techniques along with the enhancements from his true form, bridging the power gap to approximately 100-fold. Considering the unique nature of the time-space fusion, this gap could be further reduced by about 3-fold, achieving a ratio of 30-fold. This meant that the remaining disparity was entirely compensated by the laws of the first layer of the 8-God transformation. The law power exceeding that of a marquee level immortal by 30-fold was essentially equivalent to the standard of a king-level being. Zhou Hao surveyed the simulated immortal deity before him, and, with a wave of his hand, the environment dissolved, returning him to his solitary 3-story abode. He closed his eyes in contemplation. The law power of the first layer of the 8-God transformation alone surpassed that of other beast-god fusion laws by 30-fold. And, during this experiment, he had refrained from utilizing the blood Luo power, should he choose to harness the blood Luo power of the Black Warrior, acquired through sign-in. He could instantly unleash over 100,000 times the power of a realm lord, thus achieving genuine king-level combat strength. It could be said that now, having fully comprehended the first step of the time-space fusion law, Zhou Hao, even at the pinnacle of the domain lord realm, armed with numerous stratagems, was more than capable of rivaling an ordinary king-level power. Such results undeniably affirmed that his decision to pursue the path of time and space fusion was astute. Moreover, this was merely the first layer. Should he succeed in creating the second and third layers, the potency would likely be even more astonishing. After all, this was a fusion of 2 superior laws, and while the initial stage yielded merely a 30-fold increase, the true explosion of power from the fusion of time and space would manifest in subsequent stages. On the rooftop of his residence in Chaos City, Zhou Hao opened his eyes, gazing at the cracks in the sky that occasionally tore open and then sealed, revealing the manifestation of laws. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. Since entering the primal secret realm, he had diligently cultivated for nearly 150 years, and at last his efforts bore fruit. To successfully achieve the preliminary fusion of time and space was a feat likely unmatched in history. Such an accomplishment filled his heart with pride. It was time for a breakthrough. Rising to his feet, he swiftly descended to the living room, where he began procuring everything necessary for the breakthrough of his internal world. The internal world, having undergone systematic transformation, had evolved beyond a mere metallic continent into a unique realm infused with various attributes. And the resources required for growth and transformation far exceeded those needed for an ordinary golden horn giant to ascend to the realm lord level. Fortunately, he had amassed a considerable amount of points, which were now exceptionally useful. The efficiency of the virtual universe company was remarkable. Within half a month of purchasing a vast array of items, staff arrived in Chaos City to deliver everything to Zhou Hao. 6 months later, he immersed his consciousness in his internal world. An endless mist enveloped a special continent, which shimmered in gold while incorporating various attributes such as water, fire, wood, earth, thunder, wind, and light. Typically, such a complex internal continent would have collapsed long ago. Yet through the system's enhancement, these elements harmoniously coalesced. With a resounding rumble, the continent, exceeding 100,000 kilometers in diameter, voraciously absorbed the endless mist, and instead of expanding, it rapidly contracted, while the internal space continuously expanded. Originally, the metallic continent of the Golden Horn Giant would condense into a metallic essence, forming a two-world abyss. However, Zhou Hao's unique internal continent, upon reaching its minimal size, transformed into a swirling abyss, divided into 8 layers, each brimming with concentrated essence points. This situation astonished him greatly. Nevertheless, he had no time to dwell on this. His consciousness swiftly manipulated the essence points to coalesce into essence crystals. The metallic essence points formed the golden horned realm stones, while the other attribute points similarly crystallized into radiant stones. Although Zhou Hao was uncertain of the nature of these crystals, he recognized them as invaluable treasures of his internal world. Simultaneously, as the internal continent underwent successful metamorphosis, the soul crystal and primal force crystal within the core began to merge into a torrent under the influence of an unseen force. The two torrents collided, allowing mental energy and primal force to truly converge, merging his consciousness into a singular entity. At the moment of this fusion, the first thread of world power emerged. As with other realm lords breaking through, the instant this world power manifested, his consciousness resonated with the universe, attuning to the origin of the cosmos. The next step involved his consciousness entering the origin of the universe, opening a passage between his internal world and the origin, absorbing vast quantities of world power, thereby transforming the entirety of his internal world. Throughout this process, his internal world expanded wildly, from over 100,000 kilometers in diameter to more than 10 million. And through the transformative power of the world essence, it formed 8 continents, each representing attributes such as gold, wood, water, and fire, with an inner sea at the center and the swirling abyss situated in its core. When this complete metamorphosis reached its conclusion, Zhou Hao withdrew his consciousness. Chapter 178, Cultivation Strategy. Under ordinary circumstances, the confidentiality level for members of the Virtual Universe Company's original secret realm is not particularly high. When other members ascend to the Domain Master level, the list is automatically updated, and other immortal beings, kings, and esteemed ones are promptly informed. However, Zhou Hao's authority has already escalated to that of a cosmic lord of his lineage, placing his confidentiality level on par with that of the Great Axe. The news of his breakthrough to the Domain Master rank was only shared among the cosmic lords of the human lineage at the earliest opportunity. Almost simultaneously, the Great Axe Council reconvened. In a simple palace, around a colossal round table, the 19 cosmic lords of humanity gathered. Presently, all the cosmic lords of the human lineage had returned from the cosmic sea. Aside from managing affairs related to their respective factions, their time was abundantly available. Moreover, the arduous cultivation at this level only necessitated a fraction of their consciousness for practice, thus making the frequency of meetings quite normal. Naturally, a meeting called by the Great Axe carries significant weight. As soon as Zhou Hao achieved his breakthrough, the Great Axe promptly sent out an email to the other cosmic lords. Before the Great Axe arrived, the likes of Chaos and Darkness engaged in hushed discussions. The purpose of this meeting was evidently to deliberate on matters following Zhou Hao's ascension to Domain Master. Traditionally, upon reaching this level, individuals typically venture beyond human territories. This leads to two primary choices: to brave the outer battlefield for experience, or to explore the cosmic secret realm. The vast majority of domain masters tend to first traverse the outer battlefield before proceeding to the cosmic secret realm, as, despite the varying levels of danger present in the secret realm, it generally poses greater risks than the outer battlefield. However, the outer battlefield is notorious for its multitude of alien races, where any number of situations can unfold, prompting the Great Axe to convene this meeting primarily to discuss Zhou Hao's safety. It is unavoidable. Zhou Hao's every action bears significant implications for the future plans of the lineage. He is the very core of their ambitions. With a swift motion, the Great Axe materialized. The low murmurs within the hall ceased instantly, all gazes fixated upon him. I trust you all have received the news that Zhou Hao has ascended to Domain Master and will soon embark on his journey. Whether he ventures to the outer battlefield or the cosmic secret realm, both paths are fraught with peril. Yet, this is an essential journey in becoming a formidable being. We cannot allow fear to hinder Zhou Hao's exploration. The Great Axe settled into his seat. Establishing the tone for the discussion, Zhou Hao would follow the customary path of a Domain Master. The Lord of the Wilds was the first to speak. Great Axe. Zhou Hao's speed of advancement is astonishing. Among his contemporaries, only Luo Feng and Brolin have recently broken through to Domain Master, and they're expected to take at least several thousand years to achieve the same level as Zhou Hao. His growth has been remarkably smooth, devoid of any significant trials. Therefore, I propose we recommend that Zhou Hao take time to consolidate his strength during his Domain Master phase. The other cosmic lords nodded in agreement. The Lord of Qingdong concurred. What the Lord of the Wilds said holds substantial merit. I too believe Zhou Hao should take time to settle, ideally remaining in Chaos City for a few hundred years. Even a few hundred years would be swift for him. The Lord of the Artisan cast a glance at Chaos, smiling as he remarked, as we all know, Zhou Hao is currently traversing the path of the fusion of time and space. No one among our kind has yet reached the level of heroes who walks the beast god path, leaving us unable to provide substantial experiential guidance, let alone the requisite secret techniques and weaponry. In this context, should he venture to the outer battlefield or the cosmic secret realm, the likelihood of encountering danger is exceedingly high. Hence, I support the idea of allowing Zhou Hao to consolidate his strength for at least a millennium, until he comprehensively grasps the fusion laws of the beast god path before embarking on his journey. Numerous cosmic lords voiced their agreement, advocating for Zhou Hao to continue his cultivation in Chaos City for a while longer. Some suggested waiting until he attained king-level combat prowess before testing his mettle in the outer battlefield. This sentiment was echoed by the Lord of Chaos City, the Lord of Darkness, and the Lord of Icepeak, who even recommended that Zhou Hao achieve a mastery of the laws comparable to the higher echelons of kings. The Great Axe surveyed the cosmic lords, noting their unanimous accord on allowing Zhou Hao to consolidate during his Domain Master phase. In that case, we shall entrust this matter to Chaos, but ultimately, it shall depend on Zhou Hao's personal will. He paused momentarily before continuing. Furthermore, whether now or after a period of consolidation, Zhou Hao will eventually need to venture forth. Once the alien races become aware of his situation, I trust we are all cognizant of the potential consequences. As his words echoed, the hall fell silent. Their gazes converged, each reflecting a shared resolve. In truth, upon realizing Zhou Hao's capacity to influence the cosmic lords, they had prepared for this eventuality. After all, should this information leak, the frenzy among the insectoid, demon, and mechanical races would be unimaginable. Moreover, it's conceivable that even the original universe's foremost faction, the Ancestor God sect, might feel compelled to intervene. Faced with a talent capable of enlightenment merely through observation, and with a high probability of breakthrough, even the transcendent Ancestor God sect would find it difficult to resist. It is important to note that the Ancestor God sect's place of inheritance attracts many exceptional talents from various cosmic races. However, the act of receiving their inheritance merely enhances the probability of breakthrough, while Zhou Hao's innate talent boasts an over 80% likelihood of success. The disparity between these scenarios would evoke a monumental reaction. Let's fight. The Lord of Darkness declared solemnly, if they seek war, then let it be so. His voice reverberated through the austere hall. Indeed, if darkness speaks true, then should they dare to strike, we shall engage in battle. In the original universe, can they truly turn the tide against us? Exactly. What is there to fear, even if it costs our lineage dearly? As long as we have the Great Axe and Zhou Hao, after a few millennia, our human lineage will still give rise to cosmic lords. Indeed, at worst, we can retreat to a smaller universe for tens of thousands of years. The other cosmic lords voiced their agreement, united against the combined forces of the demon, insectoid, and mechanical races. The human lineage felt no fear. However, they did worry that other alliances might form, and if the strongest cosmic beings chose to join the fray, the pressure on humanity could become overwhelming. Yet, this was merely the worst-case scenario. Even if they reached such a desperate juncture, the human lineage could still retreat into a smaller universe and develop at a measured pace. The great axe surveyed the assembly, raising his hand to quell the noise. The hall fell silent. Our human lineage must remain mentally prepared. The situation may not unfold as direly as we anticipate. At this stage, our immediate priorities are twofold. First, to hasten Zhou Hao's cultivation. Second, to ensure that before news of his situation spreads, our lineage can significantly bolster our ranks with kings and even cosmic lords. Third, we must prepare a succession plan, so that, should the worst come to pass, we are not left without a response. As he spoke, the great axe turned his gaze to Chaos, inquiring, how long will it take to complete the first step of the plan? The Lord of Chaos responded, at the earliest, it will take over 100 years to ascertain the strength of the next batch of auditors. Within a few months, we can accurately assess their capabilities. However, to ensure they reach their bottleneck threshold, a period of cultivation and comprehension will be necessary. This cannot be rushed. 100 years is the fastest scenario. I have already instructed the various cosmic sovereigns to prioritize teaching and classes, temporarily halting their ventures into the cosmic secret realm. The great axe nodded and added, not only the cosmic sovereigns, but other cosmic overlords, as well as ourselves, the cosmic lords, should focus on teaching and classes, barring any critical matters. It is essential to remember that each opportunity for auditing is incredibly valuable and requires thorough preparation. Chaos from now on. Increase the opportunities for comprehension in the initial universe tenfold, and likewise, adjust the opportunities for comprehension of the Chaos Monument accordingly. As the meeting progressed, the multitude of sovereigns from various universes convened to deliberate on intricate details, such as the nature of the ultimate treasures to bestow upon Zhou Hao, as well as the corresponding secret techniques. Additionally, they discussed the frequency of public lectures and the allocation of resources. Given that these matters had long since established fixed protocols, any alteration of even a single detail would necessitate a re-evaluation of a cascade of subsequent factors, including the resource allocation and personnel arrangements of the 5 major factions. Not to mention the more critical issue of available slots, all of which would require a comprehensive overhaul. In the original district manner, while the human factions meticulously crafted their detailed plans, Zhou Hao was simultaneously formulating his own training regimen as a realm lord. Foremost on his agenda was the mastery of the first layer of the 8 divine transformations, specifically the golden scale armor technique, necessitating the creation of a set of suitable secret techniques. At the very least, he aimed to develop the initial form, which was of paramount importance for his ensuing cultivation. Next, he turned his attention to the practice of true body of heaven and earth. After all, as a realm lord, he would soon venture into the wilds, where he would inevitably encounter immortal deities and formidable beings such as dukes and kings. Hence, the enhancement of his combat prowess was imperative, a matter of life and death. And the only avenues for improvement lay in his genetic level and the amplification of his secret techniques. As for external artifacts, possessing an evolved version of the Chaos Golden Wings and a soul treasure, coupled with protective armor, was deemed sufficient. Lastly, he considered the enhancement of auxiliary botanical and metallic life forms, such as the Mo Yun vine, which would serve to bolster his combat capabilities to the fullest extent possible. Beyond these, familiarity with and the adept use of his treasures were also essential. Thus, Zhou Hao found himself in a state of considerable time constraint. Merely creating a secret technique could span a century. Unlike the comprehension of laws, the crafting of secret techniques required vast experience and references to existing methods. Consequently, when a Lord of Chaos subtly inquired whether Zhou Hao harbored any immediate intentions of venturing into the wilds, Zhou Hao shook his head in response. Having only recently ascended to the status of Realm Lord, he had yet to acclimate, and it would be folly to recklessly engage in the outer battlefield. Should you require anything or have questions regarding your cultivation, feel free to approach your master anytime. Additionally, the frequency of public lectures across the various districts of Rainxiang Mountain will considerably increase in the near future. Do pay close attention, as many of these courses will prove immensely beneficial to you. Yes, disciple understands. Chapter 179. the senses of the insect and demon races in a premier dimension of the virtual universe. The Hongmeng space stands as a bastion where the mightiest congregate. It is not merely populated by a multitude of human kings, but also hosts numerous subjugated alien races of equal rank. Within the vast expanse of the Hongmeng space, beneath an endless canopy of stars, lies an ancient city, the Hongmeng City. At this moment, in an open-air bar square within one of the exterior districts, several human and alien kings formed small circles, engaging in casual conversation. A high-ranking Jin Tao Wang of the Jin Tanmu clan, renowned for his ability to cultivate friendships and maintain extensive networks, was well acquainted with numerous human kings and enjoyed considerable respect among various alien factions. He approached a group of 4 human kings who were deep in discussion, calling out to the bar staff, 5 cups of snow flame spirit wine, please. Ying, Davang, have you struck it rich on the outer battlefield? Or perhaps you've slain a particularly lucrative immortal? One of the human kings jested. A cup of snow flame spirit wine, isn't cheap. It's rare that we indulge ourselves. Indeed, Jin Tao Wang, your generosity is most welcome today, chimed in the others, sharing a laugh. Standing at an imposing height of 6 meters, Jin Tao Wang was a striking figure among the humans, who were generally smaller. His body was adorned with intricate golden wood patterns. After receiving the 5 cups of snow flame spirit wine from the staff, he distributed them to the other 4 human kings with a grin, saying, I encountered a small team of dukes on the outer battlefield and made a tidy profit. No wonder, your luck is commendable. To encounter such fortune on the main continent is indeed rare, they responded, raising their cups and savoring the wine, which elicited satisfied sound from all. The Snowflame Spirit Wine is considered one of the more expensive beverages in Hongmeng City, as this is a virtual universe where most individuals typically opt for more economical drinks, given that those do not possess the unique effect found in reality. Nevertheless, the exquisite taste of the pricier spirits is undeniable. Now that we're enjoying this drink, feel free to inquire about any matters, whatever we know and can disclose. We shall share, one of the kings encouraged. Indeed, do ask away. They were all acutely aware that Jin Tao Wang would not casually treat them to drinks without a purpose. He undoubtedly had matters to discuss. Based on their knowledge, Jin Tao Wang occasionally traded intelligence with other alien factions within the human camp on the outer battlefield. Thus, it was highly probable that he sought information at this juncture. Of course, the human kings, too, would sometimes glean tidbits from him, engaging in a mutually beneficial exchange of information, albeit of lesser significance, such as the sudden emergence of unknown human kings or reports of alien races discovering ancient relics on the main continent. Given that Hongmeng is an alliance firmly centered around humanity, Jin Tao Wang would naturally refrain from divulging any crucial intelligence. This understanding created an air of ease among the 4 human kings. Moreover, such intelligence brokers like Jin Tao Wang were not uncommon in Hongmeng City, as many possessed extensive connections with various alien races. Taking a sip of his drink, Jin Tao Wang remarked, I understand the protocols well, and my inquiry is not of great importance. I've simply noticed that I haven't seen Icehammer Wang and Sandmelt Wang for some time. They are renowned peak kings in our district and usually quite active. I had hoped to enlist their assistance, but I haven't spotted them, hence my inquiry. Oh, that's the matter at hand. One of the human kings, possessing 4 arms, chuckled. Icehammer Wang and Sandmelt Wang have been in seclusion recently, so it's no surprise you haven't seen them. Curious, Jin Tao Wang asked, seclusion? Have they perhaps acquired some artifact and wish to study powerful secret techniques? Advancing from king to immortal is an arduous journey, fraught with challenges, even amidst the relentless battles of the outer battlefield. The aim is often merely to accumulate artifacts and experience, or to stumble upon treasures akin to the sacrificial towers, which would propel one to new heights. Beyond this, the most significant opportunity lies in obtaining a rare treasure. When such a treasure is acquired, peak kings typically retreat into seclusion to deeply contemplate and master the secret techniques associated with it. Treasure is not so easily attained. The 4-armed human king shook his head, taking another couple of sips of his drink without elaborating further. If you wish to see them, it seems you'll have to wait for some time. Jin Tao Wang refrained from pressing further, understanding that whatever could be disclosed would generally be shared among human kings. He mentally noted this matter and continued to converse with the 4 kings for a while before taking his leave. Shortly thereafter, he severed his consciousness from the virtual universe link. Jin Tao Wang sent a message to an alien king within the human faction, indicating that there had been no significant changes in Hongmeng City, save for a few peak kings in seclusion. Thank you, Jin Tao Wang. I will ensure that some resources are sent your way as agreed. The response arrived swiftly. Jin Tao Wang glanced at the message, shaking his head internally. He recognized that the alien in question was likely a spy from the demon, insect, or mechanical factions. However, such occurrences were fairly common in the outer battlefield, where the human faction would also task enslaved aliens to probe the circumstances of the demon, insect, and mechanical races, provided the information was not of paramount importance. Transmitting it posed no substantial risk. To Jin Ta Wang, the seclusion of Icehammer Wang and Sandmelt Wang seemed a trivial matter. What he was unaware of, however, was that the alien spying on human intelligence was not merely gathering information from him, but had been collecting insights from other kings as well. After over a decade of data accumulation, an alien from the demon race began to sense that something was amiss. In the span of just a few decades, humanity has witnessed an astonishing number of dozens of pinnacle kings entering seclusion, while the presence of one or two, or even three or four, might not raise eyebrows. After all, it is not uncommon for pinnacle kings to gain insights during skirmishes, occasionally enhancing their secret techniques or refining their combat skills. What stands out is the simultaneous retreat of so many pinnacle kings into seclusion, which is decidedly unusual. This alien being immediately reported the news to the demon clan. Within the grand expanse of the Celestial Wolf Palace, a blue figure gradually materialized in a vast plaza. It was none other than a colossal wolf, Elder Wukabu of the Celestial Wolf royal family, tasked with overseeing intelligence and assassination matters concerning the human race. Upon gathering the multitude of reports from its subordinates, it sensed the peculiarity of the situation and promptly arrived at the Celestial Wolf Palace to deliver its findings. The Lord of the Celestial Wolves opened its eyes, and a thunderous voice echoed, "Wukabu, are you suggesting that within Hongmeng City, several dozen pinnacle kings have simultaneously entered a state of seclusion?" Elder Wukabu affirmed, "Indeed, Great One. Furthermore, the frequency with which some high-ranking and low-ranking kings from the Hongmeng have been seen on the outer battlefield has diminished, while their gatherings within Hongmeng City have notably increased. It seems that a significant number of cosmic sovereigns from the human race have been conducting lectures recently." The Lord of the Celestial Wolves expressed confusion. Cosmic sovereigns conducting lectures? The human race has consistently maintained its own virtual universe, allowing their powerful beings to congregate and openly share knowledge. This should be a regular occurrence. Elder Wukabu hastened to clarify, "Great Celestial Wolf, while it's true that human cosmic sovereigns occasionally offer lectures, the frequency has surged several-fold in recent decades. Coupled with the retreat of dozens of pinnacle kings into seclusion, I suspect that there must be significant internal movements within the human race." The Lord of the Celestial Wolves nodded, recognizing that although these events appeared mundane at first glance, a deeper contemplation revealed their oddity. "Continue your investigations. I shall allocate several invaluable treasures to you. It is imperative that we uncover the truth behind this matter." Simultaneously, the insect race caught wind of these developments. However, unlike the demons, the insect monarchs detected a distinct undertone within the information. Several frail-winged monarchs convened, their innate mastery over the soul granting them a more meticulous thought process. While not as precise as the mechanical race, each possessed considerable wisdom. Since the last assassination attempt failed, we have collated information from our infiltrated pinnacle kings within the human race and those stationed in the outer battlefield. There are indeed some highly unusual activities unfolding within the human factions. Firstly, in the last few decades, the frequency of lectures by human sovereigns at the pinnacle level in the virtual universe has markedly increased. Moreover, from our intelligence in Hongmeng, we have learned that several dozen pinnacle kings are now in seclusion. And reports from our infiltrated kings suggest that some exceptionally gifted Dominion-level talents among humans have also begun to enter a state of retreat. This is undoubtedly not a coincidence, nor mere happenstance. There must be significant upheaval within the human race, and it is highly probable that it is connected to the human prodigy, Zhou Hao. The insect monarchs pondered deeply over the implications of these coordinated actions. After several days of deliberation, they reached a terrifying conclusion, one so staggering that it left the insect monarchs in disbelief, reluctant even to accept it. We must investigate at all costs to uncover the reasons behind these developments, even if it requires sacrificing precious treasures. Additionally, we must instruct our infiltrated pinnacle kings to uncover any information regarding the human prodigy, Zhou Hao. All members embedded within human territories must compile and report all recent changes concerning human talents across all levels. As these orders were disseminated, the insect race's numerous infiltrated pinnacle immortals and those stationed in the outer battlefield sprang into action. Among the insect, demon, and mechanical races, the insects were notoriously treacherous, having previously destroyed numerous brilliant human talents. Now, With the directive from the great insect monarch, this vast network of infiltration commenced its rapid mobilization. Chapter 180. A century of tranquility in the chaotic city of the primordial universe, atop the celestial platform. Zhou Hao remained blissfully unaware of the events transpiring within the Hongmeng and the outer battlefield. Following his ascension to Dominion status, having conversed with his mentor, the Lord of Chaos City, his first choice for exploration was the outer battlefield. Thus, just a few days later, the Virtual Universe Corporation credited his account with an astonishing 50 billion points for his achievements in traversing the Cosmic Pinnacle Mountain and the Domain Master Pinnacle Mountain. Normally, the points for these two primordial mountains would amount to just over 30 billion. Yet this time, a remarkable 50 billion were awarded. Clearly, the Virtual Universe Corporation sought to bolster Zhou Hao's survivability by granting him an additional 10 billion points, marking an unprecedented gesture. With such a substantial influx of points, Zhou Hao could momentarily set aside his concerns regarding resources. His first purchases were the numerous materials required for cultivating true essence of heaven and earth. Given that his internal world differed from that of the golden horned beasts, elevating true essence of heaven and earth to the second level at 8-fold required nearly 30 billion points, even with significant discounts. This was more than 7 billion points higher than what was typically needed for other golden horned beasts. Should he wish to elevate it to the second level's limit of 15-fold, at least 300 billion points would be required. However, the modified golden horned beast he possessed allowed for a higher amplitude threshold than its counterparts. Generally, a golden horned beast's first level achieves a 3-fold amplitude, the second level 9-fold, and the third level reaches a maximum of 36. In contrast, Zhou Hao's modified beast achieved 5-fold, 15-fold, and 45-fold amplitudes respectively. While the amplitude had significantly increased, the points required for successful cultivation had also escalated dramatically. Without hesitation, Zhou Hao proceeded to purchase the necessary materials, unperturbed by the expense. Any individual with such a gifted secret technique would likely feel exhilarated. Before long, his newly acquired 50 billion points rapidly diminished by 29 billion. He initiated the cultivation of supportive plant life, such as the peak Dominion-level Mayun vine, black spirit grass, and Devourer flower. Among these, the Mayun vine had accompanied him through his journey, and he was determined to elevate it to 360 primary vines. Regardless of the cost, the black spirit grass and Devourer flower primarily served as auxiliary life forms for entrapment and extermination, with the former capable of yielding 1,000 vines at a staggering point cost. The Devourer flower, known for its aggressive nature, could be cultivated into 500 vines. Yet its point expenditure was double that of the 1,000-vine black spirit grass and star-eating grass. With only 21 billion points remaining, Zhou Hao found himself considerably short of what was needed. Fortunately, he had acquired many treasures through his sign-ins that could aid in cultivating plant life, which would significantly reduce point consumption. He then purchased some special items from the mechanical race, typically classified as forbidden items, such as the Fire God Source Crystal and Fama Venom, both highly lethal artifacts. However, given the exorbitant cost of these items, even with his discounts, Zhou Hao could not afford them, rendering him quite impoverished in reality. The treasures and rare items acquired through sign-ins were non-transferable. Nonetheless, the mechanical race's items were predominantly consumables designed for exterminating pinnacle kings and pinnacle immortals. After all, Zhou Hao was merely at the Dominion level. Even with the aid of his physical amplitude, gifted secret techniques, blood Luo power, and rule enhancements, he could not expend immortal divine power in a direct confrontation. Thus, he could only purchase treasures. As he invested batch after batch of points, his account dwindled to a meager sum of less than 100 million points. Initially, he believed he wouldn't need to expend too many points, but upon attaining the status of Realm Lord, he realized that the points were woefully insufficient. It is worth noting that this was under the condition that he did not need to spend points on purchasing secret techniques. When considering the temporal and spatial true resolution and other secret techniques that required reference, that 50 billion points would be nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Half a year swiftly passed. The numerous items he had purchased began to arrive in Chaos City one after another. While enhancing the amplitude of his true self-S realm, he continued to refine the first layer of the 8 divine transformations, specifically the golden scale armor section, according to the secret techniques of the other beast gods. It sufficed to imitate their combat movements. Though he lacked beast gods to emulate, he could still replicate their techniques through the slaughter images of 8 different beast gods, continuously summarizing and perfecting his understanding. At this juncture, he did not pressurize himself to create an unparalleled ultimate technique right from the outset. It was sufficient for him to invent a secret technique suitable for the application of 8 divine transformations, even if it was of a mediocre or ordinary level. After all, the special sign-in mission did not stipulate that he had to create a peak-level ultimate secret technique. Thus, time continued to flow. Equipped with a wealth of precious slaughter images of the beast gods and their statues, his progress in self-creating secret techniques, even without engaging in battle with other powerful beings, was relatively swift. He was immensely grateful that he had ventured into the abyss of purgatory to obtain these slaughter images. Otherwise, the mere task of self-creating secret techniques would have consumed an inordinate amount of time. Simultaneously, while viewing the slaughter images, he retrieved from his inner world the upgraded version of the Chaos Golden Wings, a sign-in reward. The original Chaos Golden Wings, with their initial pair of wings, were treasures adept at harnessing gold and the laws of spatial fusion. However, the upgraded Chaos Golden Wings, although still possessing only a single pair of wings, were now suitable for the application of the laws of time and spatial fusion. They bore peculiar patterns, which, once activated, could manifest various forms of the Chaos Golden Wings. Nevertheless, the intricacies of these patterns were somewhat too arcane for Zhou Hao, as he had yet to grasp the first layer, let alone comprehend their integration. Thus, he was compelled to temporarily abandon the study of the upgraded Chaos Golden Wings. The reward space still contained a plethora of precious and supreme treasures, and once he advanced to the Realm Lord level, he could refine the majority of these treasures successfully. However, treasures are valued more for their quality than their quantity, especially supreme treasures, which he was currently unable to fully utilize, just like the Chaos Golden Wings, even if he could create a secret technique based on fusion laws. He could only activate its lowest first layer form. After a few days of careful selection, he ultimately chose a heavy treasure war blade suitable for the application of fire and space laws. The heavy treasure armor he had originally refined was replaced with an ordinary supreme treasure armor aligned with the main spatial laws. This was the only supreme treasure armor he could utilize at its first layer form, capable of diminishing 99 of physical attacks below the level of a venerable, while also providing some reduction against spiritual assaults. With the war blade, armor, and wings, he finally added a top-tier heavy treasure resembling a flying palace. It could be said that Zhou Hao was nearly armed to the teeth. With this equipment, even if he stood still on the outer battlefield, it would take ample time for the immortal kings to slay him. In the blink of an eye, nearly a century had passed. 300 years had elapsed in the original universe, during which he occasionally took some time to cultivate the foundational laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, all of which he had successfully mastered. In fact, long before he delved into the study of fusion laws, he had already received acknowledgement from the source laws regarding his command over gold, fire, wood, and earth. On the rooftop of his residence, Zhou Hao opened his eyes, gazing at the manifestation of laws in the horizon, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. After nearly a century of contemplating slaughter images and incessantly simulating opponents in the training grounds, the execution of the first layer of the Golden Scale Armor secret technique in 8 divine transformations proved to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Even with constant imitation of the slaughter of the 8 beast gods and the concurrent use of the great Tao's aphorisms, he still felt a slight gap in his ability to self-create a secret technique, as if he had reached a bottleneck, unable to pierce through that veil. He understood the direction. It was merely a matter of simulating the various movements of the beast gods. However, the crux lay in the fact that the 8 beast gods ultimately did not embody the fusion laws of time and space, lacking concrete references. No matter how much he imitated, he could not fully grasp their essence. Yet, Zhou Hao did not feel overly disheartened. The universe sovereign, Hilderer, took countless years to create the secret technique of the Golden Space Beast God Path. He was merely at the Realm Lord level, and encountering difficulties in self-creating a technique based on fusion laws of time and space was entirely reasonable. At that moment, a familiar figure descended. Chapter 181. The Choice of Mindset. Third brother. Fourth brother. The two exchanged smiles. Luo Feng sat cross-legged opposite Zhou Hao, observing the complex diagrams inscribed on the rooftop. He couldn't help but shake his head. Third brother, you truly excel in the study of the fusion laws of time and space. I, who traverse the Golden Space Beast God Path and often sketch the statues of beast gods, find myself utterly perplexed by your diagrams. Zhou Hao chuckled heartily. Fourth brother, these diagrams are merely hastily inscribed by me. They don't even qualify as fragments. They lack any inherent logic, so it's only natural that you find them incomprehensible. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and tossed a small vial of liquor to Luo Feng while taking another for himself. Sipping the drink, he continued, You've been in the initial universe for nearly 70 years. How's your cultivation progressing? Not bad. As you know, third brother, I aim to comprehend the essence of the entire spatial realm. With the beast god statues and my golden-horned giant beast avatar having broken through to the realm lord level, my understanding of the source laws is advancing rapidly. Occasionally, I also visit the Chaos Steel's secret chamber for insights, and the combination of these efforts has yielded swift progress. Luo Feng replied with a smile before turning the question back. What about you, third brother? You've spent a century in the initial universe, which is the longest you've cultivated so far. He teased, third brother, you have always made exaggerated progress. In less than a century within the primordial secret realm, you ascended through the cosmic level Tontian Mountain and the domain lord level Tontian Mountain consecutively. Now that you've broken through to the realm lord level and spent such a long time in the initial universe, you must be quite close to conquering the realm lord level Tontian Mountain, right? Zhou Hao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Fourth brother, you have far too much faith in me. I have only been a realm lord for a century. How could I possibly conquer the realm lord level Tontian Mountain? Moreover, my path involves the fusion laws of time and space, which I lack experience in. Achieving a significant breakthrough in a short time is still quite challenging. Luo Feng grinned. But it's not just me who thinks so. Uka, Ai Chun, and Qian Shui have been discussing privately about when you'll conquer the realm lord level Tontian Mountain. Even Uka and Rongjun have opened a betting pool. I placed a small wager of 100 Hunyuan units. Third brother, please don't let me down. Zhou Hao was instantly speechless. Uka and Rongjun, those two rascals, are truly up to mischief. Fourth brother, you've joined them in this folly as well. It seems you all are quite relaxed. Just a little friendly wager. Besides, everyone has been rather occupied lately with their cultivation tasks. As you know, the frequency of public classes in Rainfall Mountain has significantly increased, and Uka, Rongjun, and even Bolin are busy attending lectures. Luo Feng chuckled, speculating. This commotion must have a lot to do with you. Third brother. Zhou Hao nodded. His teacher, the Lord of Chaos City, had already informed him about this matter. The universe venerables and immortal kings had increased their teaching frequency primarily to prepare for the next auditing session. Even the universe lords occasionally held classes. Although his teacher had not inquired about when he would continue sharing insights, it was undeniably evident that the entire Rainfall Mountain and the other four major powers were waiting with bated breath. In truth, for him, it didn't matter when he shared his insights, as long as he maintained an average frequency of once a year for utilizing the great Tao's aphorisms. It would not harm his spirit. Moreover, the more auditing sessions he attended, the more formidable the effects would become. Similar to the last time, when nearly 30,000 attended, he was almost able to comprehend a certain merging principle in a remarkably short span. At times, he contemplated what would transpire if the audience were expanded to 100,000 or even a million, particularly now that his self-created secret method had reached a bottleneck. The effects of employing the great truths as an individual were rather mediocre. However, a large-scale sharing of insights would inevitably attract the attention of foreign races. This was a concern that his teacher, the Lord of Chaos City, had also cautioned him about, advising him to remain somewhat subdued for the time being and focus primarily on enhancing his own strength. Clearly, his teacher was apprehensive that a significant commotion might draw the notice of alien races. If they were to discover that Zhou Hao could influence immortals, kings, or even venerables, the consequences could be dire. Fourth brother, if you encountered a situation that was beneficial to yourself and others, but could lead to substantial repercussions, would you still proceed with it? Zhou Hao suddenly inquired, gazing at Luo Feng. Over the past century, since his breakthrough to the realm of the Lord, his cultivation speed had indeed slowed considerably. While the primary reason lay in his self-created secret methods, the pace of his advancement was undeniably lagging compared to his previous progress. Just as Luo Feng had hoped, he wondered when Zhou Hao would conquer the heavenly mountain of the Lord level. It was not only Luo Feng, Wuka, and Berlin who thought this way. Many within the Virtual Universe Company and other forces shared similar sentiments. Yet for Zhou Hao himself, there was a need for a certain level of accumulation. His life in Chaos City over the past century had brought him considerable tranquility. But was this truly suitable for him? This was a point that remained rather ambiguous in Zhou Hao's heart. Upon hearing Zhou Hao's words, Luo Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from his third brother, though he sensed that Zhou Hao might be grappling with issues of mindset. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and replied, Third brother, if it were me, I would proceed regardless of the challenges ahead. As long as my heart remains steadfast, like a blade in a mirror, I shall be able to cut through all obstacles, unaffected by external influences, resolutely following my own path. Eldest brother says my mindset is extreme, but what of it? This is the path I wish to traverse, and I shall undoubtedly pursue it. Observing Luo Feng, Zhou Hao could feel the fearless determination and unwavering resolve in his words. Luo Feng continued, Third brother, I am unaware of the difficulties you face, but in my eyes, you are the strongest genius of the human race, treading the most formidable path. No matter how treacherous or arduous the journey may be, you should harbor no reservations. Just follow the path your heart is set upon, and continue forward without being swayed by any external circumstances. Trust that there will be rewards in the end. Moreover, even if this path leads to a dead end, as long as you have walked it, there will be no regrets. With that, Luo Feng finished his drink in one gulp. Zhou Hao chuckled, mirroring his action. Fourth brother, well said. The path one walks should be free of reservations, regardless of what may transpire. Rather than being overly cautious and hesitant, it is far better to let go of everything and, at the very least, have no regrets in one's heart. Luo Feng let out a dry laugh. Third brother, this is merely my personal opinion and reflects my level of mindset. Do not let it influence you. Zhou Hao laughed heartily. Fourth brother, you're being too serious. Regardless of any influence, the final choice is mine. Third brother, your comprehension is remarkably swift, truly deserving of being hailed as the strongest prodigy. Go on, stop flattering me. I am out of wine. Refrain from robbing me. Half a month later, atop the peak of Thunder Island within the virtual universe, in a vast palace surrounded by chaotic energies, Zhou Hao articulated the thoughts he had been contemplating over the past few days. The Lord of Chaos City regarded him with surprise. Disciple, I understand your desire to assist your kin, yet such a large-scale sharing of insights will undoubtedly create significant ripples. Moreover, you are soon to venture into the outer battlefield. The demon race, insect race, and mechanical race will not overlook you once they learn of this. Zhou Hao smiled. Teacher, my actions are not solely for the benefit of our kin. In the course of sharing insights, I have discovered that the greater the audience, the clearer my own comprehensions become. Currently, I find myself in a certain bottleneck, which is why I wish to break through before heading to the outer battlefield. As for the foreign races, I believe that even without such commotion, they would not spare me once they catch wind of my whereabouts. The Lord of Chaos City fell silent. In truth, the higher echelons of the human race had long suspected that Zhou Hao's sharing of insights would significantly benefit him. After all, the influence of such an audience was considerable, and, as the core of talent, how could Zhou Hao not glean some rewards? However, he had completely not anticipated that Zhou Hao would propose a large-scale sharing of insights at this juncture, just as he was about to embark on the outer battlefield. Although the rise of the human race was indeed arranged in such a manner, the timing felt rather pressing. Nevertheless, since Zhou Hao had taken the initiative to propose it, the Lord of Chaos City could not refuse, even if the revelation of this matter would elicit a substantial reaction. Disciple, will your sharing of insights take place in Chaos City or within the exclusive space established by the virtual universe? Zhou Hao promptly replied, in the exclusive space of the virtual universe, as such an influence can easily be constrained. He aimed to leverage this opportunity to break through his bottleneck, not to alert the demon race, insect race, and other foreign entities. The Lord of Chaos City mused that other cosmic lords might be somewhat disappointed to hear this. Attending as an audience in the virtual universe would yield little effect for them. Very well, I shall make arrangements for this matter and strive to minimize the impact. What timeline do you require? Zhou Hao pondered before responding. 1 year. While a year might seem lengthy, he still wished to see if he could independently create the first layer of the secret method, 8 divine transformations. Soon, the announcement of Zhou Hao's third public sharing of insights rapidly spread throughout the upper echelons of the human race like a whirlwind, fervently reaching the middle and lower tiers. Naturally, those privy to this news were predominantly those at the level of kings and immortals, as well as the core geniuses from the 4 secret realms of the virtual universe. This time, the number of available spots for attendance was expanded from 30,000 to an astonishing 300,000. The kings, immortals, and core geniuses of the 5 major forces who received this news were engulfed in excitement and fervor. Over the past 300 years in the original universe, many geniuses and kings had eagerly awaited this next opportunity for attendance. Although the restlessness in their hearts had gradually settled after Zhou Hao began his secluded cultivation in the initial universe following the last session, each of them still harbored a lingering anticipation, with many kings and geniuses preparing tirelessly for this moment. Now, the third session of attendance was finally approaching. Chapter 182, The Dead End of Self-Created Secret Methods. On a rooftop in a residence within Chaos City, As the high-ranking members of the human race began to grow agitated for the third sharing of insights, Zhou Hao, on the other hand, once again entered a state of intense meditation. This year of preparation time essentially served as a deadline he set for himself. If he could not create a secret method suited for the realms of time and space, he would completely abandon this path of self-study and cultivation, opting instead to focus on the great truths to swiftly create corresponding secret methods and significantly enhance his strength. Should he succeed in crafting his own method, he would naturally delve deeper into research and improvement. After all, the great truths were not omnipotent. In the training ground of the virtual universe estate, Zhou Hao began battling numerous simulated opponents. Yet, such combat merely served to enhance his fighting skills and techniques. The primary issue lay in his lack of a foundational experience in true combat, which rendered even the most numerous simulated adversaries incapable of instilling a genuine sense of urgency within him. Zhou Hao was already acutely aware of this, which is why he had decided to venture into the outer battlefield upon sensing the bottleneck. Aside from engaging in battles against simulated adversaries within the training grounds, the majority of his time was devoted to delving into the arcane techniques devised by other formidable beings. Through these esoteric methods, he sought to draw parallels, and, in conjunction with the visualizations of divine beast skirmishes, he incessantly endeavored to manifest the initial layer of the 8 divine transformations, the Golden Scales chapter. In truth, this rigorous practice had persisted for nearly a century. Initially, the results were promising, but as time progressed, each incremental improvement diminished significantly. Yet, Zhou Hao found himself devoid of alternative options, compelled to persist in his training, akin to the relentless drip of water that eventually wears away stone. He remained steadfast in his belief that quantitative change would ultimately yield qualitative transformation. Time inexorably slipped away in the monotony of his training. With merely 2 months remaining until the third audit, the public classes across the various districts of Yuxiang Mountain were inundated with eager attendees. Many prodigies fortunate enough to secure audit slots were fervently seizing every moment to accumulate insights and experiences in their cultivation. It was common knowledge that the thicker the foundation of understanding, the closer one would be to overcoming the next threshold, thereby facilitating a breakthrough of current limitations. Within the primal training arena, Zhou Hao metamorphosed into a peculiar colossal beast, entirely enveloped in golden scales. Against the vast expanse of the starry sky, he lunged fiercely at an immortal-level golden-horned beast. His speed was akin to lightning, his claws seemingly slicing through the fabric of cosmic space as they struck the golden-horned creature. However, the beast swiftly evaded the attack with a powerful flap of its wings, retaliating with its tail like a whip, which lashed out at the scaled giant. Zhou Hao attempted to dodge, but the speed of the beast's tail was overwhelming, and the trajectory of its wings was perfectly aligned with that of the whip. The body of the golden-scaled giant shattered, and the celestial environment dissipated. Alone in the training ground, Zhou Hao furrowed his brow in contemplation. The simulated golden-horned beast was adept in the path of the divine beast, its attacks imbued with the essence of fusion laws, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary golden-horned beast. This marked his 50th defeat. Without an appropriate method to channel his abilities, even with his comprehension of the first layer of the 8 divine transformations reaching the standard of the 18th level of the celestial bridge, he found it challenging to unleash its full potential. Where had he gone astray? Memories of the past 6 months of combat flashed through his mind as he pondered deeply. From the initial abundance of battles to now taking half a month to reflect and distill the lessons learned from each defeat, he had transitioned into a phase of meticulous analysis. Under normal circumstances, with such frequent skirmishes, along with the invaluable visualizations of divine beasts and a thorough mastery of the laws, one would expect to at least conceive a rudimentary technique, if not a top-tier one. After all, the realm of the dimensional sovereign was inherently a stage for developing unique techniques, and with a swift grasp of the laws, it was quite feasible to derive insights during relentless battles. It was akin to an individual watching films, swiftly discerning their preferred genres. Yet, despite the considerable time elapsed, Zhou Hao had failed to create even a mediocre technique. Although he had not engaged in true combat, it was evident that something was amiss. Thus, with 2 months remaining in the year, he found himself in a state of deep contemplation, even beginning to question whether he had erred in his approach to crafting his unique technique. Initially, he had not contemplated this direction, for with the guidance of the great principles, each use allowed him to glimpse the path forward. Therefore, he believed his journey towards creating a unique technique could not possibly be misguided. However, as time wore on without any progress, his habitual thinking began to shift. As the final month approached, the number of prodigies attending lectures, whether in the virtual universe or the Grand Axe Battle Arena, dwindled sharply. The esteemed instructors and sovereigns concluded their courses, retreating to refine their understandings of the laws and address their queries. Zhou Hao was similarly engaged in his own consolidation. However, he was compiling a century's worth of battle experiences. Once he had completed this task, he reviewed his findings with a contemplative furrow in his brow. The combat movements of the divine beasts, each claw strike, whiplash, roar, and collision, were harmoniously aligned with the cosmic order. The golden-horned beast, when wielding the essence of the divine beast path, effortlessly manifested its might. Yet, why was it that his own claw and whip techniques consistently fell short in power? This question had echoed in his mind countless times. As he pondered, he made his way to his secluded abode, settling in his study. Zhou Hao began to peruse the myriad of techniques he had been studying, particularly those from the temporal and spatial true resolution. A compendium of methods freely devised by the great beings who laid the foundation of this cultivation. He could occasionally invent techniques suitable for the laws of time and space. Yet the fusion law remained elusive to him. His gaze drifted over the thick tomes, finally resting upon the overarching principles of the techniques. Techniques are a means of applying and expressing one's comprehension of the laws. Hence, it is imperative to find a technique that resonates with oneself. Only by referencing these techniques can one ultimately create a method that is in perfect harmony with their own essence. It is essential to recognize that no matter how powerful someone else's technique may be, it remains theirs, and even the most thorough understanding cannot yield a flawless execution. Upon reading this principle, Zhou Hao felt as though a bolt of lightning had sliced through the darkness of night within him. He abruptly rose, his eyes gleaming with newfound clarity. A technique that suits oneself, no matter how thoroughly studied by others, is still theirs. Indeed, he had relied on the visualizations of divine beast skirmishes, examined other techniques, and engaged in battles against golden-horned beasts and other celestial creatures. Yet, the path he had taken to create his unique technique was still essentially the path of the divine beast, which was undoubtedly someone else's route. The divine beast path may not necessarily align with the execution of the fusion of time and space. With this realization, he swiftly materialized in the training ground. Chapter 183. Special Sign-In Task Reactivated. In the vast cosmic environment, Zhou Hao observed the colossal golden-horned beast gradually coalescing in the distance. Its body instantly cloaked in a layer of golden scales that emanated an overwhelming pressure. In an instant, he moved, transforming into a fearsome humanoid beast. Darting along the standard arc of space, racing towards the golden-horned beast with the swiftness of lightning, leaving a trail of golden afterimages across the starry expanse. The golden-horned beast let out a fearsome roar, its cold eyes gleaming with bloodlust, as its massive hooves struck down towards Zhou Hao's golden form. The very fabric of space fractured under the force. But at that moment, the golden beast Zhou Hao had transformed into also tore at the sky with a claw. Boom! The shattered space erupted into torrents, creating waves of violent spatial ripples that surged forth like a tempest. The immense phantom of the divine beast conjured by the golden-horned beast crumbled under this onslaught, while the ripples quickly penetrated the beast's massive form. With a howl, the simulated golden-horned beast cried out in pain. Its tail, akin to a long whip, sliced through the cosmos, striking Zhou Hao's golden form. Crack! Zhou Hao's figure shattered instantly, and the entire simulated cosmic environment abruptly vanished. Yet, standing in the training ground, Zhou Hao wore an exhilarated smile. Ha, I did it! The first technique is finally complete. Previously, when he battled the immortal golden-horned beast, his attacks had failed to even graze the divine body of the beast, let alone shatter the divine phantom unleashed by its attacks. Although he had relied solely on his techniques, without employing any enhancements during the combat. This clearly indicated that his combat skills lacked the essence of a technique. Any technique, even one of mediocre caliber, would invariably enhance one's combat prowess, while top-tier techniques would at least double one's strength. However, just moments ago, he had entirely transformed his approach to combat, not only shattering the golden-horned beast's attacking divine phantom, but also inflicting injury upon the beast itself. This development signified that his combat skills had evolved into a technique capable of harnessing the powers of time and space. Indeed, the path of the beast deity is fundamentally incompatible with the principles of time and space fusion. Merely emulating the ferocity of the beast deity diminishes the true potency of time and space. It is only by invoking time and space from a transformative perspective that one can truly manifest their might. Zhou Hao murmured with excitement, withdrawing his consciousness from the virtual universe. He then summoned a pair of chaos golden wings from the inner world of his body. Upon observing the intricate secret patterns inscribed upon them, he finally comprehended that they represented the first form of time and space manipulation, the ripple of time and space. When this form is fully unleashed, it generates undetectable ripples in time and space akin to waves, silently striking at foes. Due to the unique nature of time and space, the speed of these ripple attacks is nearly comparable to instantaneous movement, reaching their targets in the blink of an eye. Crucially, this technique allows for both close and long-range assaults, albeit with reduced efficacy at a distance. The first technique of my 8 deity transformations is aptly named Time-Space Rift. The first form of the Chaos Golden Wings is indeed the ripple of time and space. And my approach similarly involves a sudden and forceful manipulation of time and space to create wave-like ripples, making the name Time-Space Rift particularly fitting. Just as this thought emerged, a voice resonated within Zhou Hao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special sign-in task, having devised a secret technique suitable for the principles of time and space fusion. Reward: an evolved version of the Starry Tower fragment and the modified first trial of the 9 Calamities secret tome. Upon hearing this, he could not help but exhale deeply. It had been a challenging endeavor, taking nearly 300 to 400 years to complete this special sign-in task. This was undoubtedly the slowest he had ever fulfilled a task. However, the rewards were immensely generous, particularly the first trial of the 9 Calamities secret tome. A truly extraordinary technique that would catalyze a transformative evolution at the genetic level of his life. Moreover, it poses no conflict with the original version, as it is entirely tailored to him by the system. Without hesitation, Zhou Hao's human avatar promptly claimed the rewards. Boom! A torrent of information regarding the modified first trial of the 9 Calamities secret tome surged into his consciousness. At this point, he could absorb such vast amounts of information without so much as a flicker of his brow. Soon, Zhou Hao realized that upon completing the cultivation of this modified first trial, he would achieve a 4-fold enhancement at the foundational level. For instance, though he currently stands at the pinnacle of the human realm due to the bloodline genetics of the golden horned giant beast, his foundational strength is equivalent to 10 times that of a peak human realm. Once he successfully cultivates the first trial, his foundational strength would explode to an equivalent of 40 times that of a peak human realm. When combined with the amplification of his innate secret techniques and the physical resonance of my true self and the world, not accounting for the power increases from techniques and laws, as well as the explosive force of blood Luo, his foundational strength could reach an astounding 640 times that of a peak human realm. This represents a truly terrifying augmentation. It is worth noting that even the initial stages of nobility amount to merely 1,000 times that of a peak human realm. Finally, he possesses sufficient strength to venture into the outer battlefield. A surge of confidence welled up within Zhou Hao. Even without donning the armor of the Flame God clan, he could unleash power comparable to that of an initial stage noble. With the assistance of treasured artifacts, defeating a noble-level opponent would be well within his grasp. With only a month remaining before the sharing of insights, he intends to focus on enhancing his self-created first technique. In the outer battlefield, at the depths of a cold water pool on the main continent, the Ice Hammer King slowly opened his eyes, his pupils shimmering with intense anticipation. After centuries of accumulation, tomorrow would reveal whether he could achieve a breakthrough. He stood at the pinnacle of nobility, yet he still faced a considerable distance before crossing the threshold into the realm of cosmic sovereigns. While he had grasped the principle of instantaneous movement, his understanding of the laws pertaining to strangulation and confinement remained insufficient. Thus, these hundreds of years of seclusion had been devoted to the study of secret techniques. And at his level, even a slight enhancement in secret techniques could lead to substantial changes in combat power. At the same moment, the Sand Erosion King, who had been in seclusion alongside the Ice Hammer King, awaited developments as well. Within the cosmic secret realm, the Nine-Sword King, the Qianwu Sovereign, and 2 other cosmic sovereigns unusually refrained from their training, instead indulging in fine wine within the palace. In reality, at their level, a mere year of preparation holds little potential for accumulation. Any breakthrough would entirely hinge on their innate talents, and whether they could fully unleash their potential during the upcoming observations. Nine Sword, it is finally your turn again. Over these past few centuries, you have been preparing diligently. If you can gain insights from this observation, you should be able to ascend to the level of an ordinary cosmic overlord. The Qianwu Sovereign remarked with a smile. Qianwu, do not speak of me. You also secured a spot, did you not? It is said that Zhou Hao has graciously expanded the observation quota to 300,000 this time. Otherwise, I might not have obtained a place. Nine Sword replied, taking a sip of wine, reflecting, a genius like Zhou Hao, willing to selflessly assist other powerful beings, is indeed a rarity in the history of humanity. I am genuinely impressed by his establishment of a palace at the mid-level of the domain. The Qianwu and the other three cosmic sovereigns nodded in agreement, sharing similar sentiments upon hearing the news. Let us raise a toast to wish everyone success in breaking through their shackles during this observation. In the palace surrounded by chaotic currents in the virtual universe, the Lord of Chaos observed the imposing figure slowly materializing within the hall and promptly approached. Giant Axe. What brings you here in person? The Giant Axe spoke directly. Tomorrow marks the day of the observation. Given the scale of this event, it will be quite challenging to suppress the leak of information, considering the cunning intelligence of the insect clan. They can deduce a great deal from even the slightest hint. Furthermore, the virtual universe system has recently notified me of numerous suspected immortal infiltrators from foreign races, frequently probing for information about our human race. Thus, I have come to discuss whether we can persuade Zhou how to delay his departure to the outer battlefield. The Lord of Chaos regarded the Giant Axe and gently shook his head. My disciple is very resolute. Once he makes a decision, it is not easily swayed. I have subtly advised him against pursuing the path of time and space several times, yet to no avail. The expansion of the observation quota was also initiated by my disciple, not merely for the enhancement of our clan's overall strength, but as a part of his plan for future growth in the outer battlefield. This situation makes persuasion quite difficult. Moreover, even if we were to convince him, could we truly restrain Zhou Hao from exploring the outer battlefield? A genius like him can only grow more rapidly when guided without constraints. The Giant Axe sighed upon hearing this. He understood these truths all too well. Yet Zhou Hao's significance was immense, making it difficult for even him to decide. The Lord of Chaos added, Giant Axe, what is meant to come will eventually arrive. The Giant Axe nodded, prepare yourself. In the public area of Yuxiang Mountain, Uka, Ai, Chun, Bolan, and Luo Feng, the current generation of geniuses gathered once more. However, their identities and statuses had undergone subtle changes. Individuals like Luo Feng and Bolan had already become members at the domain lord level of the primordial secret realm, while Rongjun had experienced an explosive growth over the past 2 centuries, having not only traversed the 8th layer of the heavenly bridge, but also nearing the 9th layer. Many noble-level experts asserted that he would secure a spot in the next qualification battle. Meanwhile, Uka, Aichen, and Long Yun had also performed commendably in the past few qualification battles, having crossed the 7th layer of the heavenly bridge. Tomorrow marks the observation once again. Alas, I am in a dire state. My recent accumulation is insufficient. Although I halted my training tasks for a year, that time has proven far too brief. Uka lamented. Luo Feng could not help but tease. Uka, who told you to become a task fanatic, undertaking numerous perilous missions? It seems you have made considerable progress lately, not far from the 8th layer of the heavenly bridge. Yucatan chuckled. Ah, Luo Feng, you truly understand me. However, if we're to speak of task enthusiasts, it is you and Zhou Hao who fit the bill. I have merely skimmed the surface of your expertise. Luo Feng rolled his eyes in response. At that moment, Rongjun raised his head and drained his drink, standing up to declare, after attending this session, regardless of the outcome, I am resolute in my intention to break through to the domain master level. He cast a glance at Luo Feng and Bolin, adding, if I continue to indulge in leisurely cultivation, I fear the gap between us will only widen. With those words, Rongjun vanished from the pavilion, leaving Yucatan, Ai, Chun, and the others in contemplative silence. Indeed, over the course of several centuries, while they appear to have made significant advancements, the reality was that their disparities were growing ever more pronounced. Presently, they could still rely on their connections to gather, but in a few hundred or even 1,000 years, it would be exceedingly difficult to reunite. Just as now, Zhou Hao had already reached the level of a realm master, and even if he himself remained indifferent, they would feel reluctant to call upon him. Luo Feng, observing this, smiled and said, let us push forward. After all, we still have a genius above us to inspire us. This is at the very least a guiding direction. The following day, in the exclusive listening plaza of the virtual universe, whoosh, 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 figures began to materialize in succession. As time passed, the number of figures increased, with cosmic rulers, cosmic venerables, immortal kings, immortals, realm masters, domain masters, and cosmic elites converging upon the expansive plaza. The plaza, devoid of distinctions in identity or strength, saw most familiar faces gathering in small clusters for idle chatter. In surrounding restaurants, prominent figures such as the giant axe and chaos convened. Although they had already confirmed their attendance in the virtual universe without any personal benefit, this time with 300,000 attendees. They were keen to observe whether such a large-scale event would yield any extraordinary effects. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the center of the plaza, silencing the previously cacophonous atmosphere. All gazes turned toward the presence radiating the aura of a realm master. Even within the virtual universe, under the scrutiny of so many powerful and gifted individuals, Zhou Hao felt a twinge of nervousness, yet he quickly regained his composure, having experienced this twice before. Noticing everyone standing, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Please, everyone, feel free to take a seat." The 300,000 attendees chuckled and settled comfortably on the plaza. Just as Zhou Hao prepared to commence, his expression shifted unexpectedly. A voice resonated within his consciousness. Ding! Special sign-in task activated. The first task, sit and discuss stage 3. As your influence grows, every action you take impacts the future of the human race. While enjoying your status and fame, the weight of responsibility upon you also increases. Therefore, assist in advancing the overall strength of humanity. The reward, the unique talent of words manifesting reality, along with a random reward of 4 out of the 8 beast-god fusion laws as the second step of integration. The second task, Path of the Strong Stage 2. Strong individuals emerge from the sea of corpses and rivers of blood. As you are about to step into the cosmos, you too must embark on this journey. Eliminate 20 peak foreign kings and create your own second form of temporal and spatial secret techniques. Rewards include a modified version of the 9 Calamities Secret Tome, Second Calamity, and an evolved fragment of the Star Tower. Zhou Hao had not anticipated that at the moment he was ready to share his insights, a special sign-in task would activate once more. Even under the gaze of 300,000 attendees, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. After all, swiftly comprehending the first step of the 8 beast-god fusion laws was largely attributed to the special sign-in task, especially with the reward of the talent of Taoist proverb, which had allowed him to achieve a level of temporal and spatial integration unprecedented in the cosmos within a mere few hundred years. Furthermore, the reappearance of a talent reward in this sign-in task was a source of immense excitement for Zhou Hao. In the plaza, witnessing the radiant smile blooming on Zhou Hao's face, the gathered cosmic rulers, cosmic venerables, and the 300,000 attendees collectively felt a surge of respect. They all recognized that this large-scale expansion of attendance was initiated by Zhou Hao himself. At this moment, as he prepared to share, the joy reflected on his face was undoubtedly a source of pride for his kin and a delight at their collective advancement. Such a genuine smile touched the hearts of many listeners, evoking sincere admiration even from the cosmic rulers, who reflected that they could not emulate such selflessness or express joy for their race in the same manner. In the restaurant, the upper echelons of the human race, including the giant axe and chaos, exchanged silent glances, each revealing an expression of astonishment. Their discerning eyes recognized that Zhou Hao's smile was entirely heartfelt and spontaneous. Chaos, you have taken on a remarkable disciple. The giant axe remarked, the future of the human race is secure. Indeed, responded the other cosmic rulers. It is rare for such a talent to arise among our descendants. If nurtured, he could shoulder the weight of our race. Let us commence. A voice echoed from the plaza. Zhou Hao composed himself, his gaze sweeping over the 300,000 attendees. He sensed their collective breath held in anticipation as his words hung in the air. Boom! The Taoist proverb was invoked. This time, Zhou Hao chose not to speak of fusion laws, but rather to share his unique understanding of time and space, articulating his insights piece by piece. His voice resonated in the ears of the 300,000 listeners, akin to a wise elder patiently imparting the lessons of his life. Almost instantaneously, some among the audience entered a state of enlightenment. It seemed that the impact of the proverbs, amplified by the convergence of 300,000 listeners, reached its zenith. With the first individual achieving enlightenment, a domino effect ensued, sweeping through the plaza in mere seconds with an overwhelming tide of realization. Even those whose understanding was still insufficient or who had just crossed the threshold were propelled forward by this surging wave. Yet, Zhou Hao remained oblivious to all of this. The moment he began sharing, his consciousness abruptly transported him into a unique space where it felt as if his thoughts materialized effortlessly. A series of insurmountable challenges, particularly regarding the analysis and enhancement of the temporal and spatial fusion laws, vividly unfolded before him in a combat-like display. In simple terms, as long as he adhered to this method of enhancement, creating peak ultimate techniques, or even the ultimate techniques, was merely a matter of time. This effect was something previously unattainable through the solitary use of the Taoist proverb. Zhou Hao, unable to contain his excitement, rapidly etched this analysis into his mind, pausing, accelerating, and rewinding the cinematic display of combat movements to record each action and pose. Thus time slipped by quietly. The enduring effect of the Taoist proverb lasted only a brief 2 hours. Upon emerging from this extraordinary space, Zhou Hao's face bore an expression of lingering satisfaction. Although he yearned to re-enter that realm, he understood that the effect of the Taoist proverb had concluded. Casting a glance at the 300,000 attendees still in a state of enlightenment, he smiled and stood, withdrawing his consciousness from the virtual universe. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, the higher-ups of the human race, including the giant axe and chaos, exchanged awestruck glances, their faces reflecting shock. Despite their mental preparations for this large-scale session, witnessing such effects firsthand left them utterly astonished. In the span of just a few seconds, 300,000 attendees simultaneously entered a state of enlightenment. While the attendees themselves felt little, the observers were profoundly moved by the spectacle. At this juncture, the magnitude of the event was undeniable. All notions of accumulation, arduous training, and thresholds have lost their significance, for they are destined to achieve enlightenment. Provided their innate talent is commendable, the pace of such epiphanies guarantees a steady ascent beyond immortality, surpassing the rank of venerables, and even transcending the dominion of the cosmic sovereign. In this context, should you find yourself among them, one might fear entering a state of enlightenment as well. The Lord of Chaos City spoke with unwavering conviction. The giant axe wished to express that even a half-step advancement was exceedingly challenging for him. Yet reflecting upon the rapidity of that earlier experience, he fell into silence, ultimately articulating, "Next time, should it transpire in reality, I shall attend as an observer." As swiftly as time passes, 2 months have elapsed. The 30,000 auditors began to make breakthroughs one after another. Those who had previously attended or failed to secure a place among the strong and the talented felt a growing restlessness within, although they had anticipated this. Witnessing the progress and breakthroughs of the 30,000 auditors ignited a fervent roar within their hearts, proclaiming, "Next time, it shall surely be our turn." Within the cosmic secret realm, nestled in a cave within an ordinary mountain range, stood a grand palace. Laughter resonated through the hall of the palace, echoing the joviality of the nine-sword venerable, while the cosmic venerables, including Qianwu and Kandari, offered their heartfelt congratulations. Nine-sword, you have finally realized your aspiration. Congratulations on becoming a member of the cosmic overlords. Their voices were imbued with deep envy. Although cosmic venerables wield considerable power, even governing a higher cosmic realm, the disparity among them is far more pronounced than that between immortals and pinnacle kings. Particularly, the distinction between cosmic overlords and cosmic venerables is as stark as the divide between heaven and earth. Even the weakest of ordinary cosmic overlords can effortlessly vanquish cosmic venerables, while the most formidable cosmic overlords can obliterate high-ranking cosmic venerables in just 2 or 3 strikes. The nine-sword venerable, smiling, remarked, "Your advancements have also been commendable. Come, let's raise a toast. Once we have celebrated, our journey into the secret realm shall resume." Qianwu, the sovereign, nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, after such a long delay, with you achieving the status of a cosmic overlord, we need not tread cautiously in our exploration of the secret realm." In the initial universe's Chaos City, within the chaos abode of the City Lord's mansion, Zhou Hao gazed reverently at his master. The Lord of Chaos City, adorned in ancient armor, wore a satisfied expression. "Disciple, you are about to venture into the outer battlefield. Initially, I had prepared some treasures for you. However, since you are traversing the path of time and space, those treasures would not suit your needs. Thus, I have specifically requested the giant axe to visit a certain secret realm and seek out a formidable being of another race to forge a treasure exclusively for you." As he spoke, he flipped his palm, revealing a blood-hued battle knife that floated before Zhou Hao. The blade was adorned with intricate patterns, which Zhou Hao, with his understanding of time and space, immediately recognized as a fusion of those elements. Although this treasure was a top-tier battle knife, its power rivaled that of a supreme artifact, and he should have discerned that it was designed to harness the path of time and space amalgamation, a rarity indeed. The formidable being from another race had expended great effort and materials to successfully forge it. However, due to the complexity of the intricate secret patterns of time and space fusion, that being could only temporarily create a significant treasure. Yet for the present, this battle knife sufficed. The Lord of Chaos City waved his hand, and the battle knife flew into Zhou Hao's grasp. An influx of information surged forth. The blood pattern knife possessed 3 forms. The first form manifested a 3-layered blood aura around the hilt, catalyzed by comprehending the principles of time and space to the 15th level of the celestial bridge. The second form would reveal 2 interlaced patterns on the hilt, representing the fusion fluctuations of time and space, amplifying its power manifold. The third form intertwined the secret patterns of time and space, unleashing a tidal wave of temporal and spatial energy, wreaking immense havoc. Retrieving his gaze, he promptly expressed, "Thank you for bestowing this treasure upon me, Master." This blood pattern knife was undoubtedly forged by the recluse, for throughout the universe, only this former deity possessed the prowess to inscribe the intricate secret patterns of time and space fusion. Much like the complex secret patterns of each layer of the Star Tower, they were manifestations of various principles amalgamation. Zhou Hao could easily imagine the considerable price the giant axe must have paid, even having to extend a favor to procure such a weapon. The Lord of Chaos City chuckled. "There is no need for thanks, my disciple. In comparison to your contributions to our kin, this treasure is but a trifle. Moreover, regardless of where you venture, your ability to ensure your survival is paramount. This battle knife will augment your strength, yet it lacks in protective capabilities. You possess a soul treasure that suffices for defending your spirit. What remains is your physical defense." As he spoke, the Lord of Chaos City flipped his palm again, and formidable treasures, including battle armor, boots, and helmets, radiating a powerful aura, floated into view. This is a complete set of top-tier treasures. Once you refine them, they will sufficiently diminish the offensive power of a venerable being by 99%. Coupled with a flying palace-type treasure, you should be well equipped for your adventures in the outer battlefield. Zhou Hao collected this top-tier treasure set, aware that the palace-type treasure mentioned by the Lord of Chaos City referred to the item bestowed upon Sa Lai by the Lord of Ice Peak. Subsequently, the Lord of Chaos City handed Zhou Hao a metallic insignia. "Should you crush this, I will be able to descend in a short time. Remember, upon sensing a soul attack from a being of venerable status or above, immediately enter the palace treasure and shatter this metallic insignia without hesitation." "Yes, Master." The Lord of Chaos City imparted a multitude of instructions. After signing off, Zhou Hao departed from the Chaos Abode and returned to his residence in the Heavenly Terrace. A figure descended. It was Luo Feng. Just yesterday, Zhou Hao had informed Luo Feng of his impending departure from Chaos City to the outer battlefield. Today, Luo Feng had come to bid farewell. "Third brother, if you were to wait several hundred years, perhaps we could journey to the outer battlefield together," Luo Feng lamented. Though he merely spoke in jest, for Zhou Hao had already spent a considerable amount of time in Chaos City. Zhou Hao smiled. "The time spent in the outer battlefield will be extensive. Do not worry, we will meet again in that realm." Observing the cosmic ship suspended in the sky, he approached Luo Feng and embraced him, saying, "Well, I must take my leave. Third brother, be cautious in the outer battlefield." As Zhou Hao heeded Luo Feng's warning, he arrived at the side of the ship. 3 immortal-level personnel awaited him with utmost respect. "Your Highness, it is time to depart." Zhou Hao stepped into the cabin of the cosmic ship, which swiftly activated, slicing through the chaotic currents and vanishing from Chaos City in the blink of an eye. Luo Feng gazed at the departing cosmic ship, his fists clenched, declaring, "I must catch up to third brother." In the original universe, at the Virtual Universe Company, the vast, boundless core of the continent saw 2 towering gates automatically open, revealing an immensely wide passage. A cosmic ship descended upon one of the distribution centers. As the hatch opened, Zhou Hao emerged. The waiting staff hurried forth, bowing deeply. "Your Highness Zhou Hao, will you proceed directly to the outer battlefield, or will you visit other locations first? Additionally, the cosmic passage to your homeland has been fully constructed 10 years ago." Zhou Hao was about to respond that he would head directly to the outer battlefield when he was taken aback by the revelation. "The cosmic passage to my homeland has been established?" The staff member nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Your Highness, your homeland holds great significance. Thus, the headquarters devoted considerable time to constructing a teleportation palace near your solar system. Due to the sensitive nature of this matter, we had not informed you." Understanding the necessity, Zhou Hao replied, "Then let us first return to my homeland." "Certainly, Your Highness." To reach your homeland, You must pass through Distribution Center now. 7 and transfer to teleportation channel number 1121. If you wish to proceed to the outer battlefield, you can reach the teleportation palace from your homeland, which will take you directly to the logistics station of the outer battlefield. The staff member explained in detail. Zhou Hao meticulously committed the information to memory. Subsequently, under the guidance of the staff, he stepped into one of the 36 cosmic passages located within the 7th distribution center. Boom! The cosmic passage is a fixed teleportation route established by the Virtual Universe Company, allowing rapid transport to various territories and significant locations of the human realm. Although the Divine Kingdom can also teleport quickly, the resources consumed are exceedingly vast. Occasional use is manageable, but frequent teleportation, even for a powerful monarch, can lead to considerable strain. Thus, the construction of fixed cosmic passages became a logical solution. Numerous immortals, as well as those of the Marquis and King ranks, frequently utilize these fixed passages to traverse the human territories across the cosmos. Whoosh! Inside the cosmic passage, there exists a layer of water-like veil. As Zhou Hao entered the veil, he was instantly transported to a colossal palace in outer space, not far from the sun. Within the palace, guardians included immortals and realm lords. Upon seeing Zhou Hao emerge, they hurriedly bowed in reverence. "Your Highness, Zhou Hao." Zhou Hao nodded gently, and after exiting the palace, his figure flickered and vanished into outer space. Chapter 185. The Supreme Empress of the Insectoid Race Conference. Earth. After a lapse of over 3 centuries, Zhou Hao returned. He could distinctly sense the profound changes that had transpired on Earth, particularly the increasing number of cosmic-level powers. With what was once a rarity, stellar-level beings, now commonplace in Jiangnan Bay City. After centuries of development and significant resource investment, the number of powerful beings on Earth surged dramatically, especially with the Hope Martial Arts Academy he established, which still stands as the foremost martial institution, housing numerous cosmic-level experts, including 2 or 3 at the Realm Lord level. However, he had long ceased to oversee the academy, leaving its management to his sister, Zhou Ing'er, and his mother, who only occasionally visited the academy. With the impending journey to the outer battlefield, Zhou Hao chose not to engage in cultivation this time, but rather devoted considerable time to accompany his mother, enjoying a leisurely and pleasant existence in the core territory of the insectoid race. Over the past 6 months, the insectoid matriarchs have experienced a sense of unease. Through numerous infiltrators and the continuous probing of the human realm's activities and information by their king-level immortal servants, they finally confirmed one crucial fact. Significant upheavals were occurring within the upper echelons of the human race. Although the specific changes remained elusive to the infiltrators, they were aware that certain peak monarchs and esteemed ones had seen a rapid surge in power within a short time. When this information, encrypted through complex wavebands, was transmitted to the core territory of the insectoid race, the matriarchs were utterly shaken. They had no choice but to contact the highest authority of the insectoid race, the Empress. On that day, within the majestic palace, the insectoid matriarchs, adorned with gossamer wings, stood respectfully in the hall, their dreamlike gazes fixated on the highest throne, where a breathtakingly beautiful figure graced the scene. The ethereal presence of this figure naturally emanated an absolute domain of law. Her enchanting visage gradually reflected in the eyes of every insectoid matriarch. "Your Majesty, greetings." The matriarchs promptly bowed in respect. Soon, a delicate voice resonated throughout the hall. "No need for excessive formalities. Zuelina, please elaborate on the situation within the human realm." The matriarch standing at the forefront responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." She turned to address all the assembled insectoid matriarchs, speaking with gravity. "This matter traces back to the recent genius battle hosted by the Virtual Universe Company. Initially, I believed Zhou Hao to be merely another extraordinary genius at the cosmic level among humanity. However, his comprehension of the laws is astonishingly swift. Having departed the initial universe and entered the primordial secret realm in less than 50 years, he directly ascended to the Realm Lord level, subsequently returning to the initial universe, where he broke through to the Realm Lord level. In a mere few hundred years, Zhou Hao has consecutively traversed the cosmic level Tongtian Mountain and the Realm Lord level Tongtian Mountain. Such an astonishing pace is far more terrifying than that of the cosmic level. Zuelina meticulously recounted the information regarding the human prodigy Zhou Hao among the insectoid matriarchs. Only a few were aware of this, as most had not paid attention to the matter. After all, the insectoid matriarchs had clearly defined roles. For instance, Zuelina was responsible for intelligence and information across races, while other matriarchs managed resources within the clan. One matriarch interjected, "Zuelina, based on your account, Zhou Hao indeed qualifies as a prodigious talent newly emerged from the human race, but should this truly warrant our concern, even prompting the Empress to descend in person?" Another matriarch added, "Indeed, it does not reach such a level. A genius is merely a genius." Wasn't that human at the cosmic level also extraordinarily radiant before being eliminated by our insectoid race? They believed that the insectoid race excelled in tactics, while the demon and mechanical races merely shouted slogans. I propose we compel the demon and mechanical races to relinquish a portion of their resources. Given that we insectoids have eliminated many human prodigies, echoed the other insectoid matriarchs. They largely dismissed the issue, as one matriarch pointed out. Genius ultimately only signifies potential. Regardless of Zhou Hao's ascent to the immortal monarch level, they were confident in their ability to extinguish him, asserting that as long as he had not attained the level of cosmic overlord, he posed little threat to the insectoid race. It is essential to recognize that the insectoids are innately skilled in manipulating souls, capable of birthing numerous insectoid warriors and excelling in formidable combined attack strategies. Once they break through to immortality, they invariably become top-tier immortals. Silence, the Empress's ethereal voice resonated. Allow Zuelina to continue. The hall fell silent. Zuelina gazed at the assembly of matriarchs, a flicker of trepidation crossing her dreamlike eyes. What I previously mentioned regarding Zhou Hao's information pertains only to his most ordinary level of law comprehension. What truly unsettles me is the impact he has had during the cosmic and realm lord stages. The other matriarchs were momentarily taken aback, listening intently as they wondered what actions Zhou Hao had undertaken to invoke such astonishment in a formidable insectoid matriarch. Zuelina's voice continued. During his time at the cosmic level, or rather while in the initial universe, Zhou Hao began sharing his insights into the laws. Among his contemporaries, over half of the prodigies who attended his sessions achieved breakthroughs within a remarkably short period. Note that I refer to a span of merely half a month by human standards. At this juncture, Zuelina's tone grew grave. According to statistics, those who attended Zhou Hao's sessions in the initial universe have elevated their prowess by an entire tier compared to previous human talents. Several from his cohort even successfully traversed the 5th level of the Tontian Bridge. And this is merely the beginning. While undertaking cultivation tasks at the cosmic level, Zhou Hao again shared his insights, resulting in his close associate from the Taichu district achieving breakthroughs at the 6th level of the Tontian Bridge, with some even surpassing to the 8th and 9th levels. As Zuelina concluded, astonishment was evident in the eyes of the other insectoid matriarchs. Some could not restrain themselves from interrupting. "Zuelina, are you certain this information is authentic? Are you saying that Zhou Hao, at the realm lord level, could enable 500 realm lord level prodigies to break through in such a short time? This is utterly preposterous. It is implausible. If comprehending laws were so easily achievable, it would not plague our insectoid race's numerous prodigies, leaving them unable to ascend to immortality for so long." The insectoid matriarchs struggled to accept this revelation. The comprehension of the laws at the domain lord level among human populations is generally required to be above the 7th tier of the celestial bridge. To transcend this level necessitates, at the very least, several hundred or even thousands of years of diligent study and profound understanding. Merely eavesdropping on such matters to achieve a breakthrough is, in their eyes, akin to a fanciful dream. Zuelina shook her head with a wry smile. "Sisters, what I have shared thus far is merely the most ordinary influence of Zhou Hao." At that moment, even the most illustrious of the insectoid queen mothers could not restrain herself. "Zuelina, mind your words. Do not exaggerate excessively. While it is essential to acknowledge the talents of humanity, it must be grounded in reality and based on accurate information." Zuelina promptly responded with deference, "Your Majesty, this information has been verified through multiple sources. I would not dare to embellish the truth. Moreover, aside from specific geniuses, the confidentiality surrounding the information of other core talents within the Human Virtual Universe Company is not particularly stringent, allowing us access to such precise details." The insectoid queen fell silent. "Proceed." Zuelina observed the attentive eyes of the mother queens upon her, and continued. "Zhou Hao's first public sharing at the domain lord level seems to have caused a tremendous upheaval within the human populace. From that moment on, it became exceedingly difficult for our infiltrating members to glean specific information regarding the human prodigy Zhou Hao. However, during an assassination mission for an external points task, We dispatched a revered level warrior from a vassal race and an immortal sister to carry out the assassination, which ultimately failed. Reports indicated that Zhou Hao possessed a world ring. And at the instant of the assassination, 8 cosmic venerables erupted from the world ring, instantly annihilating our vassal warrior. From that moment, I sense an unusual odor. Humanity is exceedingly cautious in protecting this prodigy, Zhou Hao. Hence, I commanded our extensive infiltration organization to approach Zhou Hao's homeland and gather information about those around him at any cost. However, post-assassination, humanity cloaked Zhou Hao's information too rapidly, rendering us incapable of uncovering further details. Pausing for a moment, Zuelina's voice trembled slightly. Furthermore, 2 years ago, intelligence operatives probing human news on the battlefield of the Outer Realms brought back startling news. Dozens of peak king-level powerhouses among humanity have entered seclusion. I discussed this matter with other sisters responsible for resource coordination, and we concluded that their retreat was to eavesdrop on Zhou Hao's next public sharing. How is that possible? Zuelina, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Those are peak king-level beings, no matter how exceptional a domain lord may be. Even with extraordinary comprehension of the laws, they can only reach the 14th or 15th tier of the celestial bridge. How could such comprehension possibly influence the king-level threshold? The insectoid queens erupted in disbelief, their voices interjecting in a cacophony. After all, these were peak king-level powerhouses. To elevate such beings' understanding would require at least a cosmic venerable, if not a cosmic overlord. How could a mere domain lord like Zhou Hao impact those at the peak of kingship? Silence. The insectoid queen's voice bore a note of solemnity. Zuelina, since you have called for this assembly of insectoid queens, it seems this matter has further developments and has been substantiated. Zuelina nodded earnestly. Indeed, your majesty. Initially, the 3 of us sisters arrived at this conclusion with disbelief, prompting us to intensify our inquiries. Utilizing treasures as bait, we finally uncovered astonishing news 6 months ago. During Zhou Hao's 3rd public sharing within the virtual universe, approximately 300,000 humans attended, including cosmic overlords, cosmic venerables, and immortal kings. Boom! Boom! The queen's palace erupted with a terrifying aura. The eyes of the insectoid queens shimmered with astonishment, unable to contain their own presence. Cosmic overlords attending. The previous attendance of peak king-level beings had already left them in disbelief. Yet now, even cosmic overlords have begun to listen, and most crucially, this was the 3rd public sharing. This implies there must have been a 2nd public sharing. Yet the insectoid race gleaned no information at all. Zuelina's trembling voice reverberated within the queen's palace. Just half a year later, that is to say, yesterday, amidst the loss of nearly 80% of our deepest infiltration network members, news from the human territories reached us. She lifted her gaze to the queen, who had descended from her throne, her voice quaking with suppressed astonishment. Among the 300,000 human powerhouses who attended half a year ago, approximately 60 have breached their thresholds, with 7 peak kings transcending the cosmic venerable barrier. This is the only information we have. Further details remain undiscoverable. The insectoid queen approached Zuelina, her gaze sweeping over her and then across the utterly flustered and even panicked insectoid queens. Her ethereal voice resonated as if she were musing aloud, yet addressing all present. So, this human prodigy, Zhou Hao, without having transcended into immortality, is already capable of influencing peak kings and even cosmic venerables and overlords to break through mere sharing of insights? As her words fell, the entire queen's palace quaked violently. Given the historical context of human races, the probability of peak kings breaking through to venerable status is exceedingly low. The transformation from peak king to king level requires thousands of years of wandering in the outer battlefield and cosmic secret realms. As for cosmic venerables, their ascension takes at minimum millions of epochs. Cosmic overlords, well, the insectoid queen chuckled suddenly. Yet now, a prodigious talent has emerged among humanity, enabling those who could only hope to break through after ages to do so within mere months through sharing insights. Her gaze turned frigid, causing the temperature within the palace to plummet. In just half a year, she growled, and this time, our insectoid race has barely managed to nurture a handful of warriors. Such an anomaly, such a talent arising within humanity, represents the gravest crisis our insectoid race has faced in countless epochs, perhaps even an existential threat. Chapter 186, The Ninth Battlefield. Within the palace, all the insectoid queens fell into a profound silence. Yet their auras surged as if a volcano were on the verge of eruption. Undoubtedly, everything Zuelina articulated had led them to fully comprehend the terror of this human prodigy. Just listening to her words instilled a sense of dread within them. As esteemed insectoid queens, they prided themselves on their vast experiences, yet a prodigy like Zhou Hao was utterly unheard of. Had it not been for the certainty that Zuelina would not jest on such a matter, they would have thought themselves to be hallucinating. The voice of the insectoid queen resonated throughout the palace. As her words descended, she returned to her highest throne, gazing down upon all the insectoid queens. Suppressing the overwhelming tide of murderous intent within, she spoke slowly. Let us deliberate. How should our insectoid race respond to this matter? What solutions do we possess? An insectoid queen immediately exclaimed, kill. At any cost, we must eradicate Zhou Hao at the soul level. Yes, we must act immediately. We cannot allow Zhou Hao to continue sharing insights. Now, even cosmic overlords can be influenced. Who knows if the next public sharing will affect the cosmic sovereigns? Upon this declaration, the hall fell utterly silent. All the queens fixed their gazes upon the one who had mentioned the potential influence on the cosmic sovereigns. The mother queen bellowed, prior to this, who could have imagined that a domain lord-level genius could compel a monarch to transcend boundaries, elevating both cosmic dignitaries and overlords? Such a prodigy cannot be assessed through conventional logic. Thus, I surmise that Zhou Hao's influence over the cosmic overlords is far from its zenith. She cast her gaze towards the highest throne, declaring that any action taken must be executed with thunderous force to subjugate Zhou Hao's very soul. The human race had already been privy to the proceedings thrice, indicating Zhou Hao's significance. Indeed, the upper echelons of humanity must be acutely aware of this, since the assassination attempt orchestrated by Zuelina clearly demonstrated it. Were such a prodigy to arise within our own ranks, we would undoubtedly extend our utmost protection, with even you, esteemed queen, personally safeguarding him. Thus, should we proceed, at least one among us must bear the cost. The other insectoid queens nodded gravely in agreement. Indeed, in the face of such an incredible anomaly, any race would be shaken to its core. The human race is renowned for its willingness to invest heavily in nurturing talent. The emergence of such a genius portends a formidable protective response from them. The queen seated upon the highest throne tempered her murderous intent, her voice resonating. How could we possibly eliminate Zhou Hao if the mighty axe were present? It was precisely this consideration that quelled the tumultuous bloodlust within her. She understood the axe's immense power, and in the primordial cosmos, if a supreme being were resolutely determined to protect a genius, no other forces would stand a chance of assassination. Upon hearing the queen's words, the other insectoid queens fell silent once more. Each of them, being astute, naturally grasped this point. They even speculated that the human race's mighty axe had likely returned to the primordial cosmos from the cosmic sea, for if the roles were reversed, their own queen would certainly hasten back to the primordial universe to maintain order. Zuelina, since you have long been investigating this matter, and were the first to discern the formidable nature of the human genius Zhou Hao, how do you propose we handle it? The insectoid queen turned her gaze to Zuelina. After a moment of careful contemplation, Zuelina responded, Your Majesty, I believe that to eliminate the human Zhou Hao, we must strike within the confines of the rules. Otherwise, our only recourse would be to unite with the demon and mechanical races to wage full-scale war against humanity to compel them to surrender Zhou Hao. The other queens were momentarily taken aback. The insectoid queen could not help but inquire, to kill within the confines of the rules. What do you mean? Zuelina elaborated. From Zhou Hao's series of growth experiences, it is evident that the human race has not confined him entirely within the primordial universe. Rather, they have arranged for him to continue his education through the virtual universe company, merely providing him additional protection. Thus, I conjecture that Zhou Hao is highly likely to venture into the outer battlefield for further honing, as we know that strength is born from slaughter. The human upper echelons must be acutely aware of this. Therefore, they would not prohibit access to the outer battlefield or even the cosmic secret realms. This, indeed, presents our opportunity. Within the boundaries of the rules, we must utilize every available resource to eradicate Zhou Hao completely. Should we fail, we can then unite with the demon and mechanical races to wage war against humanity. The other queens nodded in agreement. Zuelina's reasoning held merit. If Zhou Hao truly intended to hone his skills on the outer battlefield, the scope of control available to the insectoids would vastly expand. One queen suggested, Your Majesty, I believe it may not be necessary to kill Zhou Hao. Our ultimate goal should be to enslave his soul. since Zhou Hao can influence others to achieve breakthroughs. If our insectoid race were to possess such a genius, our collective strength would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of supremacy, and after a certain period of accumulation, we might very well become the undisputed rulers of the primordial cosmos, surpassing even the ancestral god sect. Many queens' eyes brightened at this notion. Indeed, they had been singularly focused on Zhou Hao's assassination, neglecting this crucial point. If Zhou Hao could influence the human race, could he not do the same for the insectoid race? As for the notion of not of our kin, they need not worry, being adept in the arts of the soul. If they could not subjugate a domain lord-level genius, they would have no place in the cosmos. A smile unfurled on the face of the queen upon the highest throne, her murderous intent dissipating significantly. This proposal was excellent. As previously stated, if Zhou Hao could influence cosmic overlords, he might very well be able to sway the cosmic ruler as well. Should the insectoid race possess such a prodigy, it was foreseeable that our kin would multiply rapidly. However, the prerequisite remains successful subjugation. Should that fail, Zhou Hao must be eliminated. He must not become the catalyst for humanity's resurgence. With this, she once more turned her attention to Zuelina. Zuelina, you shall be entrusted with the full responsibility of this matter. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to approach me directly. Be vigilant and attentive to Zhou Hao's movements, and also prepare our strategies within the outer battlefield. Yes, your majesty. Half a year prior, Zhou Hao's third public sharing of insights had garnered immense attention, and even the more sluggish demon race had become aware of portions of this information after 6 months. However, unlike the insectoid race's heightened vigilance, the Lord of the Fenrir first questioned the source of this news. He could scarcely believe that a domain lord could compel a monarch to transcend mortality, causing cosmic dignitaries and overlords to break through. Such a notion was absurd, bordering on an affront to his intelligence. Nevertheless, as the overseer of intelligence for the demon race, he exercised caution. Wakaboo, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. If it is true, it concerns the very survival of our demon race. Moreover, the insectoid race has always excelled in covert operations within human territories, so you should keep a close eye on their movements. Elder Wakaboo respectfully acknowledged, Yes, great Fenrir. 5 years swiftly passed. After nearly exhausting his time on Earth, Zhou Hao finally departed, utilizing a teleportation palace near the solar system to arrive at a transit station. From there, he was conveyed to the logistical base of the outer battlefield, Zhiyan Star. Upon receiving the welcoming signal from Zhiyan Star, the cosmic vessel swiftly approached the docking port. The 8 logistical planets shared a similar form and internal structure, each measuring approximately 0.8 kilometers in diameter, constituting artificially constructed planetary fortress bases. Zhou Hao intended to maintain a low profile during his initial foray into the outer battlefield. After all, his reputation had preceded him, and should he be exposed, the insectoid, demon, and mechanical races would undoubtedly descend into madness. With a click, the spacecraft landed on the platform, the hatch opening. Zhou Hao stepped out, met immediately by a staff member of the logistical base. Noticing the flame emblem on Zhou Hao's forehead, the staff member warmly greeted him. Hello, I'm a staff member here. Feel free to inquire about anything you need or do not understand. Zhou Hao inquired, Which way do I go to enter the outer battlefield? The staff member promptly pointed towards a nearby, transparent glass passage, explaining, typically, those heading to the outer battlefield are part of the cosmic military, while lone travelers use this passage. At the end of this passage lies the gathering place for lone travelers. Once a sufficient number have assembled, they can board a transport vessel to the outer battlefield base. Zhou Hao nodded in gratitude and swiftly traversed the transparent passage to its conclusion. The end revealed a beautifully scenic, expansive square, measuring over 100 kilometers in diameter, where a considerable number of people had already gathered. He was not surprised by this. Following the staff member's guidance, he casually selected a spot to rest. A glance around revealed that most of those waiting were domain lord-level beings, with the number of realm masters being quite sparse, fewer than 100. After 3 months of solitary waiting, a realm master approached him for conversation, but Zhou Hao remained indifferent, prompting the other to depart. 3 months passed. At long last, the assembly of 100 realm masters has convened, with other domain-level and cosmic-level beings nearing completion. The gates along the periphery of the plaza begin to swing open. Cosmic level to this side. Domain level, over here. Realm masters, proceed to that direction. In the extraterritorial battlefield, cosmic level beings serve merely as cannon fodder. Although domain level beings possess slightly greater strength, they too are comparable to mere expendables. Only the realm masters constitute the main force. Upon entering the passageway, they are met by a designated immortal deity, who waits until all realm masters have gathered before commencing his address. Esteemed realm warrior masters, you are about to embark on your journey. The immortal deity articulates an array of instructions before preparing the masters for the authorization ceremony. This ceremony serves as a means to assess each realm master's prowess, categorizing them into ordinary realm masters, elite realm warrior masters, and realm war generals. Among these, the number of realm war generals is notably scarce, while elite realm warrior masters are more numerous, as those venturing into the extraterritorial battlefield often possess confidence in their abilities. The mortality rate for ordinary realm masters is exceedingly high. With a sweep of his arm, the immortal deity casts a luminous screen, systematically evaluating each realm master. In this cohort, Zhou Hao stands alone as a realm war general, drawing the attention of his peers. Concurrently, cosmic level and domain level warriors partake in the authorization ceremony. And once all evaluations are complete, the immortal deity continues, "Follow me, for you shall soon be transported collectively to the extraterritorial battlefield. Due to the vast number of participants in the clan wars, you will be dispatched to the 9th battlefield." An audible gasp ripples through the assembly. Oh no, the 9th battlefield. It ranks as the deadliest among all battlefields. Zhou Hao had specifically chosen the Blazing Star, hoping to engage in a battlefield with a lower mortality rate. Yet fortune had not favored him. Many realm masters, seemingly aware of the circumstances of the extraterritorial battlefields, began to lament. Each battlefield's mortality rate varies, sometimes fluctuating unpredictably. Presently, the 9th battlefield holds the grim distinction of a mortality rate of 12. Zhou Hao remains composed, recognizing that, regardless of the battlefield, his own strength renders him impervious to danger, save for the main continent and certain perilous zones that might pose a slight threat. Soon, thousands follow the immortal deity into a grand hall, within which 11 ethereal water-like passageways lead to various extraterritorial battlefields. The leading immortal deity strides to one such water passage, declaring, "This is the 9th battlefield. Originally a vast cosmic secret realm, its dangers have significantly diminished following the onset of clan wars. The greater threats now arise from alien adversaries scattered across the cosmos. As you navigate this terrain, be vigilant of other races. Remember, it is a fight to the death. You will be transported to Base Camp 012 of the 9th battlefield. Keep in mind, this camp is your sole sanctuary amidst the extraterritorial chaos. Beyond this, danger lurks at every turn. Do not entertain any notions of luck. Now all of you into the passage." With a cacophony of sound, tens of thousands of cosmic level, domain level, and realm masters, including Zhou Hao, step through the water passage. This passage, grounded in the divine realm, transports them swiftly to the extraterritorial battlefield. Zhou Hao merely experiences a sensation of rotation before the environment transforms entirely. New recruits have arrived. Where are the new recruits? Why are they so slow? The white-armored soldiers stationed at the teleportation exit soon perk up as the leading immortal deity organizes the placements for the new recruits. Zhou Hao and the other 100 realm masters follow their guide to the realm master encampment. The encampment is a vast hall, replete with millions of seats, and at this moment, it is occupied by no fewer than several 100,000 realm masters. Many of the new recruits are taken aback, as such a congregation of realm masters is seldom witnessed, save for major auction events within the cosmic territories. Is there a realm war general among us? Surely, this batch of newcomers cannot lack even a single realm war general. Upon their arrival at the hall, numerous recruitment agents from various teams swarm around them. Their voices a cacophony of excitement. Many of the new realm masters, unaccustomed to such fervor, furrow their brows in confusion. At this moment, the guide calls out, "This group contains one realm war general." Instantly, the recruitment agents, equipped with intelligent holographic devices, are alerted to the testing permissions of each new realm master. Before long, nearly 10,000 gazes converge upon Zhou Hao. Seasoned realm veteran warriors, well-versed in the perils of the extraterritorial battlefield, understand that aside from realm war generals, the mortality rate for other newcomers is alarmingly high, rendering them nearly devoid of cultivation potential. Unless a severely diminished team is in desperate need of fresh recruits, ordinary realm masters are seldom selected. In contrast, realm war generals, once they assimilate with their teams and gain experience, almost invariably unleash formidable combat prowess, with a substantial probability of transcending to the immortal realm. Should they achieve this breakthrough, the overall strength of their respective teams will experience a significant enhancement. Thus, whenever a new batch of realm masters arrives, many teams stationed at the base camp send out recruitment efforts, sometimes even dispatching entire teams to attract new members. Our team comprises 2 immortal deities and 4 realm war generals. Join us, and you shall reap greater military merits. Become part of our team. We have an alchemist and an illusionist, ensuring excellent team synergy and a strong emergency response capability. Numerous recruitment agents fervently entice Zhou Hao, while the remaining 99 new realm masters find themselves overlooked, leaving them in an awkward silence. After a moment, Zhou Hao follows a captivating woman to a dining table, where 3 other members are already seated. A young man cradling a peculiar creature resembling a wolf, a tall figure clad in crimson armor, and a woman with pointed ears reminiscent of an elf. Upon noticing Zhou Hao's gaze, the armored man's scaly visage breaks into a smile. Zhou Hao's decision to join this team stems chiefly from the presence of an illusionist, a beast tamer, and a warrior, alongside a telepath, essentially encompassing almost all of the primary human factions, barring alchemists. Thus, his interest was piqued. Confident that his strength would afford him safety regardless of which team he joined, particularly as he aims to familiarize himself with the 9th battlefield's layout. Moreover, maintaining a low profile is of paramount importance, as every member in the extraterritorial battlefield is subject to military merit requirements. Initially, one must join a structured team to accumulate such merits. The young man whistles, admiring the enchanting woman. Captain, you've done well. The only realm war general among this batch of newcomers, and you managed to recruit him. It seems illusionists have a knack for attracting new members, a mere charm. And success follows. The alluring woman, adorned with a fluffy tail and white hair, has rounded ears rather than sharp, like the elves. Upon hearing the young man's comment, she rolls her eyes and smiles at Zhou Hao. Don't take it to heart, invincible. This boastful fellow wild beast is all talk. But he is quite decent at heart. At her words, the other 2 members cannot help but spray their drinks in laughter. The elfin woman remarks, invincible? What name? It's a bit too contentious, isn't it? The armored man looks at Zhou Hao with curiosity. Invincible, is your strength truly capable of reaching such heights? Huh, you know nothing. Those who dare to claim invincibility undoubtedly possess the strength to back it up. Besides, having arrived at the battlefield beyond the realms, why not adopt a more flamboyant demeanor? After all, we are here to engage in combat. If fortune frowns upon us and we meet our demise, we would have lost everything anyway. It is far better to live boldly and carefree at least once, the young beast man proclaimed, stroking the wolf-like creature nestled in his arms. The enchanting woman shot him a glare, admonishing, enough with the morose talk. We have just welcomed a new member. Do tone it down. Understood, Captain, the young beast man replied. Instantly subdued. Allow us to introduce ourselves, the captivating woman continued. I am the eternal deity, proficient in illusionary arts, and I have established this squadron, designated 0123-219-8712. You may call me Charm Demon. She turned her gaze toward the young beast man. I am a beast man, as you can see. This white dragon wolf in my arms is my tame beast. I am a beast tamer. Although I am a battle general, my strength is relatively modest. Relying entirely on this white dragon wolf, the young beast man spoke casually, his enthusiasm waning. The man clad in crimson battle armor spoke in a deep voice. I am Bloodstone, a battle general skilled in earth and spatial laws. My weapon of choice is a colossal axe. The elf woman, her voice melodious and clear, chimed in. You may call me Spirit. I am also a battle general, wielding a pair of wind chimes and specializing in the controller's path. Charm Demon smiled at Zhou Hao. Invincible. It is your turn to introduce yourself. I am Invincible, a battle general and a psychic master, Zhou Hao succinctly stated. The squad members paid little heed, immediately raising their goblets. Cheers to our squad, welcoming another battle general. Cheers. Zhou Hao lifted his goblet, clinking lightly with theirs before downing the drink. Charm Demon stood. Let us return to the rest base. Invincible, you may now apply to join our squad. Zhou Hao nodded and promptly submitted his application. Upon exiting the hall, they boarded a specialized transit train, swiftly arriving at the rest area of the military base. There stood spacious row houses, complete with courtyards albeit small, specifically designed for training grounds, swimming pools, and more. However, such privileges were exclusive to battle general squads, while warriors of domain lord or cosmic levels were crammed into cramped quarters, with little space for free movement. Charm Demon's squad resided in a single villa, which felt relatively spacious due to the small number of members. Each member had their own little area for activities. Moreover, as all were battle generals, the captain being an eternal deity with an inner world and immortal kingdom, their living requirements were not overly demanding. After all, they could connect to the virtual universe, where living space was vast. Captain, Our squad seems to have fewer members. The next day, Zhou Hao voiced his curiosity. Other squads led by eternal deities typically have at least 6 members, with some reaching 8 or 10. But this squad, including me, only has 5 members. Such a configuration is quite perilous on the battlefield beyond the realms, as facing an enemy with 2 or 3 more members could easily create an imbalance in combat power. Invincible. Our squad originally comprised 8 members, but we recently suffered a loss of half our strength, including a female member who was particularly close to the Beastman. That is why he expressed such despondency the other day, Charm Demon explained. Zhou Hao understood, realizing that the Beastman's unusual demeanor stemmed from the loss of a beloved companion. Charm Demon continued, the mortality rate on the battlefield beyond the realms is exceedingly high, and our 9th battlefield surpasses others with a staggering 98 mortality rate. Among your batch of new battle generals, only 2 out of 100 are likely to survive. Therefore, when recruiting, we focus solely on battle generals, as they possess the highest chances of survival. She cast a glance at Zhou Hao. Do not let this mortality rate intimidate you. Our squad's recent loss was primarily due to an encounter with an elite squad of foreign race battle generals, which included 2 eternal deities. One ensnared me, while the other slaughtered the others. Thankfully, the Beastman erupted in power at the last moment. Otherwise, apart from him and me, only Bloodstone would have had a chance to survive. This was merely a stroke of bad luck. Since you have just joined, I will provide you with additional guidance over the next few days, focusing on the intricacies of the battlefield beyond the realms and combat experience to prevent you from becoming flustered when facing enemies. Remember, maintaining a balanced mindset is crucial on the battlefield. Even if you possess great strength, a poor mindset can lead to vulnerabilities during combat. Zhou Hao nodded, recognizing the impact of mentality on combat effectiveness. While the understanding of laws is fixed, combat prowess is significantly influenced by the casting of secret arts and mastery over weapons. A destabilized mindset, particularly for a psychic master, could lead to failure in weapon control, especially when facing an illusionist, which could result in falling into their traps. One must understand, when confronted with an illusionist, if you become ensnared in their illusions, escape is nearly impossible, leading to certain death. In battles at the level of battle generals and eternal deities, victory or defeat can hinge upon a mere moment. On the 4th day, Charm Demon cautioned, Invincible. It is natural to feel nervous during your first venture to the battlefield beyond the realms. Do not feel embarrassed. If you encounter an enemy you cannot withstand, call for your teammates' assistance. Typically, I will be occupied with the opposing eternal deities, or I will attempt to fend them off. In our squad, aside from me, the Beastman possesses the most formidable strength. While Zhou Hao contemplated his own strength, he attentively absorbed Charm Demon's insights, recognizing her earnest desire to impart invaluable experiences, which would be immensely beneficial to him, especially as a battle general. After all, these were lessons forged through countless battles. As time passed over the course of half a month, Zhou Hao displayed a calm demeanor, which pleased the 3 members observing him from the shadows. Newcomers often yearn to rush to the battlefield to accumulate military merit after training, but only through hardship could they grasp the dangers of the battlefield beyond the realms, realizing how precious this recuperation time truly is. On the 17th day, the Beastman appeared casually, invincible, after spending these days with the captain. You must have grasped the essential knowledge and experience of the battlefield beyond the realms. Tomorrow, our squad will set forth, so prepare yourself mentally. Soon, Bloodstone emerged from the villa, patting Zhou Hao on the shoulder with a grin. Stay strong, do not be anxious. The elf woman, the last to appear, glanced at Zhou Hao, offering a simple good luck before retreating back into the villa. Zhou Hao discerned that the overall mood of the squad was subdued. While Charm Demon maintained a semblance of normalcy, she was evidently suppressing her sorrow. The elf woman, in particular, appeared reluctant to engage in conversation with Zhou Hao, seemingly fearing the emotional toll of forming close bonds only to lose another dear comrade. Such occurrences were inevitable on the battlefield beyond the realms. Even the most experienced and well-equipped battle general squads could face misfortune against superior foreign teams, and losses were commonplace. However, a squad like Charm Demon's, suffering a sudden reduction of half its members, would undoubtedly affect morale. The following day, Charm Demon, the Beastman, Bloodstone, and Spirit seemed to have adjusted their spirits. Notably, the Beastman radiated excitement, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. "Ha! Those 4 brutes, I'm coming for you. Tremble in fear," the Beastman proclaimed boisterously. Charm Demon, Bloodstone, and Spirit exchanged exasperated glances but refrained from further comment. The 5 of them arrived at a hall with a diameter exceeding 30,000 kilometers. The grand hall was filled with spacecraft of various designs, accompanied by numerous lines of people. Captain Mei Yao produced a spacecraft directly from her ring, allowing Zhou Hao and the others to board the vessel. The ship was constructed from relatively ordinary E-grade alloys, which are inexpensive materials, while the lounge was made of the more costly F9 grade metal, boasting formidable defenses. Even in the face of a full assault from an immortal deity, it could withstand the onslaught for a time, granting those inside the lounge precious moments to react. Consequently, once they entered the lounge, Captain Mei Yao and her team visibly relaxed. After a brief wait, a passageway within the hall opened with a thunderous roar. All the spacecraft, including Zhou Hao's, destined for the outer battlefield, soared down the passage in a straight line before veering along the curved corridor. Moments later, the massive gates of the straight passage descended, coinciding with the opening of the outer gates of the military base. Seated in the lounge, Captain Mei Yao commanded the ship's intelligent core to activate the energy defenses. With a shimmering flash, the arcane inscriptions on the ship's surface glowed, releasing a transparent energy shield. Though the shield would falter instantly against enemy attacks, its primary function was to serve as an alert system. No one would rely on the ship's defenses to fend off alien incursions. Boom! The spacecraft shot forth through the outer passage, bursting into the void. At that moment, even the seasoned veterans like Mei Yao instinctively glanced back at the deity base, which loomed larger than the sun. Departing from the safety of the base meant venturing into the unknown. Everyone steeled themselves for the life-and-death adventure that lay ahead. Chapter 188. A battlefield unlike any other. The AAA-grade deity base was a sanctuary. Leaving this sanctuary signified entry into the true battlefield. Even the edges of the base's void could harbor alien forces, and one could easily encounter peril during flight. The lounge of a spacecraft was crafted entirely from F-grade virtual metal, capable of withstanding the terrifying assaults from alien entities, thereby granting the team sufficient time to react. Captain Mei Yao, possessing an alluring figure and an enchanting visage, reclined comfortably on a plush sofa, a fine wine in hand, her gaze serene as she surveyed the external void. "Do you see those ruins and the wreckage of spacecraft?" Zhou Hao nodded. After departing the base, it was wise not to covet those remnants, for the truly valuable items had likely been claimed by alien teams, leaving behind only traps and deceptions. The beast smiled and remarked, "Indeed, it seems you have heeded the captain's teachings. Many rookie realm masters, particularly those of high combat prowess, often dismiss the wisdom shared by veterans, appearing to listen but not truly absorbing the lessons. These novices frequently suffer significant losses, and in the outer battlefield, such losses can lead to fatal consequences. Therefore, unbeatable, you must observe and learn as much as possible. If you perform admirably, our captain may even reward you with something special." Upon hearing this, Bloodstone, who was cleaning a massive axe, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Ling, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them and coldly remarked, "Boring." The beast, undeterred, responded, "The monotonous life of the battlefield requires some amusement. Our captain is a remarkable member of the Mei Yao clan, skilled in illusions, capable of conjuring the beauty of various races. Ah, what a delight that is." Before he could finish, a furry tail wrapped around him, abruptly silencing his words. After the tail released him, the beast cleared his throat and, adopting a serious tone, said, "Unbeatable, keep your distance from the captain." Boom! Suddenly, powerful ripples of energy surged from the direction of the distant wreckage, causing the spacecraft to tremble. Mei Yao and the others remained calm, and Zhou Hao showed no reaction. For skirmishes were commonplace in the outer battlefield. As the spacecraft traversed into a vast void, the lounge's intelligent mechanics announced, "We are about to engage in cosmic traversal. Expected to enter the dark universe in 10 seconds. The countdown soon commenced. Boom! The ship accelerated, reaching light speed before seamlessly transitioning into the dark universe. Upon entering the dark universe, the 4 team members visibly relaxed. Our destination is a battlefield approximately 60,000 light years from base. This area, compared to others, is somewhat safer due to the abundance of void regions. Once our new member has acclimated, we shall venture into more perilous territories," Captain Mei Yao conveyed. The beast, Bloodstone, and Ling nodded in agreement. Generally, the introduction of a new member would somewhat diminish the team's strength. Following the original expedition route could lead to numerous complications. Furthermore, their team had suffered the loss of half its members and had only just replenished with one, making it unfeasible to engage in fierce combat zones as they had previously done. 2 days of cosmic traversal eased the tension among the crew. But as they once again approached the original universe, Captain Mei Yao and even the usually carefree Beast became vigilant. We are still a month away from our destination, and we must pass through the debris field ahead. This field is rife with remnants and constitutes a high explosion zone for alien ambushes. Do not let your guard down. Be prepared for battle at all times, Mei Yao declared, activating the ship's scanner to detect the life energy fluctuations within the debris field. The captain spared no expense on the scanning equipment, for it was a precious tool that could enhance their chances of survival. Buzzing. The lounge's screen displayed scanning results every half-minute. The Beast, Bloodstone, and Ling focused intently on the screen as the spacecraft sped forward. At the edge of the expansive debris field, among the wreckage of a large ship, several alien members lounged casually. Another ship is approaching, reported a creature with countless writhing tentacles, which was accompanied by 5 members, including 1 immortal deity and 4 realm master warriors. The captain, munching on food, upon hearing the report from his subordinate, he remarked indifferently, "It seems we are facing a squad of human realm master warriors. Instruct the other teams to keep an eye on them and ensure those blind captains do not disturb the human realm masters." "Yes," one of the tentacled creature's subordinates asked. Perplexed, "Captain, we have been monitoring this area for nearly 2 months. Aside from encountering 2 immortal deity teams and engaging in combat, we have otherwise remained idle. Moreover, we have completely overlooked any elite realm master squads. What is the purpose of this?" "Indeed, Captain, we did not come to the alien battlefield to serve as bodyguards for human realm master teams. We came to earn military merit by hunting other squads and acquiring treasures. Why are we in this barren place?" The other subordinates echoed in confusion. It should be noted that they were a noble-level team, with their captain being an immortal being of noble status, and each of his subordinates comparable to high-ranking military leaders. Their strength should have allowed them to venture into the islands along the edges of the main continent. Yet, they found themselves in such a novice's realm. The noble-level immortal captain glanced disdainfully at his subordinates and retorted, "Do you think I am unaware that there is no profit to be made here? But this is a direct order from the clan's high command. Do I dare defy it? Moreover, it is not just us. Many noble-level teams and even stronger immortal beings are gradually shifting from the main continent toward the human deity base. What does that imply for our team?" Upon hearing this, the subordinates were immediately astonished. "Captain, what is the clan planning? Are they preparing to attack the human deity base? That seems implausible. Even the powerful elders of the clan cannot breach it." The esteemed captain of the immortal rank waved his hand dismissively, commanding, "Go on, keep your watch. If I knew, I wouldn't have come all this way. In any case, this is an order from the entire clan. You may grumble from time to time, but do not cause any trouble. Stay vigilant. Any team without a realm master must be exterminated." The spacecraft swiftly navigated through the debris-laden asteroid belt, occasionally maneuvering around the remnants of large vessels. Boom, boom, boom. Almost every 2 or 3 days, violent cosmic energy fluctuations surged from a distance, displacing numerous wrecks, compelling the spacecraft to continuously alter its course. Fortunately, after more than a month, the vessel arrived at its destination unscathed. As the captain had indicated, this region was rife with void spaces, with only a few hundred relatively prominent larger meteors surrounded by copious debris. In the lounge, the alluring captain relaxed her expression slightly and remarked, "Most of the entities lurking in this asteroid belt are teams of realm masters, and we may occasionally encounter elite teams from other races. As long as we exercise caution, our safety should not be significantly compromised." Turning her gaze to the ferocious beast, she added, "Ferocious beast, your strength is formidable. Keep a close watch on the newcomers." The ferocious beast, cradling a wolf-like creature, was recording the head of a white wolf. Upon hearing the captain's instruction, he grinned, "Fear not. In this asteroid belt, I harbor no fear. However, Captain, do not underestimate the newcomers. I believe a bold realm master war general can be quite a formidable opponent. Ferocious beast, if you are indeed formidable, then let your prowess be revealed in battle. While discretion is advised on the extraterrestrial battlefield, the teams we encounter in the asteroid belt are not particularly strong. Even if you unleash your full potential, it is unlikely to attract stronger teams," replied Bloodstone, clad in crimson armor with a knowing smile. Bloodstone speaks wisely. "Ferocious beast, let us witness your strength." The pointed-eared elven woman chimed in softly. Every team in the extraterrestrial battlefield hopes to have 2 or 3 powerful members within their ranks, enhancing their odds of survival when faced with danger. This is also why many teams overlook recruits who are not Realm Master War generals. Boom! At that moment, a brilliant light erupted in the void, and the spacecraft began to tremble violently. The shrill alarm of the intelligent life form reverberated. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. However, the expressions of the enchanting captain and the ferocious beast remained unchanged. Instead, they exchanged amused remarks, noting that the energy fluctuation was insufficient to damage the vessel, likely only reaching the peak of a Realm Master's power. After all, it was an asteroid belt, and the likelihood of encountering an immortal powerhouse was relatively low. Newcomer, it is your time to showcase your abilities, they said in unison. The hatch of the spacecraft thundered open, and with a whoosh, the ferocious beast and his companions swiftly exited. Yet, Captain Maya remained inside the ship. Simultaneously, the void flickered again with brilliance. The enemy lay hidden in the shadows of the distant asteroid debris, approximately 1,000,000 kilometers away. With the captain providing cover from the ship, let us charge forth. For them, the Realm Master War Generals, a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers could be traversed in mere dozens of quickened breaths. The ship, however, would take longer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The four figures transformed into streaks of light, darting from various directions. Meanwhile, Captain Maya, commanding the spacecraft, ordered the main cannon to fire. With a swift motion, the attacking alien team abandoned their vessel, rushing forth with 10 Realm Master powerhouses among them. Kill! The two sides quickly collided, erupting into battle. The white wolf in the ferocious beast's arms suddenly expanded in size, resembling a colossal beast, and roared as it charged forward, its claws viciously tearing through the void. One alien Realm Master was obliterated in an instant. Zhou Hao watched in astonishment. The white wolf tamed by the ferocious beast indeed possessed considerable strength, its combat prowess rivaling that of a typical immortal warrior, which explained its casual demeanor within the team. Turning his gaze to the imposing Bloodstone, he saw him explode into action, vanishing in the blink of an eye to appear beside an alien foe, bringing down his massive axe. The alien Realm Master attempted to parry with a war hammer, but Bloodstone's immense force sent him flying backward. As for the pointed-eared elf, she wielded a spinning disc, which shimmered with light, and in an instant she appeared next to a Realm Master, piercing through its skull. The three team members unleashed their might, swiftly eliminating two from the ambushing alien squad. Zhou Hao faced two incoming alien Realm Masters, and with a flourish summoned an ancient battle knife, his body flickering as he moved. Each flicker accompanied a flash of blade light, and with every strike, a lifeless body of an alien Realm Master fell. The strength of this alien Realm Master squad was indeed lacking. Although they numbered 10, each only matched the average peak of a Realm Master. In the face of Zhou Hao and his companions' explosive power, they were utterly unable to withstand the assault, and the battle concluded in an exceptionally brief span of time. Captain Maya maneuvered the spacecraft closer, then swiftly exited. Observing the aftermath of the battle, she commanded, quickly clear the battlefield and collect the spoils. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, following a skirmish, it is imperative to promptly gather rewards and vacate the area, as numerous powerful teams often seek to plunder the remnants of battle. Soon, having tidied the battlefield, Zhou Hao and his three companions re-entered the lounge. Although the alien Realm Master squad had not yielded much in terms of spoils, they still made gains in terms of military merit, and most importantly, they had effortlessly dispatched the enemy with minimal effort. The ferocious beast looked at Zhou Hao and exclaimed, "Not bad, unrivaled. You handled your first battle with such finesse, truly worthy of your title." Bloodstone chuckled, "Unrivaled. Aren't you a psychic master? Why will the knife?" The pointed-eared elf, Ling, gazed at Zhou Hao with curiosity. Typically, a controller would only resort to melee weapons when faced with extremely fast opponents, as those adept in telekinetic weaponry generally tend to struggle in close combat. No one would intentionally play to their weaknesses. Zhou Hao casually replied, "These aliens are not formidable enough to compel me to use my psychic weaponry." Upon hearing this, Bloodstone and the others fell silent, especially Ling, who frowned. However, recalling Zhou Hao's swift elimination of 3 alien Realm Masters, she refrained from commenting. Meanwhile, the ferocious beast burst into laughter. "Good. With such strength, you ought to be a bit audacious. It seems our team has gained another powerful Realm Master War General, and we're in for some good times ahead." Captain Maya nodded, but reminded, "Unrivaled. Confidence is commendable, but when possible, utilize your psychic weaponry for ranged attacks. As a psychic master, there is no need to take unnecessary risks. Of course, your ability to resolve 3 aliens in close combat suggests you might be slightly stronger than Ling." Hearing this, Ling remained silent, aware that the captain's words held merit. If it were her, she could defeat the enemies in close combat, but not as swiftly. As Zhou Hao and his companions began to reflect on their battle experiences, Deep within the asteroid belt, a formidable alien immortal team awaited. The previous ambush on Zhou Hao and his team was merely a test dispatched by this formidable group to gauge their strength. Send forth the elite Realm Master Team for further probing. Chapter 189. The Frenzied Clan, the Frenzied Extraterrestrial Battlefield. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, within the towering Star Tower, soaring to 9 light-years high, one often encounters a multitude of king-rank powerhouses. Occasionally, when the sealing star emerges, it attracts hundreds of thousands, even more, of king-ranked immortals, who engage in frenzied battles for supremacy over the sealing star. However, recently, the Star Tower has exhibited peculiarities. The once frequent sightings of alien peak kings and extreme immortals have become exceedingly rare, while the number of human king powerhouses has surprisingly increased. This situation has left many wandering the Star Tower, both aliens and humans, including those from the Hongmeng, utterly perplexed. It is important to note, the Star Tower stands as a most peculiar locale within the outer battlefield, frequently attracting numerous immortal kings, including those of remarkable prowess. Its reputation resonates throughout the entire expanse of the outer battlefield, drawing ever more immortal kings under the dual allure of treasure and glory. Yet currently, many powerful immortal kings of the Hong Alliance, along with a multitude of their kin, have discerned a notable decline in the number of peak immortal kings. The alien races, devoid of a virtual universe, can only communicate and deliberate through direct messaging and peculiar means, while the human alliance has gathered within Hong Alliance City, engaged in discussions regarding the recent peculiarities surrounding the Star Tower. In the bustling outdoor bar square of Hong Alliance City, which is typically vibrant with immortal kings, the atmosphere has intensified, with over tens of thousands congregating daily. This surge is not due to idleness. Rather, they are eager to uncover the unfolding events at the Star Tower. The immortal kings under the command of the insectoid matriarch, Nan Cheng, have rarely been encountered at the Star Tower. Similarly, formidable figures such as King Xuanmu and King Talon have also been notably absent. It is not only the Star Tower. Even the peak immortal kings in other perilous battlefields seem to have vanished, while the occasional absence of one or two is commonplace. Given that immortal kings often go unseen for millennia, such a conspicuous disappearance of numerous renowned peak immortal kings is decidedly unusual. Indeed, it is perplexing that even the main continent has been eerily quiet in recent months. The cacophony of the outdoor bar square reverberates with animated chatter. The outer battlefield is vast and divided into 12 distinct battlefields, each housing unique locations akin to the Star Tower. However, the fame of the Star Tower echoes across the entirety of the outer battlefield, prompting the immortal kings of the Hong Alliance to recognize the gravity of the situation as the number of immortal kings at the Star Tower began to dwindle. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the square. The Seven-Sword King has arrived. Instantly, the gaze of many immortal kings shifted towards the human prodigy, the Seven-Sword King, who was renowned in the outer battlefield alongside formidable figures such as the insectoid matriarch Nan Sheng, King Talon, and King Xuanmu. An immortal king with a cordial rapport with the Seven-Sword King approached and inquired, "Do you possess any news regarding the recent happenings at the Star Tower?" As a disciple of the Master of the Cosmos, the Seven-Sword King naturally bears a wealth of information. However, many tidings may elude him compared to those immortal kings who frequently cultivate relationships. Nonetheless, given the exceptional nature of the events surrounding the Star Tower, it is likely that the Seven-Sword King's insights are more informed than those of his peers. The Seven-Sword King, however, gently shook his head, expressing, "I am not privy to such information." As a genius, he seldom diverts his attention to matters beyond his training in the outer battlefield. Yet, the recent commotion surrounding the Star Tower has garnered considerable attention, primarily due to the overwhelming number of immortal kings present, where even the slightest unusual news sparks fervent discussions. Were the star-sealing star to emerge, the outdoor square would undoubtedly be even more animated than it is now. Witnessing the Seven-Sword King's uncertainty, many immortal kings exchanged disappointed glances. At that moment, a towering figure appeared, a peak immortal king, igniting a flicker of hope among the assembly. It is King Daoxiu. He is the one with the most extensive network of information. Observing the expression on King Daoxiu's face, many immortal kings sensed that he bore shocking news. The Seven-Sword King also turned his attention to King Daoxiu, who took his time before approaching the bar, ordering a drink, and downing it in one swift motion while surveying the expectant gazes around him. With a grin, he proclaimed, "I have expended resources worth millions of mixed essence units to finally obtain some tidings from an immortal king of the insectoid faction." The outdoor square fell silent. With thousands of immortal kings hanging on his every word, eager to learn what had transpired at the Star Tower. King Daoxiu, not one to prolong suspense, stated gravely, according to the insectoid immortal king, recently, the insectoid matriarch Nan Sheng, along with her legion, departed from the Star Tower. As for their destination, that immortal king could not ascertain, but it is known that not only Nan Sheng, but many prominent immortal kings of the insectoid faction have gradually left. He also received orders from his faction to urgently proceed to the divine base near a human camp. Thus, the immortal king surmised that Nan Sheng and other renowned insectoid factions' powers, along with those from other factions, are swiftly converging upon our human camp's divine base. At this juncture, King Daoxiu ordered another drink from the bar staff. The other immortal kings remained fixated on him, awaiting further revelations. In truth, upon hearing the initial news, they were engulfed in confusion. What could so many immortal kings and formidable beings be congregating at the divine base for? After finishing his drink, King Daoxiu continued. Upon receiving this information, I made a special trip back to the divine base to inquire about recent happenings in the surrounding areas. What I uncovered was almost staggering. The fall rate of the immortal teams around the 100 super-large divine bases of the human faction has soared to nearly 100%, and many Realm Master teams have suffered severe losses. This undoubtedly signifies that the insectoid immortal king's intelligence was not false. The recent sharp decline in the number of immortal kings at the Star Tower could likely be attributed to their infiltration around our human camp's divine base. That is all I know. Upon concluding, an immortal king could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, what are the insectoid faction and the other factions' immortal kings up to? The area surrounding the divine base is merely a battlefield frequented by realm masters and ordinary immortal teams. What could they possibly seek there? Indeed, have they lost their minds? What could their respective factions possibly gain from this? Surely, they do not intend to assault the divine base. It is inconceivable. Even revered beings struggle to shake its foundations. And only during large-scale faction wars does the divine base suffer damage. We are still far from such a war. Yet, if they do not intend to assault the divine base, why would a peak immortal king like Nan Sheng, commanding the immortal kings, venture to the vicinity? Are they contemplating plundering those realm masters with scant resources? Many immortal kings found themselves at a loss, unable to fathom the reasoning behind it all. In fact, they were not alone in their bewilderment. Numerous immortal kings from the insectoid, demon, and mechanical factions were equally perplexed. When their factions issued such orders, compliance was mandatory, with no explanations forthcoming. Suddenly, the expressions of the human immortal kings in the outdoor square shifted dramatically. What is happening? Has something occurred? The human faction also seems to be stirring. The other alien immortal kings within the Hong Alliance turned their attention towards the human immortal kings, including the Seven Sword King. In an instant, the Seven Sword King's figure vanished, followed swiftly by the other human immortal kings. This development left the other alien powers within the Hong Alliance feeling an itch of curiosity. However, their expressions soon turned serious, for their respective factions' upper echelons had dispatched urgent messages to them. The contents of the messages read, "From this day forth, promptly return to your station camps, and proceed to the areas within a 200,000 light-year radius of the base. Remain vigilant to contain and eliminate the immortal kings from other factions. Accumulated military merits will be doubled, with an increase in merit limits and rewards. For further details, please refer to the attached document, which includes comprehensive merit rules. Attention! Attention! Attention!" The highlighted text stood out prominently. This task is a mandatory assignment within the outer battlefield. All immortal kings receiving this message must return to their military bases immediately and await further orders. Upon reading this missive, many immortal kings hastily opened the attachment to examine the rewards, their astonishment palpable. The updated military merit rewards included the ability to exchange for precious treasures. And that was not all. Within the treasure exchange, there exist not only sets of precious artifacts and palace flight-related treasures, but astonishingly, there are also soul-type treasures. The most extravagant aspect is that the new limit for military merit allows for the free exchange of one supreme treasure. Moreover, this treasure is of the soul type. All the kings who beheld this announcement were struck by a singular thought. The clans have gone mad, utterly insane. It is well known that many ordinary exalted beings merely possess precious artifacts. Countless kings on the battlefield beyond the realm lack the qualifications to acquire such treasures. If they were to obtain even one precious artifact, their power would undoubtedly surge, rendering the pinnacle of kings capable of slaying even the most formidable foes. This very reason has attracted innumerable kings to brave the trials of the Star Tower. especially with the emergence of the sealing stars, which incite chaos across the battlefield, driving even the nearly invincible kings into a frenzy. Now, however, the military merit system of the human faction has directly included the exchange of precious and supreme treasures, unrestricted by clan, strength, or quantity. This revelation sent waves of astonishment through their hearts. In the open-air bar square, tens of thousands of kings, after perusing the message, found themselves in a daze. Yet, upon regaining their senses, fervor ignited in their eyes. Even those who required no breath could feel their respiration quicken and their divine forms tremble. Precious artifacts, set treasures, soul treasures, supreme treasures, and soul supreme treasures. These items tugged at their very nerves, driving countless kings to the brink of madness. In a flurry, the multitude of kings in the open-air bar square, like their human counterparts before, swiftly withdrew from the virtual universe. They could hardly contain their eagerness to return to the divine base at the fastest pace possible. As for the Star Tower, at this moment, their interest had entirely waned. What were the many sealing stars worth, after all? They only emerged after a considerable span of time, and with so many kings engaged in fierce combat. Could it possibly compare to the current military merit system's precious artifact exchange? This was an opportunity to visibly accumulate military merit to obtain treasures. Unlike the elusive sealing stars of the Star Tower that could only be glimpsed but never grasped. Furthermore, the maximum limit of military merit now permitted the free exchange of supreme treasures. And soul-type supreme treasures at that. Such artifact could drive even ordinary cosmic overlords to madness. And now, these kings had the chance to acquire them, though it was widely acknowledged that the soul-type supreme treasures were exceedingly difficult to exchange for, given the immense volume of military merit required. Who among them did not harbor aspirations of someday obtaining precious artifacts? Much like their previous escapades in the Star Tower, dreams must exist. In an instant, the once bustling open square fell eerily silent, leaving only the King of the Blade Ruins still indulging in his drink. The staff of the bar were left dumbfounded, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. As the King of the Blade Ruins downed his final cup, he abruptly rose, gazing at the desolate bar square, murmuring, "The world is about to change. The battlefield beyond the realm is transforming." With that, the King of the Blade Ruins vanished. The news of the happenings within the Hongmeng swiftly reached the realms of the demon race, the insect race, and the mechanical race. Upon learning of humanity's audacity, they fell into a contemplative silence. In the palace of the insect queen, the supreme monarch issued an immediate decree. Zhou Hao, promptly instruct all vassal clans in the battlefield beyond the realm, as well as the distant clans aligned with us, to update the insect race's military merit exchange list. If the human faction dares to act thus, we, the insect race, shall not cower. Add precious artifacts, supreme treasures, and soul-type supreme treasures. All must be included. Relay the order to the kings to strictly adhere to previous commands and conduct thorough inspections of all realm master teams emerging from the military base. Leave no realm master unchecked. Zhou Hao responded solemnly, "Yes, great queen," in the domain of the demon race, within the hall of the celestial wolf. The roar of the celestial wolf lord reverberated throughout the hall. "Damn human faction, just you wait. We, the demon race, shall not falter. Relay the command to update the demon race's military merit exchange system. Add in precious artifacts and set treasures." An elder prostrated within the palace could not help but whisper, "Great one, reports have arrived that the insect race's military merit has also included supreme treasures." Silence. In the mechanical race, numerous imposing metallic giants, exuding an aura of terror, knelt upon one knee. Their metallic pupils gazed upon the colossal shadow formed by the gathering of machines before them. "Father God, the insect race and demon race have already made their moves." Soon, the colossal shadow emitted a clangorous sound. "Incorporate precious artifacts and supreme treasures into our mechanical race's military merit as well. The time is not yet ripe. Instruct the others to refrain from rash actions." "Understood." Father God. Chapter 190, Exposed Strength. In the asteroid belt, billions of irregular asteroid fragments formed shapes reminiscent of spiral arms, dividing the entire belt into 3 regions. The closer one approached the core, the more numerous the asteroids became, and the visible void region narrowed significantly. Within these spiral arms of asteroids lay countless wreckage, comprising human, alien, and mechanical corpses, alongside a plethora of ship debris, some vessels larger and more formidable than the asteroids themselves. This locale served as both an ambush point for alien races and a sheltered haven to evade attacks. At this moment, within the remains of a spaceship, Zhou Hao and his team were taking a respite. It had been half a year since they entered the asteroid belt, during which they had engaged in numerous battles, albeit only against ordinary Realm Master teams, whom any one of them could easily annihilate. Thus, this period had been relatively uneventful for the squad. Constructed from F-grade metal, their resting chamber lay within the intact belly of the spaceship. The team leader, Mei Yao, along with members Guangshou and Zhou Hao, were engaged in casual conversation. Captain, I believe in another half-month, we could depart from here and venture into the more perilous Mistflow region. While the asteroid belt is easygoing, the accumulation of military merit is rather meager, remarked Guangshou, stroking the white wolf nestled in his arms. Xuesher and Jiaoer turned their gazes toward the captain, sharing a similar sentiment. In truth, the 6 months of camaraderie had sufficed, yet Captain Mei Yao had yet to propose a journey to the Mistflow region. They all understood that the captain was still affected by the earlier incident where half the team had perished. The Mistflow region was primarily inhabited by elite Realm Master teams, with occasional encounters of immortal squads. Under normal circumstances, even if they encountered an immortal squad, they could escape swiftly. However, their luck had been unfortunate last time, leading them to cross paths with a well-known immortal squad of the alien race. The captain's enchanting visage bore a hint of hesitation as she glanced at Zhou Hao. After all, he was a newcomer, and it would be unwise to thrust him into the chaos of intense combat too soon. Let us stay for another month. During this month, we shall actively hunt to increase our combat frequency and expedite Wu Di's acclimatization to the ways of battle. Guangshou, Xuesher, and Ling nodded in agreement. Beep beep. The voice of the intelligent life machine resonated. Alien Realm Master Team detected. Let us go. Stay alert. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The team swiftly surged forth. In the ruins of the outer third spiral arm of the asteroid belt, an elite alien Realm Master Team lay in ambush, concealed behind the wreckage. They observed the battle unfolding in the distance through advanced detection equipment. This team comprised 7 members, including 2 immortal deities and 5 Realm Master warriors. All formidable forces among elite alien Realm Master teams. TSK, 6 months of observation has been ample. This Realm Master team possesses strength within the elite range. Though they are fewer in number, each member's combat power is remarkable. Once they finish their battle, we shall strike. Remember, act swiftly. The sooner we conclude, the more time we shall have to rest, and the greater our rewards will be. Commanded the captain of the alien team. This squad had been engaged in such activities for over a year, specifically monitoring the elite human teams that had just undergone their initial strength assessments. Those who lacked prowess would simply have to accept their misfortune, while those capable of easily overpowering their opponents would see their rewards double. Although the reason behind such tasks issued by their kin remained unclear, many alien teams began to accept these missions for the allure of the enhanced military merit. Moments later, having just finished a battle, Zhou Hao and his companions hastily cleared the battlefield. Suddenly, a gleam appeared in the distance. It was a series of luminous trails accelerating through the void, their armors igniting sparks as they brushed against the cosmic currents. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. The captain, Mei Yao, hissed, her team members' expressions turning grave. Judging by the speed of these streaks of light, the enemy's strength was clearly far superior to that of the ordinary teams they had encountered over the past 6 months. They were an elite squad of alien lords, and a tough fight was imminent. Be cautious, unbeatable. The adversary boasts 2 immortal deities. I shall engage them alongside the rampaging beast, and we may not be able to assist you. The remaining 5 Lord Warriors will rely on your 3 to handle them. As the luminous trails drew closer, neither Mei Yao nor the rampaging beast displayed any signs of panic, yet they still warned Zhou Hao. The pointed-eared Ling and Bloodstone quickly regained their composure. Their team had weathered many storms in the outer battlefield. Unless the disparity in strength was overwhelmingly vast, they generally had a good chance of escaping, even if they could not win outright. Boom! Within mere breaths, the 2 teams collided, unleashing waves of terrifying laws that clashed from tens of thousands of kilometers away. However, due to the presence of 2 immortal deities among the enemy, Zhou Hao's side was clearly at a disadvantage in terms of the laws of the battlefield. Fortunately, Captain Mei Yao managed to maintain their team's position, preventing them from being overwhelmed. Little wolf, it's your turn, the rampaging beast murmured, stroking the white dragon wolf nestled in his bosom. The white dragon wolf suddenly surged forward, its speed dramatically increasing to 7 or 8 kilometers. As if a towering giant leapt toward one of the alien immortals. The alien team's expressions shifted in unison. Seizing the moment when the enemy's immortal deity was preoccupied with the laws of the battlefield, Zhou Hao Bloodstone and Ling charged towards the enemy's Lord Warriors, simultaneously extending the front line. Kill. Both sides unleashed their full might upon contact. Bloodstone and Ling coordinated seamlessly, entangling 4 Lord Warriors, evidently taking on the burden for Zhou Hao. Observing this, Zhou Hao shook his head. After 6 months of combat in the outer battlefield, he had adapted. Continuing to conceal his strength would serve no purpose, especially since his military merit was already substantial. As he faced the incoming alien Lord Warriors, the divine weapon strapped to his back burst forth into countless specks of light, coalescing before him into 2 crescent-shaped azure-purple arms. Swish! One azure-purple arm spun, leaving a faint trace in the air as it instantly appeared before the alien Lord Warrior, piercing through it amidst its astonished gaze. After slaying this Lord Warrior, the azure-purple arm flickered again in a manner akin to a dragonfly skimming water, swiftly eliminating the 4 alien Lord Warriors engaged with Bloodstone and Ling. The entire sequence transpired in less than half a breath. Bloodstone and Ling, who had braced themselves for a grueling battle, were momentarily stunned. When Zhou Hao casually collected the spoils and flew to their side, they finally came to their senses. Unbeatable! Did you just deploy a telekinetic weapon? What manner of telekinetic weapon was that? They exclaimed, their eyes wide in disbelief. This was their first encounter with Zhou Hao's telekinetic weapon, and they had never anticipated its devastating power, dispatching 5 Lord Warriors in an instant. Even their captain's illusionary techniques could not achieve such swiftness. Zhou Hao chose not to respond directly, but instead turned his attention to the captain and rampaging beast, who were engaged with the 2 immortal deities. Let us deal with the enemies first, and we could discuss later. As he spoke, the flickering telekinetic weapon trembled slightly, slicing through space towards the alien immortal deity grappling with Captain Mei Yao. Swoosh! The alien immortal deity reacted swiftly, possessing a domain of laws. It sensed the azure-purple glimmer approaching like lightning and quickly retaliated, first staggering Captain Mei Yao before raising its hammer defensively. Boom! The divine weapon, imbued with formidable law power, crashed against the hammer, the ensuing shockwave causing the alien immortal deity's form to quiver and stagger backward, astonishment evident in its eyes. Clearly, it had not anticipated that a mere lord could inflict harm upon it. Seizing this opportunity, Captain Mei Yao, her heart racing, unleashed a torrent of mental illusions, momentarily clouding the immortal deity's perception. Just as she prepared to strike the enemy with her weapon, she witnessed the azure-purple arm morphing into a peculiar colossal beast, which lunged at the alien immortal deity. The beast's claws tore through the fabric of space, scattering fragments of the cosmos, leaving the immortal deity with no strength to resist, as its immortal body was utterly obliterated. With no immortality to sustain it, the immortal deity's divine realm extinguished completely. Subsequently, the bizarre beast created by the divine weapon lunged at another alien immortal deity, already being battered by the white dragon wolf. Another claw strike, and this immortal deity was similarly annihilated. In mere moments, both alien immortal deities lay defeated beneath the might of the divine weapon. Zhou Hao remained composed as he spread his palm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The strange beast disintegrated into specks of light, rapidly returning to Zhou Hao, retracting back into the peculiar metallic box. At this moment, Mei Yao and the rampaging beast stared at Zhou Hao in disbelief. Those were immortal deities. They found it exceedingly difficult to slay even one. Yet Zhou Hao, a mere lord, had effortlessly dispatched 2 in an instant. Had it been a fair fight, they would not have been so astonished, but the sheer dominance Zhou Hao exhibited signified that his strength far surpassed that of the 2 immortal deities. Such a lord was no longer merely a lord warrior. Only the core prodigies nurtured by the 5 major powers could possess such overwhelming prowess. Noticing Mei Yao and the others gazing at him, Zhou Hao reminded them, "Captain, let us clean up the battlefield quickly. Remember, the fluctuations from our battle may attract other alien teams." At this, Mei Yao and the others snapped back to reality and hurriedly began clearing the battlefield, collecting all useful items such as rings, weapons, and armor from the fallen enemies. Chapter 191, Immortal of the Marquis. In the depths of the meteor belt, amidst the floating debris of meteoric fragments, a powerful alien immortal squad lay in ambush, fixated on the 3rd meteor arm battling the immortal deity. Upon witnessing the swift obliteration of their dispatched Lord Warriors, a chill ran through them. Captain, we've encountered a situation. The high-ranking immortal deity, Feng Ho, who had been resting, opened his eyes, his countenance fierce with renewed vigor. "What is the situation?" he inquired anxiously. The immortal swiftly recounted the events of the battle that had just transpired. The alien captain's eyes gleamed with excitement. Are you saying that the human elite team designated as 01223237 has annihilated our monitoring squad in such a short time? The immortal deities under his command nodded in agreement. Indeed, within this formidable team, there was only one immortal adept in illusions, while another was a beast tamer, whose summoned creatures matched the prowess of an immortal deity. Given such capabilities, one would assume that escaping from the elite detection squad we dispatched would require considerable effort. Yet, the outcome was the complete annihilation of the detection squad. This implies that during the battle, at least 3 other warlords among them exhibited combat strength that surpassed even that of an immortal deity. The high-ranking immortal deity, Zhou Hao, burst into laughter, reveling in the revelation. Such an explosive display warranted the immediate designation of this squad as a priority detection unit, temporarily classified as S-rank. The ability to slay an immortal deity in such a brief span indicated that at least one of their warlords was undoubtedly a prodigy from one of the 5 great human factions. According to the clan's operational protocols, encountering such a genius necessitated immediate reporting. As he spoke, he closed his eyes and utilized the clan's communication system to relay the news of the emergence of a prodigy among the warlords near the meteor belt at the 012 barracks of the 9th battlefield. It wasn't long before he received a reply. The high-ranking Zhou Hao was taken aback. Typically, a response from the clan could take a month. Yet this time, it arrived with remarkable alacrity, underscoring the importance of this human prodigy to the clan. He swiftly perused the reply. They have dispatched a Zhou Hao-level immortal who has attained the immortal state for further detection? What exactly is the clan's intention? Shouldn't they eliminate such a prodigy from the 5 great human factions as soon as possible? His countenance, marked by curiosity, remained steadfast as he awaited the arrival of the other Zhou Hao-level immortals. The clan had assured him that those dispatched for detection would arrive promptly, but he never anticipated that he would see the inspecting Zhou Hao-level immortal the very next day. Lord Qilin, I wonder where the human prodigy warlord is located? Inquired the newly ascended Zhou Hao respectfully. Qilin did not delay, promptly sending the specific location of Zhou Hao's squad. Meanwhile, at the outermost fringes of the meteor belt, 3 human Zhou Wang-level powerhouses reclined leisurely by a lakeside, savoring the picturesque scenery while remaining vigilant to the movements throughout the meteor belt. They were returning to the barracks from the main continent of the 9th battlefield. What is the clan's purpose in having us stationed here? Now that our military merit system has been recalibrated to include treasures and precious artifacts, we should be engaging the alien races to accumulate military merit for valuable rewards. What sort of task is it to languish here? Moreover, the alien presence is limited to only one high-ranking Zhou Hao team that we could easily dispatch alone. Why are all 3 of us idly waiting? Grumbled one of the simian Zhou Wang immortals. The other 2 Zhou Wang shared expressions of exasperation. Initially, when they received the mission, they were filled with excitement, eager to clash with the alien Zhou Wang. However, months had passed without any engagement, and they had not accumulated even a shred of military merit, causing them anxiety. After all, the highest-tier soul-based treasures were limited in number, and should someone else claim them, they would lose their chance forever. Calm down. The mission to monitor the meteor belt is assigned for a reason, and we are not alone. Even some peak Zhou Wang and extreme Zhou Wang are stationed here, all with 0 military merit like us. Indeed, fretting is futile. Our primary task is to prevent the entry of high-ranking alien Zhou Hao and Zhou Wang into the meteor belt. Should we detect them and have the confidence to eliminate them without alerting the aliens, we can accrue military merit. If not, we must report. And so they waited, with nothing to do but wait. In the ruins of the spaceship within the rest area, Zhou Hao was unaware that the Zhou Wang powerhouses from the 4 major factions had recently returned to the barracks from various locations, such as the Star Tower, treacherous zones, and the main continent, and had been tasked to monitor all combat zones within 200,000 light years of the barracks. At this moment, having dispatched the elite alien warlord squad, he found himself encircled by his teammates. Wow, invincible. You truly live up to that title. I initially thought you must have some skill to bear such a name, but what you've exhibited is beyond mere invincibility. It's off the charts, exclaimed the beast frenzy, his excitement palpable as he scrutinized Zhou Hao, seemingly attempting to uncover all his secrets. Bloodstone echoed the sentiment, having traversed the outer battlefield. We've encountered our share of alien warlord prodigies, yet those pale in comparison to your prowess. 2 immortal deities? Even our captain would find it unrealistic to take them down. But you, an ordinary warlord, accomplished it effortlessly. The keen-eared Ling fixed her gaze on Zhou Hao. Invincible, could it be that you wield the supreme, divine weapon? The foremost among the 9 divine weapons? At her words, Captain Mei Yao, Beast Frenzy, and Bloodstone turned their attention to Zhou Hao. They were well aware of the supreme, divine weapon, a formidable artifact merging the principles of time and space. It was exceedingly rare. In all their years in the outer battlefield, they had never witnessed a warlord utilizing such a weapon. Zhou Hao nodded. Indeed, it is the supreme, divine weapon. That is why I did not employ my mental weapon against those ordinary warlords, as you saw. Using the supreme divine weapon made it exceedingly easy to dispatch them without any experience gained. Mei Yao and the others nodded in unison, acknowledging the truth in his words. Those capable of wielding the supreme divine weapon were undoubtedly true prodigies, with Zhou Hao's already impressive close combat skills. Employing the supreme divine weapon was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Ling could not restrain her curiosity further. What level of the supreme divine weapon did you just unleash? Zhou Hao replied softly, the 7th level. Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. Beast Frenzy and Bloodstone, though familiar with the supreme divine weapon, were still somewhat in the dark about its intricacies. Captain Mei Yao added, the supreme divine weapon consists of 7 levels, with the 7th level being capable of defeating even immortals. To wield that level, one must have a profound comprehension of the laws. Thus, Invincible, your title is indeed well-deserved. Zhou Hao cast a surprised glance at Mei Yao, realizing that the captain possessed considerable knowledge of the supreme divine weapon. Mei Yao explained, in my clan, there exists a prodigy who once acquired the supreme divine weapon, but failed to master even the 1st level. The fact that you can wield the 7th level indicates your grasp of the principles of time and space is not trivial. Upon hearing this, both Beast Frenzy and Bloodstone were once again astonished, fully aware of the immense difficulty in cultivating an understanding of the laws of time and space. In that moment, they comprehended that Zhou Hao's origins were remarkable, possibly linked to the most elite human prodigies from the 5 great factions. Suddenly, a figure flickered in the distance of the spaceship wreckage. Zhou Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet. Mei Yao, Beast Frenzy, there's an enemy approaching us. Their power is at the Feng Ho level. Chapter 192, Suspected Human Prodigy Warlord. In truth, when the alien Feng Ho level immortal entered the detection range, Zhou Hao was already aware. However, a Feng Ho of the initial rank didn't concern him. After all, he was well prepared for this excursion to the outer battlefield. Not to mention, his own strength, when fully unleashed, combined with the treasured blood-pattern blade gifted by his master and his self-created technique, the 8 divine transformations, reached the pinnacle of Feng Ho level combat power. Thus, his change in expression was purely one of astonishment. This was the Meteor Belt, a region within 100,000 light years of the outer perimeter of the divine base, deemed a lower-tier area, where warlord squads typically roamed, with occasional elite warlord teams appearing. It is inconceivable for even an immortal team to be present here, let alone an immortal of the rank of a Marquis. Achieving the Marquis level signifies the prowess necessary to traverse the main continent. At the very least, one could venture to the islands on the periphery of the continent. Arriving in such a lowly area, while capable of effortlessly crushing other realm masters and even immortal teams, holds no significance for a Marquis level immortal, as it offers scant opportunity to accrue military merits, with barely any spoils to be had. Therefore, the more formidable the individual, the more imperative it becomes to venture into the perilous main continent, or even places like the Star Tower. For only through such endeavors can one enhance oneself and swiftly amass military accomplishments. As Zhou Hao's voice resonated, the expressions of the team members, Captain Mei Yao, the Beast of Madness, Bloodstone, and Ling, changed dramatically. Although their detection devices had not registered any fluctuations from afar, they harbored no doubt regarding Zhou Hao's words. The latter could effortlessly slay immortal deities, clearly hailing from the core of the 5 great powers, rendering it entirely plausible for such a prodigy to possess a top-tier detection device. How could a Marquis-level immortal possibly be in the asteroid belt? This is catastrophic. Faced with a Marquis-level immortal, our team will be utterly slaughtered. There is no escape. A Marquis-level immortal can accelerate to sublight speed in a heartbeat. Pale-faced, Captain Mei Yao and the others revealed an expression of despair and reluctance. The mere presence of a Marquis-level immortal here was utterly abnormal. However, Zhou Hao suddenly exclaimed, Captain, Beast of Madness, you must swiftly enter my world ring. When I engage in battle with this Marquis-level immortal, I won't be able to protect you. Even the residual waves could severely injure or even kill you. Mei Yao and the others were momentarily taken aback. Invincible you, she stammered. Zhou Hao interrupted. Hurry, that marquee-level immortal is approaching. Saying this, he produced a world ring. Seeing this, Mei Yao quickly urged, quickly, follow Invincible's instructions. Remember, he can easily slay immortal deities. He may very well withstand a marquee-level immortal. With that, she was the first to enter the world ring. The Beast of Madness, Bloodstone, and Ling followed suit. Once Zhou Hao had gathered his team within, a sense of relief washed over him. He remained stationary, his gaze fixed on the distance, where a streak of flowing light flickered rapidly, almost instantaneously halting just 10,000 meters before him. The marquee-level immortal was enveloped in azure battle armor, with a matching helm adorned with intricate patterns, revealing only a pair of eyes that now gazed at Zhou Hao, a cackling laughter resonating in the void, infused with immortal divine power. Truly remarkable. A human realm master prodigy capable of effortlessly slaying two immortal deities. You must have detected my presence ahead of time, yet chose not to flee. Boldness indeed accompanies talent. Zhou Hao chuckled in response. You are aware that I was the one who dispatched those two immortal deities. It seems that the elite team of otherworldly realm masters was sent by you, or perhaps by the powerful entities behind you. And you too have come to test my strength. His mind raced as he pieced together the reasons for the Marquis's appearance. After all, no otherworldly entity would be idle enough to linger in the asteroid belt, observing human realm master teams without substantial intent. The swift arrival of a marquee-level immortal, following his slaying of two immortal deities, hinted at a significant purpose, likely an attempt to identify human realm master prodigies like himself, specifically to seek him out. Indeed, the extensive use of the Great Tao's precepts could not escape the notice of the otherworldly intelligence network. He mused, having anticipated such a development when suggesting an expansion of scope. The marquee-level immortal, upon hearing him, erupted into laughter. The human race truly possesses remarkable intellect. You have quickly deduced my purpose in coming here. Alas, you are but a realm master. No matter how gifted, you remain a mere realm master. As the words fell, his gaze turned cold, unleashing a vast domain of lightning. He was evidently an immortal deity who had comprehended the laws of lightning. The electric field expanded almost instantaneously, enveloping the surroundings with formidable constraints and pressure. Were a domain master-level expert present, they would likely be crushed under such oppressive force in an instant. Simultaneously, the marquee-level immortal raised a war hammer, crackling with lightning, summoning forth a colossal lightning giant that traversed thousands of meters before crashing down upon Zhou Hao. Boom! Zhou Hao's world projection manifested, resisting the binding of the lightning domain, and a battle blade, the treasured blood pattern blade, materialized in his hand. He then swiftly blinked, almost teleporting across the expanse of 10,000 meters, arriving within mere dozens of meters from the marquee-level immortal. With a mighty swing, he cleaved downward. This strike radiated a dazzling crimson light, captivating the attention of the otherworldly marquee-level immortal, whose movements to redirect their attack became sluggish as they stared in awe at the resplendent blade light that distorted time and space, causing the cosmic fabric itself to tremble and ripple outward. The temporal ripples surged forth at an alarming speed, enveloping a span of mere dozens of meters in an instant, imbued with an overwhelming force capable of tearing through the very fabric of time and space. Just as the otherworldly marquee-level immortal regained awareness from the blade's brilliance, their form was obliterated beneath the onslaught of the temporal ripples. In a flash, the shattered cells and vast quantities of immortal divine power began to reconvene. Yet, Zhou Hao remained undeterred, seizing the moment as the marquee-level immortal, having cultivated an undying body, reconstituted their divine form. From his palm, a small, black, undulating grass unexpectedly emerged, rapidly growing at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to a diameter exceeding 1,000,000 kilometers, more fearsome than the sun itself. Upon reconstituting its divine form, the otherworldly immortal beheld the enormous black plant that had suddenly materialized before it. The aura emanating from this plant surpassed that of its divine body, instilling a sense of dread within its eyes. This is an immortal auxiliary plant life. Zhou Hao had no time to converse with the otherworldly marquee-level immortal. He commanded the tendrils of the immortal black spirit grass to swiftly ensnare the marquee-level immortal's divine form completely. With a swift motion, he executed another strike. The blood-colored blade light, adorned with layers of radiant brilliance, enveloped the marquee-level immortal entirely. As he activated the treasured secret patterns, Zhou Hao's power surged to over 10,000 times that of a peak realm master, and with the assistance of the treasure blade, the laws of time and space he wielded inflicted over 70% damage to the Mark-level immortal's divine body. The otherworldly Mark-level immortal, having reconstituted its form, wore an expression of horror. Yet, attempting to flee was futile. The binding ability of the immortal black spirit grass was far more formidable than that of the star-eating grass. Even a Mark-level immortal at the pinnacle would find it nearly impossible to escape its grasp. With a swift motion, Zhou Hao struck once more. The otherworldly Mark-level immortal's eyes filled with despair as it realized its impending doom. Frantically, it transmitted information to the higher Marquis teams deep within the asteroid belt. A human prodigy realm master has been discovered, possessing an immortal-level auxiliary plant life that can effortlessly obliterate my divine body upon eruption. After relaying a wealth of information about Zhou Hao, it opted for self-destruction. The tendrils of the black spirit grass, ravaged by the violent immortal divine power, shattered, only to swiftly reassemble. Zhou Hao stood firm, clad in his treasured armor, mitigating the ferocious energy to its bare minimum. The residual impact, even with his body, would not inflict any harm. At the very moment of the otherworldly Marquis's self-detonation, the higher-tier Marquis immortals stationed deep within the asteroid belt revealed expressions of excitement, their bodies trembling with anticipation. They hastily reported to their kin. A human prodigy realm master has appeared at the 9th battlefield, Camp 012, possessing immortal auxiliary plant life with the combat prowess of a Marquis. The Marquis-level immortal has self-destructed in the 3rd round of testing. The news swiftly traversed through various channels, reaching the grand hall of the supreme queen of the insectoid race in a remarkably short span of time. Chapter 193. The meticulous protection of Zhou Hao. Within the majestic and expansive palace of the queen, all the matriarchs of the insectoid race convened. At this moment, the voice of Snolina echoed through the hall. Your Majesty, after extensive verification of numerous immortal beings of the Duke rank, we have identified a total of 8 suspected human prodigies, domain masters resembling Zhou Hao, across 12 battlefields beyond our domain. Notably, the recently discovered one in the 9th battlefield at the 012 military camp shows an 80% likelihood of being the human genius Zhou Hao. However, this remains merely a conjecture. Furthermore, according to intelligence from our operatives within human territories, they have yet to uncover any information regarding the human domain master Zhou Hao. The ethereal voice of the insectoid queen soon resonated, stating that regardless of whether the individual truly was the prodigious human domain master Zhou Hao, she commanded an immediate dispatch of peak immortal beings adept in the arts of the soul. Snolina nodded and continued, Your Majesty. The majority of the human Duke-ranked beings stationed in the outer battlefield have returned to the divine base. It may prove challenging for us to send our Duke-ranked experts close to the divine base. After a moment's hesitation, she added, Moreover, should we ascertain that the human genius Zhou Hao is indeed in the outer battlefield, shall we initiate a large-scale war of our race? Upon her words, a profound silence enveloped the entirety of the palace. All matriarchs turned their gazes towards the dreamlike figure seated upon the highest throne. The onset of a race war would unequivocally signify an irrevocable and relentless conflict. Although the 4 peak races had previously remained adversaries, they had restrained themselves to a certain extent, with exalted beings refraining from engaging in direct combat. However, should a war truly erupt in the outer battlefield, the insectoid race would find themselves at a significant disadvantage, unless they allied with the demon race and the mechanical race to exert pressure on the human factions. Yet, the presence of the colossal axe wielded by the humans rendered any efforts at suppression futile. Even if they managed to subdue the human factions, it would bear no significance. The human race could simply retreat to their original universe, in the universe of the colossal axe, embarking on ventures into the cosmic seas. With the colossal axe at their disposal, the human race would not entirely lose their territories. As long as they retain land, with Zhou Hao's exceptional talents, the human race would inevitably rise again. They could impose temporary restraint, but not suppress an entire era. Thus, determining how to achieve the objectives of the insectoid race in the outer battlefield became critically important. Presently, the insectoid strategy in the outer battlefield was merely to ascertain the exact location of the human genius Zhou Hao. As for the feasibility of enslaving him, to be frank, even the upper echelons of the insectoid race, including the queen herself, did not believe such a possibility could materialize. After all, the human race was not devoid of intelligence. They surely had contingency plans. To illustrate, The human race had even integrated soul treasures into their military merit exchange system. Bestowing Zhou Hao with a piece of such a treasure would not be excessive. If he possessed soul treasures for defense, not even peak Duke-ranked immortals would be able to enslave Zhou Hao in an instant, let alone exalted beings, unless they personally intervened. However, the moment they did, the cosmic masters of the human race would undoubtedly respond, leading to the outbreak of a race war. A brief pause ensued. The voice of the insectoid queen resounded once more, declaring that matters concerning the outer battlefield should be resolved according to its rules. Should soul enslavement prove ineffective, they would implement a secondary plan. If the second plan also faltered, they would resort to the final plan. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not allow the human race to rise again. Snowlina and the other matriarchs of the insectoid race nodded in agreement. Yes, Your Majesty. Most of them had experienced the era of the human progenitors, a time when the human race was overwhelmingly powerful, subjugating the primitive universe and preventing the insectoid, demon, mechanical, prison, and crystal races from raising their heads. Even the god cult was forced to retreat from its original territory to its core stronghold. Furthermore, various factions in the cosmic seas dared not offend the human race lightly. Having persevered until the progenitors were suppressed, they were unwilling to relive such an era. While the upper echelons of the insectoid race deliberated on strategies against Zhou Hao, the leaders of the human race were far from idle. In fact, they've been closely monitoring the events transpiring in the outer battlefield. Thanks to the virtual universe system, even if the human leaders were not physically present by Zhou Hao's side, they could still discern accurately what transpired around him. In a simple palace, around a massive round table, the cosmic masters of the human race bore solemn expressions. Through the military merit system, they had learned that Zhou Hao had slain a Duke-ranked immortal, and that this occurred after he had vanquished 2 immortal deities, swiftly earning Duke-level military merit. They understood all too well what this implied. Upon learning that numerous Duke-ranked immortals from the insectoid faction were mobilized near the divine base, the cosmic masters from the factions led by the likes of the Master of the Wild Vision and the Master of the Blue East strongly advised the Lord of Chaos to inform Zhou Hao of this development and counsel him to return to the divine base, subsequently vacating the outer battlefield. However, after deliberation among their ranks, they ultimately dismissed this suggestion. After all, Zhou Hao had ventured into the outer battlefield for the purpose of honing his skills, not merely to follow protocols. It would be far too frivolous to urge him to return before he had even encountered danger. Thus, they had secured subsequent treasures and military merit exchanges. Just as the insectoid, mechanical, and demon races could deploy their forces, so too could the human faction. Yet now, with Zhou Hao having slain a Duke-ranked immortal, the insectoid, demon, and mechanical races were undoubtedly plotting their next moves. The human faction, however, had relatively fewer Duke-ranked beings, and in the event of an unforeseen situation, they might not be able to respond promptly. Consequently, their current discussions revolved around Zhou Hao's future endeavors in the outer battlefield. The Lord of Chaos was the first to speak, stating, "In my personal opinion, Zhou Hao should continue his adventures in the outer battlefield. His strength is evident to all, and domain masters must endure numerous battles to forge their own secret techniques. The pressure from the insectoid, demon, and mechanical races serves as an excellent sharpening stone for him. Our task is to ensure that this sharpening stone remains within the limits of Zhou Hao's capabilities. The insectoid, mechanical, and demon races will not act rashly until they have fully determined Zhou Hao's identity." The cosmic masters associated with the virtual universe had already conferred on this matter. Thus they all nodded in agreement. The Master of the Wild Vision shook his head, chaos. While domain masters indeed need to create their own secret techniques and engage in battles, Zhou Hao is a special case and should be treated accordingly. Our primary concern must be his safety. Only under that premise can we discuss how to hone his skills. I concur with what the Master of the Wild Vision has stated. We cannot place Zhou Hao in a perilous environment simply for the sake of his honing and growth. Chaos, you must be well aware of the multitude of Duke-ranked beings currently amassed around the divine base in the outer battlefield. The Master of the Blue East Side. Their numbers exceed 100,000. Such a vast assembly of Duke-ranked beings means that unless we personally safeguard Zhou Hao, any unforeseen incident could lead to regrettable consequences. As he spoke, he glanced at the colossal axe. We all know that Zhou Hao possesses soul treasures, alongside a set of treasure artifacts and a flying palace of great value. But have you considered the possibility of the insectoid, demon, or mechanical races enlisting the aid of a cosmic powerhouse? Upon utterance of these words, a profound silence descended upon the hall. All the cosmic masters could not help but direct their gazes towards the master of the Blue East. It had not crossed their minds that the insectoid, demon, or mechanical races might summon a solitary cosmic powerhouse. The Lord of Chaos then spoke again. Blue East, this indeed reflects my oversight. We have implemented numerous protective measures for Zhou Hao within our virtual faction, even assigning a fragment of the celestial eclipse to safeguard him. However, upon reflection, if a solitary cosmic powerhouse were to intervene, even a fragment of the celestial eclipse would find it challenging to ensure his safety. The master of the wild vision, the master of the Blue East, and others turned their gazes towards the Lord of Chaos, realizing that they had not considered the implications of a fragment of the celestial eclipse providing close protection. Thus, they began to understand the rationale behind the virtual faction's insistence on allowing Zhou Hao to continue his path of honing. The giant axe spoke. Chaos. Is there any alternative approach you might propose for us to deliberate upon? This moment is critical, and we must tread carefully with every step. Chaos nodded and immediately responded. I intend to have Zhou Hao venture forth into the outer battlefield under a different identity. Chapter 194. The crucial juncture of the clan's future and survival. In the Plain Palace, the cosmic sovereigns of various factions, such as the Giant Axe Martial Arena and the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, wore expressions of perplexity. They were unaware of Zhou Hao's alternate identity. The Lord of Chaos turned to his disciple, prompting the other cosmic sovereigns to cast their gazes upon the Lord of the Ice Peak. At that moment, the typically aloof and reticent Lord of the Ice Peak slowly spoke. My disciple, Silai, is in fact a manifestation of Zhou Hao. Upon hearing this revelation, the cosmic sovereigns were taken aback. The giant axe was momentarily stunned. Silai is Zhou Hao's avatar? Zhou Hao possesses an avatar? Regaining their composure, the cosmic sovereigns, including the Lord of the Desolate Mirror, expressed their astonishment. The Lord of Chaos nodded. My disciple has indeed encountered fortuitous circumstances. Not only does he possess an avatar, but this avatar is also a nurturing ice mountain behemoth, which will confer considerable advantages when he transcends to immortality and solidifies his divine body. Indeed, Chaos and Ice Peak, your lineage has truly struck gold. If I recall correctly, Silai exhibited exceptional water and spatial talents during the genius battle. It appears that Zhou Hao has delved deeply into the laws of water, fire, space, and time. The other cosmic sovereigns engaged in animated discussions, intrigued by the developments. The giant axe raised his hand, silencing the murmurs within the hall. He turned to Chaos and said, You propose that Zhou Hao continue to traverse the outer battlefield under Silai's identity while allowing his true self to return to the human territories, thus informing the demon, mechanical, and insectoid races? Yes, by doing so, the insectoid and other races will significantly diminish their scrutiny of the outer battlefield. Simultaneously, Silai's endeavors will serve to refine Zhou Hao, achieving a dual purpose, the Lord of Chaos articulated softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the usually taciturn Lord of the Engineering Clan could no longer restrain himself. Chaos, you have fallen into a misunderstanding. The insectoid, demon, and mechanical races are currently embroiled in extensive maneuvers within the outer battlefield, indicating their awareness of Zhou Hao's prodigious talents. Under such circumstances, even if Zhou Hao returns to the human territories or enters the primordial universe for safety, the insectoid, demon, and mechanical races will not simply relent. He surveyed the other cosmic sovereigns and continued, Moreover, these races are likely to choose direct conflict with our human clan. Just imagine if Zhou Hao were among the insectoids. Would we, the human clan, and the demon and mechanical races allow the insectoids to steadily enhance their strength? His words sent a chill through all the cosmic sovereigns. They had already prepared for this eventuality upon learning of the insectoid race's maneuvers. It was clear to all that once Zhou Hao's prodigious talents became public knowledge, clan warfare would become inevitable. However, the current actions of the insectoid races in the outer battlefield had led them to subconsciously believe that there was still time for a reprieve. The Lord of the Engineering Clan sighed. Esteemed colleagues, our focus should not be on how to better prepare Zhou Hao for growth and refinement, but rather on how to confront the alliance of the insectoid and other races, as well as the impending clan warfare. The insectoid, demon, and mechanical races will not afford us the time to allow our human clan to rise again, nor will they permit Zhou Hao to cultivate within the outer battlefield. Their current restraint is primarily due to their fear of the giant axe and Zhou Hao's influence. They are merely mobilizing their kings to target the realm masters. But this window of opportunity is limited, as their patience is finite. After the Lord of the Engineering Clan's words, an oppressive silence fell upon the hall. with all cosmic sovereigns wearing grave expressions. His remarks shattered any lingering hopes among them and made it abundantly clear that this conflict was unavoidable. Even more alarmingly, the human clan would likely face an escalation of warfare in the future, and if they lacked sufficient strength, it would lead to an unending cycle of conflict. At that moment, the giant axe rose to his feet, drawing the attention of all cosmic sovereigns. Should war erupt within the human clan, the giant axe would be pivotal. If the situation spiraled beyond salvage, his miniature universe would serve as the last refuge for the human race. The giant axe surveyed those around him, his voice resonating with gravity. Esteemed colleagues, mere discussion among ourselves holds little significance. The crux of the matter does not rest solely with us. Whether our human clan can triumph in this inevitable clan war, and whether we can reclaim our standing after a defeat, hinges upon Zhou Hao and his extraordinary gifts. Thus, he turned to the Lord of Chaos. Chaos, I must trouble you to convey the importance of this matter to Zhou Hao and seek his insights and stance. For it pertains to the future of our clan, and indeed, to our very survival. The Lord of Chaos nodded solemnly, understanding that the human clan stood at a precarious crossroads. Would they plummet into oblivion or surge forward against the tempest? The key to their fate rested upon one individual, Zhou Hao. In the outer battlefield, within the asteroid belt, Zhou Hao swiftly cleared the battlefield after vanquishing the alien first-level immortal and promptly retrieved a spacecraft to accelerate through the void. The high-ranking immortal of the alien race, who had been monitoring Zhou Hao's movements within the depths of the asteroid belt, grew anxious. This human realm master prodigy is attempting to traverse the cosmos. He must be returning to the divine base of the human race. Quick, pursue him. Boom! The high-ranking immortal swiftly commanded the intelligent life forms to control the spacecraft in hot pursuit. However, situated in the core of the asteroid belt, the fragments and wreckage impeded the spacecraft's swift acceleration. As Zhou Hao's vessel approached the speed of light, the alien immortal hastily sent a message to the immortal team positioned within the debris field, instructing them to intercept in the dark universe. Although they knew it might be futile, intercepting him was ideal. If unsuccessful, they could only hope to allow this human realm master prodigy to return safely to the divine base. Meanwhile, 3 kings of the human race stationed in the asteroid belt observed the movements of the high-ranking alien immortal, their eyes brightening. They had not forgotten their mission. Any sign of activity from the lurking alien forces in the asteroid belt would warrant their strike. Here they come. Attack! The high-ranking alien team had finally made a move. Like wolves guarding a flock, the 3 kings erupted with impatience, their speed far surpassing that of any spacecraft amidst the debris. Sensing the terrifying aura of the 3 kings, the high-ranking alien immortal's expression changed drastically. But it was too late to flee. Among the 3 kings, one possessed the ability to teleport. In just 2 flashes, the king wielded his battle blade, delivering a ferocious strike against the spacecraft. The overwhelming might of the king's divine power erupted, instantly disintegrating the spacecraft. The high-ranking immortal and their entourage within the resting chamber were obliterated, their bodies shattered, while the remaining servants were annihilated in a single encounter with that force. The high-ranking alien immortal reformed, pale and severely injured. Human king immortal, it gritted its teeth. Aliens, if you can hide in the asteroid belt, so too can we humans. The king roared with laughter, swiftly bringing his battle blade down once more. As the high-ranking alien immortal prepared for self-destruction, Zhou Hao's spaceship had successfully traversed the cosmos, penetrating into the dark universe. During this journey, it encountered a debris field, yet an immortal squad was effortlessly vanquished by him. After 10 continuous days of flight within the dark universe, he returned to the void surrounding the divine base. As the spaceship emerged from the dark universe, the colossal sphere of the divine base came into view, prompting Zhou Hao to release his teammates, Captain Mei Yao, Bloodstone, Mad Beast, and Ling, from the World Ring. Once they emerged, the team members exhaled with relief upon seeing the spaceship's hull and Zhou Hao. Bloodstone instinctively inquired, "What about that immortal at the Duke level?" Captain Mei Yao, Mad Beast, and Ling turned their gazes toward Zhou Hao. "He is already dead," Zhou Hao replied with a smile. Upon hearing this response, Mei Yao, Mad Beast, and the other teammates couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Although they had suspected this upon seeing Zhou Hao, the confirmation was still hard to fathom. After all, that was a Duke-level immortal. One blow from such a formidable being could have annihilated their team. The fact that Zhou Hao, a mere realm master, had slain such a powerhouse was astonishing. After a long pause, Mei Yao and Mad Beast began to digest this astonishing reality. Mad Beast, Zhou Hao, your prowess is truly unparalleled. A realm master defeating a Duke-level immortal? That places you at the very pinnacle among the 5 major powers. Bloodstone solemnly remarked. You are undoubtedly a genius of the highest caliber. Ling's eyes sparkled with an unusual hue as he scrutinized Zhou Hao, marveling at the serendipity of encountering a genius like him in the outer battlefield, and to think he was their teammate. Captain Mayao nodded repeatedly. Indeed, I never imagined that a casually recruited realm master could turn out to be a core genius among the 5 major powers. The 4 team members were filled with exhilaration. Individuals of Zhou Hao's caliber were typically beyond their reach, given their relative standings and strengths. It could be said that any core genius from the 5 major powers would inherently outrank them, and their future accomplishments, once they broke through to immortality, would far surpass those of Captain Mayao. Zhou Hao smiled softly, initially intending to linger with Mayao and the team in the outer battlefield. However, the unexpected arrival of the Duke-level immortal disrupted his plans. Just as he was about to speak, his expression shifted, and he connected to the virtual universe. Noticing Zhou Hao closing his eyes, Mayao and the others chose not to disturb him further. Chapter 195. Zhou Hao's Attitude and Choices. Within the grand palace of Thunder Island in the virtual universe, shrouded in dimly swirling energies, Zhou Hao's figure materialized. Upon spotting the imposing figure standing in the hall, he quickly bowed respectfully. Master. The Lord of Chaos gazed at Zhou Hao and gently inquired, Disciple, have you been safe in the outer battlefield? Master, I am about to return to the 012 troop base. I had originally intended to seek you out, but it seems you called for me first, Zhou Hao replied earnestly. Oh, please share your experiences. The Lord of Chaos smiled, anticipating the matters Zhou Hao wished to discuss, which were, in fact, the very reason for his summoning. Thus, Zhou Hao recounted his encounters in the outer battlefield. Master, the debris field lies within a 100,000 light-year radius of the troop base. This area is classified as a low-risk zone, typically inhabited by realm master squads and elite teams. However, I encountered a Duke-level immortal, and it appears that there are even stronger alien forces behind them. Such circumstances are decidedly irregular. He paused, looking intently at his master before continuing. I fear that the aliens may be targeting me specifically. It's possible that the entire outer battlefield is in flux. The elimination of a Duke-level immortal will undoubtedly attract more alien entities, which is why I have returned to the troop base. The Lord of Chaos. Recognizing Zhou Hao's astuteness in deducing that the entire outer battlefield was in peril from just one Duke-level immortal, couldn't help but admire his youngest disciple's intelligence. He nodded, saying, Disciple, the reason I summoned you is indeed related to this matter. The recent large-scale observation has already been detected by the insectoid and other races. They are now aware of the terrifying impact of your talent, prompting them to dispatch a significant number of Duke-level and even higher immortals near our human bases, aiming to pinpoint your location. Observing Zhou Hao's puzzled expression, the Lord of Chaos added, Of course. Your breakthrough to Realm Master before leaving the initial universe for the outer battlefield is classified. Even those immortals and staff who have seen you are utterly reliable. Therefore, the actions of the insectoid, mechanical, and demon races are merely preemptive measures, systematically locking onto the positions of our human Realm Master geniuses, intending to eliminate them one by one, essentially casting a wide net in hopes of discovering you. Zhou Hao understood, unable to restrain himself. The insectoid and mechanical races are indeed going to great lengths. It's no wonder I encountered a Duke-level immortal in the debris field. Master, under these circumstances, I must temporarily withdraw from the outer battlefield and adopt another identity to continue my endeavors. Disciple, that was my initial thought as well. However, given the current situation, it seems that whether you leave or not, the insectoid, demon, and mechanical races will not relent. The Lord of Chaos solemnly reiterated the gravity of the matter. Zhou Hao was startled. Master, do you mean to say that the insectoid races would dare to initiate a war? The Lord of Chaos shook his head, regarding Zhou Hao with a sense of resignation. Disciple, do not underestimate your own influence. After 3 observations, our human race has seen nearly 20 breakthroughs among the Duke-level immortals. Even higher-level cosmic rulers have made advancements, and I too have experienced improvements during your observations. Zhou Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, even you have been affected? He had not realized the profound impact of the great principles, capable of influencing even cosmic rulers. The Lord of Chaos sighed, indeed. Not only myself, but other cosmic rulers of our human race have also progressed in tandem. At this juncture, disciple, I will not conceal the truth from you. Since we learned that you could influence the comprehension of others regarding laws and secret arts, our human race, has he then briefly outlined their plan for the rise of the race. Zhou Hao was enlightened, realizing that during his use of the great principles at the Qiongyu Star Manor, the Dark Lord of the human race had been nearby. It made sense why the effects of that particular principle were exceptionally potent, especially since even the universe's mightiest, the Great Axe, was present on Earth. Observing Zhou Hao's astonishment, the Lord of Chaos smiled. Disciple, now you understand the magnitude of your talent's influence. The insectoid and other races may not be fully aware of the specifics, but merely from the impact of the last large-scale observation, they have sufficient cause to launch a war. For they dare not gamble on whether you can influence cosmic rulers or even higher beings. Zhou Hao smiled wryly, realizing that if the insectoid races knew he could currently influence cosmic rulers, they would surely go even more mad. Currently, the vast majority of our human Duke-level immortals have returned to confront the Duke-level immortals of the demon races near the troop base. However, this standoff cannot last long. Therefore, I called you here primarily to inquire about your thoughts. In this situation, would you prefer to continue honing your skills in the outer battlefield, venture into the cosmic secret realms, or return to the initial universe? The voice of the Lord of Chaos echoed within the hall. I sincerely hope you return to the initial universe, where no one can harm you, and I can truly protect you. After speaking, he gazed calmly at Zhou Hao, who was lost in contemplation. Undoubtedly, the recommendation from the Lord of Chaos to return to the initial universe was the most prudent and secure course of action. Yet, as the Master had indicated, if the insectoid and mechanical races became aware, they would undoubtedly initiate a war, compelling the human race to surrender him. At this juncture, although the human race possesses considerable strength, it pales in comparison to the formidable alliance of the three pinnacle races, the Zerg, the mechanized, and the demon tribes. Hence, should war erupt, the ramifications would be extensive. At that time, he may find it impossible to remain at ease in the primordial universe for the sake of cultivation. Simultaneously, his other soul fragment, Seelai, would be unable to continue its ventures to fulfill special sign-in tasks. After all, the territories of the entire human race would be affected. According to the revelations of the Lord of Chaos, a Seed of Hope initiative would be implemented, relocating the majority of core talents to either the primordial universe or into the small universe governed by the Giant Axe. It is worth noting that Zhou Hao's ascent to his current status has primarily relied on special sign-in tasks. Without them, he would find himself an impasse on the path of the fusion of time and space laws. Therefore, returning to the primordial universe is not a viable option. Exploring the cosmic secret realms presents an alternative. However, there are numerous such realms, some of which are far more expansive than the outer battlefield. A mere appearance within these realms could attract the attention of the Zerg and other races. Yet, this approach carries significant drawbacks. If the Zerg and their counterparts were to go mad, they could dispatch their mightiest to lead numerous cosmic lords against him, making it impossible for him to continue his exploits in the cosmic secret realms. Thus, he is left with the outer battlefield, which is even more perilous. Over 1 million alien kings have already congregated around the military base, rendering it impossible for him to venture out. The same applies to Seelai, unless he completely disguises himself as an ordinary realm lord. But in such a case, it would be better to return to the primordial universe. Each of the three options appears unfeasible. Zhou Hao must make a choice, seeking the one that best suits himself and his race. After all, a war among the races is inevitable. It is merely a matter of time. The longer the delay, the more advantageous it becomes for the human race. After much contemplation, he raised his head to gaze at the Lord of Chaos. Unable to contain himself, the Lord inquired, "Disciple, have you made up your mind?" Zhou Hao nodded, and with a measured tone, declared, "Master, I have decided to continue my ventures in the outer battlefield." Disciple, the current situation in the outer battlefield is not conducive to exploration. Alien forces are gathering in large numbers. Should you reveal even a modicum of your strength, they will respond swiftly. Of course, the Zerg, demon races, and others will undoubtedly pay a hefty price for this. And the remaining powerful beings within those factions will not continue to heed the commands of the three major races indefinitely. However, the three apex races will not dawdle for long. The Lord of Chaos remarked, his brow furrowed. Zhou Hao hastily replied, "Master, I am well aware of this. The reasons for my choice to remain in the outer battlefield are threefold. Firstly, this is the outer battlefield, a melting pot of various races, and for a limited time. Those above the rank of respectable cannot enter. Secondly, the outer battlefield is not vast. With your strength, Master, you can swiftly reach any location. And the cosmic lords of the Zerg and the other two races can do the same. Thus, as long as I remain in the outer battlefield, They will not easily initiate a race war, and will have to resort to methods within the rules to deal with me. Thirdly, there are numerous immortal kings from our human race present here. Chapter 196, An Astonishing Plan. Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion crossed the Lord of Chaos's face. He looked at Zhou Hao and asked, Disciple, among these three reasons, I can somewhat grasp your thoughts on the first two. But what connection does the third point, the presence of many immortal kings from our human race in the outer battlefield, have with your decision to stay here? Additionally, remember that the rules established in the outer battlefield are not absolute. Although we are far from the time of a large-scale cleansing, and respectables cannot enter the battlefield. If the Zerg, demon, or mechanized races are determined to take action, they need not abide by these rules. Zhou Hao smiled, Master. I certainly understand that rules serve as constraints when necessary, yet become mere scraps of paper when not required. Nonetheless, I still have faith in you, Master. Surely you would not allow me to fall into dire straits? The Lord of Chaos laughed heartily at this. Ah, my disciple, you are indeed astute. Yes, you are correct. I do have arrangements in place, but they do not guarantee your absolute safety. After a moment's hesitation, recalling the words of the giant axe, and considering Zhou Hao's current predicament, he finally said, When I bestowed upon you the blood-patterned blade and the treasured armor, I employed certain subtle means. An avatar of a cosmic lord from our human race, who has achieved a breakthrough because of you, has been concealed within. Should you encounter an insurmountable soul attack, this cosmic lord can exert their full strength to protect your soul, granting you at least the time to self-destruct. Furthermore, our strongest being, the giant axe, has already arrived near the outer battlefield. He can easily sense the movements across the battlefield and can reach your location in an instant. With this dual protection, your safety should be assured. Though the Lord of the Celestial Eclipses had only recently attained the status of Cosmic Lord, the avatar concealed within Zhou Hao is a special life form, possessing formidable strength and equipped with our human race's top-tier soul treasures, along with a peak domain treasure. Even if a cosmic powerhouse were to descend, the avatar would be capable of stalling, as long as he can delay, even for a moment. The giant axe can easily arrive. When that day comes, with the giant axe present, Zhou Hao will have nothing to fear. It can be said that the Lord of Chaos has exerted considerable effort to ensure Zhou Hao's protection. It is precisely because of this contingency that he dares to allow Zhou Hao to venture into the outer battlefield. However, the Lord of the Celestial Eclipses was correct. Should multiple cosmic powerhouses descend, this protection may prove somewhat tenuous. The positioning of the races must be foolproof. There can be no allowance for errors on Zhou Hao's part. In fact, when the protective arrangements were made, the giant axe had even expressed a desire to remain by Zhou Hao's side. Ultimately, due to the giant axe's uniqueness, the Lord of Chaos opted for the avatar of the Lord of the Celestial Eclipses instead. Zhou Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, are you saying that the treasured armor I wear conceals an avatar of a cosmic lord? The Lord of Chaos nodded. This was not something I intended to disclose to you, for knowing of such a protector might lead you to subconsciously feel secure, even in dire straits. One must understand that it is only in desperate situations that one can unleash their hidden potential. However, the current circumstances are exceptional, and I must inform you in advance. With a sigh, he reflected that deep down, he wished for his disciple to endure the trials of life and death within the outer battlefield, to engage in battle. Only through hardship can one truly become a formidable being. Unfortunately, developments have surpassed expectations. After digesting this news, Zhou Hao slowly said, Master, with the Cosmic Lord providing protection, my plans can proceed without concern. The Lord of Chaos was taken aback and promptly asked, What do you mean? You must have guessed that my ability to share insights can influence others as a form of talent, right? Zhou Hao replied with a smile. Given the current situation, he felt it was time to reveal a bit about the insights regarding the Great Path. The Lord of Chaos nodded. Zhou Hao continued, My talent allows me to manifest this ability once every 6 months. Naturally, the ideal scenario is to perform it once a year. As soon as he finished speaking, the Lord of Chaos was momentarily taken aback. He stared at Zhou Hao, his voice trembling slightly. Disciple, are you serious? Once every 6 months. And in perfect condition, once a year? In truth, regarding Zhou Hao's talent, the Cosmic Lords had deliberated countless times. Based on Zhou Hao's 3 instances of sharing insights, along with previous experiences in the primordial universe and the virtual universe, they generally believed that for Zhou Hao's talent to have a significant impact, a gap of at least 30 years would be necessary. Some Cosmic Lords even speculated that the longer the interval, the more potent the effect would be. In summary, opinions varied widely. Yet, without exception, All cosmic lords concurred that Zhou Hao's talent is undeniably unique in the universe, surpassing even the talents of many extraordinary life forms in its astonishing prowess. However, the Lord of Chaos never anticipated that this extraordinary talent would manifest only once every 6 months, and even in a state of perfection, merely once a year. It is essential to understand that the universe is a realm of balance. The more prodigious the talent, the more stringent the conditions for its manifestation, and the greater the constraints imposed. Take, for instance, the divine body of the Lord of the Nine Hells, immensely powerful yet exceedingly difficult to mobilize. He can only rely on his talent to condense his avatar from the abyssal sea, which significantly diminishes his strength. Zhou Hao's talent is already remarkably exceptional, and even the Lord of Chaos and the Giant Axe believe that such a gift would inevitably face substantial limitations, first and foremost in terms of time, followed by physical constraints. Yet, contrary to the expectations of the Lord of Chaos, the reality unfolded differently. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Master, there is no need for me to deceive you. Nor would I fabricate such a costly lie simply because our clan is facing a crisis." Upon hearing this, the Lord of Chaos could not contain his elation and exclaimed, "Disciple, your talent is magnificent. Magnificent, magnificent." He repeated the word thrice. Even the typically composed Lord of Chaos found himself swept up in excitement. With such a talent, even if their human clan were to face defeat in war, they could always rise again. The Lord of Chaos looked at Zhou Hao and said, "Disciple, I now comprehend the meaning behind your third point. You intend to gather the immortals of our human clan and use yourself as bait to lure a multitude of formidable monarchs from the insect, demon, and mechanical factions." He continued, almost incredulously, "and then annihilate them all." Zhou Hao chuckled and praised, "Master, you are indeed very astute." They exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. However, the smile of the Lord of Chaos soon faded as he acknowledged the audacity of this plan. To realize it, a crucial premise must be met. Among the gathered immortals, there must be a sufficient number who can ascend to the status of cosmic sovereigns. The remaining 3 factions in the outer battlefield possess at least 1,000,000 immortals, albeit dispersed across 12 battlefields. Once you reveal yourself, the 3 factions will undoubtedly mobilize their immortals swiftly. Their intentions could very likely be twofold. First, to soul enslave, and second, to annihilate. Of course, the 3 factions are unaware of your avatars, but I suspect that their deployment of other immortals is merely a preliminary probe into your defensive capabilities. Should they discover your methods of survival, the next step could very well involve direct violations of the rules. Zhou Hao nodded thoughtfully. If he were in the position of a high-ranking official in the 3 factions, he too would likely initiate a probe before resorting to catastrophic measures to eliminate a threat. This scenario is akin to 2 masters engaging in combat, where the initial exchanges serve as a means to gauge each other's prowess, only to unleash their ultimate techniques once the breadth of their abilities is discerned. The leadership of the insect and other factions remains oblivious to your life-preserving trump cards or the contingencies the human clan has arranged, making this initial test of utmost necessity, as they possess only one opportunity to strike. The voice of the Lord of Chaos echoed throughout the Grand Hall, drawing from his previous 3 experiences as an observer. To ascend from an immortal to a sovereign requires a certain accumulation of power. The human clan has around tens of thousands of immortals stationed in the outer battlefield. And following the last large-scale observation, the number of peak immortals has reached 130, while those at the limit of immortality have reached 531, with only 32 nearing invincibility. So, Zhou Hao, do you have confidence in this endeavor? Zhou Hao grinned and replied, "Master, I cannot claim certainty, but it is imperative that I attempt it, especially with the contingencies you have prepared. Moreover, since the insect and other factions are intent on encircling us, they should first be made to pay a price." Upon hearing this, the Lord of Chaos gently said, "Disciple, go forth and act. Regardless of how matters unfold, you have my support, and the clan stands behind you." "Yes, Master." Chapter 197. Preparation for the plan in the lounge of the spaceship. Zhou Hao withdrew his consciousness from the virtual universe and opened his eyes. The reason he proposed such a reckless plan was not solely to ensure the 3 factions pay a price. The primary motivation was to fulfill the special task of the 3rd phase of the signing-in mission. This phase requires a significant enhancement in the overall strength of the human clan, though he himself was uncertain about the exact extent of this improvement. Hence, he intended to explore this from the perspective of the human clan's monarch-level individuals. He was eagerly anticipating the rewards of the task, which included a new variant of the talent words, "Become Reality." Given the overwhelming nature of the maxims of the Great Path talent, one could only imagine how terrifying the talent of the third phase would be. Additionally, the random reward involving the second step of the 4 Great Fusion Laws was something he desperately needed. As for the second task, Zhou Hao was not overly anxious, primarily because creating the second form of 8 divine transformations was exceedingly challenging and could not be accomplished in a day. Setting aside his distractions, he observed the 4 teammates, Captain, Savage Beast, Bloodstone, and Spirit, engaged in conversation. He then spoke everyone. The others raised their heads in response. Zhou Hao continued, I trust you have your suspicions regarding the sudden emergence of the monarch-level immortals in the meteorite belt. It is indeed connected to me. However, due to the gravity of the situation, I cannot divulge further details. The circumstances on the outer battlefield have shifted somewhat, and should I remain with you, it may inadvertently endanger you. More importantly, his presence in the outer battlefield was not solely for the accumulation of military merit. He had other missions as well. With his military achievements exceeding 1 billion, he was now free to act on his own. Thus, I must take my leave. Upon hearing this, the expressions of his teammates, Mei Yao and Savage Beast, reflected no surprise. When Zhou Hao entered the virtual universe, they had already discussed among themselves, deducing that his purpose in the outer battlefield must extend beyond mere military merit accumulation. After all, the military merit he had accrued from slaying monarch-level immortals far surpassed the threshold of 1 billion. In truth, a genius capable of defeating monarch-level immortals at the realm of a world master would not lack the military merit to exchange for rewards. Therefore, they were mentally prepared for this eventuality. It was inconceivable for a talent like Zhou Hao to linger with them for prolonged training. I apologize, Zhou Hao said softly. The team had just suffered a significant loss, and after successfully recruiting such a powerful ally, they faced the prospect of losing him after only a single expedition. They would have to start the recruitment process anew. Savage Beast chuckled heartily. No need to feel guilty. Invincible. In any case, we were once teammates. What an honor it is to have fought alongside someone from the very core of the 5 great powers. And if the other races treat you this way, your true identity would surely astound us. Mei Yao smiled and added, It seems that elite teams of world masters may have come for you, Invincible. I can only imagine how esteemed your identity must be. Nevertheless, we have your virtual universe network ID. Should we survive and leave the outer battlefield, I believe we shall uncover the truth. As she spoke, she turned to Zhou Hao and cautioned, Invincible, although you possess numerous life-preserving trump cards, the outer battlefield is fraught with peril. If you venture forth alone, exercise utmost caution. The insights I previously shared, while perhaps not entirely applicable to higher-tier powerhouses, still hold significant value. Zhou Hao nodded. Thank you, Captain. I will be vigilant. Zhou Hao, having you as a teammate has brought me great joy. I sincerely hope we have the opportunity to meet again, at least in the virtual universe. Bloodstone stepped forward to embrace Zhou Hao. The sharp-eared spirit's eyes were complex. She had not anticipated Zhou Hao's extraordinary strength. After a moment's hesitation, she too stepped forward to hug him, smiling as she said, Invincible. Had I known from the start just how formidable you are, I would have spared no effort to keep you with us. Zhou Hao shook his head with a smile. Do your best. Next, the Captain, Charm Demon, and the Beast of Fury embraced one another in turn. He retrieved the spoils obtained from slaying the immortal of the Marquis level. While these treasures held little value for me, they would undoubtedly prove invaluable to you all. The spoils from the primary level of Marquis, immortal, were indeed quite substantial, yet Zhou Hao regarded them with indifference. The Beast of Fury and Bloodstone Bench's eyes gleamed at the sight of these treasures. They represented the entirety of a Marquis immortal's wealth. Even Charm Demon could not resist stepping forward to count them. Invincible, this is far too much, she remarked. Bloodstone and Ling felt somewhat embarrassed, while the Beast of Fury boisterously declared, Invincible, I shall not be polite. These treasures are indeed exceedingly useful to us. Zhou Hao replied with a smile. No need to be courteous with me. After the team divided the spoils, smiles adorned their faces. At that moment, the spacecraft had already approached the vicinity of the military base, a place that was now quite secure. He stowed away the spacecraft and continued, Everyone, we part ways here. The battlefield beyond the domain is temporarily unsafe. It would be best for everyone to remain at the military base for a while before venturing out. With that, he took his leave, his figure swiftly flickering and vanishing. Watching Zhou Hao's departing silhouette, Charm Demon and the others let out a soft sigh. Deep down, they understood that this parting might mean they would never again encounter a genius like Zhou Hao. In the dark cosmos, a spacecraft sped along. Inside the hull of the spacecraft, Zhou Hao, now a free man, reclined comfortably on the sofa, opening the star map of the battlefield beyond the domain. Instantly, a colossal, virtual, three-dimensional image materialized before him, densely annotated with numerous special zones. Among them, the asteroid belt was merely a minuscule area, with countless others even less significant, such as the shattered star belt, all of which were battlefields frequented by domain-level cosmic entities. He commanded the intelligent life to expand the star map. Even as he prepared to execute his plan, he opted for a region with a broader scope and more intricate terrain. Strictly speaking, the Star Tower was quite remarkable, particularly within the sealed space. Once other alien races gathered, escape would be impossible. However, the Star Tower was too peculiar and not situated in the ninth battlefield, making an unannounced visit somewhat abrupt. Thus, it remained a contingency plan. Zhou Hao's gaze swiftly scoured the star map, primarily focusing on the high-level combat zones of the ninth battlefield. These areas were located atop the main continent, characterized by a complex environment and vast territory, advantageous for both combat and concealment, allowing for a delay in time. Since he intended to undertake a grand endeavor, some time was essential. He mused that he needed to ensure the three major races, the insectoids, the demonkin, and the mechanical beings, perceived a hope of annihilating him. If he remained absent, the higher-ups of the three factions would undoubtedly grow anxious. But should he make an appearance on the battlefield beyond the domain, their excitement would be palpable. Their first thought would surely be to dispatch other monarchs to enslave or annihilate him. As for the possibility of the universe's strongest entities coming for him directly, Zhou Hao deemed that likelihood quite low. After all, if their attempts failed, the three factions would irrevocably lose their chance to eliminate him and would ultimately have no choice but to wage war against humanity. Soon, he identified a region, the Cold Desolation Caverns. Magnify the Cold Desolation Caverns, he commanded. Immediately, the intelligent life controlled the star map, swiftly enlarging the Cold Desolation Caverns, revealing a landmass resembling a pyramid that served as a hive for the insectoids, riddled with countless deep caverns, some plunging as deep as 0.7 light-years. The Cold Desolation Caverns were not the highest tier of the ninth battlefield, merely ranking within the top 3. Zhou Hao selected this region primarily for its unique environment, conducive to large-scale slaughter. Chapter 198, Full Mobilization. In the virtual universe, Thunder Island, within the palace of the Chaos Lord, Zhou Hao informed his mentor of his decision to venture to the perilous Cold Desolation Caverns, ranked among the top 3 in the ninth battlefield. Upon hearing this, the Chaos Lord immediately grasped Zhou Hao's intentions for selecting this locale, his eyes brightening as he remarked, "Disciple, the Cold Desolation Caverns are indeed suitable for extensive bloodshed. If you can rally over 100 human monarchs of immortality from the battlefield beyond the domain to break through to the status of a venerable, this plan will be well executed." Zhou Hao nodded vigorously, stating, "Ishal do mi utmost." The Chaos Lord smiled, reassuring him, "Do not feel overly pressured. Even if we succeed in annihilating over 1 million monarchs from the demonkin and insectoid factions, it will merely serve as a lesson for the three races. The resurrection of monarchs by the Lord of the Universe incurs minimal cost, while reviving over 1 million monarchs might be somewhat troublesome. The insectoid race can easily summon the powerful cosmic lord to facilitate their return. Thus, whether this plan succeeds or not is inconsequential. The key is for you to understand the limits of your own talents while also honing your skills. After all, once our human race dispatches a substantial number of immortal monarchs to the Cold Desolation Caverns, the insectoids and demonkin will immediately react, and you shall be there." Zhou Hao could not help but chuckle. "Master, the fact that the three races will react is just as well. It saves me from expending additional effort to inform them of my presence in the Cold Desolation Caverns. Outside the Hongmeng City, an open-air bar, ever since the return of all human monarchs to the military base, who then commenced tasks as per the military merit system. The number of monarchs at the bar square surged once more. Daily, no less than several 100,000 monarchs congregated there. The reality was that these immortal monarchs were rather idle. As tasks primarily targeted the insectoid, demonkin, and mechanical races, conflicts were rare, leaving the human immortal monarchs feeling quite frustrated and discontented. The other races within the Hongmeng were hesitant to express their grievances openly, while the human monarchs showed little restraint. What on earth does our race intend to do? They wondered. Indeed, with the introduction of new military merit rewards, including rare and supreme treasures. Yet we engage in no slaughter, no hunting, and no ventures. We cannot accumulate military merit. Staring at the insectoids and other factions is driving me mad. Many human monarchs gathered around the bar, sipping drinks and venting their frustrations. However, their complaints remained muted. as they understood that their race's decision to summon them back to the military base must be for significant purposes. Meanwhile, the eyes of the Homewing's alien monarchs shifted toward the more prominent human immortals, such as the Seven-Sword Monarch and the Celestial Array Monarch. Some even strained to listen to their conversations, hoping to glean insider information, while others sought out well-informed human monarchs, like the Blade Ruins Monarch. Seven-Sword Monarch. What is truly happening this time? Blade Ruins Monarch, you are always in the know. Might you divulge some insights? There is no need to elaborate on the human race. What are the insectoid and demonkin monarchs up to? Why are they fixated on the human race's domain master? In truth, prominent human monarchs like the Seven-Sword Monarch were already aware of the underlying motives behind this large-scale mobilization, while many of the complaining monarchs also harbored their suspicions. The targeting by the insectoid faction was exceedingly evident. With careful observation, one could discern that the monarchs and teams from the three major factions were primarily focused on the domain master. Thus, the answer became apparent. Zhou Hao had arrived at the battlefield beyond the domain. Yet, despite their understanding, these immortal monarchs behaved similarly to the alien monarchs, adopting a demeanor of dissatisfaction and complaint, aiming to conceal Zhou Hao's circumstances from the Hongming's alien monarchs. After all, although the Hongming was predominantly human, it was a mixed assembly, particularly within the human factions on the battlefield beyond the domain, which included many races from across the universe. Once the news regarding Zhou Hao spreads, it is inevitable that the entirety of the universe will be informed of his whereabouts in a remarkably short span of time. The kings of the Seven Swords and the kings of the Blade Ruins shook their heads incessantly. As sovereigns of the human race, they could not possibly divulge such information. At that moment, however, a subtle shift occurred on the faces of hundreds of thousands of immortal sovereigns. They had all simultaneously received an email from the military merit system of the virtual universe's outer battlefield. The content of the email stated, "Attention all immortal sovereigns of the human faction, the immortal sovereigns of the three major camps, the insectoids, the demonic beasts, and the mechanical race, are highly likely to converge at the treacherous Cold Desolation Cave in the 9th battlefield. Effective immediately, a limited-time double military merit quota has been activated. Please proceed to the Cold Desolation Cave at once and endeavor to eliminate as many immortal sovereigns from the three factions as possible." Furthermore, it was promised by the human race that any immortal sovereigns who fell in this skirmish would be resurrected at a later time. Upon reading the email, the immortal sovereigns of the allied races erupted in exuberant excitement. The bloodshed is finally about to commence. And this time the human race guarantees our resurrection. What do we have to fear? With the prospect of double military merits, it seemed the human faction was resolutely determined to deliver a severe blow to the three camps. Treasures await. I shall certainly be able to exchange for great riches. The Cold Desolation Cave was a locale familiar to some. Its complex terrain was conducive to large-scale carnage, yet the military merits would not be easily acquired. And there was a genuine risk of falling swiftly. Should I perish, so be it. After all, the human race has my back. They are one of the 6 premier races of the universe and would not resort to deceit in such matters. The din of discussions surged in the open bar square. However, the human sovereigns, including the King of the Seven Swords, changed their expressions as they had not received the email. Yet, through the conversations of the allied immortal sovereigns, they could surmise that the prodigious Zhou Hao had likely already arrived at the Cold Desolation Cave. Otherwise, the human faction could not possibly mobilize so many sovereigns. The Cold Desolation Cave posed significant risks for Zhou Hao. If discovered, escaping would be exceedingly difficult. The cave was surrounded by exceptionally unique rock layers which, affected by the cold desolation, even high-ranking immortal sovereigns would find arduous to breach. What on earth was the Virtual Universe Company thinking, allowing Zhou Hao to venture into such perilous territory? As the human immortal sovereigns furrowed their brows, the Virtual Universe system sent another email. The content read, "To all immortal sovereigns stationed in the outer battlefield, regardless of your location, please make haste to the Cold Desolation Cave. While synchronizing your Virtual Universe network channels for rapid transport, you are not required to engage in combat or accumulate military merits. It is imperative to remain discreet and avoid exposing your whereabouts." Upon reading this email, the human immortal sovereigns exchanged solemn glances, each discerning the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. Without a doubt, this email indicated that Zhou Hao was indeed in a specific area of the Cold Desolation Cave, and the directive was for them to protect him. At that moment, even the disciple of the cosmic sovereign, the King of the Seven Swords, comprehended the implications of their faction's arrangement. They could perish, but Zhou Hao must not. No immortal sovereign hesitated. having listened to Zhou Hao's insights. They understood his critical importance to the human race. While these sovereigns may possess selfish, bloodthirsty, tyrannical, or indifferent traits, when faced with the larger interests of their kin, they chose a nearly unanimous course of action. One by one, the human immortal sovereigns exited the virtual universe, leaving the bar square, followed closely by the other allied immortal sovereigns. Although all were headed to the cold desolation cave, their motives diverged. The allied sovereigns aimed to accumulate military merits, while the human sovereigns sought to safeguard Zhou Hao. Chapter 199. The Anxiety of Luo Feng in the dimly lit currents of the primordial universe. A fish-shaped spacecraft swiftly sliced through the air, coming to a halt above the Chaos City. With a click, the hatch opened, and a multitude of cosmic-level members poured out in a steady stream. Among them were Uka, Rongjun, Ai Chun, Zhang Mo, Qin Shui, Long Yun, Gusi Luo, and Galaxy, representing nearly the entirety of the cosmic-level talents from the four secret realms of the Virtual Universe Company, regardless of their seniority. Faced with such a situation, Uka and Rongjun had sensed the gravity of the matter the moment they gathered at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company. As the emissaries of Chaos City approached, they gazed at these cosmic-level geniuses and declared, "Most of you have entered the primordial universe before, so you should understand its rules. Due to the current exceptional circumstances, you are being summoned back into the primordial universe ahead of schedule, and you may find yourselves here for an extended duration. Cherish this time." After the emissaries spoke, they gestured toward the seemingly endless Chaos City, urging everyone to quickly find their accommodations. Those with opportunities to comprehend the Chaos Tablet as its secret chambers were also encouraged to enter and seek enlightenment. Before long, the emissary departed. Uka, Rongjun, and the others, familiar with the surroundings, casually sought out a dwelling and soon arrived at Luo Feng's residence. Luo Feng had been diligently practicing in Chaos City, occasionally entering the virtual universe's Rainfall Mountain, but primarily engaging in contemplation of chronicles of time and space and Beast God S7 kills within his estate, leading a life of fulfillment. Thus, when Uka, Rongjun, and the others arrived, Luo Feng's expression was one of surprise. "Uke, Hongyun, I Tian. What brings you to the primordial universe?" Cosmic-level members typically only ventured into the primordial universe after the conclusion of the genius battles, remaining within the secret realms to undertake missions and cultivate foundational skills for an extended period, often thousands, even tens of thousands of years. It was exceedingly rare for prodigies like Zhou Hao, Luo Feng, and Brolon to break through to domain masters in less than 200 years. However, Luo Feng soon noticed the grave expressions on Uka, Rongjun, and Ai Chen's faces and inquired, "What has transpired?" Seated on the sofa in the dwelling, Uka couldn't contain himself. "Luo Feng, it seems our faction is on the brink of a significant event. Have you not sensed anything unusual lately?" Luo Feng shook his head. Rongjun interjected, "Uka, it's only natural that Luo Feng is somewhat oblivious to such matters while in Chaos City. He spends most of his time cultivating and rarely concerns himself with anything else." Luo Feng frowned. "Uka, please, tell me what is happening." "I don't know," Uka replied helplessly. "Don't look at me. We're just as in the dark," Rongjun, Ai Chun, and the others added, shaking their heads. They had come to consult Luo Feng, hoping to glean some information from him, as he was a revered figure and had a close relationship with Zhou Hao. Luo Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. He refrained from making any jokes, recognizing that Uka and Rongjun's presence in the primordial universe was, in itself, abnormal. Uka continued, "Not only us, but all cosmic-level members from the four secret realms of the Virtual Universe Company have come to the primordial universe. Those from the more distant end of days and heaven and earth secret realms have swiftly arrived at the headquarters via teleportation." Luo Feng's eyes widened. "All of them?" "Yes, all of them. Moreover, it is said that domain master prodigies like yourself are also being summoned rapidly. They will likely enter the primordial universe soon." The atmosphere in the residence grew tense. They could sense that a momentous event was imminent for their faction, one that might even impact the human race. Yet, specifics eluded them. When they inquired of their teachers, the latter merely shook their heads and instructed them to focus on their cultivation. Clearly, the teachers were privy to certain information but could not disclose it to them, or perhaps informing them would be of no consequence. Luo Feng rose to his feet, determined to consult his teacher. If that proved futile, he would turn to his elder brother for assistance, given his brother's esteemed status. He would undoubtedly possess some insight into such significant matters. Uka and Rongjun nodded in agreement, awaiting his return. On the Thunder Island of the Virtual Universe, within the palace of the true Yen King, Luo Feng hurriedly made his way to the grand hall upon materializing inside. The true Yin sage, upon noticing Luo Feng's anxious demeanor, smiled and remarked, "My disciple, you appear quite perturbed. It seems you have encountered a dilemma." Luo Feng promptly inquired, "Master, has there been any recent occurrence within our clan?" Upon hearing this, the true Yin sage furrowed his brow and replied, "Disciple, focus on your cultivation in Chaos City and strive to comprehend the first layer of Beast God 7 kills. Knowing about these matters now will serve you little purpose. Master, even if you choose not to enlighten me, I find myself unable to concentrate on my training. With Uka, Rongjun, and the other cosmic-level prodigies having returned to the primordial universe, it is evident that significant events are imminent within the clan." Luo Feng could not suppress his urgency. "If you refuse to inform me, I shall have no choice but to seek answers from my elder brother." The true Yin sage shook his head, advising him against disturbing Zhou Hao at this juncture. After a moment's hesitation, he gazed at Luo Feng and sighed, "Very well, even if I withhold this information, you would likely reach out to Zhou Hao regardless." Luo Feng, wearing an apologetic expression, began, "Master, The true Yin sage waved his hand to interrupt. "There is no need for remorse. After all, such anomalies are impossible to conceal. In truth, this matter is closely connected to your elder brother Zhou Hao." "Connected to my elder brother?" Luo Feng exclaimed, his concern mounting. "Indeed. Do you recall the extensive sharing of insights that Zhou Hao conducted previously?" Luo Feng nodded. The true Yin sage's expression turned slightly resigned. "The issue lies with that extensive audit. Following it, nearly 60% of our human clan's immortal kings experienced significant breakthroughs, which has drawn the attention of lurking members from the Insect Clan, Demon Clan, and others. They are actively probing and gathering information regarding Zhou Hao." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng gasped in astonishment. "What? Master, are you saying that the Insect Clan and other alien races have become aware of my elder brother's talents?" The true Yin sage nodded, indicating that such a widespread occurrence made it exceedingly difficult to suppress the leak of information. Consequently, the Insect Clan, Demon Clan, and Mechanical Clan have begun to mobilize their immortal kings to our human clan's military bases in the outer domain. After absorbing the true Yin sage's words, Luo Feng's countenance betrayed his anxiety and concern. "Master, if that is the case, my elder brother is in grave danger. I must persuade him to leave the outer battlefield immediately." The true Yin sage offered a wry smile, urging Luo Feng to remain calm. "Disciple, you must understand that the current situation transcends Zhou Hao alone. It concerns the entire clan. The return of cosmic-level talents like Uka and Rongjun signifies that the clan is preparing contingency plans." Luo Feng shuddered at this revelation. "Master, are you suggesting that a clan war is imminent?" The true Yin sage's expression grew grave. "Disciple, whether this will indeed transpire remains uncertain. The clan will strive to avert such a large-scale conflict, but Zhou Hao's significance cannot be understated. We, as well as the clan, are aware, and so too are the Insect Clan, Demon Clan, and other alien races. Thus, the clan must take precautions. However, your strength is still insufficient, and knowing of this matter will not benefit you at this time. Your primary focus should be on your cultivation. Originally, I should not have disclosed this to you, but considering your relationship with Zhou Hao, I felt compelled to do so. Yet, I implore you not to share this with Uka, Rongjun, or anyone else." Luo Feng nodded. "Yes, master, I understand." As he withdrew from the virtual universe, he clenched his fists, feeling a surge of helplessness. While his elder brother faced peril, he found himself unable to assist, relegated to cultivating endlessly in Chaos City. He had once believed his training pace to be swift enough, his progress remarkable, but now it seemed woefully inadequate, far from sufficient. Uka and Rongjun, observing Luo Feng's expression, inquired in unison, "Luo Feng, did you find out?" Luo Feng met their gaze, inhaling deeply. "Uka, Rongjun, my master has informed me, but it is perhaps best for you to remain unaware. I now understand the situation. Yet I am powerless to act." With a shake of his head, he vanished from the living room and ascended to the rooftop. "I must remain composed. Only by hastening my mastery of Beast God 7 kills to its first layer can I hope to assist my elder brother in any capacity." Uke, Hongyun, and the others exchanged glances. Yet Luo Feng's reaction made it clear that knowledge of the situation would be of little utility. Consequently, they departed, each like Luo Feng, suppressing their emotions to enter a state of focused cultivation.